Chapter 1. Astonishing Transformation into a Human. Ding. Soul extraction in progress. Ding. Pairing in progress. Ding. Pairing complete. Transmission successful character. Zhu Xuan. Character requirements. A pretentious, malicious femme fatale. Original character traits. A dramatic, weeping, socially anxious individual. Physical attributes. Appearance. BIQ. C. Spiritual energy. 0 combat value. Delicate, soft, and prone to pouting. Zhu Xuan was originally a bamboo stalk, but inexplicably transformed into a human today. She had been lying in a spacious yard, where the air was fresh and the soil fertile, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, diligently cultivating her skills. However, the recent warm sun had lulled her into a state of blissful laziness, prompting her to take a nap. When she opened her eyes once more, she discovered she had become human. She found herself in a magnificent glass conservatory, surrounded by an exquisitely beautiful environment. Numerous flower beds were filled with rare and stunning blossoms, resembling a miniature botanical garden. At that moment, she sat upon a white wooden swing adorned with vines, a plush blanket draped over her knees, cradling a soft goose-down pillow in her arms. Behind the swing flourished a profusion of pink and white climbing roses. Outside lay a lush lawn, a fountain, and a swimming pool. The sky was an exquisite shade of blue, with wispy clouds drifting like ethereal garments. The overall scenery was breathtakingly beautiful, evoking a profound sense of relaxation. Zhu Xuan took a considerable time to regain her composure. Her pair of glistening eyes widened slightly, her long, thick eyelashes unfurling in response. Her pupils were round, reminiscent of an inquisitive cat brimming with curiosity. Zhu Xuan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, thinking, could it be that her relentless pursuit of cultivation had moved the heavens, allowing her to achieve such rapid transformation? She deliberately overlooked the fact that she had spent this time napping rather than exerting any effort. However, reality soon struck her down. As she realized that there was not a trace of spiritual energy within her, she was simply an ordinary person. There was no possibility that this was the result of her cultivation. Tentatively, she extended her delicate hands, observing their small, slender, and yellowish appearance. This was far from the level expected of a bamboo spirit transforming into human form. It seemed she had not transformed at all, rather. For some unknown reason, she had simply become human. Zhu Xuan couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, her brows furrowing in dismay. How unfortunate! Why was this so bizarre? Was there any way for her to return to her original form? Zhu Xuan's eyes darted around, creating ripples in the tranquil pool nearby. It was possible that she might still be dreaming. Perhaps she could try knocking herself unconscious? Surely the pain would awaken her. Her gaze flitted about until it landed on a pair of golden scissors resting on a nearby wooden table. These scissors appeared to be intended for pruning flowers, fortuitously placed there. Without hesitation, Zhu Xuan seized the large scissors, preparing to jab herself. At that moment, a sharp, piercing sound erupted in her mind. Ding! System pairing complete. Ah! Silly bamboo, what are you doing? Put down those scissors. Zhu Xuan was startled, her small hands unable to grip the large scissors, which clattered to the table with a loud thud. Her expression was somewhat dazed, as if she did not comprehend what had just occurred. It was rather endearing. After a considerable pause, she finally reacted. With a dry swallow, she cautiously inquired, "Who is speaking to me?" Her voice was so light, it was nearly inaudible. "I am the malicious female supporting character system 0866. I am now bound to you." Zhu Xuan was taken aback by this revelation, her expression blank, stammering as she sought to understand. "Malicious female supporting character? Why have you bound yourself to me?" She appeared on the verge of tears. The system responded mischievously. "Perhaps it is due to our destined connection, or perhaps it is simply your misfortune." Zhu Xuan. She felt a pang of displeasure at the remark. She believed she was not unfortunate at all. She was the luckiest bamboo in the world. Her owner cared for her splendidly every day, tenderly watering and fertilizing her, carrying her out into the sunlight when it was warm, and placing her in the greenhouse when it was cold. The water she drank and the soil she grew in were of the highest quality. Every day, she could admire her owner's exquisite beauty, bringing her immense joy. What misfortune could she possibly have? Zhu Xuan pouted, her small face scrunched up in silence. In truth, it was not her misfortune, but rather the flawed entity within her mind. The system noticed that this bamboo seemed to be ignoring it. Her small face was cold, radiating an aura of discontent. It was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to proceed. Sigh. I am merely a worker, entirely following orders from my superiors. Zhu Shuyan's eyelashes trembled slightly as her clear eyes fixed on the void. It seemed she was gazing at the invisible system. She understood that this entity, claiming to be a system, was also perplexed as to why she had suddenly turned human. The system, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation, awaited her response. After a lengthy silence, Zhu Xuan finally spoke. Do you know how I can return? The system, now brimming with knowledge, could not help but boast. Of course I know. Zhu Xuyan's eyes sparkled with hope as she instantly asked, what must I do to revert to being a bamboo? As long as you complete the tasks I assign, diligently follow the plot, and fulfill our malicious supporting character's mission to restore the normal operation of this small world, I assure you, you can return. Zhu Xuan pondered these words for a long while, her eyes gradually reddening. A glimmer of tears welled in her thin eyelids, threatening to spill over. The system was taken aback, not daring to breathe too loudly. Cautiously, it inquired, what is wrong? How long will it take? I want to go back every day. You truly miss your former place? You were once in a mobile bamboo stalk, and now you have become human. Isn't that wonderful? Zhu Xuan shook her head without hesitation. Not at all. The system, feeling exasperated, resorted to saying, my shop contains items that can help you return to your original form. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xuyan's eyes lifted slightly, the tears that had threatened to fall diminishing considerably. Her lips, slightly reddened, quivered as she murmured, really? The system clenched its teeth. Indeed, this host clearly appeared to be the lazy type. Prone to neglecting her duties if she were not given some motivation, she might simply refuse to cooperate. In such a case, who would it turn to for consolation? Zhu Xuan took a quiet breath, feeling satisfied. Then, how should I address you? The system inhaled deeply and finally began to introduce itself with solemnity. I am the task system for the Noble Academy in this world, where I assist the beloved White Moonlight, designated as 0866. You may simply call me 0866. Chapter 2. Making Friends. Zhu Xuan nodded curiously and adeptly called out, all right, little 66, that the system choked momentarily before vehemently retorting, don't call me that. However, this only served to draw us closer. The system paused for a brief moment, as if it had come to terms with the situation. Yet, it stubbornly insisted, whatever, it's just so cheesy. Zhu Xuan remarked, the world you currently inhabit is a chaotic realm, rife with elements such as forced love, pursuit, and escape, akin to a melodramatic yellow novel. The original character was a malicious female supporting role who exited the stage early. Her purpose was to incessantly advance the romantic narrative between the female lead and the male protagonist. Feng Qian, hastening Feng Qian's realization of his true feelings. Our task, however, is precisely the opposite, to thwart these occurrences. Zhu Xuan inquired, if I help you navigate the plot, what benefits will I gain? She often accompanied her master in the study. And as a bamboo, she had absorbed much knowledge. She understood the principle of not working for free and the importance of safeguarding her labor rights, that if you complete the task, you will become more beautiful, drawing closer to your true essence. The more plot points you acquire, the stronger your abilities will grow. The mere thought of having witnessed the bamboo's transformation into a human form on the virtual screen sent the system into a daze, rendering it lightheaded. That it was simply too adorable, too stunning. That in its centuries-long existence, it had never encountered anyone so enchanting. Zhu Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement at the prospect of such a delightful twist of fate. She realized she could gain power without having to cultivate traditionally. Once empowered, her first order of business would be to restore her master's health, remedying his insomnia and mental disturbances. All right then, you said it. So tell me, how do I proceed? And why did you mention I need to restore normalcy to this world? What is abnormal about it? The world's female lead is a transmigrator who displaced the original lead soul. To achieve her goals, she has resorted to unscrupulous means, engaging in numerous actions absent from the original plot, leading to instability within the world. The MY superior is quite irate and has tasked me with finding a rival to contend with her. Zhu Xuan fell silent for a moment, comprehending that she was indeed the unfortunate pawn in this scenario. You are the fiancé of Fang Qiyan, the young master of a prestigious family in the capital. Due to your auspicious birth chart for the Fang family, the patriarch arranged for you to be adopted from an orphanage, intending for you to become Fang Qian's wife. Essentially, you are a decorative mascot for the Fang family, valued for your appearance. After hearing this introduction, Zhu Xuan weakly retorted, "That sounds like a child bride. We cannot be so futile." The system, taken aback by her earnest rebuttal, momentarily faltered. This is merely the backdrop of the novel. Do not dwell on it too much. Zhu Xuan inhaled deeply. Having grown up in an orphanage without a proper education, she exhibited behaviors that were far from refined. Her darker inclinations thrived, as she often found solace in cursing and envying others from the shadows. The heads of the Fang family were not fond of her, yet they were left with no choice but to enroll her in the empire's most prestigious academy, hoping to expose her to a better education and curb any shame brought upon the Fang name. Zhu Xuan nodded, somewhat understanding. She murmured, "Oh, that sounds wonderful. I've heard that attending school in the human world can impart a wealth of knowledge." The system felt a surge of delight, perceiving this host as both obedient and endearing. Its tone softened, revealing a childlike lilt. This was, in fact, its original voice. Although it had existed for centuries in the realm of the system, it was still but a juvenile deity this moment. It was just days since she had been taken back from the orphanage. She found immense joy in the Fang estate, reveling in the beauty of her surroundings, donning exquisite garments, practicing makeup, tending to flowers, strolling about, and enjoying afternoon tea, aware that Fang Qiyan was the person she needed to curry favor with. She showered him with flattery daily. Yet, Fang Qiyan, a paragon of privilege, looked down upon her. Now dark, dirty, thin, and small, the Fang family merely regarded her as a decorative piece, and their treatment of her was far from kind. Zhu Xuan's position in the household was awkward, further nurturing her darker thoughts. Her eyelids fluttered, her long lashes quivering as she timidly asked, "So, what do I look like now?" Dark, dirty, thin, and small did I in her recollection. She should be a strikingly beautiful bamboo. Not only did her master adore her, but guests who visited also found her delightful. Throughout her bamboo existence, she had always been praised. No one had ever called her ugly. You will discover your appearance after playing in the glass greenhouse and returning to gaze into the mirror. "Oh," Zhu Xuan then asked, "what is my current task?" Initially, the malicious supporting character sought to elevate herself, aspiring to become a true young lady. Therefore, your current mission is to diligently study and better yourself. Zhu Xuan's gentle eyes suddenly curved into crescent moons. She clenched her fists, eager to embark on this journey. How splendid! Upon completing her studies, she would transform into an erudite bamboo. Being a plant, she should naturally be able to interact with the flora in the greenhouse. But since this body was not her true form, she was uncertain of her abilities. That as she cradled her face, admiring the exquisite flowers in the greenhouse, she mentally calculated their ages. The pale pink climbing roses appeared to be quite mature. Blooming profusely, lush green vines adorned the swing set, with pink and white blossoms interspersed, evoking a dreamlike ambience. "Why do you keep staring at me?" A playful voice chimed in. "Ha, why is this bamboo so dark? Yellow and dirty? How ugly!" Zhu Xuan was startled, her hands falling from her face as she stumbled back several steps, shaking her head and looking around to identify the source of the voice. Silly bamboo. "I am a rose. I am a violet. I am a crimson bloom. I am an imperial rose." Zhu Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that the plants in the greenhouse were speaking to her. You can actually communicate with me?" she murmured. Chapter 3. Seeking water. We are all plants. What is there that we cannot do? It has been ages since we had a new playmate. Would you care to join us? Zhu Xuan felt an innate fondness for the plants, and now that she was aware of her previous abilities, her joy intensified. She blinked her sparkling eyes and amiably asked, "Sure. What would you like to play?" "Isn't it time for you to return and look in the mirror?" A rose chimed in. I want to drink that delightful water we had before. Previously, young Master Fong drank from a bottle in the greenhouse and poured the remainder into the flower bed. Yes, that water was exquisite, sweet and crystal clear. Woe is me. Only that fortunate imperial rose has tasted it. I have yet to experience such delightful water. I don't care. I want to drink. Zhu Xuan felt a pang of sympathy for the flowers. Her master always provided her with the finest water, which had never changed. She donned a serious expression and earnestly declared, "Where is that water? I will fetch it for you." Zhu Xuan was determined to fulfill the wishes of her newfound friends. For the flowers in the greenhouse had become her companions. The my green onion friend, growing on the kitchen balcony, told me that it is in the large freezer in the kitchen. My hanging orchid friend in the hall mentioned that there are several boxes in the storage room. That my rose friend from young Master Fong's room informed me that there is a bottle on his desk that has not been finished. The plants erupted into a chorus of information sharing. Zhu Xuan felt a bit dizzy from the flood of details. It was her first day in this villa, and she was unfamiliar with many locations. She swallowed hard and gently reassured them, "Do not worry. I shall go find it for you right away." "Thank you. You truly are a wonderful bamboo. Although you may be a bit unattractive, your heart is kind. I will be your friend for sure. Once you bring us the water, I can assist you with tasks as well." As Zhu Xuan received compliments, a hint of shyness crept upon her, causing her to gently bite her lip. While a rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks, she promptly turned and dashed into the house to fetch some water. However, after wandering for quite some time, she still had not reached the kitchen. Along the way, she encountered several doors leading into the villa. Through the ajar doors, she could see maids bustling about, either tidying up or attending to other tasks. The female servants of the Fong household were clad in elegant European maid outfits. Some in black and white, others in blue and white. The male servants wore vests adorned with bow ties. The butler, dressed in a tailcoat and sporting round spectacles, held a gold nim of cane, commanding the servants in the opulent hall. Each time Zhu Xuan spotted someone passing by the door, she instinctively recoiled a few steps, turning to seek another entrance. The presence of others rendered her utterly hesitant to enter. After circling around several doors, exhaustion set in, and she felt somewhat dehydrated. With her hands resting on her knees, she gasped, "Wait, this house is quite large and I can't seem to find my way. Could you guide me to the kitchen?" Zhu Xuan seemingly heard a couple of soft murmurs from the system. "Follow me," it instructed. Zhu Xuan nodded vigorously. "Now go straight. When you see the white archway, take a right. Continue straight, then turn left. Finally, take another right, and you will arrive." Following the system's directions, Zhu Xuan froze in place when she noticed someone by the archway, hesitating nervously. "Do not worry, just proceed," the system encouraged. Zhu Xuan clenched her fists, exhaled softly, and then made a valiant effort to walk past nonchalantly. Once she cleared the crowd, she let out a sigh of relief that to her dismay. The chiffon dress was already slightly damp with perspiration. The system gazed at her in surprise. "Why are you so afraid of people?" Zhu Xuan's expression turned slightly rueful as she muttered, "Aside from the master, I have not interacted with anyone else." "Well then, you cannot afford to be so socially anxious while executing tasks." Zhu Xuan sniffled. Her expression strained, and pitifully declared, "I will do my best to complete the task." Seeing her obedient demeanor, the system refrained from reprimanding her. What typically took less than 3 minutes to traverse from the glass greenhouse to the kitchen took Zhu Xuan a painstaking 10 minutes. Her face bore an expression of urgency, which tugged at the system's heartstrings that no need to rush. What if those friends become parched in the meantime? Well, this bamboo truly is a blank slate that I in such a short span. How could they possibly perish from thirst? Besides, they merely crave this particular water. It is not that they lack it. Zhu Xuan appeared somewhat perplexed, realizing she had never truly experienced thirst. Her master provided her with water at consistent intervals, ensuring she had it precisely when she needed it. Zhu Xuan scanned the kitchen and spotted the refrigerator. The maid working in the kitchen noticed the timid figure of Zhu Xuan standing at the entrance. Appearing somewhat shy and shrinking into herself, that it was evident she was fearful of others. Wang Ma, who was preparing lunch, immediately felt a pang of compassion for the poor child, who had grown up in an orphanage, suddenly thrust into such a large family, rendering her unable to adapt. Wang Ma softened her tone and gently addressed Zhu Xuan. "Miss Zhu, is there anything you desire?" Hearing the tender tone, Zhu Xuan felt herself relax. I would like some water. Wang Ma was momentarily taken aback by this request. You need water to drink. I shall pour you a glass right away. Would you prefer it cold or warm? We also have red tea, orange juice, coconut milk, and other beverages. Zhu Xuan was momentarily stunned, her cheeks puffing up as she felt a bit flustered. Unsure of how to respond, Wang Ma patiently waited. Finally, Zhu Xuan managed to say, I would like the water from the refrigerator. Although Wang Ma was puzzled, she still opened the fridge for Zhu Xuan. Miss Zhu, the water is right here. Please come and choose. Zhu Xuan sighed in relief and happily approached the refrigerator. Inside, not only was there water, but also a plethora of beverages and milk. She was taken aback. She had never seen such a variety of drinks, especially in vibrant colors. Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled, pondering that the colorful drinks must be delightful. As her master had only ever offered her clear water. Miss Zhu, what are you doing? Wang Ma observed her with amusement. Are you interested in trying some drinks? Zhu Xuan, unaccustomed to unexpected interactions, felt her cheeks flush again. Nervously stammering, I can choose for myself. Thank you, Wang Ma. Take your time, Miss Zhu, Wang Ma said, smiling as she returned to her tasks. Once Zhu Xuan noticed the attention had shifted away from her, she finally relaxed. She pondered what kind of water the flowers in the garden desired. Her gaze fell upon the green onions growing on the windowsill. They seemed to indicate that they wanted the water from the blue glass bottle on the third tier. The green onions appeared to understand her purpose, providing her with the answer without her needing to ask. Zhu Xuan felt a sense of accomplishment and couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, the green onions became flustered and swayed. Their tones somewhat dreamy. You bamboo, you look quite lovely when you smile. Taken aback, Zhu Xuan beamed even wider. The green onions fell silent, their swaying becoming more pronounced. Zhu Xuan grabbed several bottles of water from the blue glass tier. Managing to carry 2 in one hand while cradling a few more in her arms, with such an armful of bottles, she wobbled her way back, leaving the refrigerator door ajar. Wang Ma blinked in surprise before hastily walking over to close the refrigerator door. Then inquired, Miss Zhu, why are you carrying so many bottles of water? Zhu Xuan paused, then bit her lip and softly replied, I want to drink that. Oh, I see. Perhaps Miss Zhu wishes to take a few bottles to her room at once. Wang Ma surmised. Zhu Xuan struggled to transport the water to the glass greenhouse. Bamboo, you have finally returned. Why are you carrying so many bottles of water? This water is quite precious, you know. Generally, only the master of this house is allowed to drink it. You should return some before they scold you. Wait, Bamboo has only been here for a few days. She should also be considered part of this family. Zhu Xuan stared blankly at the water in her hands. Am I not allowed to share this with you? Not exactly. We only had it by chance when young Master Fong could not finish his drink and poured it into the flower bed. However, the gardener typically does not allow us to drink this water, as it is reserved for the estate's master. The flowers in the glass greenhouse chimed in, explaining in a flurry. Zhu Xuan squatted down and placed the glass bottles on the ground. It's all right. I will just open one bottle for you to taste. She twisted open a bottle and poured a small amount into a designated area. Zhu Xuan, what are you doing? The thunderous voice startled her, nearly causing the glass bottle to slip from her grip and crash to the ground. Slowly, she turned her head toward the source of the voice that a tall young man, clad in a white and blue baseball uniform, stood at the entrance of the glass house, his expression fierce, that he nearly 1.9 meters tall. He possessed strikingly handsome features, with slightly raised brows that enhanced his charm. His eyes sparkled like stars, as if capable of captivating anyone's heart. His straight nose and thin, well-formed lips framed a distinctly defined jawline. His dark hair glimmered with a hint of gold under the sunlight, suggesting he may have just returned from a workout. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead, radiating an aura of youthful vitality, the very essence that enamored girls. Ding! Key character Fong Qiyan has made his entrance. Fong Qiyan, the only son of the esteemed Fong family. The future heir, revered by all in the circle, that he has been a prodigy since childhood, possessing exceptional looks and abilities, yet he despises the superstitions held by the elders of his family, firmly adhering to materialism. Since your arrival, he has viewed you as the sole blemish in his life, seeking to trouble you at every turn, displaying an unreasonably hostile attitude in hopes of dissuading your aspirations of becoming his wife. Overwhelmed by this lengthy introduction, Zhu Xuan sat on the ground, her mind swirling as Fong Qian approached, towering over her. She looked up, her round eyes wide and bright, the double eyelid folds overlapping. Noticing her dazed expression, Fang Qian couldn't help but wrinkle his brow in disdain before flashing a bright smile. Opening his mouth wide to question, "Are you deaf? I'm asking you a question." And this time, the voice was even louder than before. It was evident from Zhu Xuan's natural tone that she was being insulted. She slightly furrowed her slender brows, and her nose crinkled in response to, "I was here watering the flowers." Fang Qian glanced at the pile of drinking water that had rolled onto the ground, and then at Zhu Xuan, who was squatting with a serious expression that he swallowed hard, disbelief etched on his face, and said, "Are you messing with me abstractly?" Zhu Xuan's expression was blank, and after a long pause, she made an effort to display a look of confusion. As if a question mark had appeared on her face, she secretly complained to the system. "What he said is so profound, I can't understand it. It's fine. You don't need to comprehend it. Just let the foolish dog bark." Zhu Xuan nodded, "All right." Noticing that Zhu Xuan had fallen silent again, Fang Qian, with a hint of impatience, continued, "If you're going to water the flowers, then water them. Why use drinking water? Do you know how much this water costs per bottle? Oh, wait, you shouldn't even be watering the flowers. That's the gardener's job, that you're such a fool. What if you miscalculate the amount of water and end up killing the flowers? These plants were bought with great expense by my mother from Zinco Star." Finally, a semblance of shock appeared on Zhu Xun's typically expressionless face that he actually insulted me. And how could I possibly kill the flowers? They are my friends. Unfortunately, your relationship is currently strained. He often berates you. Zhu Xun puffed out her cheeks in anger, her face reddening with frustration. After a moment, the system weakly remarked, "But you can't retaliate. He is your target for appeasement. The more he insults you, the more you must please him." Zhu Xun thought, "Forget it. I am a refined bamboo, that I shouldn't stoop to the level of this peculiar young master fawn. I only plan to give them a bottle of water. I won't waste too much of it. I can take the rest back later. That I also won't kill the plants. I understand their habits. I know what they want." That I end her state of anger. Zhu Xuan surprisingly spoke without stuttering, her logic frighteningly clear. Chapter 5. What do I look like? This was something the system had not anticipated, and it gazed at its host with a hint of surprise that IT had assumed that upon hearing such a lengthy statement, the host would be bewildered, forgetting the beginning after the latter part, standing there at a loss for words. Unexpectedly, her performance was commendable. Fang Qian was momentarily taken aback. Zhu Xuan had only been at his home for a few days. Although she often hid in corners to watch him, she rarely dared to speak to him for such an extended duration. Usually, she managed only a few words before her face would turn as red as a boiled shrimp. Sometimes, she was so timid that she would run away, only to return in the evening with a letter of several hundred words, extolling her affection for him, praising his handsomeness and prowess. That IT was enough to make him feel nauseated, and he couldn't help but rub the goosebumps on his skin. He even burned the exquisitely wrapped letter paper, that he wished he could sever the hand that had touched it. Since Zhu Xuan's arrival at his home, she had been pondering daily over what clothes to wear, what necklaces and earrings would look good, and how to style her hair with an air of ethereality. The moment she donned an outfit, she sought various opportunities to flaunt it before him, pretending it was a chance encounter. That IT was utterly vexing for him. Having lived for so many years, he had never encountered such an eccentric person that he had been contemplating finding an opportunity to teach her a lesson. Yet today, she had inexplicably changed her approach. What new tricks did she intend to play? Fang Qian retorted, "What do you want? You've spilled all this water on the ground. Can we even drink it now?" Zhu Xuan looked down at the glass bottle she had placed on the floor. Although the glass greenhouse was cleaned daily, some dust was inevitable. The bottle had just been taken from the refrigerator, and the melted water had indeed picked up some dirt. Aware of her fault, Zhu Xuan silently picked up the glass bottle, wiped it clean with her skirt, and neatly arranged it on the table beside her. "I'll put all the water back in the refrigerator shortly. That it's just a little dirty at the bottom. It hasn't been opened or contaminated, so it's still drinkable." Zhu Xuan's voice had grown softer again. Seeing her submissive demeanor and the lack of flaws in her words, Fang Qian found himself at a loss for a retort, only running his fingers anxiously through his hair. "Why on earth would you use drinking water to water plants? Isn't that akin to taking off your pants to fart? A pointless act." The latter statement was one he couldn't bring himself to say to a girl, so he stifled it in his throat, only managing half of it. Zhu Xuan honestly explained, "Because they said they wanted to drink. They think this water is very tasty." Her expression was earnest, showing no signs of jest. Fong Qian's Adam's apple bobbed, his gaze revealing a faint sense of despair, leaving him utterly speechless. Initially, he had thought this bumpkin was somewhat normal today and capable of verbal communication. However, he now realized he was mistaken. This bumpkin had somehow become even more peculiar, seemingly on the verge of a mental breakdown. Fong Qian, unable to comprehend, felt a profound shock as if he had lost all strength and means that he shook his head, muttering, "I must be an idiot for coming here to talk to you today." After saying this, he drifted away, as though deeply wounded, stumbling a few steps as he went. Zhu Xuan was left perplexed by his strange behavior, forming her first assessment of her future husband. This young Master Fong is truly not a good person. He is not kind at all. Not only does he enjoy insulting others, but he also harbors a petty spirit. The system shared her sentiments but felt compelled to remind the host. However, your persona is one of vanity. The worse he treats you, the more you must showcase your better side to please him and win him over. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xuan furrowed her brows in discomfort. He dislikes me so much. How can I possibly succeed? It's all right. Just take your time and try your best, that if you truly cannot succeed, let it be as it may. Zhu Xuan's expression relaxed slightly at this. Oh, I see. After watering the flowers, Zhu Xuan tossed the remaining unopened bottles of water into the refrigerator. Point 66. What is our first phase task? I've forgotten. Zhu Xuan stood empty-handed, feeling utterly lost at the mention of this question. The system suddenly became animated. Its voice brimmed with excitement and urgency. Host, our current task is for you to quickly become beautiful. Only by transforming your appearance can you more rapidly integrate into the glamorous elite society. Zhu Xuan suddenly realized she had mentioned wanting to see her current appearance. Oh, let's hurry back to the room. Your room is the second one on the third floor. All right. Zhu Xuan ascended the winding, opulent wooden staircase, covered in thick carpets, to the third floor. She pushed open the warm, white double doors and beheld her room for the first time. The Fong family treated her quite well. As a large family, they had indeed prepared everything for her according to the standards of a future daughter-in-law, based on their trust in astrology. After all, the Fong family was not short on money, so they might as well raise her as a daughter before the marriage. This room was incredibly luxurious, predominantly in shades of pink and white. Soft blue sheer curtains adorned the lavish princess bed, which was piled high with thick bedding. That a spacious walk-in closet was filled with various fitted designer dresses, clothing, jewelry, and accessories. The vanity could be considered the most extravagant feature, cluttered with a dazzling array of cosmetics and skincare products. The bathroom was also finely crafted, with an elegantly designed bathtub, toilet, and wash basin. The room was spacious, featuring a balcony bathed in sunlight, with a gentle breeze wafting in. That it was undoubtedly a princess's room. Zhu Xuan had no concept of room design, nor could she say she liked or disliked it. Sitting at the vanity before the large mirror, she scrutinized her reflection. The girl staring back had long bangs that cascaded down to the middle of her back. However, she seemed somewhat malnourished, her hair fine, dull, and lacking vitality. Zhu Xuan picked up a plush headband from the table and gathered her bangs, revealing the true features of this body. Her brows were delicately shaped. Her eyes were moist and beautiful, and her long eyelashes framed her gaze. Her nose was small and well-defined, while her lips, even when not speaking, appeared plump. Chapter 6. Task phase, yet her face lacked fullness, giving her a rather thin appearance. Her skin was not well maintained. Her complexion was sallow and pale, appearing devoid of vitality. As long as I complete the tasks and advance the plot, I can become beautiful. Yes, this transformation is a fundamental change in essence, such as your aura and allure. However, you can currently use artificial methods to enhance your features that in truth, your facial features are already quite exquisite. However, due to various external factors, they cannot be fully appreciated, leading others to perceive you as rather drab and timid. Zhu Xuan nodded, seemingly understanding. Then what do I look like in Fong Qian's eyes? The system presented a photograph. Zhu Xuan gazed curiously at the image. The attire and accessories of the girl in the photograph appeared somewhat blurred. Most of her face was obscured by long hair, her complexion unhealthy, and she looked gaunt. Her features seemed to have been inadequately showcased, leaving the observer devoid of any desire to delve deeper. Zhu Xuan remarked, "Is it truly that exaggerated in Fong Qian's eyes?" Indeed, you have been here for several days. Yet he still does not know what you look like. Just a moment ago, he was conversing with you, yet now he struggles to recall your attire. Host, let us strive to transform ourselves. You must become a stunning beauty, one that captivates all who gaze upon you. Our department of malicious female antagonists boasts exceptional attractiveness. Influenced by this atmosphere, Zhu Xuan clenched her fists with a spirited expression. Wonderful. When I was a bamboo, my master was particularly attentive to my maintenance. Any yellowing leaves were promptly trimmed away, and nutrients and moisture were always provided. Ding. Now initiating phase 1 of the transformation task, the internal and external overhaul. 5 new rules have been established. Rule 1. You must soak in fragrant baths daily, infused with a variety of premium flower petals, essences, and milk, ensuring your skin is as smooth as freshly boiled eggs. Rule 2. You are to observe your appearance at least 10 times daily, regardless of time or place. Rule 3. A designated therapist must come daily to care for your hair, ensuring it is as silky and smooth as satin. Rule 4. You are to apply various skincare products daily, improving your skin's condition to the point that it appears filtered. Rule 5. Elevate your fashion sense. Whenever your preferred brands release appealing clothing, you must purchase them. The price must not fall below 200,000 interstellar coins per item. Supplementary. Should the host fail to adhere to the aforementioned beauty regimen, unforeseen penalties will ensue, including but not limited to a battlefield scenario and point deductions. Ding. Detailed beauty manual issued. Please adhere strictly to the above instructions. Wishing you a swift transformation. The system inundated Zhu Xuan with a plethora of rules, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. Nevertheless, she found such meticulousness beneficial, as it would help her remember. All right, please remind me in the future. Certainly. I shall be your alarm. Zhu Xuan smiled. What about the point deductions mentioned earlier? Points are so important. How can they be deducted? As long as you complete the tasks, you will earn corresponding points. Point deductions can also be offset. Zhu Xuan blinked. At this stage, the host belongs to the beginner level, and the points earned can enhance 4 aspects: appearance value, intelligence value, combat value, and marketplace points. Wow, that sounds fantastic. Zhu Xuan mused, stroking her chin. In that case, I shall allocate all future points towards enhancing my appearance. Very well. Point 66. Could you provide me with some suggestions? I am unsure where to start. Zhu Xuan expressed her distress by twirling her long hair with her fingers. First, you must begin with your hairstyle. Seek out a hair salon and have them tidy up your hair. All right. She prepared to head out. Wait, do you have money? Do you know where the salon is? Zhu Xuan froze. Money? Where's the salon? Noticing the bewildered expression on the host's face, the system realized it had made the right reminder. Log into your smart brain. Your parents provided you with some pocket money when they brought you back. Zhu Xuan summoned her smart brain, a sophisticated device gifted by the Fong family. Having spent so much time with her master, she had absorbed a wealth of knowledge. She understood what a smart brain was and some basic functionalities. 3 followed by 6 zeros. Zhu Xuan counted on her fingers, then gazed up in astonishment. Point 66. There are 3 million in this device. That's correct. This is the living allowance provided by Madame Fong for this month. Zhu Xuan nodded, still in a daze. Oh, how many haircuts can I get with 3 million? You can get as many as you desire. Zhu Xuan scratched her head. Oh, well, 3 million sounds like a lot. It's definitely beyond the standard allowance for an ordinary person, so that's how it is. Every time I see the documents on my master's desk, they always have so many zeros, certainly more than 6. It seems your master must be a significant businessman. Zhu Xuan's face lit up with pride as she spoke of her master. Indeed, not only is he exceptionally handsome, but he is also incredibly intelligent. However, he is perpetually occupied with endless meetings and unending paperwork. The system, intrigued, inquired, "Do you think your master is more handsome than Fong Qian?" Zhu Xuan displayed a look of exasperation. Of course, my master is far more attractive. Their styles may differ, but I still prefer my master. Oh, now you have piqued my curiosity. Zhu Xuan tilted her head, speaking in a clear tone. If the opportunity arises, I will introduce you to him. Zhu Xuan meandered to the grand iron gates of the Fong Manor. The security guard, upon recognizing her, inquired, "Miss Zhu, do you need to go out?" Zhu Xuan nodded shyly. "Would you like a hovercraft to take you?" Zhu Xuan examined the map she had just learned to use and deemed it necessary to take the hovercraft, as the nearest salon was quite far. "Yes, I need it. Chapter 7. Enjoying milk tea, the guard used his communicator to summon a hovercraft. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Xuan spotted a hovercraft approaching. Miss Zhu, the hovercraft has arrived. You may tell driver Wang your destination. Thank you, uncle. The guard, taken aback, was unable to respond before Zhu Xuan had already boarded the vehicle and departed. He scratched his head, wondering when Miss Zhu had become so polite. Zhu Xuan was swiftly delivered to her destination. After listening to her requests, the hairstylist began designing her hairstyle. Zhu Xuan trembled slightly in her seat as she watched the stylist wielding large scissors above her head. The system was nearly in stitches at her expression. Little girl, you are quite pretty. It is merely your hairstyle that has been a detriment. Today, I must transform you into a beauty. Zhu Xuan could only nod and express her gratitude in a daze. After an hour of transformation, Zhu Xuan emerged with a new hairstyle. Her previously unruly hair was now neatly arranged, and her bangs were no longer heavy and chaotic. The new hairstyle unveiled her entire face, eliciting a flicker of astonishment from the stylist. If only your skin were a touch fairer, you would be even more stunning. Zhu Xuan puffed her cheeks in appreciation, stating, Thank you, the haircut is wonderful. The stylist smiled. That has little to do with me. It is primarily due to your good foundation. After settling the bill, Zhu Xuan prepared to return. After such a long time out, don't you want to explore a bit? Wasn't it boring being confined in one place as a bamboo? Zhu Xuan glanced around, pouting, what is there to enjoy? In truth, she felt a bit intimidated by the crowd and wished to return to her cozy spot. This is a bustling commercial district filled with delightful food and entertainment. The system remarked, swallowing hard. Look over there. They sell milk tea. You haven't tried it yet, have you? You could buy a cup. Zhu Xuan's interest was piqued as she gazed at the cozy little shop nearby. She dashed inside and ordered a thick taro milk tea. After inserting a straw and taking a sip, her eyes widened in delight as she quickly took another generous gulp, chewing on the chewy taro balls. Her eyes sparkled like stars. Wow, system, this is incredibly delicious. I had a feeling you would enjoy it. Zhu Xuan beamed with joy. I want to buy another cup for my master. That may not be necessary. Your master likely does not enjoy such things. The system envisioned her master as a domineering figure of sorts. Zhu Xuan recalled that her master seemed to prefer less sweetness. She rolled her eyes, suddenly reminded of her task. How about I get a cup for Fang Qian instead? That would not be impossible. I just have a hunch that Fang Qian might not enjoy it much either. I will buy it for him when I return. The staff just reminded me that hot drinks must be consumed promptly or will affect the flavor. All right, would you like to sit at the dessert shop next door? There are plenty of delicious treats there. Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she immediately clutched her milk tea and scurried over in a cheerful manner. She found a seat by the window and was promptly presented with a menu by a waiter. Zhu Xuan scanned the options and selected a few delectable items that caught her eye. A soybean milk custard tart, a taro mousse tart, a serving of tiramisu, and a scoop of matcha ice cream. When the desserts arrived, she was momentarily taken aback by the generous portions. Having just consumed a cup of milk tea, she already felt somewhat full. With such an abundance before her, she knew she would not be able to finish everything. Furrowing her brow, Zhu Xuan hastily devoured the matcha ice cream, followed by a soybean milk custard tart. After indulging in these 3 items, she felt so satiated that she could hardly move, slumped in her chair. She panted, I've ordered too much, I simply cannot finish it. The system gazed longingly at the remaining tart and tiramisu, wishing to manifest physically and savor them. Why not pack them to take home? After all, we shouldn't let them go to waste. Zhu Xuan rubbed her belly, preparing to agree, thinking she could bring them back for Fang Qian a tea that moment. A server approached with a glass of water. This was the dessert shop's standard service. Should a guest order too many sweets, the establishment would provide plain water to cleanse the palate. Zhu Xuan was momentarily stunned as she took a few small sips. The server was quite tall, approximately 1.9 meters and strikingly handsome, yet his expression was chillingly aloof, as if shrouded in frost. His thin lips were pressed tightly together, and his sharp jawline was perpetually tense. Just as he turned to leave, Zhu Xuan grasped his wrist. The server lifted his gaze to meet hers. Zhu Xuan instinctively flinched at his cold demeanor. A monotonous, emotionless voice inquired, How may I assist you? Zhu Xuan shook her head and replied softly, Thank you for the water. I have 2 desserts here that I haven't touched. I would like to offer them to you. Xin Yunxing was taken aback. He realized the girl seemed to have misunderstood the situation. The water was not his gift, but rather a courtesy from the establishment. However, one would expect a reasonable person to understand. Out of duty, he felt compelled to explain, but she had already hurriedly departed, seemingly preoccupied with something else, leaving behind 2 lonely desserts on the table. Shin Yinqing narrowed his eyes, allowing the desserts to remain untouched. Although she offered him sweets, she did not request his contact information. In fact, there had been many who frequented the shop, seeking his details. Zhu Shui's behavior struck him as peculiar, prompting his overthinking. The reason Zhu Shuin had rushed away was that she had just remembered her milk tea was ready. While indulging in her desserts, she had learned how to place orders online. After finishing her sweets, she would be able to retrieve her milk tea. Why did you just give away your unfinished desserts to that server? The system mused. The server was quite nice. He also provided me with a glass of water when I really needed it. The tart is warm, while the tiramisu is cold. Bringing them back would alter their taste. So I thought it best to give them to him. Although the water was prepared by the establishment, not personally offered by the server, Zhu Shuin was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Oh, I see." She scratched her head and added, "Then I'll give them to him. I can't eat any more anyway, that it's better than letting them go to waste." The system remained silent, seemingly in agreement with her reasoning. Chapter 8. A request at the dinner table. After receiving her milk tea, Zhu Shuin settled into the car. Driver Wang observed her new hairstyle and smiled kindly. "Miss Zhu, so today you intended to get a haircut?" Zhu Shuin nodded with her milk tea in hand, appearing quite obedient. She engaged in conversation earnestly, even in response to such casual inquiries. She never played with her smart device or communication tools. Nor did she engage in other distractions. Driver Wang then noticed the milk tea Zhu Shuin was holding and remarked, "Miss Zhu, having just arrived, you should go out and enjoy yourself more. My daughter also loves milk tea." Suddenly, a look of regret crossed Zhu Shuin's face as she thumped her head lightly. "Oh dear, how could I forget? I should have brought some milk tea for Driver Wang, the security guard, and Aunt Wang too. They have all been so kind and helpful to me." Zhu Shuin's voice was faint as she added, "Uncle Driver, I'll bring you a cup next time. This one is for Fong Qian." Driver Wang was momentarily taken aback. Miss Zhu was exceptionally polite. Moreover, this cup of milk tea was intended for the young master. Recalling the young master's notorious temper, Driver Wang couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for Zhu Shuin. He softened his tone and gently advised, "Miss Zhu, if the young master says anything unpleasant, please do not take it to heart, that he may just be unfamiliar with you. His true nature isn't bad." Zhu Shuin, caught off guard, emitted a nasally sound of understanding. Driver Wang couldn't help but sigh. Such a wonderful girl had been abandoned in an orphanage. What a world we live in. Upon returning to the Fong residence, Zhu Shuin ventured to find Fong Qian with her milk tea in hand. His room was located on the 4th floor, which was entirely designated for him, containing not only his bedroom, but also his study, gaming room, and collection room. The moment Zhu Shuin stepped onto the 4th floor, her mouth fell open in awe and remained agape for quite some time. The decor of the 4th floor was entirely distinct from that of the lower levels, which maintained a conventional style befitting a villa. In contrast, the 4th floor featured an open layout with a futuristic design that resonated with the essence of the era. Where's Fong Qian's room? I don't see it anywhere. I suddenly recall that he seems to dislike others entering his territory casually. Perhaps we shouldn't proceed further. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shuin dared not take another step forward. She quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice, repeatedly affirming, all right, we won't go up, but I'll just wait for him here on the stairs." The system initially intended to suggest that Zhu Shuin return to her room for some rest, but it suddenly realized that this might better showcase her sincerity. Thus, it restrained itself from interjecting and acquiesced to her decision. Time passed, and Zhu Shuin, cradling her milk tea, nearly drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "What the?" She jolted awake and turned her gaze to see Fong Qian, instantly breaking into a bright smile. Fong Qian, his expression unreadable, thought to himself, "Ah, it's this unsophisticated girl that I almost mistook her for a mushroom growing on the stairs." Fong Qian was momentarily distracted by her smile. His first thought was how her hairstyle had changed. Indeed, it appeared far more pleasant than before. His second observation was that her teeth were remarkably white, like neatly arranged pieces of white jade. However, upon realizing his thoughts, Fong Qian's expression darkened. He inquired, somewhat brusquely, "What are you doing squatting at the stairwell?" Zhu Xuan promptly extended her milk tea to Fang Qian, presenting it as if offering a treasure. That I got a haircut today and enjoyed some milk tea. That tea tasted wonderful, so I brought you a cup. Zhu Xuan recited her prepared lines with precision and clarity. Fang Qian was initially taken aback, then looked at the cup of milk tea with disdain. What brand of milk tea is this? I don't like that overly sweet stuff. Zhu Xuan was momentarily bewildered, staring at Fang Qian in disbelief. How could anyone not like milk tea? All right, just take it back and enjoy it yourself. I want tea, drink it. With that, he circumvented Zhu Xuan and descended the stairs. Zhu Xuan puffed up her cheeks, feeling somewhat deflated. Fine, I'll just drink it myself. Embracing her milk tea, she returned to her room. For the entire afternoon, she pondered how to navigate her smart device and utilize the communication tools. It wasn't until the evening that a servant called her to join the family for dinner. This was Zhu Xuan's first encounter with Mr. Fang and Mrs. Fang. Both were strikingly handsome, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. Complemented by the sharpness characteristic of business professionals, Mr. Fang possessed piercing eyes and an exceptionally attractive appearance. Even in his 40s, he retained his youthful charm. That it was evident that he commanded respect in the business world. Mrs. Fang, equally impressive, donned a pragmatic and minimalist attire, distinctly different from the typical appearance of a wealthy matriarch. Fang Qian had inherited the finest traits from both parents, making him the most striking member of the family. As Zhu Xuan observed this formidable family, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her, overwhelmed by their presence. She hurried to her seat, sitting up straight and placing her hands obediently on her knees. Considering her current situation, it was prudent to display some decorum. Moreover, she sought to earn the favor of Mrs. Fang and Mr. Fang, as this was part of her mission. Thus, suppressing her slight trepidation, she greeted them sweetly. Good evening, Mr. Fang, Mrs. Fang. Though Mrs. Fang and Mr. Fang had brought her back from the orphanage, they had not explicitly defined how she should address them. She had been there for several days, referring to them simply as Mrs. Fang and Mr. Fang. That Mrs. Fang regarded Zhu Xuan with a hint of surprise. She could see that a few days prior, Zhu Xuan would greet them, but her demeanor had been marked by more embarrassment and discomfort. Now, however, it had transformed into timidity and sincerity. The well-timed greetings and expressions greatly enhanced the overall atmosphere. Mrs. Fang couldn't help but soften her expression and inquired, Your hairstyle looks lovely today. When did you get it done? Just this morning. This hairstyle suits you well. Zhu Xuan, taken aback, replied, Thank you, Mrs. Fang. At that moment, Mr. Fang also lifted his gaze, expressing concern. Have you been comfortable at Fang's these past few days? Zhu Xuan nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Yes. Very comfortable. That Mr. Fang responded with a nonchalant tone. If you need anything, feel free to tell Butler Zhang. That Mrs. Fang smiled, adding, Consider this place your home. Chapter 9. Dinner. Zhu Xuan felt a surge of emotion. She believed everyone in the world was inherently good. However, Fang Qian could only be regarded as a half-good person. Given how kind Mr. and Mrs. Fang were to him, she felt compelled to repay their kindness. Zhu Xuan's excitement led her to clench her fists in determination. The system was charmed by its host's adorableness, yet it couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. How could such a kind and lovely person become a villain? It seemed their dismal performance record would likely hit rock bottom again. Nevertheless, he found joy in the process of his work. Fang Qian, meanwhile, was silently shoveling food into his mouth, showing no intention of participating in the conversation. That he disliked Zhu Xuan, a sentiment that both Mr. and Mrs. Fang were well aware of, and they refrained from pressuring him to speak. Xuan, in a few days, you'll be starting school. Take some time to adjust your state of mind. Zhu Xuan blinked her eyes. Okay, ding. A time-limited task is issued. Please request from Mrs. Fang that a hair care specialist and a masseuse come to your home daily to assist you in becoming more beautiful as soon as possible. She scratched her head, pondering how to articulate her request. Mrs. Fang noticed that she seemed to have something to say and gently prompted, Zhu Xuan's cheeks flushed as she bit her lip and voiced a request. Mrs. Fang, I would like a hair care specialist and a masseuse to come to the house every day. The three members of the Fang family at the dining table were taken aback by her words. Fang Qian's face reflected disbelief and disdain. How had he not noticed that Zhu Xuan had such a thick skin? So quickly, she was trying to take advantage of their kindness, without a hint of embarrassment. Is Xuan looking to pamper herself? Mrs. Fang couldn't help but ask. Zhu Xuan nodded, her face still flushed, and presented her prepared explanation. I feel too dull right now and wish to look better. I promise to study etiquette diligently in the future and never give anyone a reason to dislike me. The sincerity and purity reflected in her blush made it clear to others that she genuinely harbored these thoughts. She simply did not want to disgrace her current family. That Mrs. Fong was moved. Zhu Xuan had grown up in the orphanage, naturally lacking proper education and the opportunity to care for herself adequately. Her skin was not in the best condition, and her hair was fine and lacking luster. That in her eyes, she appeared a bit sallow and malnourished. Though she had no daughter, she had always longed for one. If she had a daughter who looked like this, her heart would ache unbearably. Moreover, having heard from Wang Ma and driver Wang that Zhu Xuan seemed quite polite, treating them well without a trace of disrespect. Mrs. Fong revealed a gentle smile, a rare expression for her. Her tone softened. All right, I will arrange it for tonight. Zhu Xuan felt a rush of surprise and delight. Her long eyelashes fluttered like a long-tailed butterfly, captivating those around her. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Fong. Zhu Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, never anticipating that her task would be accomplished so easily. She couldn't help but exclaim to herself that Mrs. Fong was truly a wonderful person. However, the path forward was not without obstacles. Fong Qian looked at his mother in shock, then at Zhu Xuan, who was grinning like a fool, and finally at his father, who remained composed. What was going on? Just a couple of days ago, his mother had told him to treat Zhu Xuan as if she were invisible if he didn't like her. How had her attitude changed so swiftly? Fong Qian clicked his tongue. You don't need to force a change. After all, the foundation is still there, and no matter what superficial gestures you make, it won't alter your appearance. That IT will be time-consuming and labor-intensive, without achieving the desired effect. Zhu Xuan stared at Fong Qian, her eyes clear and innocent. She genuinely did not understand the meaning behind his words. Could you repeat that? Fong Qian picked up a silver fork and nonchalantly popped a piece of steak into his mouth, adding casually, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You are indeed considered unattractive within our circle. Zhu Xuan thought to herself, so that's what he meant. Good thing I didn't ask just now. That Mrs. Fong disapproved of Fong Qian's remarks and shot him a disapproving glance. Fong Qian feigned ignorance. Zhu Xuan silently continued eating her meal, fearing she might lose her temper and scold Fong Qian. This young Master Fong was truly a troublesome person. Now he had escalated his disdain to personal attacks against her. Mrs. Fong found it difficult to change her son's opinion in the immediate moment. She felt helpless. The elder had arranged a marriage for her son, driven by superstition. She understood all too well that failing to pursue one's own happiness is a painful ordeal. However, being the younger generation, they could not oppose his wishes outright. Therefore, she had always felt a sense of guilt towards her son, often indulging him excessively. That Mr. Fong set down his utensils and gently patted Mrs. Fong's back. He glanced at his son, who was in the prime of his youth, possessing a face capable of captivating women from across the empire. The number of women vying for his affection was countless. If he didn't encounter someone he truly liked, marrying Zhu Xuan would be a viable option, providing her with a respectable life at home while he could still indulge in his own pursuits outside. However, if he did meet a girl he genuinely cared for, the situation would become complicated. Feeling somewhat exhausted, Mrs. Fong decided to change the subject. Xuan, how were your grades at your previous school? Zhu Xuan replied. I actually don't know about the original owner's past experiences. System, what were my grades like? The original owner had attended a girls' school in the town where the orphanage was located, living under a boarding system. Yet, she had never focused on her studies, always contemplating how to be adopted by a wealthy family. Zhu Xuan nodded in understanding. Thus, the original owner's grades must have been poor. But she was different. She was not the original owner. Zhu Xuan puffed out her chest and confidently declared, My grades are quite good. Learning shouldn't be too difficult, right? I will study diligently, unlike the original owner who didn't focus on her studies. My grades will surely improve quickly. Zhu Xuan radiated an air of mysterious confidence about her future academic performance. That moment, the system found itself at a loss for words. Well, it felt that the host should be less capable in every regard, considering she had never truly studied before. Additionally, the host appeared somewhat daft, often lost in thought. That it seemed doubtful she could excel academically. Chapter 10. Petal bath. After hearing Zhu Xuan's words, Mrs. Fong felt reassured. All right, the school you will be attending is St. Lisa Nobility Academy, where the academic intensity is quite high. I was worried you might struggle to adapt, that if you need help, I will arrange for a tutor. Zhu Xuan opened her sparkling eyes and nodded enthusiastically. No, Mom. Let's not. Does she look like someone who can handle it? Fong Qian's voice trailed off, but everyone understood the implication. Most students at St. Lisa were exceptionally talented. Akin to hexagonal warriors. What could she possibly know? Mrs. Fong cast a disapproving glance at her son. Fong Qian's words were overly blunt and could hurt a girl's self-esteem. She turned back to Zhu Xuan, saying, as long as Xuan wants to learn, I will find her a teacher. Zhu Xuan, entirely unfazed, nodded in agreement. Yes, thank you, Mrs. Fong. Fong Qian shifted his gaze elsewhere, disinterested. Qian, when Xuan starts school, make sure to look after her. If she struggles, you must help her. Fong Qian dropped his chopsticks into his plate with a loud clatter. Incredulity etched across his face as he looked at his mother, exclaiming dramatically, Mom, are you trying to make me embarrass myself in front of everyone? Upon hearing Fong Qian's blunt words, Mr. Fong's expression darkened, and he said sternly, Qian. Fong Qian fell silent, placing his chopsticks down with a hint of frustration. I'm done eating. Afterwards, he seemed unable to remain here for even a moment longer and promptly retreated to his room. Zhu Xuan lowered her head, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face. Her journey to strategize was fraught with challenges that Mrs. Fong, feeling fatigued, also excused herself from the dining table. Naturally, Mr. Fong followed suit. The meal concluded with an air of discontent, leaving Zhu Xuan awkwardly seated alone at the table, confronted by an array of exquisite culinary delights. However, she was rather hungry and seized the opportunity to indulge. Zhu Xuan stuffed her mouth with the chef's steamed, glutinous rice balls, her cheeks puffing up as she chewed. Host, your psychological resilience is quite impressive, the system remarked, as a glistening sheen of oil appeared around her lips. Did I tea this? She lifted her head in a daze. Is it really that delicious? Zhu Xuan nodded, exclaiming, indeed, the Fong family's kitchen is exceptional. Human food is delightful. She continued to munch away. Oh, how I wish to taste it, she suddenly mused, curiosity piqued about the true form of the system. Since her essence was bamboo, what could the essence of the system be? 66, what exactly are you? Zhu Xuan inquired after swallowing her food. What sort of question is that, host? Are you attempting to offend me? Just as my essence is bamboo, the system stumbled momentarily, realizing that Zhu Xuan was merely asking innocently. In fact, corresponding points can be exchanged for skins that I am currently in my most primitive state. After this revelation, the system presented a plethora of avatars. These avatars were displayed within small, intricate boxes, each appearing remarkably lifelike. Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed upon a particularly adorable object, her heart nearly melting. She had no resistance to cute things. Among the avatars were fluffy mushroom-shaped balls, four-leaf clovers, and an array of charming little dogs, cats, rabbits, and turtles. Each avatar appeared small and plump, exuding an endearing charm. Zhu Xuan's eyes lit up, her voice brimming with excitement. 66. Rest assured, once I earn enough points, I will definitely exchange for a skin for you. Roar. The system felt a surge of joy, unable to contain itself as it rolled around in Zhu Xuan's mind. Zhu Xuan had already begun to fantasize about what kind of avatar to choose. Initially, she desired the chubby little dog. It would be even better if she could hold it in her arms. After satisfying her hunger, Zhu Xuan took a bath and went to bed. She had been thoroughly exhausted after being created thrice by Fong Qian in a single day and nearly collapsed in a slumber the moment she touched her bed. In the following days, she had no intention of trying to please Fong Qian during her rest periods. Zhu Xuan stayed cooped up in her room for 2 days, diligently following the system's task instructions. Mrs. Fong's efficiency was remarkable. By the next day, a massage therapist and a hair care specialist arrived at her doorstep. Zhu Xuan eagerly sought out the butler. Butler, I need a large quantity of fragrant petals and some milk. Zhu Xuan spoke timidly to the stern-faced butler. The butler, tall and slender, donned a meticulously tailored black tailcoat that he activated a virtual screen and quickly recorded Zhu Xuan's requests. Petal varieties for bathing: Imperial Rose, Damascus Rose, New White City Jasmine, Roman Princess Rose, Swedish Queen, Roman Bride, Princess Margaret, Pure White Camellia, German Chamomile, Fantasy Purple Orchid, Dying Wells Yoshino Cherry, White Crane Plant, and Powder Leaf. Miss Zhu, these bathing petals will arrive at the manor in 1 hour. All have been freshly picked within 3 hours and washed with clean water. Zhu Shuyin beamed sweetly at the butler, saying, "Thank you, butler." The butler responded with a perfectly composed smile, revealing a full set of 8 teeth. Upon descending the stairs, Fang Qian noticed the butler busily directing staff to transport items. He squinted, realizing that the items were exquisitely packaged petals. Stunned, he asked the butler, "What is all this commotion about?" The butler, maintaining a serious demeanor, reported, "Young master, these are the petals Miss Zhu requested." Fang Qian grew increasingly puzzled, exclaiming, "What on earth does she need so many petals for?" The entire manor was now suffused with a rich fragrance emanating from the diverse flower varieties. Fang Qian couldn't suppress a sneeze, rubbing his nose. The butler replied without a flicker of emotion, "Miss Zhu intends to take a flower petal bath, requiring 10 different types of petals, along with milk, essential oils, and so forth." Upon hearing this, Fang Qian's expression twisted into one of incredulity. That moment, he felt, indeed, that the unattractive often brought forth more trouble. Zhu Shuyin was being rather ostentatious. He pinched his nose in distaste and promptly stepped outside for some fresh air. Staying indoors any longer felt unbearable. He felt as though his nose might fail him. What a spectacle this was! Was this not his home? Now he had to leave. With a scowl, Fang Qian donned his gear and headed to his childhood friend Song Xinrui's house. He couldn't bear to stay in that wretched place for even a second longer. Meanwhile, Zhu Shuyin was diligently following the instructions from her beauty manual. She directed the maid Xiaoyan to sprinkle petals into the rose-gold bathtub. "Xiaoyan, we must scatter them across every inch of the water's surface. Of course, Miss Zhu. Have you already added the milk and essence?" "Yes, Mississippi MM. Thank you." Chapter 11. Hair Care and Hand Treatment. Xiaoyan, taken aback by the attention, waved her hands. "Miss, the bathtub is all set. I'll go fetch the massage therapist now." Zhu Shuyin blushed, saying, "All right. Wait, Xiaoyan, I'd like some fruit." Xiaoyan giggled, her expression revealing understanding. "We received a shipment of fresh fruit this morning. I'll bring some from the kitchen." Shortly thereafter, the kitchen staff prepared a plate of fruit slices and a bowl of yogurt for Zhu Shuyin. Before long, a beautifully arranged platter of fruit and a charming bowl of yogurt appeared on the horizontal shelf above the bathtub, filled with oranges, tangerines, peaches, bayberries, and pineapples. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyan, she had also brought a yellow rubber duck toy for Zhu Shuyin. The little duck could float on the water's surface, reminiscent of the toys children enjoy during bath time. Zhu Shuyin's eyes brightened, and she reached out to squeeze the little duck. It was clear that she adored this toy. Xiaoyan, grinning widely, hurried outside to chat with her friends. "Ah, you wouldn't believe it. Miss Zhu is truly adorable." "Are you sure? When I did her hair the other day, she was quite haughty." The maid Xiaoye expressed skepticism. "Her attitude wasn't great when I helped her with her clothes," added Xiaoming, equally unconvinced. Xiaoyan felt a bit conflicted, "But today, she was really nice. She even said thank you to me. She was awful just a couple of days ago, yet suddenly she's changed," remarked Xiaoli. Zhu Shuyin slipped out of her clothes and entered the bathtub to soak. The massage therapist was exceptionally professional, attending to her acupressure points while explaining how to wash for maximum effect. Zhu Shuyin diligently noted everything down in her little notebook. After indulging in a floral bath for nearly 2 hours, she changed into skin-friendly silk pajamas and allowed Xiaoming to prepare a face mask for her. The pure white essence of the mask was gently applied across her entire face. Zhu Shuyin exhaled deeply. "Ah, while this is quite comfortable, it is truly tiring." Once Xiaoming finished, she departed. The remainder of the time was dedicated to her hair. The hair care specialist had been waiting patiently. She first concocted a bowl of black sesame, barley, red date, and walnut paste in the kitchen. When Zhu Shuyin, wearing thick-soled slippers and still donning her face mask, descended the stairs, the hair care specialist presented her with the warm grain paste. "Miss Zhu, please have a bowl of this first." Holding the warm paste, Zhu Shuyin settled on the sofa, sipping it slowly. The hair care specialist prepared a platform, and after Zhu Shuyin finished, she lay down on it, allowing the specialist to tend to her hair and wash it. The entire process was immensely soothing. Zhu Shuyin's expression softened, her demeanor incredibly endearing. Her scalp was massaged with great care, accompanied by melodious, ethereal sounds. The hair care specialist also lit fragrant incense. The entire hair care session lasted 4 hours. Zhu Shuyin dozed off in the recliner, during which Xiaoming came to remove her face mask. When she awoke, her hair was completely dry. Zhu Shuyin ran her fingers through her soft and smooth hair, feeling as though it had improved since yesterday. Wow, this is truly remarkable. Zhu Xuan had finally completed her tasks and was ready to have some fun. Ding, a notification chimed. Host, please apply a hand mask as per beauty protocol number 2. Zhu Xuan replied, all right, I thought I was done. She called out as Xiaoming, Xiaoming, Xiaoming. Upon hearing her call, Xiaoming quickly approached. Miss, what do you need? Zhu Xuan smiled shyly, saying, Xiaoming, could you please help me prepare a hand mask? Xiaoxi nodded slightly and brought a pile of equipment to this place. Zhu Xuan lounged in a rattan chair, her delicate white legs swaying gracefully in the air. She lowered her head as Xiaoxi meticulously applied a treatment to her hands. Zhu Xuan's hands were small and somewhat wrinkled, her slender wrists evoking a sense of pity. After finishing, Xiaoxi adorned her hands with a pair of oversized pink gloves. Miss Zhu, when the time comes, I will assist you in removing the gloves. Zhu Xuan curiously gazed at her now swollen hands, breaking into a smile. Xiaoxi, you are truly impressive. Xiaoxi hesitated for a moment, humbly replying, it's nothing much. Zhu Xuan shook her head, declaring, from now on, I wish to learn from you. Fang Qian returned to witness this scene. Zhu Xuan, clad in a silk nightgown, sat in the hanging rattan chair, her hands wrapped like Zongzi, seemingly indulging in a hand care routine. He had seen girls do this before, that a luminous screen before her was playing a mindless idle drama, and she was enjoying it immensely. Fang Qian shivered at the sight and promptly departed. Zhu Xuan pretended not to notice Fang Qian. She had important matters at hand, and it should be fine not to seek him out. Right, Ding. Please maintain your character and greet Fang Qian. Zhu Xuan sighed. All right. Fang Qian, you have returned. Fang Qian ignored her, but the memory of being forced to leave home that morning left him grinding his teeth. He walked over, inevitably catching sight of the mindless drama Zhu Xuan was watching, which struck him as rather ridiculous to that moment. He also caught a whiff of her scent, a delightful mix of the floral fragrance he had encountered that morning, mingled with an intriguing aroma that was utterly enchanting. Fang Qian's gaze softened momentarily, but he decided against engaging further and quickly left the area. Zhu Xuan tilted her head, puzzled by Fang Qian's sudden silence. How strange. Why did he come over without saying a word, and then just leave? Fortunately, he departed. He was unlikely to speak anything of substance. Zhu Xuan scratched her head and broke into a silly grin. True, it saves me from having to talk to him. With that, she resumed her place in the hanging chair, engrossed in her show. That night, as she prepared for bed, Zhu Xuan diligently followed the steps from her beauty book, applying an entire regimen of body lotion, utterly exhausted. She couldn't help but vent to the system. Must I perform these rituals every day? It feels so tedious and tiring. System, you wish to become beautiful, and yet you are discontent? Zhu Xuan sheepishly stuck out her tongue, but I don't want to do this every day. If only I could earn points to streamline the process. Zhu Xuan puffed her cheeks in frustration, unable to refrain from muttering. The host is quite adept at wanting to reap the benefits without effort. Chapter 12. Rest card for every 3 days of perseverance. A rest card can be unlocked. Zhu Xuan sprang up from her bed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? How long can I rest? 1 day. Zhu Xuan stroked her chin, contemplating, 1 day is quite nice indeed that I can truly rest. Tomorrow, I shall handle everything in my room. It seems Fang Qian does not want to see me in public. His disdain was palpable today. Host, our villainous supporting role, simply cannot comprehend others' emotions that we must take advantage of our position, flaunt our privilege, bask in the sunlight, and wield our power. The system earnestly advised, striving to teach the host how to be a proper villainess. Zhu Xuan nodded, as if she understood. The next day, she indeed followed the system's advice. However, her inability to perceive facial expressions and her tendency to exert authority were solely directed at Fang Qian, that he found her antics increasingly intolerable, that if every day I come downstairs, you'll be here indulging in skincare, I shall lose my mind, that he sought to provoke her. Why must you do this in the hall? I do not wish to see you. Zhu Xuan, clutching a bowl of yogurt, recalled the system's warning from the previous day. But I do not bathe here. The hair treatments are here, because the equipment is too cumbersome to carry upstairs. She presented a pitiful expression, though her tone suggested stubbornness. Fang Qian had never been bested by anyone before. You do nothing all day. I refuse to believe you lack the time to carry something. Zhu Xuan timidly glanced at Fang Qian. But the hairdresser and I are both girls. We cannot lift this heavy equipment. My arms would surely ache. Feng Qian. When did Zhu Xuan learn to play the victim? This act is unbearable that he had not suggested she move anything. Did she not see the many male servants in the estate? Engaging with her any further would only lead to my own folly. With that, he left, visibly shaken. Zhu Xuan occupied the space, scratching her nose. There was approximately a week remaining before school commenced. Her daily routine had become one of skincare during the day and ample sleep at night. After 3 days, she began to see results. Holding her face in her hands, she felt elated. Each day, the masseuse and hairdresser visited, and Zhu Xuan had seamlessly integrated herself into the Feng household, shedding any previous reservations and embracing her newfound confidence. This pleased the system immensely. However, her inherent laziness soon resurfaced. After 2 days of diligent effort, she suddenly lost motivation. Having unlocked a rest card, she decided to take the day off. Noticing her progress, she abruptly ceased her efforts. The system felt disheartened. When would it witness the host transforming into a fragrant, soft little cake? The transition from frugality to luxury is easy. The reverse is a challenge, that if the host were to rest for a day and then lose all desire to continue. Who would the system turn to for solace? It regretted revealing the existence of the rest card. Zhu Xuan lay languidly in bed, a troubled expression adorning her face. Host, what troubles you? Zhu Xuan's eyes flickered, and she began to sniffle pitifully. Did I truly miss my master? The system found itself at a loss. This was beyond its help. Zhu Xuan secretly opened one eyelid and observed the system's lack of reaction. She then began to cry earnestly. Without seeing my master, I have no motivation to complete my tasks. The system recognized the validity of her statement and the seriousness of the issue as it pertained to their future happiness. Its demeanor shifted instantly. How about I purchase a potion from the system store to help you dream of your master tonight? Zhu Xuan. That is unacceptable, she exclaimed, unable to bear the thought. The system recoiled, realizing the inadequacy of its suggestion. Yet, it found itself without alternatives. That I have gathered some basic information about this world over the past 2 days and discovered that I share the same world as my master. My master's name is Ji Shuzhou, and a search on StarNet yields countless details about him, even matching his photographs. Zhu Xuan spoke with a hint of pride, as if uncovering a monumental secret. The system gasped in shock. Ah, Ji Shuzhou? Zhu Xuan nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Ah. Zhu Xuan detected an unusual tone in the system's voice and inquired, Do you know my master? He is a character within this world's narrative. One of the devoted admirers of the female lead, Ji Chushuan's older brother, that a ruthless businessman. He commands respect in the commercial realm. His influence propelled the Ji family into the upper echelons of high society, establishing them as aristocrats among nobility that no one could fathom Ji Shuzhou's depths. He was, by all accounts, a paragon of perfection. Zhu Xuan listened in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She had always known her master was formidable, but she had not anticipated the extent of his prowess. Moreover, Ji Chushuan was revealed to be the female lead's admirer. As a child, she often saw Ji Chushuan completing homework in Ji Shuzhou's study. Then, can you help me sneak a peek at my master? The system pondered for a moment. Well, theoretically, yes, that I will purchase an invisibility talisman and a teleportation talisman from the system store. Zhu Xuan's eyes widened. Her voice filled with barely contained excitement. Are you suggesting we secretly visit my master? Precisely. Otherwise, if you were to present yourself before him in this guise, he would likely perceive you as a peculiar stranger and dismiss you. The thought of such a possibility saddened Zhu Xuan, but she recognized its truth. All right then, acquiring items from the system store required points. Do I have any points? Ding. Calculating the host's current task points. Points are being computed. Calculation complete. Host Zhu Xuan has accumulated 100 points. Your points are all earned from previous tasks, and they are simply insufficient to purchase these 2 talismans. However, I can lend you a little. Chapter 13. Stealthy Return. Zhu Xuan instantly brightened her eyes, casting aside the fact that her points were lacking. That you're so kind. Thank you. The system cleared its throat twice and advised, just focus on completing tasks well in the future to earn more points. Zhu Xuan nodded earnestly. Yes, I will. The system acted swiftly, almost instantaneously procuring the items, and then transported Zhu Xuan to the estate of her master. It was a vast estate, sprawling with ample space, nestled in a secluded environment. undisturbed and with robust security measures. Located in the heart of the capital, where every inch was precious, it was backed by the renowned Yunwu Mountain, with a serene lake in front, almost entirely shielding it from the cacophony of the imperial city. This residence was undoubtedly the most resplendent entity in the capital. The flora thrived joyously, and the air was refreshingly pure. A rare feng shui treasure, the M.Y. Master-S room was on the second floor. In the main bedroom by the large window, the next moment, Zhu Xuan found herself in Ji Shujo's bedroom. However, he appeared to be absent at the moment. Understanding intuitively, Zhu Xuan hurried to the study connected to the bedroom. Indeed, Ji Shujo was seated in the study. Having not seen her master for 5 days, she felt an overwhelming longing. Zhu Xuan immediately yearned to rest her head on her master's lap, inviting him to stroke her hair. Coincidentally, Ji Shujo was examining a pot of bamboo, which evidently represented Zhu Xuan before she transformed. Zhu Xuan felt an intense dissonance, her soul observing her own body from outside. After her departure, the bamboo seemed unscathed. Its leaves remained vibrantly green, the branches elegantly shaped and stretching freely. Zhu Xuan inhaled deeply, certain that her master had taken good care of her. Oh, how touching! I adore my master. After shedding a few tears, she continued to watch him, realizing that if she didn't take a closer look now, it could be a long time before they met again. However, the more she gazed, the more she sensed something amiss. Previously, when her master looked at her, his gaze was filled with affection, enveloped in a relaxed atmosphere. But now, it was different. He scrutinized the bamboo with a gaze full of icy suspicion, devoid of any trace of past fondness. Zhu Xuan had never seen her master with such an expression, causing her to step back in fright, landing heavily on the plush carpet. What is wrong with my master? Why is he looking at me like that? Perhaps he was not looking at you at all, but rather at the soul currently inhabiting your body. Zhu Xuan seemed not to comprehend the system's words. Remaining frozen in place for a long moment, unable to take further action. System, what are you talking about? Don't scare me for no reason. This is merely my conjecture. Logically, your soul should have departed from your body, leaving it to wither and die. Yet, it appears so vibrantly green, the system continued. Before it could finish, Zhu Xuan's tears fell like raindrops. Her petite shoulders trembled violently, giving the impression that the sky had collapsed. The system, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh dear, why are you crying? Are you implying that my body has been possessed by someone else?" There was a moment of silence from the system, ultimately conceding. Zhu Xuan cried even harder. "Then will I ever have a chance to be with my master again?" The system cleared its throat and composed itself, declaring, "As long as you have sufficient points, nothing is insurmountable." Zhu Xuan clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with unwavering determination that if she previously approached tasks with a lackadaisical attitude, that was no longer the case. The urgency to earn points was unparalleled. Who could have stolen my body? Is it possible that it's the original owner of this body? Zhu Xuan inquired, her tear-filled eyes gazing at the system in confusion. The system could hardly withstand her pleading gaze and hastily responded, "This is merely my theory. I cannot ascertain what exactly resides within your body now." Zhu Xuan's eyes flickered, and with a blink, more tears streamed down her cheeks. "That it's all your fault. System, if you hadn't captured me, I wouldn't be in this predicament." Yet she refused to accept the blame entirely. Zhu Xuan's sorrow was profound, enveloping her in a sea of grief that threatened to drown everyone around her. Ji Shujo's eyes slowly blinked, turning towards the spot where Zhu Xuan stood. Zhu Xuan froze, unable even to cry. She was gripped by fear. Ji Shujo's sharp gaze narrowed slightly, though there was nothing there. He felt an uncanny familiarity accompanied by a deep sorrow. Unaccountably, Ji Shujo felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He instinctively understood that his unease stemmed from the faint sorrow lingering in the air. Zhu Xuan held her breath, overwhelmed by the sensation that her master sensed her presence and approached to investigate. Chapter 14. Accommodation. Ji Shujo remained silent for quite some time before gradually returning to his chair. He ceased to look at the bamboo beside him and busied himself with his own affairs. Zhu Xuan let out a barely audible sigh of relief, then fixated her gaze upon her master's brows and eyes. Perhaps it was an illusion, but although it had only been 3 days, her master seemed to have lost a bit of weight, his complexion appearing paler. Zhu Xuan's heart ached at the sight. Her body instinctively released a pure spiritual energy, filling the air with a refreshing and pleasant fragrance. This aroma invigorated the senses, bringing a sense of tranquility and clarity. The powerful healing force suffused the surrounding air with spiritual abundance, making it exceptionally comfortable for anyone within. It felt as though their soul had been purified and elevated. When she had been in her bamboo form, she had always emitted such a fragrance, which her master cherished while working beside her every day. Ji Shuzhou sensed the familiar scent, his body stiffening momentarily, that he gazed at the lush, graceful bamboo with an inscrutable expression. After a long pause, he sighed, his gaze shifting from suspicion and doubt to something more contemplative, that he then retired to his room to rest, experiencing his first good sleep in 3 days. Despite the bamboo still being present, it felt entirely different, as if it were a new plan altogether. Yet, the surveillance in his home was always operational, and he noticed no abnormalities. That night, just moments ago, the bamboo appeared to have returned to normal. Perhaps he had merely overthought the matter. Zhu Xuan watched her master retreat to his room with a downcast expression. Well, it's good that my master has worked too hard these past few days. Showing signs of fatigue under his eyes, it's rare for him to rest early. Now that he has left, should we return? Yes, let us go back. Zhu Xuan glanced back repeatedly, her tone clearly tinged with dissatisfaction. The system fell silent for a moment, resisting the urge to indulge her unintentional pout, and promptly transported her back to the Fong residence. Zhu Xuan quickly added, wait, how about I take a few more pictures of my master? There are so few photos of him online. I can only find 1 or 2, which is hardly enough. Zhu Xuan's hands poked together excitedly. The system, feeling utterly drained from her enthusiasm, reluctantly agreed. All right, go ahead. Zhu Xuan gracefully made her way to the bedroom, where she playfully snapped photos of Ji Shuzu with a series of delightful clicks. How could her master look so handsome even in slumber? A wave of joy washed over Zhu Xuan's heart. She promptly set her intelligent brain and the main screen of her communicator to display this very image, ensuring that she could gaze upon her master every day. Once she completed this task, the system teleported her back to the Fong family estate. That on her first day working alongside her host, she discovered that the latter was rather indolent, prone to dereliction if not closely monitored. By the second day, however, Zhu Xuan observed that her host possessed numerous admirable qualities and a touch of cleverness. Far from the foolishness she had initially anticipated, that on the third day, she noted her host's remarkable ability to feign vulnerability. A true champion of charm. Based on her experiences over these past few days, Zhu Xuan found her host to be rather agreeable. After catching a glimpse of her master, she alleviated some of her longing and quickly fell into a deep slumber that evening. The system noted her tears from the day, understanding the toll it had taken on her, that an early rest was indeed beneficial in the days leading up to the beginning of the school term. Zhu Xuan exhibited exemplary behavior, diligently completing the tasks assigned by the system. She yearned for points, and, as she was still in the initial phase, she devoted considerable effort to enhancing her beauty. Ding! The plot point regarding whether to stay at the academy or return home had been triggered. In the original narrative, Fong Qian suggested that the protagonist reside at the academy during the school term. The protagonist vehemently opposed this idea, wishing to return daily to the grand and opulent estate where she enjoyed a life of luxury with maids at her service. At that time, the Fong couple felt guilty towards their son and thus acquiesced to his suggestion, facilitating the protagonist's accommodation. This decision significantly diminished the possibility of her growing closer to Fong Qian and considerably reduced her chances of integrating into aristocratic life. Her accommodation meant missing out on numerous gatherings. Zhu Xuan pondered deeply, shuddering at the thought of a life devoid of companionship. Her sparkling eyes reflected sheer horror. She simply could not accept such a fate. Previously, her master had attended to all her needs. And since arriving at the Fong family, the maids had treated her with utmost care. In a way, I absolutely refuse to stay at the academy, Zhu Xuan declared, clenching her fists with determination. Moreover, she couldn't bear to part with her friends, Xiaoli, Xiaoyan, and Xiaoxi. During dinner, Zhu Xuan eyed Fong Qian with trepidation, as if facing an adversary, leaving him utterly bewildered. The tension made even mealtime uncomfortable. Host, we ought to act nonchalant. Otherwise, we risk arousing Fong Qian's suspicion, she thought. Puffing her cheeks, she poked at the food on her plate with her chopsticks. Fong Qian felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, convinced that her jabs at the food were actually directed at him. With a shiver, Fong Qian finally broached a subject he had long wished to address. "Dad, Mom, school starts tomorrow." Mr. and Mrs. Fong set down their utensils and nodded in acknowledgement. Fong Qian swallowed hard and glanced at Zhu Xuan. The implications in his eyes unmistakable. Zhu Xuan hesitated, lowering her head in a pitiful manner. "What if I just stayed at St. Riss?" Fong Qian suggested casually. After all, the accommodation at St. Riss was comparable to a 7-star hotel. With both of them residing in a villa amidst splendid scenery, complete with comprehensive amenities, Fong Qian elaborated on the benefits of staying at St. Riss, while Mr. and Mrs. Fong exchanged glances, finding merit in the proposal. If Fong Qian truly could not bear unfamiliar faces in his home, they, as parents, could hardly disregard their son's feelings. Mrs. Fong then inquired about Zhu Xuan's thoughts. "What do you think, Xuan? Rest assured, after your stay, you can return home during holidays. While you're at the academy, both Uncle Fong and I will provide you with additional living expenses." Zhu Xuan remained silent, her head bowed, but tears cascaded down her cheeks. Dampening the tablecloth and utensils before her, Fong Qian was taken aback, staring at Zhu Xuan in astonishment. She seldom cries. Is she really weeping over this? He mused that Mrs. Fong noticed the scene and hesitated before rephrasing. "Of course, we will prioritize your feelings. If you don't wish to go, then you shall not." Zhu Xuan sniffled, looking up at Mrs. Fong with a heart-wrenching expression. "That I once stayed in a boarding school. I remember one night, I suddenly fell ill. My roommate and I were utterly clueless that we had no fever medicine at hand, and I endured until the next day to see a doctor. The physician warned that had I delayed any longer, my brain could have suffered irreversible damage." She lamented that Mrs. Fong sighed, her heart softening. "Xuan, perhaps it would be best for you to stay at home." Zhu Xuan silently exhaled a sigh of relief, secretly celebrating in her heart. Mrs. Fong was indeed kind-hearted. She contemplated how to repay this kindness. "All right, Mrs. Fong, I promise I won't disturb young Master Fong while at home," she assured, her head bowed in respectful submission. Fong Qian found himself at a loss, bewildered as he observed his parents. How could they, astute in the business realm, fail to see through Zhu Xuan's charade? He could perceive the artifice in her tears. They seemed forced. What a little green tea, he thought, towering above her as he sat, easily spotting her discreetly pinching the flesh of her thigh, that he chuckled coldly to himself, confident that his parents would recognize the ruse. Zhu Xuan's tears were clearly contrived. Yet to his astonishment, his mother remained oblivious, falling prey to Zhu Xuan's cunning. Zhu Xuan smirked, feeling victorious. Fong Qian scoffed, stating bluntly, "Are you certain? You've been prancing around in my danger zone every day." Zhu Xuan's anxiety spiked. "With all the petals strewn about, my nose is nearly desensitized, and when I try to leave, you block my path." Mr. and Mrs. Fong exchanged glances, while Zhu Xuan nervously fidgeted with her fingers. "That I sincerely apologize. I only wish to enhance my beauty," she professed earnestly. To Mrs. Fong understood, believing it essential for a young lady to strive for her ideal appearance. "You may remain in your own space. The estate is vast. How can it be said that you obstructed his way?" she said, dabbing her mouth with a pristine white napkin. Zhu Xuan gazed at Mrs. Fong in disbelief, her mouth agape in astonishment. Fong Qian was equally astounded. Pointing between himself and Zhu Xuan, speechless with indignation, Mrs. Fong gently admonished him. "Qian, do you understand how important it is for a girl to feel beautiful? Please do not disturb Xuan any further. Is this house still mine?" Fong Qian mused, clutching his chest, feeling deeply wounded. Zhu Xuan gazed at Mrs. Fong with gratitude, almost ready to embrace her. Mrs. Fong smiled at her, complimenting, "Xuan, your complexion does seem to have a newfound radiance." Zhu Xuan cupped her face, beaming with joy. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the time-sensitive task, earning 100 points." After an evening of mental sparring with Fong Qian, Zhu Xuan felt utterly exhausted and collapsed on her bed, nearly asleep upon contact. The system swallowed hard, pondering whether the host realized she would soon officially enroll at St. Riss Academy. Thus, it refrained from further reminders. Zhu Xuan slept soundly until the sun's rays flooded the room, awakening not by her own accord, but by the gentle coaxing of a maid. "Miss Zhu, are you awake? Today is your enrollment day at the academy. Xiaoyan inquired from the doorway. Zhu Shuyin jolted upright, momentarily dazed, before quickly responding, I'm awake. I'm awake. Very well, Miss Zhu, breakfast is ready, came the reply. After speaking, Xiao Yin departed. Zhu Shuyin hurried to the cloakroom to search for suitable attire. She recalled that the housekeeper had delivered 2 sets of school uniforms a couple of days prior. At the time, she had hastily stuffed them into the wardrobe, and now she found herself struggling to locate them. Fortunately, she eventually succeeded. Zhu Shuyin fumbled as she dressed herself and adorned her accessories. The British-style uniform accentuated her youthful figure, featuring a pristine silk blouse, an exquisite bow tie, and a knee-length black pleated skirt. The tights, snug against her knees, highlighted the softness of her legs, making her walk sway charmingly. She wore a pair of black Mary Jane shoes and grabbed the school-issued black leather bag. Within the transparent compartment at the back of the bag lay a golden nameplate, embossed with her name. Zhu Shuyin, in an elegant script. Having hastily styled her hair that morning, she had merely brushed it a couple of times, neglecting it thereafter. Now, she needed to wash her face and brush her teeth. As Zhu Shuyin descended the stairs with her bag in hand, she noticed Fang Qiyin had already finished his breakfast and was preparing to leave for school. With a woeful expression, she grabbed 2 buns, an egg, and a cup of soy milk from the dining table and followed him. Wait. Upon hearing her voice, Fang Qiyin paused momentarily, then scoffed, accelerating his pace that it was evident he had no intention of waiting for Zhu Shuyin. A time-sensitive task was issued. Please board the Fang family's hovercraft with Fang Qiyin and enter the school together. Zhu Shuyin's eyes widened in surprise, prompting her to quicken her steps to that moment. Fang Qiyin had already boarded the hovercraft. Zhu Shuyin exerted herself to catch up. Fang Qiyin, somewhat impatient, rolled down the window, his tone unyielding. Are you a pig? Sleeping in so late, unaware that you need to attend class? Zhu Shuyin shrank back, too intimidated to utter a word. Chapter 16. Entering the school gate, she cautiously voiced a request. May I join you? Upon hearing this, a malicious smile emerged on Fang Qian's face. You can't possibly want to attend school with me, do you? Do you have the audacity? Zhu Shuyin remained silent, but the glint in her eyes unmistakably conveyed her intent. Fang Qiyin was momentarily taken aback, dismissively waving his hand, making his refusal abundantly clear. You may take another hovercraft. Zhu Shuyin gazed at Fang Qiyin with pleading eyes. She bit her lip, her expression fraught with hesitation, before resolutely stating, If you allow me to ride in this hovercraft, I promise I won't bother you again. Please. When Zhu Shuyin implored, the last part of her plea involuntarily took on a charming lilt. Fang Qiyin was taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhu Shuyin would utter such words. A peculiar expression crossed his face, realizing she was willing to distance herself from him. Fine, what harm could it do to trust her once? Fang Qiyin gritted his teeth and instructed the driver to open the door. His tone was cold and serious. Zhu Shuyin, you had better remember what you said today. Zhu Shuyin nodded vigorously, even raising her hand to affirm, I promise, I promise. Fang Qiyin scoffed. Zhu Shuyin, clutching her bag and breakfast, entered the vehicle. Upon arriving at their destination, she thought to herself that since it was the original owner speaking, not her, she could simply deny it later. Zhu Shuyin discreetly lifted her eyelids to observe Fang Qiyin, contemplating how infuriated he would be if he discovered her mischievous thoughts. She touched her nose, gazing at the ceiling. Though her stomach grumbled with hunger, she dared not eat the buns in the hovercraft, merely eyeing the plump dumplings in her hands. Fang Qiyin squinted at Zhu Shuyin and stated, at the next intersection, I will let you off, and you can make your way to school. Do not mention our acquaintance while on campus. Nor should you greet me. Understood? Zhu Shuyin realized this contradicted her task. She hesitated, her lips moving without forming words, clearly reluctant to agree. Fang Qian's expression darkened as he warned, Don't forget what you just said. Zhu Shuyin shrank back, her face a picture of innocence. Fang Qiyin felt an inexplicable tension, questioning if he was being too harsh on her. Perhaps Zhu Shuyin's absence over the past few days had made him more tolerant. Zhu Shuyin noticed the uncertainty in his brows and mustered the courage to say, Actually, I have a terrible sense of direction. Could I accompany you into the school? Seizing the moment before Fang Qiyin could refuse, she raised her hand and swore, I guarantee this is the last time. Fang Qiyin remained silent, leaving her unsure if he had consented or declined. Zhu Shuyin took his silence as agreement, feeling a weight lift from her heart. As the distance to St. Rhys Academy lessened, the grandeur of the institution unfolded before Zhu Xuan's eyes. The campus was adorned with a magnificent array of Gothic architecture, characterized by towering spires that pierced the heavens. Built from grayish-white marble and accented with rich red bricks, some buildings seamlessly blended Baroque and futuristic styles, creating a unique visual impact with their soaring towers and flowing lines. The expansive arched windows and intricate stone carvings showcased the artisanship and pursuit of beauty. The main entrance was a grand metallic gate, intricately engraved with the Academy's emblem and various symbols of nobility, featuring a lion and a crown. Flanking the Golden Gate were two stone lions. Before the entrance lay a wide path of polished white marble, bordered by meticulously trimmed shrubs and blooming flowers, with black and gold lampposts dotting the way. Through the gates, one could glimpse the impeccably manicured European-style gardens within, where rare flowers vied for attention, their fragrances mingling with the fresh scent of greenery. The classical European buildings emanated a sense of solemn elegance, their walls adorned with climbing roses adding a touch of softness. A vast expanse of manicured lawn provided space for leisure and sports. At the forefront stood a beautiful fountain, with a cherubic angel sculpture rising from its center. The students passing by were predominantly from affluent families. Having grown up in Rome, exuding an air of confidence, their luxurious hovercrafts awaited them, while they donned exquisite uniforms. The boys in tailored suits complemented by ornate cufflinks, and the girls in sumptuous silk blouses and high-quality black pleated skirts, with lace at the hem and dazzling jewelry that captivated the eye. However, hovercrafts were prohibited from entering the campus grounds, accessible only to the Academy's board or faculty, so most students disembarked outside. Traversing the smooth marble walkway to the entrance, Zhu Xuan gazed in awe at her surroundings, suddenly finding the prospect of attending school quite intriguing. Fang Qian glanced at her, unable to resist his sharp tongue. "Don't gawk." At his words, Zhu Xuan quickly averted her gaze, sitting obediently. With no apparent opportunity to provoke her further, Fang Qian felt a sense of frustration as he chewed on his cheek. The hovercraft had been stationary for some time, yet he showed no inclination to exit. Zhu Xuan observed him quietly, unsure if he was deliberately waiting for fewer people to be on the road, but Fang Qian finally decided to disembark. Zhu Xuan watched his every move, tightening her grip on her bag, preparing to spring into action. As Fang Qian stepped out, she followed suit without hesitation. Fang Qian was a prominent figure at the school, tall and handsome, with wealth and influence, excelling academically and mastering numerous skills. Many sought to curry favor with him. Even in the sparse crowd, his mere presence commanded attention. Zhu Xuan felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of being scrutinized. Resembling a quail standing beside Fang Qian. Ding, character profile. Fang Qian, a significant power at St. Rhys, a campus heartthrob known for his bad temper and aloof demeanor, often referred to as Fang Xiao. Fang Qian strode purposefully, his expression grim. Some attempted to greet him, but hesitated, fearing his wrath. Many gazes subtly shifted towards Zhu Xuan, who became stiff with trepidation, her complexion pale. Those unaware might have assumed she had suffered a grave injustice. The previously speculated subtle relationship between her and Fang Qian was now extinguished. If it were truly such a relationship, how could the girl bear such an expression? Fang Qian would not be wearing a scowl either. Chapter 17. Pei Zhixian. Upon entering the school gate, Fang Qian immediately quickened his pace, no longer waiting for Zhu Xuan. "Qian, good morning." A tall and graceful young girl greeted Fang Qian with warmth and enthusiasm. She donned the same St. Rhys uniform, yet for reasons unknown, she emanated a distinctly different aura. With a slender waist, long legs, and hair cascading down to her waist, her appearance was exceptionally striking, and her presence was remarkable. She was the kind of individual who could effortlessly stand out in a sea of faces. Zhu Xuan's gaze momentarily drooped as she curiously observed the girl. Fang Qian, rarely showing kindness to others, seemed taken aback by this girl. That a subtle smile unexpectedly graced his typically cold countenance as he acknowledged her. Ding! Triggered key character Pei Zhixian. Pei Zhixian, the innocent heroine of this tale, embodies a blend of kindness, beauty, tragedy, and fragility, yet has been cruelly usurped by a detestable time traveler. Every male character that appears in this story is irresistibly drawn to her, inevitably falling in love, leading to a cascade of Cliché D scenarios, including forced affection, imperial proposals, elopements, and tumultuous pursuits. During her time at St. Lise, she was universally recognized as the campus belle, a title no one had managed to dethrone for years, surrounded by her formidable guardians, Feng Xiao, Ji Xiao, and Pei Xiao. Moreover, her academic performance was equally outstanding. Currently situated in the elite class, she was the object of envy and jealousy from all. Wherever she went, attention gravitated towards her. Within the school, Fang Qian displayed indifference towards all girls, save for Pei Zhixin. Zhu Xuan's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Wow, such an enchanting person exists. Ding, triggered greeting keynote, after a long-awaited entry into the school alongside Fang Qian. She witnessed him cheerfully exchanging pleasantries with the heroine in the morning. That it was known that he had never shown her any kindness before. Now, he was smiling handsomely at another girl, consumed by jealousy. She found herself plotting against the heroine before the story even began. During the freshman orientation ceremony, she stealthily extended her foot, aiming to trip the heroine as she ascended the stage to deliver her speech, hoping to humiliate her. However, her actions were ultimately thwarted by one of her guardians, resulting in severe repercussions for Zhu Xin. That a shiver ran down her spine as she began to wail. "Oh, I don't want this. Please, no. I don't want to be punished before it even starts." She huddled in place like a frightened turtle. "I assure you, I will ensure that you do not suffer any physical harm," came the response. Zhu Xuan seemed indifferent, remaining silent. The task was arduous, but the rewards promised substantial points upon completion. Zhu Xuan's eyes flickered with intrigue before she hesitantly spoke. "You guarantee that I won't face dire retaliation?" "Certainly, ensuring the safety of our host is one of our most fundamental operational principles," was the reply. Zhu Xuan patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief as she finally acquiesced. "Very well, then I just completed the task of entering the school with Fang Qian. Shouldn't I earn some points for that?" "Indeed." Zhu Xuan's demeanor sagged as she listened to the system announce the task's completion. "Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the time-sensitive task. You have been awarded 1,000 points." She felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. But the prospect of substantial rewards revitalized her spirit. 66. "Regarding the invisibility talisman and teleportation talisman I purchased from you last time, is the outstanding balance sufficient to settle the account? You still owe 1,000 points. "Oh, very well then." Zhu Xin ambled slowly, wishing to delay her entrance into the classroom as much as possible. She had previously gathered from Mrs. Fang that she and Fang Qian were seemingly in the same class. After exchanging pleasantries, Fang Qian noticed Zhu Xin had vanished without a trace. Momentarily taken aback, he had expected her to follow closely behind him, like an unshakable shadow. Fang Qian rubbed his nose, embarrassed by his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Zhu Xuan hurried along, breathless. 66. "Which class is Fang Qian in? Can you lead me there? This school is enormous. Class A of the second-tier elite. Just follow my directions. Dado, by the way, as it's your first day. You need to collect your textbooks from the administration office." Zhu Xuan retrieved a stack of books from the office before heading to the elite class A located on the top floor. The elite class A occupied the entire top level, with resources dedicated solely to this class. Zhu Xuan rushed about, wasting precious time, while other students were already seated comfortably in their designated spots. The guidance counselor had also arrived to inform the students about the upcoming orientation ceremony. Upon seeing the teacher, Zhu Xuan felt a wave of trepidation wash over her, her feet seemingly nailed to the ground. The counselor was aware that a new student would be joining the class today, but this student had connections and had been admitted through financial means. That it was puzzling why the Fang family would place a mediocre student into the elite class. Typically, entry into Class A required exceptional academic performance rather than mere wealth. However, the Fang family's status as school board members complicated matters. Furthermore, Fang Qian was a prominent figure within Class A. The counselor, possessing a high level of education and an impressive resume, would not have the opportunity to teach at St. Lise Academy or within Class A without such qualifications. Therefore, she maintained her professional demeanor and personally guided Zhu Xuan into the classroom. Zhu Xuan's eyelids fluttered, her gaze filled with admiration for the teacher's kindness. The teacher, upon making eye contact with her, was momentarily taken aback. That it had been ages since she had encountered such pure eyes. Her initial discomfort at the thought of this new student potentially dragging down the class's performance began to fade. Today, we welcome a new student to our class, as the teacher introduced Zhu Xuan. The attention of most students was drawn to her, and a hush fell over the room. Please, new student, introduce yourself. Zhu Xuan's hands, clutching her books, turned pale. She felt an overwhelming wave of nervousness. This was her first experience being watched by so many people. Woo-woo, she thought, on the verge of tears. Where is the master? Can someone take me back? I don't want to see anyone. Her lips quivered, tears brimming in her eyes, ready to spill over. Chapter 18. The Auditorium. The system was alarmed by her distress and hastily purchased a talisman from the store, artificially stifling Zhu Xuan's tears. "Do not worry, host. There is nothing to be anxious about. Just tell everyone your name." It reassured her. Zhu Xuan took a gentle breath. Thanks to the talisman, her urge to cry subsided somewhat. With a timid voice, she managed, "Hello, everyone. I am Zhu Xuan." After stating her name, she wrote it on the virtual display board and awaited the teacher's instructions. The teacher instructed her to choose any available seat. Zhu Xuan's gaze drifted to Fang Qian, who had an empty spot beside him. Fang Qian appeared somewhat uneasy, even afraid, casting a warning glance at Zhu Xuan that was unmistakably clear. Zhu Xuan lowered her eyes, discreetly pouting. There was no task at hand now, so she didn't need to cling to Fang Qian. She decided to comply with his unspoken wishes for the time being. Continuing her scan of the classroom, she was suddenly taken aback upon spotting a familiar face. It was Ji Chuxian, the master's younger brother, who was inexplicably attending the same class. Zhu Xuan harbored a dislike for Ji Chuxian. As he was perpetually mischievous and troublesome, Tio put it in adult terms, he was quite the rascal. Every time she visited the master's home, he would cause chaos in her absence, boasting about his exploits. And on several occasions, he had audaciously plucked her leaves. It had caused her considerable distress at the time. Fortunately, the master discovered his antics and gave him a well-deserved reprimand. Zhu Xuan averted her gaze. Harboring a mix of emotions. Ding. Triggered key character Ji Chuxian. Ji Chuxian, the second young master of the Ji family, is a significant force within St. Lise Academy, possessing striking looks and exceptional academic prowess. He is one of the school as heartthrobs. Colloquially referred to as Ji Xiao, Ji Chuxian looked at Zhu Xuan in bewilderment and muttered, "I don't think I've ever seen her before. Did she just roll her eyes at me?" Fang Qian sat not far from Ji Chuxian, and upon hearing the conversation, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Yet, in an effort to conceal his acquaintance with Zhu Xuan from his friend, he opted to remain silent. Zhu Xuan was about to settle for an empty seat, indifferent to where she sat, as it mattered little to her. However, to her surprise, she encountered a familiar face, the very waiter who had served her water at the dessert shop she had visited previously. It turned out that the waiter was also attending this school, and Zhu Xuan suddenly felt a whimsical sense of fate. She pivoted gracefully and approached the waiter's table. This waiter was a kind soul. Sitting with him should prove pleasant. Zhu Xuan beamed a friendly smile, though her timidity rendered her speech somewhat halting. "Hello, do you remember me? We met at the dessert shop," she stammered. Shen Yunqing certainly remembered her, as she was the only peculiar person he had encountered recently, that he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Zhu Xuan's face lit up with evident joy as she inquired, "What is your name?" Shen Yunqing hesitated for a moment, his lips curving slightly as he replied in a tone devoid of emotion, "Shen Yunqing." Zhu Xuan nodded obediently. "All right, Shen Yunqing." As Zhu Xuan chose her seat, whispers began to circulate. "What? She dares to sit next to Shen Yunqing. Doesn't she fear being tainted by his unfortunate aura? This is hilarious. They must be cut from the same cloth." Truth be told, she had never heard of the surname among the aristocracy of the empire. How had she managed to infiltrate the elite Class A? She was probably just another high-achieving student from a less fortunate background. Admittedly, her looks were decent, but her taste was woefully lacking. Her attire was utterly plain and devoid of any embellishments. She was merely average, not captivating enough to hold one's gaze. Haha, she certainly could not compare to the illustrious Pei Xiaohua. The indifferent murmurs of the surrounding students went unnoticed by the guidance teacher, who, after conveying the details of the opening ceremony, exited the classroom. After all, they were all adults and required little supervision, particularly these privileged youths who had been indulged since childhood. "Are we heading to the opening ceremony now?" Zhu Xuan asked, Feeling an innate sense of familiarity with Shun Yunqing due to their prior encounter, she found herself wanting to ask him everything. Shun Yunqing nodded. The school had invited him to deliver a speech. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attended. It's my first day, and I have no idea where the auditorium is. Shall we go together? Shun Yunqing nodded, his expression unchanged. Zhu Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief and softly murmured, "Thank you." The entrance of the grand auditorium. Wide stone steps flanked by bronze statues and white marble floral sculptures greeted them. Upon entering, the soaring ceiling adorned with ancient murals and exquisite chandeliers captured their attention. The auditorium was vast enough to accommodate all the students of St. Lizzie. The seats, arranged neatly in deep red and navy blue velvet, exuded an air of grandeur. The stage, positioned at the forefront of the auditorium, was draped with heavy curtains and embellished with golden trim, featuring an ancient, precious redwood lectern engraved with the emblem and motto of St. Lizzie Academy. Zhu Xuan found herself seated conveniently near the aisle. She sighed softly, finally grasping how she was to trip up the heroine. Wasn't it rather inconvenient? Given that the heroine was to deliver a speech, why not sit at the front? The front was occupied by teachers, professors, and esteemed alumni. The principal of St. Lizzie, a portly elderly gentleman with a fluffy white beard, passionately began to read from a parchment scroll. However, his words were merely platitudes, boasting of the greatness of St. Lizzie. Zhu Xuan found herself growing drowsy, her head bobbing slightly. After what felt like an eternity of the principal's fervent speech, he announced, "We now invite the representative of the top 3 outstanding students, Pei Zhixian, to address us." Just before Pei Zhixian ascended the stage, the principal lavished praise upon her, stating, "This year, Ms. Pei has made significant discoveries in cellular biology in collaboration with a renowned team of imperial doctors. The related paper has been published in the most prestigious institutions." Pei Zhixian, with her delicate and beautiful visage, displayed a humble smile as she graciously bowed to her classmates. Chapter 19. The trip. As Pei Zhixian gracefully approached the podium, Zhu Xuan felt a surge of anxiety. She puffed her cheeks, her entire being enveloped in tension. Her hair nearly stood on end. All eyes were almost entirely fixed upon Pei Zhixian. If she were to trip her, she would undoubtedly become the target of everyone's ire. With no other option, Zhu Xuan stealthily extended a foot, the tips of her soft black leather shoes protruding awkwardly beside the aisle. Pei Zhixian, exuding confidence and focus, was oblivious to this sudden obstruction. Zhu Xuan squeezed her eyes shut, too terrified to witness the unfolding scene. She muttered silent prayers, beseeching the heavens to shield her from discovery. Her nerves were so frayed that she barely sat on the edge of her chair. Pei Chujin, observing the strange behavior of the girl in front of him, squinted thoughtfully, that he cast a glance at her slightly extended toes. The angle of her foot was so minuscule that he could not determine whether it was intentional or accidental, making it difficult to take immediate action. Pei Chujin assessed whether that slight protrusion would impede Pei Zhixian's path. He felt it surely would not, yet he still sought to avert any unforeseen incidents. Therefore, he reached out to gently tap Zhu Xuan, intending to prompt her to retract her leg. His icy fingers brushed against the softness of her silk blouse. The girl in front of him, akin to a startled deer, sprang from her seat. However, her bent leg caused her to lose balance, propelling her toward the left aisle just as Pei Zhixian arrived. Pei Chujin's expression momentarily froze before he unhesitatingly stood and grasped Zhu Xuan's wrist, lending her support. Thanks to his assistance, she managed to avoid tumbling into Pei Zhixian. Zhu Xuan's skirt fluttered, her delicate legs trembling slightly. However, with Pei Chujin's shielding presence, no one could see anything amiss. Both she and Pei Zhixian gasped in shock, the auditorium falling into an eerie silence, all attention drawn to the commotion. Li Shi hadn't fallen. She only stumbled a few steps in place. Pei Chujin's face turned pale as he turned to steady Pei Zhixian. Once Zhu Xuan regained her balance, he immediately went to support Pei Zhixian. Pei Chujin regarded her with a piercing gaze, suspecting she harbored some ulterior motive, believing this incident had served her purposes. How could someone be startled into such a reaction by a mere touch? Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Story progression 1. Points 1500. Host beauty value has been automatically enhanced. Current story progression is 0. Zhu Xuan kept her eyes closed, wishing to disappear. This was truly mortifying. Fang Qian, sitting not far away, averted his gaze with a weary expression, covering his eyes with his palm, that it was simply too embarrassing to witness. Fortunately, Zhu Xuan did not recognize him. Song Xinrui and Ji Chushuan exchanged puzzled glances. Looking at Fang Qian with curiosity, the DOI sense a connection between Fang Qian and that new student. Ji Chushuan mused, observing Zhu Xuan thoughtfully in just about an hour. He felt that Zhu Xuan had undergone a noticeable transformation. Reflected in the impression she left on others in simpler terms. He believed she had become more attractive. If she were to introduce herself in class now, she would certainly make a splash. Not just an acquaintance. I feel they share a deeper bond, Song Xinrui remarked with an expression of intrigue. However, judging by Fang Qian's demeanor, he likely would deny it vehemently. Pei Zhixian managed a strained smile, addressing Zhu Xuan gently. Classmate, are you all right? Please be more careful next time. Zhu Xuan's face flushed with anxiety as she nodded vigorously, mumbling, "Oh, okay, thank you." Surrounding whispers began to circulate. Pei Xiaohua is truly kind. If it were me, I'd certainly be angry. But why did that girl suddenly stand up? Who knows? Perhaps she has a seizure. Another peculiar one has arrived this year. Oh, Pei Xiaohua gives off such a good impression. She's so polite. Haha, you may not know this. But she is always a person of distinction, possessing grace and demeanor far beyond the ordinary. And that girl? She seems to be from Class A, Level 2. I saw her arrive at school with Fang Xiao this morning. Could she possibly have a connection with Fang Xiao? Surely not. Did you not notice how Fang Xiao's expression remained unchanged when she fell just now? Oh, I thought so. How could Fang Xiao possibly be interested in such an unrefined girl? Zhu Xuan quietly took a seat, her head bowed low, as if fearing to be seen by others. Oh dear, so many people are discussing her. Pei Chujin had somehow taken a seat beside her, his narrowed eyes scrutinizing her. You did that on purpose, didn't you? He stated with a tone of near certainty. Zhu Xuan was startled into raising her head immediately, vehemently denying, I didn't. Don't make wild accusations. Her voice, which had started off loud and brash, dwindled to a mere whisper. You didn't. Then why do you look so terrified the moment I touched you? Zhu Xuan's bright, watery eyes darted around, caught off guard by the sudden confrontation. I'll remember you to second-level elite class A. Zhu Xuan. Pei Chujin's eyelids lifted slightly, catching sight of the golden nameplate on her left chest, inscribed with neat characters, after acquiring her information. He tossed out a menacing remark. Zhu Xuan was indeed frightened to the point of losing her composure, that a hint of mist gathered slowly in her eyes. Oh no, 66. I'm doomed. He'll surely seek revenge on me. Fear not, host. For now, it's merely suspicion that as long as you adamantly deny it, you shall be fine. Zhu Xuan sniffed, making an effort to hold back her tears. Gritting her teeth, she shifted her gaze away. Out of sight, out of mind, that if she couldn't see him, she wouldn't feel afraid. With a guilty conscience, Zhu Xuan hardly paid attention to the opening ceremony. She was too preoccupied with her own melancholy. Pei Chujin seemed to have merely thrown down a threat without taking any further action. Zhu Xuan found herself stealing glances at him every few minutes. Pei Chujin always noticed, yet Zhu Xuan appeared oblivious to his awareness. Pei Chujin twirled a pure gold pen in his hand, casually browsing through Zhu Xuan's profile on the virtual screen. The president of the student council at St. Lizzie. His influence within the school was unparalleled. Obtaining anyone's information was a simple matter for him. Chapter 20. The Student Council. This Zhu Xuan, unexpectedly connected to the Fang family. She hadn't even taken the entrance exam, but was forcibly admitted. Previously, she had attended a boarding girls' school ranked over 1,000 in the empire. Pei Chujin's lips curled into a cold smile as he messaged Fang Qian. Naturally, Fang Qian's associates were not easy to deal with. However, with his approval, things could take a different turn. Your little fiancé, you just tried to trip Ji Xian on purpose. The evidence is indisputable. You need not doubt me. Fang Qian stared silently at the information on his communicator. Bewildered. How did Pei Chujin know? The term fiancé, he sent chills down his spine. So, hand her over to me for some discipline. Upon realizing the matter at hand, Fang Qian nearly replied in agreement without a second thought. But then he hesitated, fearing Zhu Xuan might report to her parents. Moreover, he dreaded the thought of her clinging to him, regardless of the consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Qian finally replied, she wouldn't dare do such a thing. Even if she did, It wouldn't amount to any real harm, that don't go overboard. Just a light reprimand will suffice. Pei Chujin looked surprised at the message displayed on his communicator, but he raised an eyebrow, glancing at Fang Qian, and replied, okay. After the opening ceremony concluded, Pei Chujin extended a foot to block Zhu Xuan's path as she attempted to leave. Wait. Zhu Xuan gulped nervously, her small hands clutching her skirt. Appearing somewhat flustered, Pei Chujin paused. He hadn't even begun to bully her yet. She seemed as though she had already suffered a great injustice. Could such a timid and cowardly person truly commit such acts? Pei Chujin felt a flicker of uncertainty. Yet his judgment had seldom failed him. Resolutely, he maintained his original intent. What are you doing? After what you did, do you not intend to apologize? Zhu Xuan bit her lip. She had already silently apologized in her heart. If she were to apologize in real life, it would only confirm her guilt. She wouldn't be that foolish that I don't understand what you're saying. Pei Chujin gazed into her eyes, having seen through all her innermost thoughts to that moment. He found her quite amusing. Regardless of your agreement, you must apologize. Fang Qian has already consented to let me handle this. Zhu Xuan was taken aback, her head snapping up in shock. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her already damp eyes became even more glistening, her lowered eyelids trembling incessantly. Pei Chujin felt as though he had been struck. Shaking his head, he chuckled at himself. When had he become so sympathetic? Agree to him. A task point will appear shortly. Zhu Xuan, who had been engulfed in sadness, instantly felt her emotions shift upon hearing the system's words. She nodded obediently. 66. I'll follow your lead. Once Zhu Xuan grasped the situation, her demeanor brightened considerably. She asked Pei Chujin, what would you like me to help you with? Pei Chujin paused, seemingly caught off guard by her rapid shift in attitude. Just moments ago, Zhu Xuan had been fearful and sorrowful. Yet now, a hint of eagerness graced her features. Pei Chujin, towering nearly 6 feet 3 inches, looked down at Zhu Xuan, speaking cryptically, with the school year approaching. The student council is rather busy. I could use your assistance. Zhu Xuan blinked, tilting her head in thought. Student council matters shouldn't be too difficult. Pei Chujin led Zhu Xuan to the student council's exclusive building. St. Lizzie granted the student council considerable authority, and their work was of utmost importance. Hence, a dedicated building had been allocated for their office. U.S. The president of the student council, Pei Chujin, had his own office, which was larger than an entire classroom. The IT was equipped with all necessary facilities. Zhu Xuan was to spend the entire day busy here, so she arrived early at the classroom, bringing her bag along. Her bag contained the textbooks she had received that day, which felt rather heavy to her. Naturally, Zhu Xuan placed her bag on the nearby sofa and sat down. She took small breaths, fanning herself with her hand. Pei Chujin's gaze grew fixed as he observed his designated sofa, which was typically unoccupied by others, save for himself. Zhu Xuan took some time to notice the peculiarity of his stare and awkwardly stood up. What am I supposed to do now? Pei Chujin expressionlessly tossed her a booklet. This is the roster for this year's new students. There's a new entry. You need to input all their information into the database. Zhu Xuan glanced at the hefty booklet resembling a brick, her eyes immediately drooping. However, upon opening it, she discovered it only contained names for 2 individuals per page. Zhu Xuan hesitated as she ambled over to the smart console, fiddling with it for quite some time without making any progress. How do I input this into the database? Zhu Xuan humbly inquired, as she truly had no idea how to proceed. Pei Chujin turned to look at her. Since you can't do this, Zhu Xuan felt a chill run down her spine under his scrutinizing gaze and quickly raised her hand, saying, I can do something else. That a flicker of amusement flashed in Pei Chujin's dark eyes, as if he had achieved his goal. Good. Zhu Xuan sighed in relief, completely unaware that she was being subtly guided by Pei Chujin. You are to order afternoon tea for everyone in the student council building. Zhu Xuan's eyes lit up. This task seemed simple enough that a quick online order, and someone would deliver it. Pei Chujin, as if reading her thoughts, slowly added, You'd best deliver it personally to their offices. Zhu Xuan's expression fell. She hesitantly asked, You want me to deliver it? Pei Chujin nodded slightly. Zhu Xuan replied, All right, while this task may be a bit tiring, at least I can complete it. Zhu Xuan ordered a hot drink for every member of the student council, along with numerous small pastries. Once the delivery arrived, she set out to distribute everything. Hey, who are you? Who sent you? Queried a somewhat plump boy, I am here to deliver afternoon tea from Pei Chujin. Oh, great. Thank you. After delivering the afternoon tea, Zhu Shuyin left, oblivious to the uproar in the student council's group chat. Wow, is President Pei seeing someone? A girl actually delivered afternoon tea to us today. She is so cute. Too shy to look anyone in the eye, and she blushes easily to oh my. And she is quite pretty as well. President Pei has never brought anyone else into the student council before. Chapter 21. The true face after delivering the afternoon tea. Zhu Shuyin autonomously returned to Pei Chujin's office. That moment, Pei Chujin, adorned with a pair of delicate gold-rimmed glasses, was engrossed in his work at the desk. Observing his deep immersion, Zhu Shuyin settled beside him to entertain herself. Ding! A new plot point featuring Pei Zhixian has been triggered. Pei Zhixian arrived at the student council seeking Pei Chujin, only to unexpectedly discover your presence in his office, which instilled in her a sense of threat. As a result, she began to unveil her true nature. Zhu Shuyin, taken aback, silently awaited the unfolding of the plot. Pei Chujin was called away by a phone call, leaving him no time to assign her further tasks. Zhu Shuyin secretly rejoiced, finally able to indulge in a bit of leisure without pretense. Yet, she maintained an obedient facade. Before long, Pei Zhixian indeed arrived. Zhu Shuyin had her head resting on the desk. Teetering on the brink of slumber, the sound of the door opening jolted her awake. With a gaze brimming with innocence, Zhu Shuyin looked at Pei Zhixian, who was visibly surprised to find another person there. Her eyes narrowed slightly, followed by a smile. Who are you? How is it that you're in the office of the student council president? Nodding, Zhu Shuyin replied, Oh, he asked me to come here. Pei Zhixian, not receiving the answer she desired, appeared somewhat disinterested. Where is he? He just stepped outside to take a call. He's been gone for about half an hour. Zhu Shuyin paused, her eyes darting to the next line. May I ask what brings you here? Pei Zhixian hesitated momentarily, her tone laced with subtle sarcasm. He is my brother, so of course I can come whenever I please. Zhu Shuyin responded with an O. Pei Zhixian's expression was one of sheer arrogance, a stark contrast to the humility she had exhibited earlier before her peers. She elegantly shifted her stance, her heels clicking on the floor, ultimately seating herself in Pei Chujin's designated chair, raising her gaze. Her countenance was filled with disdain. That I saw you earlier beside Fang Qiyan. You were cowering with your head down. She dismissed Zhu Shuyin, regarding her as a trivial jester. However, it seemed that her identity was not as simple as she had presumed. A smirk of self-satisfaction crept onto Zhu Shuyin's face as she replied, her tone both coy and boastful. Yes, I certainly know Fang Qiyan. Pei Zhixian's eyes glimmered with a scrutinizing glint. What is your relationship with him? Zhu Shuyin swallowed, hesitating over whether to disclose the truth. The system had instructed her to reveal it, but she feared that doing so might provoke Fang Qian's ire. With her finger pressed against her lips, she wore an expression of inner turmoil. Finally, she confessed, Fang Qiyan is my fiancé. Pei Zhixian's eyes widened in disbelief, quickly followed by skepticism. It seemed she wanted to inquire further, but restrained herself. Instead, she remarked, You did that intentionally during the morning ceremony, didn't you? A flash of panic crossed Zhu Shuyin's eyes, but she steadied herself. That it was an accident. It's all Pei Chujin's fault. He touched me for no reason, and I was startled, which made me stand up. Following the instructions from the system interface, Zhu Shuyin began to speak without restraint. Pei Zhixian retorted, He touched you. Zhu Shuyin nodded emphatically, like a chick pecking at grain. Pei Zhixian erupted into laughter, rising from her seat, her heels accentuating her height. With long, slender legs, she looked down at Zhu Shuyin with disdain. Yet you seem to be from that dilapidated place known as the Fifth Star. The masters of St. Lis are beyond your reach. Why not clarify your position a little better? Zhu Shuyin remained seated, momentarily taken aback by the expression on Pei Zhixian's face. There was no emotion present, only the depths of her dark pupils, intensely black and profound. Oh dear, this female lead is quite terrifying, Zhu Shuyin thought, stifling a whimper to don't be afraid. She is merely blinded by jealousy and is attempting to intimidate you. Zhu Shuyin sniffled, striving to squeeze out a couple of tears. Unbeknownst to them, Pei Chujin had paused outside the door, having overheard everything. His office featured two doors, one leading to the corridor for others to enter, and the other to a private balcony for him to take calls or enjoy the view. The glass door to the balcony had always been concealed by curtains, and he had only just opened a small gap after finishing his call, but he observed everything transpiring within the office with clarity. Pei Chujin gazed at Pei Zhixian in a state of bewilderment. He felt as though he had never seen this side of her before. In his memory, Pei Zhixian was always gentle, amiable, and empathetic, treating everyone with kindness. Due to her background, she was particularly fond of charity, frequently visiting underprivileged planets to tell stories to children, donating money and books, and organizing charity galas to auction items for funds, which were then used to establish the Angel Foundation for the less fortunate. However, hearing Pei Zhixian refer to the Fifth Star as that dilapidated place was something he could never have imagined prior to today. Furthermore, her demeanor towards Zhu Xuyin was utterly peculiar. Cold, unfeeling, with a gaze filled with arrogance and disdain, a side of her he had never encountered before. Pei Chujin lowered his gaze, retracting his hand that had been poised to push the door open. He remained silent on the balcony, lost in contemplation until Pei Zhixian exited his office. Zhu Xuyin, with a dazed expression, took a while to process Pei Zhixian's departure. Slowly, she retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her tears, patting her chest with her palm in a bid to comfort herself. "Phew, that scared me to death," she murmured, her tone both serious and soft. Pei Chujin observed her for quite some time, for the first time doubting his initial judgment. Could she really be so naive and oblivious? Did she truly intend to trip others up? Yet when she had been confronted, her eyes displayed a sincerity that seemed genuine, that he appeared to have stumbled upon something intriguing. A perplexed smile gracing his lips before he pushed the door open and entered. Zhu Xuyin looked at him in astonishment, pointing towards the door through which Pei Zhixian had exited, then back to the door he had entered. Her face lit up with realization. Pei Chujin clicked his tongue inwardly, thinking her quite foolish. "Your sister just came looking for you." Zhu Xuyin relayed this information, to which Pei Chujin nodded in acknowledgement. Zhu Xuyin puffed out her cheeks and fell silent. Chapter 22. So difficult ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering a new plot point and assisting in its completion. 500 points. Plot degree 1. The system has automatically increased the plot degree to enhance the host's beauty value. Listening to the system's announcement, Zhu Xuiyin's eyes sparkled with delight. Pei Chujin, however, appeared momentarily taken aback, but he instinctively removed his glasses to clean the lenses. And upon putting them back on, he beheld a newly radiant Zhu Xuyin. Pei Chujin felt a twinge of confusion. Had she really looked like this just moments ago? Zhu Xuyin bit her lip and inquired. "Can I leave now?" Pei Chujin lowered his eyelids, his excessively long lashes obscuring the profound thoughts nestled within the depths of his gaze. Initially intending to accompany Zhu Xuyin to apologize to Pei Zhixian, he now reconsidered, deciding against it. Thus, he nodded slightly that a glimmer of surprise flickered in Zhu Xuiyin's eyes, and she joyfully picked up her backpack and departed, leaving without a trace of reluctance. Such a punishment she hoped would be bestowed upon her more frequently. Not only did nothing happen, but it also granted her additional points and storyline advancements. Zhu Xuyin returned to Elite Class A, where they had one final lesson remaining. She felt a twinge of regret for having missed a class that morning, that as soon as the official class bell rang, she prepared herself for the lesson. With her bag in hand, she made her way to her seat. After becoming acquainted with Zhu Xuyin that morning, Xin Yunqing had remained silent, seemingly indifferent to her whereabouts throughout the afternoon, his expression unchanged as he busied himself with a plethora of perplexing problems. Zhu Xuiyin's eyes grew dizzy as she gazed at them, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. Finally, the class commenced, and she cheerfully organized her books. Secretly, she retrieved a box of cake from her backpack. An extra treat she had ordered during afternoon tea. 2 individuals, once the center of discussion that morning, now found themselves in stark contrast, one blissfully indulging in cake while the other remained expressionless. Absorbed in his work, as the time arrived, the lesson officially began. This session appeared to be focused on advanced mathematics, taught by a professor exuding an air of profound knowledge, complete with a pair of glasses and a rather stern demeanor. Flustered, Zhu Xuyin hastily extracted her new textbook, following the instructor's guidance to locate the corresponding page for the lesson, only to discover that she comprehended nothing. The content resembled a collection of cryptic symbols, akin to the complexity she had seen in Shan Yunqing's book, though it seemed even more intricate. Bewildered, Zhu Xuyin endured the entire class in a daze, despite the lax management at St. Lizzie. The academic atmosphere was anything but relaxed. Each instructor diligently assigned homework, often tasks that could not be found on the planetary network, primarily assessing students' independent thinking abilities. Staring at the assignments left by the teacher, Zhu Xuan felt tears welling up. The learning tasks imposed by the system suddenly loomed larger in her mind, intensifying her desire to cry. Zhu Xuan's voice trembled as she protested. "System, I must tell you. The tasks you assign me are utterly impossible to accomplish." No longer referring to it with a nickname, she simply called it the system. "You haven't even begun to learn. How can you claim it is unmanageable?" Zhu Xuan resolutely ignored the system's words. "You dare assign such tasks to a mere bamboo shoot? Look at your master, so accomplished. As is bamboo, do you not aspire to follow in his footsteps and become exceptional as well?" This argument had a significant impact, gradually shifting Zhu Xuan from her earlier state of indifference to a sense of stagnation. And if your master were to discover your ineptitude, that you know nothing, would he still choose you as his bamboo? Perhaps the person within you is quite intelligent, eventually usurping your position unnoticed by your master. Whom would you turn to for solace then? This threat loomed heavily over Zhu Xuan, leaving her with a stunned expression, as though struck by lightning. "That cannot be. Absolutely not," she lamented, her face a portrait of discontent. Indeed, while the journey to becoming wiser may be arduous, the outcome is undeniably fruitful. One could not deny the validity of the system's assertions. Zhu Xuan suddenly felt like a deflated balloon, her entire being drooping with defeat. Her brows furrowed, and her eyes drooped as if she bore the weight of significant grievances. "Then can you teach me?" "No, that is beyond my purview. However, you could seek assistance from your classmates. They are all from the elite class and quite capable." Zhu Xuan's eyes brightened. You are right. I shall ask Shen Yunqing tomorrow. Once I gradually get to know others, I can inquire with them too. Why not ask Fang Qian? Zhu Xuan immediately found herself at a loss for words. She pouted. "He really dislikes me. I might as well not linger in his presence, lest he grow to detest me even more." Warning: detachment from character. Zhu Xuan's eyes widened slightly, causing her lashes to fan out like a delicate little fan. She recalled the prior admonition from the system about maintaining her character. All right, I will approach him, but he will surely refuse, and I will still have to ask others." The system said nothing, tacitly agreeing. Although the outcome was likely rejection, it was still a necessary step that as soon as school was dismissed. Shen Yunqing had vanished without a trace, and Fang Qian strolled leisurely out of the classroom. Zhu Xuan remained slumped in her seat, unmoving. She planned to return home alone that afternoon. The capital boasted an exceptionally advanced transportation system. Even without Fang Qian, she had numerous options to get home. The system informed her that she needed to adapt quickly to society, so today it would teach her how to navigate the subway, buses, and aerial trains. While she could easily book a hovercraft online, that would be too simple. She needed to learn something more challenging. That a flicker of excitement coursed through Zhu Xuan, fueled by the joy of acquiring new knowledge. The walk from St. Lizi to the outside world was still a bit of a trek, and Zhu Xuan chatted with the system as she strolled. "How can I get Shen Yunqing to assist me? He seems a bit aloof. Indeed aloof. Throughout the day, aside from sharing his name in the morning, he has not exchanged a single word with you. Even when you initiate conversation, he merely responds with curt, monosyllabic answers. What if you consider what he might lack? Approach it from that angle. After all, one is beholden to those from whom they receive favors." Zhu Xuan pondered for a moment. "That I can't think of anything he seems to lack. He appears to have everything, and I have seen many daunting reference books in his possession." The system was amused, completely losing its temper. He is an exceptional student on a special scholarship, with not only his tuition fully covered but also a generous stipend. Moreover, the last time you saw him, he was working in a dessert shop. Chapter 23. Flower Basket. Zhu Xuan was taken aback, her expression transforming into one of sudden realization. "I understand now. Is he perhaps in need of some financial assistance?" The system felt a sense of satisfaction. She finally grasped it. "Exactly. Shen Yunqing is one of the outstanding students recruited by St. Lizi, all of whom come from ordinary or impoverished backgrounds. He entered St. Lizi and immediately claimed the top spot in the entire school. For 2 consecutive years, regardless of the exam scale, he has always been first. However, due to his aloof demeanor, he often finds himself targeted by wealthy peers. St. Lizi is an elite academy, Yet many within it looked down upon those from average families. Zhu Xuan nodded. So that's the case. They must detest someone as foolish as me even more. If not for the Fong family's adoption, I would never have had the opportunity to attend St. Lizzie. The system remained silent. If it were the original host, that would indeed be the scenario. Yet for Zhu Xuan, how could she not be regarded as the young lady of the Ji family, at the pinnacle of power and wealth in the capital? Ji Shuzhou had always supported her. One could even argue it was a father-daughter relationship. The system stroked its nose, finding its reasoning quite sound, that as Zhu Xuan walked along the street, she spotted a flower vendor at the corner. The vibrant blossoms were artfully arranged, chaotic yet orderly, their color combinations exhibiting remarkable skill. Countless flower baskets created a visual feast. Zhu Xuan halted in her tracks, momentarily mesmerized. These are simply stunning. I wish to buy some for Madame Fong. Yet, she recalled that Madame Fong's garden boasted far more flowers, and they were undoubtedly more exquisite and costly. That a wave of melancholy washed over Zhu Xuan as she thought of the Fong family's glass greenhouse. However, the system countered, but it wouldn't hurt to buy one for her. Hearing this, Zhu Xuan's spirits lifted once more. All right, I will choose one from Madame Fong. She squatted down to select a flower basket, ultimately opting for one adorned with sunflowers, baby's breath, and blue roses. The vendor also offered greeting cards, so Zhu Xuan purchased one and carefully penned, "Dear Madame Fong, thank you for your care. I wish you happiness every day." That it was a simple, unembellished blessing. With Zhu Xuan's limited imagination, she could not conjure a more sophisticated wish. Joyfully, she carried the woven basket back home, that if Madame Fong was not busy. She typically returned home by 7 o'clock. Zhu Xuan planned to present the flower basket to her after dinner. As for a gift for Mr. Fong, she had yet to decide. That could wait for now. Before presenting her gifts, she first grappled with the burden of homework. Staring at the assignments left by the teacher felt akin to deciphering an ancient script. The more she read, the heavier her eyelids felt. And before she could finish a single page, her head thudded against the table. Startled awake, she resumed her reading. The system could no longer bear to watch. Weakly, it inquired, "Why do you persist in this futile endeavor if you cannot do it?" Zhu Xuan replied feebly, "But what am I to do? Leave the assignments blank. They are due tomorrow. Oh no, the host is far too earnest. You currently know nothing, even if you stare at it all night. You won't be able to complete it." As the water's sound fell into silence, the system spoke with undeniable reason. "So, may I use my points?" Zisuyan inquired. "You dare to ask that? Do you think I am merely a leisurely system at your disposal?" "Such a waste of potential," the system retorted incredulously. Zisuyan, feeling reprimanded, recoiled slightly, her spirit dampened into silence. "First, seek help from Fong Qian, that if he ignores you, then you can copy Xin Yunshin's work tomorrow. If all else fails, perhaps you might try downloading a problem-solving app," the system suggested. Zisuyan, filled with curiosity, asked eagerly, "If I download the app, does that mean I will be able to complete the assignments?" The system replied expressionlessly, "No, you still cannot submit your homework." The Zisuyan's confidence waned as she muttered softly, "What good is that?" Although she remained unsure about the assignments, she understood the necessity of submitting them first and catching up later. After some contemplation, she decided, "In that case, I shall approach Xin Yunshin directly tomorrow. He seems more approachable than Fong Qian." Warning: character inconsistency detected. Zisuyan hesitated, unsure of how to broach the subject, as dinner time arrived. It was her first day of school, and both Mrs. Fong and Mr. Fong were present at the dining table, inquiring about her adjustment. Fong Qian sat nearby, quietly consuming his meal, seemingly uninterested in the conversation. Zisuyan beamed, her joy from the day's school experience evident. "Fong Xiaoyi accompanied me to school this morning, didn't he?" She affirmed with a vigorous nod that Mr. and Mrs. Fong exchanged glances. Zisuyan, with an adorable demeanor, said, "Mrs. Fong, I have prepared a gift for you." Her voice was irresistibly sweet, capturing the attention of everyone at the table. Fong Qian was momentarily taken aback. He wondered how Zisuyan, who seemed to adore him, had never spoken to him in such a manner before. With a hint of shyness, Zisuyan revealed a floral basket from behind her, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure. She had infused a touch of her spiritual energy into the bouquet, enhancing its beauty while providing a soothing effect. Mrs. Fong's face displayed clear astonishment. Perhaps she had never encountered such sincerity in her past. However, she quickly regained composure and accepted the basket with gratitude. Fang Qian, observing the humble floral arrangement that could be purchased for a mere few interstellar coins, initially intended to mock it. His mother had never received such inexpensive flowers. Yet, as he looked at the bouquet, words eluded him. Though it was a simple arrangement, it radiated an extraordinary beauty, surpassing even the lavish bouquets ordered from upscale florists. Fang Qian squinted at the orchids for quite some time, until his eyes began to dry, before finally averting his gaze. Clearly, Mrs. Fang and Mr. Fang shared the same sentiment. Upon seeing Mrs. Fang accept her gift, Zisuyan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, an unmistakable sign of her happiness. Even someone as worldly and astute as Mrs. Fang was moved by such genuine innocence. She spoke to Zisuyan in a gentle tone. "Thank you, Enin. I truly adore the flowers you gave me." Zisuyan struggled to suppress her beaming smile, advising, "Mrs. Fang, please remember to place the floral basket by your bedside tonight." Mrs. Fang paused, realizing that even without Zisuyan's reminder, she would have done so. The moment she received the basket and inhaled its fragrance, she felt enveloped in comfort, as if her very soul had been cleansed. "All right, I shall place it by my bedside," she replied warmly to Zisuyan. Zisuyan nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Fang Qian, utterly astonished, observed the interaction between his mother and the seemingly naive girl, that he felt a sense of despair. Zisuyan appeared harmless and easily manipulated, yet she demonstrated an unexpected skill in winning hearts that if this continued, his mother would soon be smitten. If Mrs. Fang fell, how long would it take for Mr. Fang to follow suit? What if Zisuyan leveraged this connection to make requests, such as insisting he accompany her to school or help with her assignments? He would be in a predicament. Fang Qian's gaze towards Zisuyan became somewhat unsteady. When she noticed his attention, she responded with a perfectly crafted, robotic smile. Fang Qian felt momentarily choked. Her smile was so disingenuous it would have been better left unsaid. That evening, Mrs. Fang was in such high spirits that she generously increased the pocket money for both Fang Qian and Zisuyan. After dinner, Zisuyan approached Fang Qian to seek his assistance with her homework, that he happened to still be in the living room, not yet having retreated upstairs. She put on a humble expression and directly stated, "Fang Qian, I am struggling with the assignments given today. Could you teach me?" Fang Qian, preparing to retreat to his gaming room, replied without looking up, "No, figure it out on your own." Zisuyan had anticipated his refusal and accepted it gracefully. She quickly replied, "Oh, all right," and turned to leave, as if her inquiry had merely been a formality with no expectation of a serious response. Fang Qian was taken aback by her departure. "I asked that all?" "Just one question?" However, he soon felt a twinge of guilt. Was he being too unkind? After rejecting her, he had expected Zisuyan to linger and plead for further help. Shaking off the odd sensation, he refocused on his gaming preparations. Though his enthusiasm had waned, Zisuyan glanced at her empty contact list on her communicator and silently shut off her phone. Would it be too late to ask tomorrow? No. Typically, assignments are given on a weekly basis. Instantly, she felt a surge of joy and tossed her homework aside, rushing to her bed. The following day, to prevent a repeat of yesterday's events, Zisuyan woke up earlier. The breakfast prepared by the Fang household was lavish, offering a delightful selection of both Chinese and Western cuisines. After enjoying a cup of purple sweet potato and pumpkin porridge and a sandwich, she felt satisfied. Today, she had no intention of asking Fang Qian to accompany her to school, knowing he would refuse. However, to her surprise, Fang Qian was waiting for her that morning. Zisuyan was momentarily puzzled by his intentions, her large eyes fixed upon him. Fang Qian cleared his throat awkwardly. "My mother specifically asked me to take you with me from now on." Zisuyan's lips curled into a cheerful smile, her demeanor innocent and obedient. "That Mrs. Fang is so kind." "Well, let's go together then." Fang Qian nodded and walked ahead. Upon arriving at school, Zisuyan instinctively distanced herself from Fang Qian. He swallowed hard, saying nothing. This was precisely what he had hoped for. Yet recently, Zisuyan seemed to have transformed into someone entirely different. Forget it, he thought, it doesn't matter. Even if Zisuyan were to become a monstrous entity, it was of no concern to him. Ding! Plot progression 1, that the system has automatically added plot progression to the host's beauty score. The assistant made her way to the classroom. A notification appeared in her mind. She widened her eyes in astonishment. What is this sudden plot progression? Due to her traveling to school with Fang Qian over the past few days, fulfilling the original character's desires, her vanity had been greatly satisfied, thus increasing the completeness of the plot. This is wonderful. Zisuian suddenly realized that Fang Qian had his merits, particularly in enhancing her plot completeness. Delighted, she took out her phone to take a selfie. Resting her chin on her hand, admiring her transformation with the front-facing camera. This was also one of her daily tasks. She had grown accustomed to appreciating her reflection, often gazing in the mirror more than 5 times a day. It seems my eyes have widened a bit, and my skin has become fairer. That my hair looks good lately. That my lips look so delectable, pouty and inviting. Yes, very lovely. Zisuian chattered to herself, somewhat wobbling as she walked while engrossed in her selfie. Suddenly, she heard a curse from behind her. Startled, she turned to see the strikingly handsome Ji Chuxian, who was looking at her with a mix of disdain and shock. The Ji Chuxian. Why do you have that expression on your face? She asked innocently. The Ji Chuxian blinked in surprise. How do you know my name? Zisuian's confidence faltered, and her lips moved uncertainly as she struggled to explain, realizing she truly had no idea how to articulate it. After all, Fang Qian and Ji Chuxian were friends. Zhu Xuan's eyes darted momentarily, and with a face full of guilt, she said, Yes, Fang Qian told me that Ji Chuxian was taken aback once more. What is your relationship with Fang Qian? Zhu Xuan's gaze wavered, her expression hesitant. Internally, she furtively consulted the system. Can I disclose our relationship? Though she longed to boast about it, she ultimately refrained. Zhu Xuan replied, All right then. Simply say you have no connection with him. After receiving the system's guidance, Zhu Xuan adopted an air of nonchalance. She retorted assertively, What does it have to do with you? We must return to the original topic. Why did you make such a face earlier and curse? Ji Chuxian observed the new transfer student's facial expressions, which were a whirlwind of emotions. Hesitation, timidity, confusion, and then a resurgence of bravado. Chapter 25. Remedial Class. Ji Chuxian propped his chin on his hand, revealing a carefree smile. From a rational perspective, it seemed he indeed had acted inappropriately. One should not stare indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. If it weren't for this peculiar transfer student preening in front of him, he wouldn't be so astonished. Her looks were hardly remarkable, yet her vanity was off the charts. She claimed her eyes had grown larger, her lips fuller. He nearly suspected she had undergone cosmetic surgery. I apologize for the inappropriate language. I did not intend to insult you. Zhu Xuan replied earnestly. Ditto. She continued, But I am curious. Why did you suddenly glare at me when you arrived yesterday? I don't believe we've met before. Ji Chuxian squinted at Zhu Xuan, scrutinizing the subtle nuances of her expression. Zhu Xuan puffed her cheeks, feeling a twinge of guilt. She averted her gaze and denied, You must have misseen. I certainly did not glare at you. Ji Chuxian responded with a knowing oh. Zhu Xuan, feeling the weight of her previous slip, decided to let it go. Revealing too much could lead to trouble. She hurriedly slung her backpack over her shoulder and dashed away. Ji Chuxian, observing her retreating figure, felt his confusion deepen, but he pulled out his phone and messaged Fang Qian. Have you introduced me to your little fiancé? Fang Qian was taken aback upon reading the message and cursed under his breath. What absurdity was Ji Chuxian spouting today? How did he discover Zhu Xuan's identity? Fang Qian replied, Don't speak recklessly. How does everyone know? Pei Chujin and Ji Chuxian too. Ji Chuxian raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. Young Master Fang, you can no longer deny it. The word is out. Fang Qian felt as if struck by lightning upon reading that. What word? What has spread? He was still so young, yet already faced with this. He slumped in his seat, seemingly drained of all energy. Meanwhile, the very culprit strolled into the classroom, humming a tune, and settled in her spot, unpacking her books in preparation for study. Fang Qian wearily closed his eyes. Though he appeared present, his mind had already wandered far away. Xin Yinqing was always the first to arrive in the classroom. The elite Class A's classroom was a rare gem, equipped with every conceivable high-tech tool beneficial for student learning. In summer, there was central air conditioning. In winter, heating. There was a continuous supply of hot and cold drinking water, including coffee, milk, and various juices that if there were afternoon classes, students could rest in the designated nap area during lunch. Zhu Xuan had taken advantage of this yesterday, sleeping soundly in a cozy, private space, complete with a custom leather recliner and a cashmere blanket. Zhu Xuan blinked as she recalled needing to ask Shen Yunqing for a favor today. Shen Yunqing, I have something to ask of you. Shen Yunqing's pen paused momentarily, and he lifted his gaze to meet hers. Zhu Xuan wore a friendly smile, though it was tinged with anxiety. What is it? She asked, do you have time to help me with remedial lessons? Zhu Xuan added, slightly flustered, I didn't understand the content from yesterday's class and really need assistance. Shen Yunqing replied that person was furiously taking notes from the moment class began. Sitting up straighter than a pine tree, eyes wide open, as if afraid to miss something important. Did you genuinely not grasp even the simplest concepts? Zhu Xuan noticed his lack of response and quickly added, Of course, I'm not inviting you to tutor me for free. Just consider me hiring you as a tutor, and I will pay you at the standard rate for tutors outside. Surely, this should suffice. She had initially intended to find a tutor for herself, preferably someone who could teach her at school. Shen Yunqing narrowed his eyes slightly before replying in a tone devoid of emotion. Aren't your family members arranging for a tutor? Those in elite class, they were typically from affluent families or exceptionally talented. Zhu Xuan clearly did not belong to the latter category, leading Shen Yunqing to draw his conclusion. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xuan's face flushed with embarrassment, and she turned her face away, baring her teeth in frustration that if Mrs. Fong were to hire a tutor for her, the fact that she was struggling would inevitably come to light, which would surely displease her original self. Thus, she could only strive to improve in secret. Zhu Xuan puffed her cheeks, forcing an explanation. I want to become an outstanding person quickly, so I can surprise them. Shen Yunqing observed her coldly, seemingly reluctant to acquiesce, which made her anxious. Please, Shen classmate, you seem like a very kind person. Shen Yunqing's brow twitched. He certainly did not seem to embody kindness. Shen classmate, you appear to be quite impressive. I truly admire intelligent individuals and hope to be taught by someone capable, so I too can become proficient quickly. Zhu Xuan gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Shen Yunqing hesitated, thinking, this is never-ending. Zhu Xuan, noticing his continued silence, sighed sadly. It seemed her efforts were in vain. Perhaps she should explore other options. During lunch, Zhu Xuan ventured alone to the cafeteria. The cafeteria at St. Lizzie was nothing short of extraordinary. Its design elegantly merging classical and modern elements, featuring soaring ceilings, vast floor-to-ceiling windows, and exquisite decorative lines. The walls were adorned with exquisite artworks and historical portraits of the academy. Why have I never seen Shen Yunqing dining in the cafeteria? She pondered. Shen Yunqing had withdrawn all his scholarships. The cafeteria's prices were not modest. Zhu Xuan paused, acknowledging that the cafeteria was indeed pricey. Even a simple meal could cost over 500 galactic coins. What did he typically eat? He usually brought his own lunch to the rooftop. Zhu Xuan nodded in understanding. After finishing her meal, Zhu Xuan ascended to the rooftop to explore. Class A was located on the top floor, conveniently near the rooftop. The rooftop was spacious, and it took Zhu Xuan a while to locate Shen Yunqing that he sat alone on a chair, squinting in the sunlight, beside him an empty iron lunchbox. Chapter 26. Sneaking in. Zhu Xuan peeked cautiously. Although she made no significant noise, Shen Yunqing evidently sensed her presence and opened his eyes. Startled by his sudden movement, she quickly plastered on a friendly smile. Seeing her approach, Shen Yunqing picked up his lunchbox, preparing to leave. Zhu Xuan hurried forward and gently pressed him back into his seat. Stay seated. I'll be leaving shortly. Shen Yunqing lifted his eyelids to regard Zhu Xuan, but said nothing. She cautiously withdrew her hand, sighed, and then descended the stairs. Zhu Xuan perceived that while Shen Yunqing maintained a distance from others, he was not malevolent, merely inherently aloof. She felt that persuading him to tutor her would be a long and arduous journey. Thus, she decided to seek out the girls in her class instead. She observed that these girls were all stunningly beautiful, with fair skin, long voluminous hair, and large expressive eyes, while not all were alike. They were undeniably attractive. Zhu Xuan approached a blonde classmate, a tall girl adorned with dazzling diamond earrings and a metal ring studded with small diamonds that a sophisticated fragrance enveloped her. Hello, Zhu Xuan greeted. The girl looked up at the sound of her voice, but upon realizing it was the new transfer student, her expression turned indifferent, and she coldly inquired, What do you want? Zhu Xuan, plagued by social anxiety, found herself unable to utter a word almost instantaneously. During class, she was grappling with a question she did not comprehend and hesitantly sought assistance. The girl beside her cast a disdainful glance, scanning the back row only to find Fong Qian absent. She retorted, "I heard you and Fong Xiao are quite close. Why not seek his help? His ranking surpasses mine." Zhu Xuyin thought to herself that Fong Qian loathed her, making it utterly implausible for him to acquiesce to her request. The female classmate, perceiving the expression on Zhu Xuyin's face, grew even colder. Her words dripped with a chilling indifference. "If you cannot keep pace with the Elite A class, I suggest you withdraw promptly. Otherwise, you will drive yourself to madness that do not force yourself without the requisite ability." Zhu Xuyin felt utterly bewildered. The girl, who had shown some basic courtesy moments ago, now regarded Zhu Xuyin as invisible. The other classmates snickered softly, and even someone as oblivious as Zhu Xuyin recognized that they were mocking her. Dejected, Zhu Xuyin returned to her seat that a single moment of extroversion had cost her a lifetime of introversion. Well then, she thought, do not be disheartened, host. The students of the Elite A class are all of this disposition. Zhu Xuyin weakly nodded, drifting to her resting room to prepare for a nap, which she believed would help her forget her troubles. Upon waking, another afternoon loomed, and she found herself lost once more, unable to grasp the teacher's lecture. Zhu Xuyin discreetly observed Xin Yunqing. After the earlier incident, she felt that Xin Yunqing was indeed the most admirable person in the class. "Do you think I have a chance for him to tutor me?" "Yes, this afternoon. Xin Yunqing will work after school and may encounter difficulties with his colleagues, that it's your moment to shine." Zhu Xuyin hesitated. "How should I make my presence known?" "Quite simply, shower him with money. Support him financially and see who dares to bully him." The system replied with excitement and anticipation. Zhu Xuyin, despite her confusion, resolved to follow Xin Yunqing that afternoon. Soon, school was dismissed, and Zhu Xuyin had already packed her bag during the previous class. The moment school ended, she left the classroom. She trailed Xin Yunqing closely yet cautiously, and upon exiting the school, he boarded the most economical public transport available, heading to his workplace. Zhu Xuyin was too apprehensive to share a bus with him. Fearing he might recognize her, is he working at that dessert shop again? No, he is at a high-end private club. Oh, why not the dessert shop? It seemed quite nice. The dessert shop is too far from Xingli. Xin Yunqing only worked there during the summer break. I see. Then I'll take a hovercraft to the club. Yes, to Xianyan Club. In fact, it's not far from the school, merely a 20-minute journey. Zhu Xuyin strode confidently into the club, but was intercepted by staff before she could enter the main hall. A very courteous staff member smiled and inquired, "Miss, do you have a membership?" "A membership?" Zhu Xuiyin's face fell. She certainly did not possess one. It was her first visit to this establishment. No, the staff member's expression turned awkward. "Then you cannot enter." Disappointed, Zhu Xuyin nodded and turned to leave. "How do we get in then?" "We wait for the right moment. If necessary, I can transform you into a bamboo shoot and sneak you in on someone." Zhu Xuyin's eyes brightened. "Lulu, you can turn me into a bamboo shoot?" She was aware she couldn't do so herself. "That if I change you, the effect is limited, at most 30 minutes. Zhu Xuyin felt somewhat disheartened, but still nodded in agreement. They stood idly outside for a while. Suddenly, Zhu Xuyin exclaimed, "Lulu, look, isn't that my master?" Indeed, it was. Zhu Xuyin grew excited and urged, "Hurry, turn me into a bamboo shoot and attach me to my master." It had been ages since she had been close to him, and she missed it dearly. The system, recognizing the rarity of this opportunity, quickly transformed Zhu Xuyin into a vibrant green bamboo leaf. Subsequently, she floated gently onto Ji Shuzhou's dark suit. This action was so subtle that nearly no one noticed. Zhu Xuyin returned to her original form, feeling extraordinarily comfortable. She nestled upon Ji Shuzhou's suit. Shielded by the tie and jacket, Xin Yunqing nodded slightly and subsequently conveyed the demands of this private room to the manager. As expected, the manager assured him that he would resolve the issue, and then instructed Xin Yunqing to attend to other private rooms. Zhu Xuyin observed with relief as the potential crisis was effortlessly alleviated. Xin Yunqing regarded Zhu Xuyin with a gaze imbued with deeper meaning, his tone unusually becoming more normal. "It's getting late. You should hurry back." This marked the first instance where he conversed so extensively with Zhu Xuyin. Zhu Xuyin hesitated, appearing as though she wished to speak yet refrained. Xin Yunqing's brows shifted slightly, sensing her unvoiced thoughts. "Regarding the supplementary lessons you mentioned this morning, I have agreed." Zhu Xuyin's head jerked up suddenly, her eyes alight with unmistakable delight. "Really?" she exclaimed, her voice brimming with exuberance, a hint of buoyancy lingering in her tone. Xin Yunqing nodded affirmatively. Zhu Xuan struggled to suppress a smile, exclaiming, "Thank you, Shin classmate. You are truly a wonderful person." A subtle smile graced Shun Yunqing's lips. Though he refrained from commenting on her flattery, Zhu Xuan departed cheerfully, not forgetting to sweeten her farewell. "Then I'll take my leave, Shin classmate. Do your best at work." Shin Yunqing paused for a moment before nodding. The following day, as Zhu Xuan arrived at school, Shin Yunqing promptly informed her, "You may decide the time and place for the supplementary lessons." Zhu Xuan responded joyfully, "I will defer to Shun classmate's schedule. I am free at any time." Although she had ample time, Shin Yunqing's availability was quite constrained. His brows relaxed slightly, and he felt a bit more inclined to undertake the tutoring. "I will first compile a set of questions for you to assess your foundational knowledge." His tone was decisive rather than negotiable. Zhu Xuan timidly refrained from replying, knowing she had no choice but to comply. Yet, she was uncertain whether the results she produced would not cause Shin Yunqing to be exasperated. Shin Yunqing swiftly marked some problems in Zhu Xuan's book, then pushed it towards her, gesturing for her to begin. "This is advanced physics. Complete it in half an hour. This is advanced mathematics. Also finish it in half an hour. Mecha model design principles. Mecha control principles database." Zhu Xuan fumbled with the books that had been thrust upon her, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. "This is too fast, Shin Yunqing." Shin Yunqing efficiently assigned her tasks and, before attending to his own affairs, set a timer for Zhu Xuan. "You have 1 hour to complete the set." Zhu Xuan thought to herself, "I'm going to faint." Chapter 28. Comic books. As Zhu Xuan scratched her head in frustration while doing her homework, Shin Yunqing remained unfazed, engrossed in his advanced reading materials. The two desk mates presented two starkly contrasting states. Zhu Xuan first set aside what she could not comprehend and completed the questions she could tackle. Soon after, she began to space out. Shin Yunqing immediately noticed something was amiss. He turned his head to observe Zhu Xuan, who had just been flushed with frustration, now appearing vacant, her grip on the pen loose. Her lips trembling slightly, it seemed she was on the verge of giving up. Shin Yunqing glanced at the completed and unfinished assignments, his eyelids twitching, an ominous premonition washing over him, that he felt that if he did not exert considerable effort in teaching, he might not be able to reach Zhu Xuan. "Oh, you still intend to continue?" he asked after a prolonged silence, struggling to formulate the question. Zhu Xuan was startled by the inquiry, as if jolted from a trance. Her long eyelashes fluttered like a butterfly adorned with tassels, and her crystalline eyes involuntarily shifted. She appeared quite sheepish. Shin Yunqing sighed, his mind already made up. It seemed his earlier suspicions were confirmed. He refrained from pressing Zhu Xuan further and took her workbook to review the problems she had just completed. She had managed to tackle only the most rudimentary questions, those he had inadvertently marked. Initially intending to strike them out, but for some reason, left them untouched. To his surprise, Zhu Xuan seemed to have only mastered this singular type. With a mere glance, he discerned the extent of her foundational knowledge, nearly non-existent. Shin Yunqing felt a twinge of confusion. Had the standards at St. Lizzie been lowered to such an extent for the scions of affluent families? His emotions were a tumultuous blend. Was it too late for him to reconsider? Zhu Xuan timidly lifted her gaze to gauge Shin Yunqing's expression, her heart racing. "Did you attend elementary school?" St. Lizzie categorizes schools into preschool, elementary, secondary, and finally higher education. Shin Yunqing swore that his question bore no discriminatory intent. It was merely a matter of fact. However, he evidently overthought the situation, as Zhu Xuan did not detect any impropriety in his words. She hesitantly nodded. The original owner must have attended. Shin Yunqing inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. "All right, then I shall devise a study plan for you now." The tension in Zhu Xuan's eyes dissipated, replaced by abundant joy and anticipation. She nodded vigorously as Shin Yunqing drafted the supplementary lesson plan. Zhu Xuan secretly inquired of the system, "How much should I pay Shin Yunqing for the tutoring?" The system pondered this question as well. "Previously, I heard that the tutor for Ji Chuxian was paid around 200,000 interstellar coins for a month." Zhu Xuan had not grasped this concept at the time, but in comparison to her 1 million living expenses, she began to comprehend. The tutor for Ji Chuxian was likely a graduate from a prestigious overseas institution, possessing exceptional personal capabilities. "How much do you wish to offer him?" Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled as she replied, "What do you think of 20,000 for a month? With a living expense of 100,000. I would still have plenty left." The system could only helplessly concede. If you think it's acceptable, then it is that IT too was uncertain what tutoring for the host entailed, whether it was a demanding task or not. In class, you need not listen to a single word the teacher says. Follow my instructions entirely, Shen Yunqing asserted with authority. Zhu Xuan had no reason to oppose. She nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. After all, she could not comprehend the lectures anyway, so she might as well tune them out. Your lessons will commence from preschool level to you have preschool textbooks. Shen Yunqing's expression was cold and sharp as he uttered this statement, which seemed somewhat disjointed. Zhu Xuan paused, a flicker of happiness igniting within her. She had indeed wished to start from preschool, given that she had never attended school before. That I will prepare the textbooks today. In truth, the electronic versions could be downloaded onto her smart device, which had a large display. However, Shen Yunqing seemed to prefer printed materials. Shen Yunqing felt somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that suggesting lessons from elementary school would cause Zhu Xuan to feel embarrassed and reluctant. To his surprise, she appeared quite eager, akin to a Navi child anticipating their first day at school. Zhu Xuan acted swiftly, preparing the preschool textbooks by midday. She presented the books to Shen Yunqing as if offering a treasure. You can review these textbooks. If you encounter anything you don't understand, just ask me. Shen Yunqing found it impossible to teach preschool knowledge, believing it was something everyone should inherently grasp. Zhu Xuan felt no sense of impropriety. She busied herself with the textbooks, diligently taking notes with her electronic pad, and an outsider. It might have seemed she was grappling with a particularly challenging subject. Fang Qiyin, seated not far behind Zhu Xuan, raised an eyebrow in surprise upon seeing the items in her hands. What is she reading? A comic book. The colorful illustrations on the cover piqued his interest. With this realization, a wicked grin spread across his face. Hadn't Zhu Xuan been putting on a facade of obedience in front of him? Tonight, he would unveil her true nature. The venerable professor at St. Lizzie was lecturing, yet she was neglecting her studies to peruse comic books. Fang Qiyin snapped 2 photos of Zhu Xuan, intending to send them to his mother shortly. Beside him, Ji Chuxian raised an eyebrow, commenting, "Earlier, you denied it. Fang, are you really that reluctant to part with her?" Fang Qian's expression darkened. A few strands of hair, standing on end, the Ji Chuxian. "If you don't use your eyes, I'll have them removed, and I'm capturing evidence of her not paying attention in class and reading comic books." Ji Chuxuan's expression shifted as he processed the information. Comic books? That book of hers is filled with words and colorful illustrations. It must be a comic book. The Ji Chuxian leaned forward, squinting to observe for a while. Then he retracted his neck, his face a blank canvas. Even his pupils seemed to tremble in shock. "What did you see that left you so spellbound?" Fang Qiyin inquired. Puzzled, Ji Chuxian was utterly baffled. "Do you know what she's reading?" She was surprisingly engrossed in a preschool-level textbook. Fang Qiyin gasped, feeling as though his face had been utterly stripped of expression for reasons unknown. The Ji Chuxian cast a meaningful glance at Fang Qiyin and inquired, "What do your parents think to have transferred her to the elite class A?" Chapter 29. Mockery. Fang Qian's face contorted with irritation. She had previously claimed her academic performance was acceptable. So what was she doing now? Fang Qiyin remained silent. Unable to muster a rebuttal, the Ji Chuxian's eyes darted momentarily. Seizing the opportunity during the break, he leisurely approached Zhu Xuan and extended 2 slender fingers to lift the preschool mathematics textbook from her desk. Zhu Xuan, deeply engrossed in her reading, was startled to discover her book had seemingly vanished. Her eyes widened as she followed the book with her gaze, only to find Ji Chuxian grinning mischievously. "What book are you reading, Zhu?" Zhu Xuan instinctively considered informing Ji Chuxian, but soon realized that his actions were rather impolite. Thus, she puffed out her cheeks and remained silent, resembling a sulky little pufferfish. Ji Chuxian was momentarily taken aback, experiencing a strange sense of familiarity, as if he and Zhu Xuan were well acquainted. Standing at approximately 1.9 meters tall, Ji Chuxian towered over his seated classmates, making it natural for them to notice the book in his hand. "Don't frighten me. You're actually reading a preschool-level math textbook?" The first to speak was a slightly plump boy wearing thick black-framed glasses that reflected a purplish hue. His chubby face appeared somewhat endearing, clearly the pampered scion of a well-off family, accustomed to having his every whim catered to. Yet, the words that escaped his lips were far from charming. "Ding, Song Xinrui, the youngest son of the ancient and prestigious Song family. He has been showered with affection since childhood and has a penchant for pursuing beautiful things that he is a sycophant of Pei Zhixian. Zhu Xuan pondered thoughtfully, realizing that he was indeed a sycophant. Song Xinrui, could it be that you are mistaken? A girl expressed disbelief, unable to fathom such terminology being uttered in elite class A. It was simply too disjointed. Song Xinrui wore an expression of grievance that I truly did not misread. Lu Bing that if you don't believe me, just take a look at what Ji Gu is holding. Goodness, it's genuinely a preschool textbook. When Zhu Xuan arrived yesterday, I felt she lacked the capability to be in elite class A, but to think she is actually studying preschool level material. My 3-year-old little brother is already at preschool level 3. Ha ha ha. Is she genuinely learning or merely playing at abstraction? This is a bit absurd that I saw her coming to school with Fong Xiao yesterday. Perhaps we should refrain from discussing this further. We might not be able to afford the consequences. A girl whispered a caution to her friend. The students of elite class A belong to families of varying status, with Ji Chushuan, Fong Qian, and Song Xinrui residing at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy. Zhu Xuan's friend felt a twinge of apprehension as she glanced at Fong Qian, only to find her exhibiting an air of indifference. What is there to worry about? I see Fong Xiao doesn't seem to care about her at all. The class overheard this remark, and their attitudes toward Zhu Xuan turned decidedly hostile. Students of elite class A were notoriously exclusive, much like their disdain for the impoverished Xin Yunqing. Zhu Xuan, clearly aware of the comment, felt her lashes quiver as her glistening eyes instinctively shifted toward Fong Qian, and no one noticed Fong Qian pause momentarily before nonchalantly averting his gaze, appearing entirely unfazed and seemingly uninterested in acknowledging her presence. Zhu Xuan's heart sank as she lowered her gaze, exhaling softly. Despite her somewhat dull disposition, she still hoped for someone to stand by her side during this collective scrutiny. Establishing a rapport with Fong Qian felt like a long, arduous journey. Xin Yunqing's expression turned frosty as he bluntly addressed the onlookers. What others choose to read seems to be of no concern to you. Zhu Xuan gazed at Xin Yunqing with gratitude. Nodding earnestly, warmth spread through her, and she even felt a slight sting in her nose that Ji Chushuan, what does my reading a preschool-level math book have to do with you? Zhu Xuan clenched her fists. Steeling herself, the Ji Chushuan hesitated, admitting to himself that he harbored a hint of vengefulness. For reasons he could not comprehend, Zhu Xuan felt inexplicably familiar to him. Familiarity, however, did not equate to a pleasant emotion. It's nothing, merely a fleeting curiosity. Even with Ji Chushuan's casual dismissal, others could not retaliate against him. Zhu Xuan had initially hoped Ji Chushuan would apologize to her. Warning: violation of character setting. The original protagonist felt as though she were treading on thin ice within the Fong household, unwilling to further offend others. Generally, grievances were avenged quietly, maintaining a faade of submission. Zhu Xuan sighed, conceding defeat. She retrieved her book and sat in silence, her head bowed, the stack of books on her desk obscuring much of her face. She uttered not a word, as if resigning herself to the piercing scrutiny of her peers. Rendering her somewhat pitiable, Fong Qian found her demeanor oddly glaring and irritably withdrew his gaze. This was precisely what he wished to see. Zhu Xuan retreating in defeat. Elite class, it was not an easy environment to navigate. Nor was his company to Ji Chushuan, observing her lack of resistance, found himself puzzled by her intentions. She had appeared quite fierce earlier that morning. Why did she now seem so intimidated by him? Was her earlier bravado merely an act intended to capture his attention? Ji Chushuan felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Deciding not to pursue her any further, as Ji Chushuan lost interest, others naturally followed suit. Zhu Xuan ground her small, white teeth together in frustration. Just you wait, Ji Chushuan. She resolved to report him to her master. Zhu Xuan inquired of the system, when will my master come to St. Lys to pick Ji Chushuan up, the current head of the Ji family? Her master oversaw all affairs, including those of her younger brother, Ji Chushuan. Sometimes, he would heed their grandfather's arrangements to fetch Ji Chushuan for meals at the ancestral home. The day after tomorrow in the afternoon. Zhu Xuan received a precise time frame, a glimmer of grievance shining in her eyes that time. She would ensure her master gave Ji Chushuan a proper scolding and demanded an apology, with renewed determination. She buried herself in her homework, her earlier displeasure swiftly forgotten. When she devoted herself to a task, Zhu Xuan quickly lost track of the unpleasantness she had just experienced. The preschool-level math concepts were not particularly challenging for her, and she completed her studies swiftly. Shin Yunqing had even bought her a set of foundational worksheets specifically designed for preschoolers, encouraging her to complete a set during the lunch break. Chapter 30. Taking charge for the first time. Zhu Xuan experienced the joy of solving problems in seconds. Haha, it turns out I'm not so dull-witted after all. Overjoyed and brimming with confidence, she exclaimed. Shin Yunqing, too, appeared in high spirits regarding preschool concepts. Zhu Xuan had posed questions about project problems and the classic chickens and rabbits in the same pen problem. After a single explanation, she grasped the concepts effortlessly. You are far smarter than I imagined, she remarked, her eyes sparkling. She bashfully expressed her gratitude. Thank you, thank you. However, this is merely preschool knowledge. The true test awaits you. Zhu Xuan nodded earnestly, her expression filled with determination. Ding, congratulations, host, you have completed 10 of the learning progress. Story progression 1, that the system has automatically enhanced your beauty value. Zhu Xuan was pleasantly surprised by the system's declaration. For the first time, she felt the satisfaction that came from a diligent worker receiving their hard-earned wages. Ecstatic, she applauded. Shin Yunqing glanced at her with a knowing smile. Indeed, Zhu Xuan seemed different system. Have I become more beautiful again? Absolutely. Zhu Xuan joyfully dashed outside to gaze into a mirror. Indeed, in just 2 days. She appeared subtly transformed. Her features were more refined, and her complexion had brightened. She finally felt as though she belonged among the students of St. Lee's Academy that in the afternoon. She was to meet her master, and she felt more like herself than ever. Would her master recognize her? Zhu Xuan cradled her face, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. She longed for her master to stroke her head once more. After lingering outside long enough, Zhu Xuan returned to the lounge. Then, Shin Yunqing had already departed, evidently intending to grant her the remainder of the midday break to rest. With a cheerful heart, Zhu Xuan settled down for a nap. The afternoon passed swiftly as the bell rang to signal the end of classes. Zhu Xuan was the first to dash out of the classroom. Fang Qian raised an eyebrow, wondering why she was in such a hurry today. Did she intend to sit in the car first and return home with him? He quickened his pace, eager to reach his hovering vehicle, which was stationed by the eastern gate of St. L. Zhu Xuan dashed towards the eastern gate. She noted that few individuals typically frequented this entrance, while the southern gate served as the main thoroughfare, where students customarily exited the school. Her gaze fell upon a discreet black hover vehicle, and she blinked in surprise. Did you not mention that students' vehicles are prohibited from entering the campus? She mused. Yet, it was also acknowledged that exceptions were made for the board of directors and other dignitaries. Zhu Xuan's mouth formed a round shape, exuding an air of innocent naivety. It dawned on her that the Ji family was part of the board. She shook her head cheerfully and approached the vehicle to knock on the door. The driver, whose demeanor was calm and serious, noticed a girl tapping on the window where Mr. Ji was seated. A cold sweat broke out on him. Mr. Ji was currently resting his eyes. Having had several days of inadequate rest, he had seized the opportunity to catch a brief nap while awaiting the young master. Initially, the driver intended to exit the vehicle quietly to inquire about the matter at hand. However, Mr. Ji had already opened his tranquil eyes and was gazing thoughtfully out the window. The glass was one way. Those outside could not see in, but the interior was visible from the outside. The driver froze in place. Adhering to Ji Shujo's silent command, the Ji Shujo inclined his head, signaling for the window to be lowered. The driver complied, and Zhu Xuan's face suddenly appeared before Ji Shujo. Ji Shujo furrowed his brow, taking in the sight of a girl he had never encountered before, just as he was about to inquire about her purpose. Zhu Xuan spoke, her tone laden with grievance that Mr. Ji, your brother is bullying me. Perhaps due to a sense of homesickness, tears glistened in Zhu Xuan's eyes, rendering her look pitiable and genuinely wronged. Ji Shujo's eyelids flickered slightly, his dark eyes deepening with concern. Bullying? In what manner? He was aware that Ji Chushuan had always been mischievous, but it seemed unlikely that he would cross the line into inappropriate behavior. There might be a misunderstanding at play. Out of courtesy, he sought to reassure Zhu Xuan. Could you please elaborate on what he did? If he has indeed acted inappropriately, I will ensure he apologizes to you. Zhu Xuan sniffled, her expression earnest as she recounted. He mocked me in class when I was simply perusing a preschool mathematics book. He came over and held my book up for the whole class to see. Wiping her nose, she lamented. Whoa, And then everyone began to laugh at me. The driver displayed an expression akin to embarrassment, while Ji Shujo's demeanor momentarily stiffened. This was the nature of the bullying she described. Zhu Xuan continued to voice her grievances. Sometimes. He even curses at me. Upon hearing this, Ji Shujo's expression darkened and Ji Chushuan was becoming increasingly intolerable. The driver glanced between Ji Shujo and the young girl, tentatively asking, "Miss, might I inquire what unseemly words the young master used?" He said, "What the heck?" Zhu Xuan replied, her tone entirely serious. The driver silently congratulated himself for asking. Ji Shujo inhaled deeply, a sense of absurdity washing over him. He reassured Zhu Xuan, "When he arrives, I will make sure he personally apologizes to you." Satisfied, Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled with delight, her lashes fluttering as if Ji Shujo's actions were entirely expected. Thank you, Mr. Ji." Ji Shujo maintained a stoic expression, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Soon, Ji Chushuan arrived, having rushed to meet his brother, not wanting to keep him waiting. However, he was taken aback to see Zhu Xuan in front of his brother's car, initially doubting his own eyes that it was indeed her. Slowing his pace, he squinted at Zhu Xuan, who cast a glance at him before turning back to Ji Shujo, her eyes filled with a pleading innocence, as if seeking his intervention. Ji Shujo shot a disapproving look at Ji Chushuan. The latter stiffened, a sense of apprehension creeping in. "Brother," he addressed respectfully. Ji Shujo did not respond to the greeting, instead tapping a steady rhythm on the window ledge, seemingly aimless, yet consistent, that a sense of foreboding gripped Ji Chushuan. This tapping signaled that his brother was contemplating a punishment. Terrified, Ji Chushuan glanced at Zhu Xuan, desperately wondering what she had disclosed to his brother. Ji Chushuan, if you do not apply yourself to your studies at school and continue to bully your classmates, I will have no qualms about sending you to the Second Star Academy. Their military school is quite commendable. Chapter 31. An apology. Ji Shujo, who rarely spoke, finally broke the silence after a prolonged moment. The atmosphere thick with tension, Ji Chushuan appeared bewildered, glancing at Zhu Xuan in confusion. She nodded in agreement, her lips forming a slight pout. Ji Chushuan was perplexed. "Wait, how have I bullied my classmates?" Ji Shujo's gaze shifted to Zhu Xuan, who, emboldened by his presence, inched closer to him. Ji Shujo hesitated, inexplicably refraining from moving away. "You laughed at me for reading a preschool textbook, and last time, you cursed at me from behind." Ji Chushuan regarded Zhu Xuan as if she were an oddity. It seemed he was at fault for mocking her reading material, yet he brushed past that detail. The notion that someone would report such trivial matters to a guardian was utterly absurd. Just what kind of peculiar individual was Zhu Xuan? That was not cursing. Zhu Xuan's gaze wavered as she slowly nodded. The system said, so. Ji Chushuan felt utterly defeated, realizing he had entangled himself with this troublesome transfer student. Ji Shujo fixed Ji Chushuan with a cold stare. "Have you done these things?" Ji Chushuan swallowed hard, ultimately nodding in humiliation. "Then you shall apologize to this classmate now," Ji Shujo instructed nonchalantly. Ji Chushuan's face flushed with disgrace. He finally understood why Fong Qian's attitude toward Zhu Xuan was so peculiar. This girl had a way of charming the elders, presenting herself as an innocent lamb. "Sorry," Ji Chushuan uttered each syllable with reluctance. Zhu Xuan nodded, accepting his apology. Ji Shujo's eyelids flickered as his gaze swept over Ji Chushuan. The latter tensed, hastily adding, "I shouldn't have laughed at you or cursed." Zhu Xuan beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped and radiant as a bright moon. Seeing her joy, Ji Shujo felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Ji Chushuan silently gritted his teeth, vowing to keep his distance from Zhu Xuan henceforth. Logically, with the apology rendered, Zhu Xuan should have taken her leave. Ji Chushuan and Ji Shujo were prepared to depart. Yet Zhu Xuan lingered, her expression a mix of hesitation and determination. "Do you have further matters to discuss?" Ji Chushuan inquired, striving to maintain a cordial tone. Zhu Xuan continued to gaze at Ji Shujo, hesitating to speak. The system within her sensed an ominous premonition. "What are you planning? Don't do anything foolish, lest they think we're insane." The system feared that Zhu Xuan could no longer suppress her yearning and was about to reveal her identity to Ji Shujo. With newfound courage, Zhu Xuan clenched her fist tightly. "Mr. Ji, may I have your contact information?" Ji Shujo was taken aback, never anticipating she would utter such a request. Both Ji Chushuan and the driver looked on in astonishment. Ji Chushuan's mouth fell open, rendered speechless for several moments. Finally, he covered his eyes and chuckled. Zhu Xuan was incredibly bold. Many would be intimidated by Ji Shujo's presence, struggling to engage in normal conversation, let alone ask for contact information. Ji Chuxuan felt a pang of admiration for her audacity. Pondering whether she would shed tears upon being rejected by his brother, Ji Shujo inquired, "Why do you wish for my contact information?" Zhu Xuan offered a harmless smile, her mind racing for an excuse. "Because I believe Mr. Ji appears exceptionally intelligent, and there are times when I have questions I wish to ask you that I in truth." She simply yearned to reach out to him at any moment, that Ji Chuxuan could only exclaim in disbelief. Huh. He strove to suppress his laughter, marveling at Zhu Xuan's audacity. What a preposterous excuse she had concocted. It was as if she was about to inscribe the words with intent upon her very visage, that Ji Chuxuan cast a curious glance at his brother, intrigued by the expression that adorned his face. To his astonishment, he noticed a faint, gradual smile emerging on his brother's lips. Though it was slow to take shape, it was indeed a smile that Ji Chuxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Could it be that his brother truly intended to give in? How could that be? Ji Shujo tapped rhythmically on the car window. Although his countenance bore a smile, there was an inexplicable peculiarity in his demeanor. Zhu Xuan, anxious and restless, gazed at Ji Shujo, unable to conceal her unease. Suddenly, Ji Shujo's fingers halted mid-tap. Unable to proceed further, he squinted slightly, sensing an unusual aroma in the air. An amalgamation of the bamboo fragrance he cherished, intertwined with a subtle, briny essence reminiscent of tears, evoking a tinge of sorrow tinged with fear. This unsettling scent stirred discomfort within him, reminiscent of a sensation he had encountered before. In a peculiar moment, Ji Shujo uttered a series of numbers. The individuals present were momentarily taken aback, but Zhu Xuan was the first to regain her composure, hastily committing the digits to memory. This was the private contact information of the master. Zhu Xuan beamed with delight, clutching the number as if it were a precious treasure. Her joy akin to that of a child receiving a long-desired gift. Ji Chuxuan stared at Zhu Xuan in disbelief, rendered speechless for a moment. Her elation was a radiant sweetness that was almost blinding. She waved her hand towards Ji Shujo, bidding farewell. The black hovering vehicle gradually departed from St. Lizzie Academy, Zhu Xuan's figure diminishing into the distance as Ji Shujo diverted his gaze. Ji Chuxuan, unable to contain himself, turned to his brother and inquired, "Brother, why did you give her your contact information? You don't even know her," Ji Shujo pondered quietly. Indeed, he did not know her, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "It was rather peculiar that I did not realize you had developed a habit of bullying your classmates," he remarked. That Ji Chuxuan swallowed hard, a hint of grievance lacing his tone. "Brother, do you truly believe I was bullying her?" Ji Shujo regarded Ji Chuxuan with an air of certainty, retorting, "What else could it be?" Ji Chuxuan felt as though a lump of old blood had lodged in his throat. Disagreement loomed, yet he dared not oppose his brother any longer. He retreated into a corner, fervently venting his frustrations to Fang Qian through the communicator at that moment. Fang Qian was already aboard the hovering vehicle heading home. They had not seen Zhu Xuan at all during the journey. Realizing he had misjudged the situation, his expression darkening. Chapter 32. Playing games. After receiving Ji Chuxuan's message, Fang Qian felt as though he had entered a surreal realm. Had Zhu Xuan undergone a transformation? She had appeared so timid before him, yet now she exhibited such audacity, boldly approaching Ji Shujo. Who was Ji Shujo? He was the most exceptional prodigy among their generation. Even they had to schedule a meeting and carefully choose their words when addressing him. How had Zhu Xuan managed to approach him directly, and to his surprise, he was willing to engage with her? Fang Qian was puzzled, yet just then he caught sight of Zhu Xuan, her backpack slung over her shoulder. Ambling towards the school gates, he instructed the driver to bring the hovering vehicle alongside her, lowering the window and honking the horn. Fang Qian gestured for Zhu Xuan to enter. Her eyes lit up with surprise. What a fortuitous day this was. Not only had she conversed with her master, but she had also obtained his contact information, and now Fang Qian was inviting her into the vehicle. Zhu Xuan's smile widened, and she scampered over, her joy uncontained. Fang Qian observed her with a smirk, though he couldn't help but find her somewhat endearing. Zhu Xuan greeted him briefly before comfortably settling him beside him. However, Fang Qian, upon hearing her call his name, felt no desire for further conversation. "You actually sought out Ji Shujo," he remarked, his surprise evident. Zhu Xuan paused, taken aback by how he knew this. Nevertheless, she nodded in affirmation. How did you know Ji Shuzhou was at the south gate? Fang Qian queried, sensing something amiss. Zhu Xuan, lacking any background beyond her own family, surely could not have known Ji Shuzhou's whereabouts. That Ji Chushuan would never divulge such information to her. Zhu Xuan belatedly realized her oversight. A hint of distress crossed her features as she acknowledged she should have prepared an excuse beforehand. Fang Qian, noticing her silence, pressed, Zhu Xuan flinched, her posture wilting like a dejected rabbit. Fang Qian, at a loss for words, inquired further. Zhu Xuan stammered, I just happened to overhear Ji Chushuan talking on the phone with his brother, and that's how I found out. Fang Qian raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched upon his face. Though he doubted her explanation, he recognized that Zhu Xuan was unlikely to speak the truth, so he swallowed his questions. Zhu Xuan, clearly feeling guilty, retreated into silence, pretending to be engrossed in her phone. Upon arriving at Fang's residence, she eagerly opened the car door, ready to flee. However, a thought struck her, and she halted, turning to him with a forced smile. Fang Qian, thank you for bringing me home. Fang Qian. His mood inexplicably lifted, mused that if Zhu Xuan's smile were less contrived, he might feel even happier. Recently, her antics had lessened, making her more palatable, and he found her less bothersome than before. As he watched her retreating figure, he idly contemplated that having another person in the house might not be such a terrible thing after all. Since adding her master on WeChat, Zhu Xuan had been eager to message him daily, sending greetings of good morning and good night, though Ji Shuzhou never replied. Zhu Xuan puffed her cheeks in frustration, unfazed by her master's indifference. She continued sending messages undeterred. Recently, Mr. and Mrs. Fang had departed on a business trip, leaving only Zhu Xuan and Fang Qian in the house. With a light course load, she found herself with ample free time and decided to cultivate a deeper bond with Fang Qian. Zhu Xuan began messaging him. You seem to really enjoy playing games. I've learned a bit lately and would love to play with you. Fang Qian, immersed in a newly acquired game, caught sight of her message and, startled, ended up losing the game. That he inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on the communicator's screen, nearly convinced he had misread. Yet, the glaring message remained undeniable. With gritted teeth, he observed the screen, feeling that Zhu Xuan had regained her sanity only to spiral back into her eccentricity. Clearly, one should not harbor excessive expectations of her. Unceremoniously, he dismissed her request, and I don't want to play with you. You're terrible, you'll only drag my level down. Go play by yourself. Zhu Xuan blinked, her cheeks puffing out in disappointment. She felt somewhat defeated, though she was actually quite skilled at games. The mini-games on her smart brain were easily comprehensible to her. Point 66. Could you grant me a skill to become a gaming prodigy? Certainly, but it will cost 200 points and be valid for 1 year. Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled. Such a deal. I'll buy it. Okay. With that, Zhu Xuan acquired the gaming skill, instantly equipping herself. She resolutely continued to pester Fang Qian. I am really good. Just give me a chance. Fang Qian's hand twitched in annoyance. Why could Zhu Xuan send voice messages? The screen continued to flash with her incessant messages, and he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. If he didn't relent, she might never stop. Ultimately, the one to suffer would be him. With a weary sigh, Fang Qian sent an okay. Zhu Xuan, elated by the response, sprang from her seat, hastily darting to Fang Qian's room. He stroked his chin, preparing to select a particularly challenging game for her, one that would test her skills and make her realize her limitations. Zhu Xuan appeared rather naive. How proficient could she truly be? Fang Qian donned a feigned smile as he addressed the excited Zhu Xuan. I've been playing this one lately. It's quite challenging. Zhu Xuan curiously gazed at the enormous gaming screen, which depicted a terrifying apocalyptic game. The remarkably lifelike projection created an illusion of being amidst the bustling streets of a forsaken world. The throngs of zombies, rendered with chilling realism, seemed to exude a putrid stench that could almost permeate the very air around them. Unable to suppress a shudder, Zhu Xuan felt a thrill of fear. Fang Qian, observing this, couldn't help but wear a smug smile. It appeared that Zhu Xuan was genuinely scared that it would be best if she were, prompting her to make a hasty exit. Yet to Fang Qian's surprise, Zhu Xuan gradually stilled her trembling and revealed a pale smile. That it was as though she had been frightened but did not wish to dampen his enthusiasm, thus striving to suppress her fear merely to stand as his adversary. Fong Qian's expression grew complicated. Chapter 33, Encounter with a hint of reluctance, he said, "If you're frightened, there's no need to remain here." Zhu Xuan shook her head, replying, "It's fine, let us begin." After a moment's hesitation, Fong Qian gritted his teeth in agreement. This time, he intended to teach Zhu Xuan a lesson. 30 minutes later, Fong Qian stared blankly at the game screen displaying game over. The zombies amassed into a small mountain. Zhu Xuan, visibly excited, dug here and there, splattering the screen with crimson and white brain matter. Even Fong Qian, a grown man, found himself somewhat queasy at the sight. However, Zhu Xuan remained unfazed, muttering to herself, "Aren't there supposed to be cores in the zombies' brains? I must extract the cores to enhance my own power." Fong Qian closed his eyes and exhaled wearily. What sort of monster are you? This game was notoriously difficult, and he had struggled for ages without success. Yet upon Zhu Xuan's arrival, she swiftly guided him to victory with her flawless techniques, revealing the game's progression that was just as thrilling as he had imagined. In those 30 minutes, Fong Qian admitted to relishing the experience, a sentiment he attributed largely to Zhu Xuan. Zhu Xuan blinked, sensing that her demeanor was somewhat amiss. "Host, you ought to act more like a delicate girl. Surely, one would be terrified by such a bloody and violent scene." Seeking Fong Qian's protection, Zhu Xuan's eyes darted, and although she did not fully comprehend, she complied. The next moment she whimpered, "Oh, how frightening! How terrifying!" She casually tossed aside the game controller and flung herself onto Fong Qian, burying her face in his neck. She began to feign sobs. That game was utterly terrifying. But with you by my side, I surprisingly felt no fear at all. Zhu Xuan subtly opened her eyelids to sneak a glance. Fong Qian wore an expression akin to having been struck by lightning, as if he had been thoroughly bewildered. Zhu Xuan, feeling discontent, puffed out her cheeks, wondering why Fong Qian looked so perplexed that I was solely focused on defeating the zombies to protect you. Upon uttering this, Fong Qian froze momentarily, his expression becoming awkward. His face shifted from confusion to complexity. Zhu Xuan truly loved him far too much. The soft strands of her hair brushed against his neck. Yet her body cleverly maintained a distance that prevented any significant contact. Their movements appeared exaggerated, yet the intimacy was minimal. That it was peculiar. Yet Fong Qian did not dwell on it for long. Once Zhu Xuan felt she had pretended long enough, she stood up. In that instant, Fong Qian was momentarily entranced. Zhu Xuan emanated a uniquely delightful fragrance, capable of dispelling all weariness and revitalizing one's spirit. She was soft and fragrant, a comfort beyond measure. As she pressed against him fully, Fong Qian feared his predicament might have worsened, but he quickly dismissed the dangerous thought, seeing that the system no longer prompted her about violating her character setup. Zhu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time, Fong Qian's perception of her shifted slightly. "That I never imagined you were such a skilled gamer." Zhu Xuan, maintaining a composed faade, replied, "It's because of you that I developed this interest. I practice every night." As she spoke, her voice trailed off, and her tone grew melancholic. Fong Qian sensed an impending danger. He could not allow her to continue. Thus, he hurriedly interrupted her. "All right, do you wish to play more games?" Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled as she nodded eagerly. "That if I'm with you." I want. Fong Qian's expression soured. This was troublesome. Without uttering a word, he initiated another game, inviting Ji Chuxian, Pei Chujin, and Song Xinrui to join. They frequently played together, and now, the only difference was the addition of Zhu Xuan. The four of them were evenly matched, each excelling in different characters. Fong Qian watched as Zhu Xuan casually selected a character that caught her eye. Reflecting on her earlier gaming prowess, he felt an inexplicable anticipation for her upcoming performance. Zhu Xuan did not disappoint Fong Qian, effortlessly winning the match. Fong Qian stared at her in disbelief. While he could rationalize her previous success in the zombie game, perhaps she had already seen the complete strategy guide. This game was clearly different. Song Xinrui's boisterous voice broke the silence. "Brother Yin, who is that person beside you? She's incredible." Fong Qian glanced at Zhu Xuan, who appeared delighted, seemingly ready to announce her identity. Yet she suddenly seemed to recall something, her expression turning cautious. Zhu Xuan cast a meaningful glance at Fong Qian, her eyes filled with a hint of sorrow and longing. Fong Qian's heart raced, and he quickly averted his gaze, attempting to sound composed. "You needn't look at me like that. Feel free to say whatever you wish." After all, this is your own skill. Zhu Xuan's lips curled into a broad smile. All right, she promptly sent a message. Hello, everyone. I'm Zhu Xuan. She scratched her head, initially wishing to add Fong Qian's fiancé, but fearing it might provoke him, she struggled to hold back. After sending the message, the game interface remained unresponsive for a while. She tapped left and right, suspecting the screen was lagging or the smart brain had malfunctioned. Fong Qian felt compelled to prevent Zhu Xuan from lingering, and quickly stated, "That'll be all for today. You should head back." Zhu Xuan paused, a hint of reluctance crossing her face. She departed 0.3 seconds after she left. Song Xinrui's scathing comments flooded the public chat like a barrage. What the heck, Brother Yin? Why did you let that country bumpkin play games with us? Brother Yin, have you betrayed us? Brother Yin, you're in danger. Haha, Fong Qian, look who's in trouble now. Ji Chuxian chimed in, relishing the moment. Only Pei Chujin remained silent. Fong Qian's expression turned anxious. She is here because she is quite skilled. Song Xinrui retorted without reservation. But you had to agree to let her play with you to discover her skills. Chapter 34. The ideal wife and loving mother. Fong Qian gritted his teeth in frustration. Uncertain how to explain, he thus reluctantly shut down the game. Lying on his bed, he pondered how events had spiraled into this predicament. He had initially believed he could clarify matters. Now, it felt as though he was only making things worse. Fong Qian let out a vexed sigh on the weekend. He invited a few friends over for a gathering. With his parents away, it was a perfect opportunity to enjoy an all-nighter with them. Yet he felt agitated about Zhu Xuan's presence during this time. Hey, I'm having friends over this weekend. Fong Qian wore an expression that suggested he expected her to understand. Zhu Xuan, savoring a slice of cake, her mouth smeared with cream, stared blankly at him. Fong Qian's expression shifted momentarily before he quickly averted his gaze. Speaking in a somewhat odd tone, my friends will be here. You should know what to do. And please, refrain from doing anything strange in front of me. After saying this, he left without looking back. As though he were fleeing. Zhu Xuan, dutifully serious, replied, understood. She calmly finished her cake. While sipping juice, she contemplated what identity she should fabricate for herself over the weekend. I shall be young Master Fong's personal maid. What are you talking about? Zhu Xuan cheerfully exclaimed. That's how it always goes in dramas. The girls that the young master dislikes are bullied into becoming maids that if I become Fong Qian's maid, everyone will surely know he dislikes me. Zhu Xuan felt her plan was foolproof as long as you're happy. He had long remarked that overindulgence in such matters would lead to mental deterioration. The host, however, disregarded his advice. Not particularly clever to begin with, she seemed even more dim-witted now. The system let out a weary sigh, yet deep down, it was curious to see how events would unfold. It was the weekend. Zhu Xuan deliberately selected two relatively inexpensive dresses from her wardrobe. These garments, seemingly worn by the original owner during her first visit to the Fong household, were exceedingly plain. The dresses had faded with wear, their weariness palpable. Zhu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. She tied her hair back into a very ordinary ponytail, without a single clip to adorn it. Downstairs, a commotion began to stir. Zhu Xuan craned her neck over the balcony to peer down that a group of young men and women, all of similar age, was entering the villa from the garden, many of them familiar faces. All the primary characters from the book thus far were gathered here. Zhu Xuan felt a flutter of excitement in her heart, convinced that today could indeed yield some dramatic developments that moment. A boy with red hair glanced upwards, seemingly sensing something. Upon meeting the gaze of the stranger, Zhu Xuan's expression turned blank in fright. The red-haired boy appeared perplexed and inquired, Fong Xiao, who is she? Like a startled rabbit, Zhu Xuan retreated from the balcony, hastily drawing the curtains shut. Fong Qian froze momentarily, his face falling into a grim silence. He awkwardly changed the subject. Let us take a look at my newly purchased gaming equipment. Clearly more intrigued by this, the red-haired boy's attention was swiftly diverted. Fong Qian sighed in relief and quickly messaged Zhu Xuan, instructing her to stay in her room and not to emerge for the day. Zhu Xuan gazed at the message on her screen with a complex expression. She had no intention of venturing out, especially with so many strangers outside. However, ding, the plot trigger activated. Fong Qian's South numerous close friends were visiting. And you had always aspired to be a devoted wife, a paragon of domestic virtue. This time, You resolved to demonstrate your worth, not only by ensuring the house was spotless, but also by preparing the most delectable dishes to enthrall your guests, thereby achieving a delightful atmosphere. You aim to leave a lasting impression, convincing everyone that you were worthy of being Fong Qian's wife. Zhu Xuan stared at the new task from the system with a complex expression. She found the task rather absurd. Should she actually dare to undertake it, Fong Qian would undoubtedly not let her off lightly. That a shiver ran through her, that if she could complete this task, the rewards would be plentiful, both in points and in narrative development. With a resigned sigh, she stepped out of her room, seemingly prepared to disregard Fong Qian's warning that as Zhu Xuan emerged, the hall was devoid of any other occupants, which provided her a moment of relief. Remembering the system's task, she donned a resolute expression and nodded firmly. Zhang Ma, is there anything I can assist with around the house? Zhang Ma, the housekeeper responsible for cleaning, appeared taken aback by the question, but responded clearly. Miss Zhu, there is nothing you can do. Zhu Xuan's shoulders drooped in disappointment as she lowered her head, sighing, all right then. Subsequently, she drifted off towards the kitchen to wash fruits, preparing snacks for the gamers above, who would surely crave sustenance during their play. Very well, I shall prepare for them, she resolved, nodding as she began washing the fruits, after cleaning a portion of the fruits from the refrigerator and discarding the inedible parts. She artfully arranged them on a plate, discreetly infusing a bit of her spiritual energy into the mix. Carrying the large glass bowl of fruits, she proceeded to the fourth floor where, unsurprisingly, everyone was gathered in Fong Qian's gaming room. She knocked on the door, and without hesitation, someone inside called out, "Come in." Zhu Xuan had mentally prepared herself sufficiently before stepping inside. "Hello, everyone." Fong Qian, upon seeing Zhu Xuan enter with the large bowl, felt a surge of despair, particularly at her shabby attire that compounded his frustration, that he gritted his teeth. Feeling embarrassed, Zhu Xuan deliberately avoided Fong Qian's gaze and merely stated, "I've washed some fruits for you all." After placing the fruits down, she added, "Enjoy your game." As she turned to leave, she accidentally caught Fong Qian's piercing, accusatory stare, which sent a chill down her spine, nearly bringing her to tears. Oh no. I should never have listened to the system, she lamented silently. Surely, Fong Qian must be plotting her demise now. What to do? A girl with braided hair curiously asked. Fong Xiao, who is this? Zhu Xuan, still rattled from her earlier fright, felt compelled to salvage the situation. I am his maid. Chapter 35. Unique interests. A spark of inspiration struck Zhu Xuan. She believed her initial thought would be effective now. This statement would not only clarify her presence, but also afford Fong Qian some semblance of dignity. However, the atmosphere appeared far from what she had envisioned. A heavy silence enveloped the room, akin to a funeral. Fong Qian stood petrified, while his friends exchanged bewildered glances, as if struck by lightning. They were astonished that Fong Qian harbored such peculiar tastes. Observing the stunned expressions of the group, Zhu Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she quickly slipped out of the room. The remaining individuals regarded Fong Qian with complex expressions. His face darkened with rage, and his thin lips quivered as he managed to utter, "Don't listen to her nonsense. It's not true." Song Xinrui's expression, equally conflicted, remarked, "Yingu, it's not that I don't believe you. But look at how frightened she is." Fong Qian's forehead throbbed with veins. Song Xinrui continued, "Although I don't particularly like her, just look at how pitiful she appears, dressed in tatters, too timid to speak loudly, yet courteous enough to bring us snacks." He added, "Yingu, while you may not fancy her, there is no need to be so harsh." Fong Qian, unable to contain himself, retaliated with a swift jab to Song Xinrui's head. His tone was ominous as he replied, "Song Xinrui, are you out of your mind?" Ji Chuxian finally burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, Song Xinrui, do you not realize Zhu Xuan has some issues?" Engaging in a debate with her, Song Xinrui faltered, casting a pleading glance at Pei Zhixian, who offered him a reassuring look. Energized by her support, Song Xinrui regained his composure. Pei Zhixian curiously inquired, "Why did that girl say such things?" This question struck a chord with everyone in the room, and they turned their curious gazes toward Fong Qian. He exhaled deeply, shaking his head in confusion. "You'd have to ask her that." Pei Zhixian nodded thoughtfully, recalling an encounter with Zhu Xuan during the school opening ceremony, when she learned that her brother had taken her to the student council. Pei Chujin, clad in a pure white baseball jersey and sneakers, appeared quite unlike his usual composed self, exuding youthful exuberance. Sitting further back, he raised an eyebrow. It is indeed a bit odd. Pei Zhixian seemed relieved, a smile gracing her lips. Pei Chujin paused before turning back to Fang Qian, saying, "Continue your game." This was precisely what Fang Qian had been waiting for. He sighed in relief and quickly redirected everyone's focus back to the game. "I can't believe it. Fang Qian, you've already completed the Apocalypse survival game?" Ji Chuxian exclaimed in disbelief. Fang Qian, recalling his recent playthrough with Zhu Xuan, felt a flicker of unease cross his face. "Do you have any idea how challenging this game is? The clues are practically unfathomable." The Ji Chuxian eyed him skeptically. "Our intellect should be comparable. There is no way you could have beaten it alone." Fang Qian exhaled sharply. "Less chatter. Focus on your own gameplay." That Ji Chuxian, puzzled by Fang Qian's evasive response, deduced that he must have had assistance from someone he was reluctant to name. His eyes widened in realization, revealing his astonishment. After fleeing the gaming room, Zhu Xuan hid in her own room for a considerable time before daring to emerge. "Phew, it appears they did not follow me out," she murmured, patting her chest as she cautiously stepped out. "What I just said will undoubtedly lead Fang Qian to connect the dots," she reassured herself. "Now I will bake some cookies and small cakes for them." "Host, you could actually change into a different outfit," the system suggested. Zhu Xuan lowered her head to observe the once vibrant dress she wore, now faded to a pallid hue. She couldn't help but feel it lacked elegance. "Very well, I shall change into another," she decided. After a brief contemplation, she chose a simple, unadorned white dress. This garment, too, bore a modest charm, yet it inexplicably resembled the attire of a guest who had arrived today. The system swallowed hard, suppressing its instinctual remarks. The host's appearance was strikingly similar to that of Pei Zhixian. Although the host was likely unaware of this resemblance, it would undoubtedly serve to enhance the unfolding narrative. "Host, might you consider applying some makeup?" The suggestion caught Zhu Xuan off guard. Makeup, of course. Today's task was to embody the role of a refined and demure wife, and a delicate visage would certainly complement her status. Zhu Xuan fell into a rare silence, absent-mindedly touching her nose. Yet, the system's reasoning held merit. Reluctantly, she summoned Xiaoyan to assist with her makeup. "Miss, your outfit is rather plain today. It hardly reflects your usual style," Xiaoyan remarked, tilting her head in contemplation. Zhu Xuan smiled, her lips pressed together. "Oh, it's not too bad." Xiaoyan pondered for a moment, then concluded, "In truth, your beauty leans towards the resplendent. Today, however, you resemble a white moonlight. Perhaps I should create a makeup look to match that ethereal quality." As she gazed at Zhu Xuan's face, Xiaoyan's heart raced. Her eyes grew increasingly dreamy and unfocused. The young lady seemed to be in a constant state of evolution. Her current appearance was far more enchanting than when she first arrived. Those who had not witnessed her transformation could scarcely comprehend its magnitude. Xiaoyan sensed that Zhu Xuan would continue to evolve, potentially becoming so breathtaking that one would hesitate to gaze upon her more than once. Even now, it was difficult to maintain prolonged eye contact without losing oneself in her allure. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, Xiaoyan dedicated herself to the task at hand. Zhu Xuan ventured into uncharted territory with her makeup, and judging by Xiaoyan's reaction, the results were quite promising. Subsequently, she retreated to the kitchen to bake small cakes and cookies. She formed cookies into various shapes: butterflies, puppies, rabbits, carrots, and basketballs, among others. Having recently attended cooking, floral arrangement, and tea ceremony classes, she was well versed in these culinary arts. The kitchen filled with an enticing aroma, visible through the glass window, where a girl with her hair loosely tied was busy baking. Fang Qian and several others had emerged from the game room, immediately captivated by the rich scent wafting through the air. "Fang Xiao, that figure in the kitchen looks oddly familiar. Isn't that the little maid?" Ji Chuxuan stifled a laugh as he spoke. Chapter 36. Washing fruit. Zhu Xuan, sensing something amiss, lifted her head and locked eyes with Ji Chuxuan, who wore a mischievous grin. His smile faltered momentarily, as he appeared to recall an unpleasant memory, before quickly turning away, his expression clouding. Zhu Xuan puffed out her cheeks, dismissing his odd behavior. She opened the kitchen door, releasing a wave of cookie aroma. Song Xinrui and several boys couldn't help but swallow hard. "That it's not that fragrant, is it? We had breakfast this morning, yet my stomach is still rumbling." Zhu Xuan emerged with a large baking tray. "Would you like to sample some?" she inquired. After glancing at Fang Qiyin, Song Xinrui stepped forward and took a small cookie, popping it into his mouth. "Delicious," he exclaimed. The other boys chuckled, their faces radiating friendliness as they followed suit. "Thank you, sister-in-law." A red-haired boy awkwardly changed the subject. Zhu Xuan blinked, responding, "No problem." The boy's face flushed slightly as he nodded shyly. Noticing a hint of discomfort, Song Shi nudged the red-haired boy to Qi Feiyang. "What are you doing?" Qi Feiyang shook his head vigorously, as if deliberately shifting the topic. "Nothing, Ruiga. I just think these cookies are really good." Song Xinrui nodded in agreement, surprised that this seemingly simple girl was so adept at baking cookies. "Fang Xiao, where do you source your fruits?" a girl with golden curls inquired. Fang Qiyin paused, taken aback by the sudden question that my mother orders them daily, and they are delivered. "Could you have your aunt provide me with her contact information?" "Your fruits are simply exquisite," the girl replied, her expression lingering with a hint of longing. Zhu Xuan stifled a giggle behind her hand, thinking, "Those fruits are infused with my spiritual energy, so they must be delightful. Honestly, I also find them extraordinarily delicious that I wonder if I could have a bit more." Pei Zhixin glanced at Zhu Xuan, who suddenly noticed the similarity between their dresses. "Of course, I believe they should be in the refrigerator." "I'll fetch some for you," Fang Qiyin offered, preparing to wash the fruits. Seizing the moment, Zhu Xuan followed him. "What are you doing?" he asked. "That I'm here to help you wash the fruits." Fang Qiyin, who had been harboring something on his mind, could no longer contain himself. "Why did you say that earlier?" Zhu Xuan hesitated before expressing her true thoughts. "That I thought saying that might make you happier." Fang Qiyin's expression remained stoic. "That if you stayed in your room and didn't come out, I would be even happier." Zhu Xuan's hand trembled slightly, a strange sadness creeping in. That it felt like the first time she had been hurt in such a manner. "Never mind," she resolved, suppressing the peculiar feeling. "Earning points is more important." After Fang Qiyin spoke, he sensed his words had been inappropriate. That he glanced at Zhu Xuan, only to find her seemingly unresponsive, leaving him momentarily speechless. This time, Zhu Xuan refrained from infusing her actions with spiritual energy, as her discontent rendered it elusive. "Fang Qiyin, you should try these cookies," she suggested, holding out a small basketball-shaped cookie while wearing oversized pink gloves. She contemplated apologizing for her earlier words to Ji Chushuan, unable to resist. Chimed in, "Oh Fang Qiyin, do take a bite." Pei Zhixin shot Ji Chushuan a disapproving look. "Chushuan, have you forgotten that Qiyin doesn't enjoy sweets?" Whether intentional or not, her words carried weight. Ji Chushuan paused, pondering the appropriateness of Pei Zhixin's comment. However, upon reflection, he found no fault in it. Zhu Xuan was still unfamiliar with Fang Qiyin. Though she now bore this identity, it was uncertain if Fang Qiyin would recognize her in the future. Yet he felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing that Zhu Xuan would likely be hurt by Pei Zhixin's words. That Ji Chushuan glanced at Zhu Xuan, noting her lack of concern, that he swiftly popped a cookie into his mouth. "Oh, so Fang Qiyin doesn't like sweets. Then you should have it. The cookie has bits of cranberry. I'm sure you'll enjoy it," Zhu Xuan stated with utmost confidence. That Ji Chushuan was taken aback by her boldness. The cookie was incredibly soft, nearly melting in his mouth. The tart sweetness of the cranberries burst within him, that he did indeed relish cranberries. That Ji Chushuan assumed Zhu Xuan was merely making an offhand comment. Her recent action, however, was remarkably audacious. That he glanced at Fang Qiyin, who wore a distinctly dark expression. That Ji Chushuan paused, offering Fang Qiyin an apologetic smile. Fang Qiyin shot him a cold glare. That Ji Chushuan shrugged, muttering, "Who told you to act mute?" Zhu Xuan resumed her baking of small cakes while the group gathered in the game room, engrossed in tabletop games. She hummed a tune as she worked at that moment. A girl with an exquisite makeup appearance entered, disdainfully surveying the kitchen. "Hey, Zhixin wants some fruit. Could you wash a bowl and send it over?" Zhu Xuan pointed to the nearby fruit, gently explaining, "I'm currently busy, but I can help you wash it shortly." With her gloved hands, she found it quite inconvenient. The girl, however, was unimpressed, smirking as she replied, "Did you not claim to be a maid? As guests, we expect you to cater to our needs." Zhu Xuan shook her head, firmly correcting her. "I am not a maid. I am the young mistress." It seemed Fang Qiyin preferred she not refer to herself as a maid, so she would adhere to the system's guidance. The girl fell silent, disbelief etched across her face as she stammered, "What did you say?" Zhu Xuan reiterated her statement with conviction. The golden-haired girl laughed exaggeratedly. How pathetic and unrefined. Surely you don't think Fang Qian would accept you. Even if you were the same white dress as Zhixian, you simply cannot compare. The golden-haired girl's voice faltered, and for the first time, she questioned her own judgment. Was she truly inferior to Zhixian? Yet, the girl before her was undeniably beautiful. Her features rivaled those of Zhixian, especially when she looked directly at you. Zhu Shuyin felt somewhat flustered by the comments and let out a soft sigh. I will wash it for you right away. Zhu Shuyin was wholeheartedly focused on ensuring the guests were entertained, obediently acquiescing to any task assigned to her. The girl fell silent, suddenly feeling as though her recent actions had rendered her a mere jester. It turned out that she was not a petty person trying to assert dominance, but rather a soft and pliable individual. Chapter 37. Truth or Dare? Zhu Shuyin finished washing the fruit and declared, All right, you can take it over now. No one replied, prompting her to look up in confusion, only to find Pei Chujin leaning against the doorframe. Recalling her previous encounter with him, Zhu Shuyin forced a smile. Pei Chujin, is there something you need? Dressed entirely in white, his cold demeanor seemed even more unapproachable, yet the superiority of his features was unmistakable. Are you going to do whatever others ask of you? Zhu Shuyin gazed at Pei Chujin in surprise. That I just want everyone to have a good time today, she candidly admitted. Pei Chujin inquired, Do you need anything? Zhu Shuyin, ever considerate, asked. Her mind was consumed with the notion of being the ideal wife and mother. Equating it to earning points, Pei Chujin shook his head, stating that the game room felt stifling and he needed some fresh air. Zhu Shuyin nodded thoughtfully. Oh, then you should have a glass of water. Pei Chujin stared blankly at the glass before him, surprised to find that Zhu Shuyin had poured him a drink without him noticing. Feeling parched, he picked it up and took a sip. The crisp, sweet water coursed down his throat, washing away all fatigue and annoyance, much like the peculiar individual before him. Strange in behavior, yet difficult to dislike, seemingly devoid of troubles, radiating an innocence that seemed almost unreal. While Zhu Shuyin meticulously spread cream on a small cake, her expression was one of utmost seriousness. Are you feeling better now? Pei Chujin couldn't help but mumble an affirmative. Not only was he better, but he was now brimming with energy. Would you like a piece of cake? Sure, ding. The keyword for drinking water was triggered, launching a side quest. Although you aspire to be the perfect wife and mother, you do not wish to be trampled upon, for you are one of the most esteemed individuals in this household. Yet, Pei Zhixian repeatedly attempts to provoke your limits, disregarding your worth, which infuriates you. You must expose her true nature and even consider slipping laxatives into her drink. Zhu Shuyin thought, My ears must be ringing. The system's tasks have become utterly ridiculous. Zhu Shuyin glanced nervously at Pei Chujin, horrified at the prospect of contemplating ways to harm her sister in front of her brother. What if he caught wind of her thoughts? She endeavored to mask her guilt-ridden expression. Thankfully, Pei Chujin had lowered his head to enjoy the cake, oblivious to her discomfort. Zhu Shuyin exhaled quietly. After finishing his cake, to her surprise, Pei Chujin joined her in making more cakes to be noon. The chef prepared a lavish spread, and Zhu Shuyin assisted in the kitchen. The red-haired boy approached her, unsolicited. Let me help you wash the vegetables. Zhu Shuyin looked at him in astonishment that I lost the game outside and got eliminated. Zhu Shuyin nodded. All right, could you peel these 10 potatoes? The red-haired boy nodded. Hello, I'm Qi Feiyang. Zhu Shuyin reciprocated. Hello, I'm Zhu Shuyin. That you're quite diligent. There are many servants in your home to do these tasks. Why do you choose to do it yourself? Zhu Shuyin hesitated momentarily. Because I'm rather bored. Upon hearing this, Qi Feiyang's eyes flickered with a hint of melancholy. It was clear that he felt lonely, as no one wanted to play with him, leaving him to find tasks to occupy himself. Would you like to join us for some fun this afternoon? Zhu Shuyin asked eagerly. It would be wonderful if he could. Qi Feiyang nodded. In the afternoon. Zhu Shuyin timidly peeked her head through the door. Qi Feiyang offered her an encouraging smile, prompting her to step inside. Upon seeing Zhu Shuyin, Fang Qian said nothing, his expression neutral, not suggesting any displeasure. Song Xinrui exclaimed, You don't mean to join us for a game, do you? Zhu Shuiyin's eyes sparkled as she nodded eagerly. Song Xinrui hesitated before asking, Have you played before? Do you know the rules? We don't have time to explain them again. That I know how to play. Zhu Shuyin replied softly, feeling quite reserved. Song Xinrui was momentarily at a loss for words. Then come on. Zhu Shuyin happily found a seat, conveniently next to Fang Qian, whose heart gradually settled in relief. With such a splendid opportunity to sit beside him, Zhu Xuan would not let it slip away. "What game are you playing?" she inquired. Qi Feiyang promptly responded, "Truth or Dare." Great. Zhu Xuan had long heard of this game and was eager to partake. Each participant at the table was assigned a number, randomly generated to select the lucky ones and the questioners. 66. How am I to complete the task you assign me? This task was genuinely beyond Zhu Xuan's capability, requiring too much mental effort. Truth or Dare was a splendid opportunity. She could pose the most incisive questions to her. Zhu Xuan tilted her delicate face upward. "What incisive questions? Just play. I'll pose the questions later." All right, Zhu Xuan felt reassured. The fruits she had washed, along with the baked cakes and cookies, were displayed at the center of the table, available for snacking during the game. There was also a bottle of alcohol set aside for penalties. The game commenced swiftly. The first numbers generated were 3 and 5. Number 3 was Song Xinrui, and number 5 was Fang Qiyan. Song Xinrui swallowed hard, visibly anxious as he glanced at Fang Qiyan. Fang Qiyan wore a mischievous grin. "Choose. Truth or Dare." Song Xinrui stammered Dare. Fang Qiyan casually replied, "Song Xinrui. You must participate in this year's St. Ris 3,000-meter race." Yin Yin. Song Xinrui protested. "Is that really necessary?" His voice trembled slightly. Fang Qiyan smirked. "It is indeed necessary." Song Xinrui glanced at the large cup of alcohol, agonizing over his decision before ultimately conceding to Fang Qian's demand. The game pressed on. The second round fell to numbers 10 and 7.1 was Qi Feiyang, and the other was a green-haired boy unknown to Zhu Xuan. Qi Feiyang chose Truth, and the green-haired boy, with ill intentions, asked Qi Feiyang, "Who do you like among us?" Upon hearing the question, Qi Feiyang's face turned crimson. He stammered, unable to articulate a response. The green-haired boy remarked, "I didn't expect you to be so pure. I can tell who you like. Just say it." Did he cast a glance at Pei Zhixian that Qi Feiyang retorted, "I'll just drink." Chapter 38. Drinking after Qi Feiyang's declaration. He gulped down a mouthful of alcohol. "Hey, don't you?" The green-haired boy was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Scratching his head in confusion, that he glanced at Pei Zhixian, who wore an impeccably composed smile. The game continued, and it was finally Zhu Xuan's turn. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, her long lashes fluttering. "Host, you are merely the lucky one this time, not the questioner. Why are you so thrilled?" Zhu Xuan mused. "Ah, it seems so." Her questioner was Ji Chuxuan, and an ominous premonition surged within her. Ji Chuxuan's lips curled into a smirk as he finally had the chance to confront her. "Zhu Xuan, choose quickly." Without hesitation, she declared, "I choose Truth." Having offended Ji Chuxuan previously, she dared not select Dare, uncertain of what he might compel her to do. "Truth." "Huh." Ji Chuxuan stroked his chin, a hint of regret in his tone. "Why did you glare at me the first time we met?" Zhu Xuan swallowed hard, knowing she could never reveal the truth. "I think I'll just drink instead." The Ji Chuxuan's eyes widened in shock. "No, he meant to say she needn't drink," but Zhu Xuan's movements were swift. She had already consumed half the glass. She burped softly, and Ji Chuxuan looked on with concern. "You still have half left. Don't drink anymore." Zhu Xuan, feeling disinclined to drink any longer, nodded slightly. This seems a bit contrary to the rules of the game." A small voice interjected, belonging to a girl seated beside Pei Zhixian. Ji Chuxuan's expression hardened as he seized the unfinished drink from Zhu Xuan and downed it in one swift motion. "I've helped her finish it. That doesn't violate the rules." The gentle voice abruptly ceased, leaving no room for further utterance. Zhu Xuan blinked, her gaze fixed on the cup beside her. Where did the cup go? Fang Qian hesitated, casting a vague look at the missing glass. He raised his eyelids, casting a heavy stare at Ji Chuxuan. Did Ji Chuxuan act without thought? He dared to speak recklessly and drink indiscriminately. An unyielding frustration simmered within Fang Qian, his grip on the glass tightening as if he might shatter it. Just then, with a soft thud, a feeble figure collapsed against him. Zhu Xuan's complexion was flushed, her mouth exhaling wisps of white vapor. "I'm so dizzy," she murmured in that instant. Fang Qian's pent-up frustration dissipated. He instinctively reached out to smooth her hair. "You've had too much to drink. You should rest." Yet, Zhu Xuan's eyes widened in surprise, her originally upturned gaze now rounded and innocent. "No, I'm not drunk. I want to keep playing." Fang Qian watched as Zhu Xuan clumsily extracted herself from his embrace. Her cheeks a rosy hue, the Ji Chushuan cast her a lingering glance as the game continued. Zhu Xuan's consciousness remained hazy until she became the source of a question, while Pei Zhixian emerged as the fortunate recipient. Host, an opportunity has arisen. Please regain your composure for a moment. Startled, Zhu Xuan straightened her posture. All right. Pei Zhixian's gaze was fixed intently upon Zhu Xuan. Did I choose truth? Zhu Xuan nodded, appearing somewhat dazed. Host, do you remember to ask her your questions? Zhu Xuan nodded again, reassuringly. Of course, 66 that last time in the student council office. Why did you speak to me in such peculiar terms? And just now, when you wanted fruit, why did you insist on eating what I had washed? Her tone was laden with confusion and bewilderment, yet her expression radiated innocence, as if she truly did not comprehend the notion of sensitivity. However, her words caused Pei Zhixian's demeanor to darken. She regarded Zhu Xuan with an uncertain expression. This line of questioning had successfully piqued the curiosity of those around them. Was there a scandal? Almost everyone was captivated by their inquiry. Pei Zhixian slowly revealed a seemingly innocent smile. The last time was because I felt that Zhu classmate had intentionally bumped into me. So, I wanted to ask if you had something to say to me, that I meant no offense. Perhaps you misunderstood? As for the second question, are you certain I asked you to wash the fruit? Zhu Xuan was momentarily taken aback, her expression becoming vacant. Did she say that? Had she exposed her? What had she said last time? The system prepared to print out the dialogue for the host. But Pei Chujin abruptly interjected. The questioning is over. Let us proceed to the next round. Zhu Xuan looked bewildered at Pei Chujin. Yet, he did not direct his gaze toward her. Point 66. Did I mess up? It's all right, Pei Chujin thought, having already sown the seeds of doubt in his mind. Oh, Zhu Xuan murmured, lowering her head in dismay. Song Xinrui's eyes darted around. He could not abide any slander against the goddess. Zhu Xuan, you should clarify your words. You might have genuinely misunderstood. That a flicker of annoyance crossed Pei Zhixian's eyes. Maintaining her composure, she spoke with utmost grace. Xinrui, let it be. I'm sure Zhu classmate understands. Zhu Xuan's glimmering eyes blinked drowsily. All right, then go ahead. Song Xinrui quickly averted his gaze from Zhu Xuan's face, thinking how adorably cute she was. Rather, she was exceptionally cute. Why was her face so flushed? Observing their slight disorientation, Pei Zhixian hastily remarked. Let us not waste everyone's time. Let us continue the game. After saying this, she activated the program. This time, it was fortuitously Song Xinrui's turn alongside Zhu Xuan. Pei Zhixian's expression darkened slightly, hoping fervently that Song Xinrui would not pose any inappropriate questions. I choose truth, Song Xinrui declared with a click of his tongue, feeling somewhat disenchanted. However, if Zhu Xuan were to choose a dare, he might hesitate to proceed. To be honest, do you harbor any grievances against Pei Zhixian? Pei Zhixian's eyes flickered. She had not anticipated Song Xinrui to be so straightforward. Zhu Xuan gazed at him, somewhat at a loss. She had just broached a sensitive topic. Now, it seemed Song Xinrui intended to redirect the question back to her. Song Xinrui felt an inexplicable pang in his heart at her gaze, that he suddenly regretted his words. Fang Qian shot a glare at Song Xinrui, inexplicably saying, if you don't wish to answer, I can drink the alcohol for you. Zhu Xuan shivered slightly, looking at Fang Qian with watery eyes, nodding in a pitiful manner. Ooh, all right. You drink for me. Chapter 39, Alcohol poisoning. Fang Qian, indeed, immediately raised the drink and downed it in one go. Zhu Xuan, having just feigned her distress, buried her head against Fang Qian's chest, promptly losing consciousness. Fang Qian felt his heart race at her movement. Hey, don't act recklessly. Get up, he urged, but all that responded was a steady breath. The others at the table exchanged glances. To Ji Chushuan, wearing a worried expression, said, she seems unwell. We should take her to rest. Fang Qian shot him a glance, his tone unreadable. Let us go then. You all continue playing. Fang Xiao, are you coming back? Someone inquired. Yes. Aren't we supposed to play all night? Fang Qian lifted Zhu Xuan in his arms, whispering, keep it down. I'll return shortly. With that, he strode out without looking back, leaving the others to swallow nervously. Well then, Pei Chujin, fiddling with the glass in his hands, softly suggested, let us wait for Fang Qian to return. After which, he took up a nearby cupcake and began to eat it spoonful by spoonful. The girls nearby became animated, eagerly sharing the news that Pei Xiao liked cupcakes, giving them a new baking project for the future. When Zhu Xuan was placed on the bed, she mumbled softly, rolled on her side, and continued to sleep. Fang Qian chuckled softly, inexplicably finding her adorable. "Host, have you completely forgotten about the laxative?" Zhu Xuan jolted awake, half dreaming that, oh dear, and oh worries. This task is indeed too challenging for you. However, you won't earn any corresponding points. Zhu Xuan sighed in relief, ready to drift back into slumber. Clearly, the host was entirely unconcerned. Yet a new opportunity to earn points had arisen. Would you like to pursue it? Zhu Xuan slowly opened her eyes. What opportunity? Tonight, Fang Qian will succumb to alcohol poisoning and will require your care. Zhu Xuan gasped. Alcohol poisoning. I must help Fang Qian. What if something unfortunate happens? All right, please wake me up when the time comes. At precisely 1:20 a.m., Zhu Xuan awoke on time. Clad in fluffy slippers, she hurried into the room where the others were playing games. Several young men lay sprawled on couches or beds. Fang Qian's tall figure was curled up on the carpet, his face ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Alarmed, Zhu Xuan rushed to support him, leaning him against her. She then infused him with a bit of spiritual energy through his mouth. Fang Qian began to feel somewhat better, his eyes fluttering open to see Zhu Xuan, dressed in pajamas, looking at him with concern. Her eyes glistened with moisture, her lips slightly pouty and sad. Fang Qian felt a sudden pang in his heart, a sensation of pain, before he slipped back into unconsciousness. Fang Qian was far too heavy. Zhu Xuan exerted all her strength to drag him out of the room. She then grabbed her phone to contact the hospital, hoping they could dispatch a rescue hovercraft. However, perhaps Zhu Xuan's voice stirred those in the room. Pei Chujin unexpectedly awoke and came out as well that he observed Zhu Xuan, her eyes slightly reddened. Momentarily at a loss for words before finally asking, "What's wrong?" Zhu Xuan pointed at Fang Qian. "He feels unwell. I need to take him to the hospital." Pei Chujin assessed Fang Qian's condition, his brow furrowing gradually. "That I will arrange this," he said, glancing again at Zhu Xuan's apple-red cheeks, adding, "You haven't sobered up yet. You should rest." Zhu Xuan gazed at him with wide eyes. "Really?" Pei Chujin paused. Somewhat helplessly, of course. Zhu Xuan indeed felt a bit dizzy, prompting her to retire to bed. The rescue hovercraft she summoned had already arrived, leaving the rest to Pei Chujin. Zhu Xuan stifled a yawn and rubbed her eyes, overwhelmed by fatigue. "Foolish host, you squander opportunities without a second thought," she lamented. Nevertheless, it seemed prudent to allow her host to rest, particularly since she appeared particularly sensitive to alcohol. "Brother, why are you still out at this hour?" Pei Chujin asked, as she draped her arm around Fang Qian's shoulder after stating that she would escort him to the hospital following an unfortunate incident. Pei Zixin glanced at the retreating figure of Zhu Xuan, her eyes flickering with a hint of something unspoken. "That I'll accompany you." She offered. "That you've had a long day. It would be best for you to rest. There's no need. We can look after each other." Pei Chujin replied, pausing momentarily, knowing full well that the hospital was equipped with top-notch facilities and attentive nurses, rendering their concern unnecessary. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, recognizing Pei Zixin's good intentions. The following afternoon, Fang Qian awoke in his hospital room, greeted by Pei Zixin, who was cooling a bowl of congee for him. Upon seeing him awake, her eyes sparkled with surprise. "Qian, you're awake. How do you feel? Should I call a doctor?" Fang Qian shook his head, slightly dazed as several childhood friends gathered around him. "Who brought me here?" he inquired, recalling distinctly the visage of Zhu Xuan from the previous day. Was it merely a dream? Pei Zixin maintained her composure, stating, "My brother and I brought you here, and we informed Xinrui and Chuxian in the morning." Song Xinrui and Ji Chuxian nodded affirmatively. Pei Chujin, his gaze cast downward, seemed lost in thought, neither confirming nor denying anything. Yet, this was typical of him, and Fang Qian chose not to dwell on it. He parted his lips, as if to speak, but Pei Zixin interjected, "The others are likely still at your house, though they should have left by now." Fang Qian closed his eyes, nodding absent-mindedly, a sense of inexplicable disappointment washing over him. Zhu Xuan was surely still asleep at home. She had drunk excessively the previous night and wouldn't awaken any time soon. "Qian, would you like some congee?" asked Pei Zixin, offering him a fragrant bowl. Fang Qian felt a swirl of emotions and replied, "I'll manage on my own." Pei Zhixian did not press further and handed him the bowl. By the afternoon, Fang Qian was well enough to return home, and the others had already departed. Upon his return, his first instinct was to seek out Zhu Xin, but he went to her room, where she, as expected, remained asleep. Her complexion had returned to normal, devoid of the flush from the previous day. Forget it, he muttered to himself. Chapter 40. Jiang Yinjing. Since the conclusion of their last gathering, their relationship had grown increasingly peculiar. Fang Qian began to ignore Zhu Xuan altogether, leaving her bewildered as she stared at him in confusion. Host, due to your abrupt departure from the last mission, which hindered the plot's progression, your points have been forfeited. Zhu Xuan lamented tearfully. Oh, fine. However, this time, most agreed that the host's efforts have been commendable, thus granting her a point towards the plot's degree. The system has increased the plot's intensity, enhancing the host's beauty value. Fang Qian would avoid Zhu Xuan, as if he detested her, or perhaps was merely sulking. Zhu Xuan found herself at a loss for words. Unbeknownst to her, Zhu Xuan had diligently grasped the essentials of both elementary and intermediate knowledge. As she rested her head on her desk, she mused, "Why haven't you assigned me any tasks lately? My plot degree is stagnating, and I haven't felt empowered in ages that I noticed you were engrossed in your studies and thought it best not to disturb you," replied the system. Zhu Xuan, feeling drowsy, acknowledged, "Oh, that makes sense." After this exchange, she succumbed to sleep at her desk. With only a month remaining until the midterm assessments at St. Rhee's Academy, Zhu Xuan jolted awake. Startling the nearby Shen Yunqing. "The midterm exams," she exclaimed, her lips trembling. Shen Yunqing raised an eyebrow, noting, "Your progress has been commendable, but achieving a satisfactory score in the midterms remains an ambitious goal." Zhu Xuan's spirits sank. She realized she had yet to begin studying the current material. Yet she resolved to put forth her best effort, not wanting to disappoint Mr. Fang and Mrs. Fang. Determined, she adopted a resolute expression as if she were relinquishing something of great significance. Shen Yunqing's eyes twinkled with anticipation, eager to hear her next suggestion. "But I've decided that from now on, I won't play during weekends. Let's study together at a CF." Shen Yunqing, initially taken aback, thought she meant to forego all leisure. "Oh, just weekends? I assumed you would dedicate yourself entirely to your studies." "Yes, but you must prepare. The material ahead will be considerably more challenging," he cautioned. Zhu Xuan hesitated but nodded. "That's fine. I will accelerate my pace." Though her smile was slightly strained, she insisted, "I can manage." Shen Yunqing replied nonchalantly, "I must represent the school at an academic conference on the third star soon, likely for about a month. Thus, I may not be able to instruct you." Zhu Xuan's curiosity piqued. "The third star?" Shen Yunqing confirmed. "The academy values this conference highly." He assured her not to worry, as he would arrange for another teacher in his absence. Zhu Xuan's interest shifted to this new instructor. "Who will it be?" she inquired eagerly. Shen Yunqing produced a ranking list and pointed to a name beneath his own. Jiang Yinjing. Zhu Xuan blinked, recognizing the name as unfamiliar territory for her. "Is she from our class?" Shen Yunqing nodded, indicating the girl seated in the front row. Zhu Xuan hurriedly looked over, spotting a studious girl immersed in her work. This girl stood apart from the other elite students, while they adorned themselves with elaborate styles. She sported a simple yet tidy ponytail, devoid of any accessories save for a black hair tie. Jiang Yinjing, like Shen Yunqing, was an exceptional student, excelling at St. Rhee's Academy. Zhu Xuan's mouth fell open in awe. "Oh, how impressive!" Shen Yunqing, amused by her awestruck expression, remarked, "She will take my place, making it more convenient for you to interact." Zhu Xuan beamed at the prospect of a new female teacher and expressed, "You can go with confidence. I will surely study diligently during this time." As it turned out, Zhu Xuan's learning progressed significantly, just as Shen Yunqing had predicted. She was busier than ever, yet fortunately, Shen Yunqing departed shortly after a few days. Zhu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Shen Yunqing had indeed been lenient. Crafting a reasonable study plan for her on the day Shen Yunqing left, Jiang Yinjing promptly moved her seat next to Zhu Xuan. The latter, her eyes sparkling, rushed to assist her with her belongings. Jiang Yinjing glanced at Zhu Xuan but said nothing. Undeterred, Zhu Xuan enthusiastically continued helping. Jiang Yinjing's desk was orderly and neat, devoid of any chaos. Zhu Xuan swiftly finished arranging her things. "Hello, Jiang Yinjing," she greeted, her face adorned with a radiant smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Jiang Yinjing, Taken aback by Zhu Xuan's warmth, allowed a faint smile to grace her typically impassive features. "Hello, Zhu Xuan." Zhu Xuan marveled at how academically gifted individuals shared a common disposition, a cool demeanor, yet a warm heart. Before leaving, Shen Yunqing informed me of your study progress. You are now delving into advanced knowledge. Zhu Xuan nodded, then couldn't help but voice her frustrations. Advanced knowledge is truly challenging. Jiang Yanjing paused before responding. Finding it difficult indicates a lack of comprehension. Zhu Xuan slumped at her desk, sniffling. "Oh, the physiological knowledge is manageable. But I struggle with mechanical principles and operating systems." Jiang Yanjing nodded, beginning to formulate a study plan for Zhu Xuan. As the time for lunch approached, Zhu Xuan cheerfully suggested, "Yanjing, let us have lunch together." Previously, she would not have dared to invite Shen Yunqing, knowing he would likely decline. Jiang Yanjing hesitated. "I don't dine at the St. Rhys cafeteria." Zhu Xuan recalled the system mentioning that Shen Yunqing also abstained from it. "That is fine. We can go elsewhere. I'll accompany you," she offered. Jiang Yanjing simply replied, "You can go eat by yourself." Zhu Xuan was momentarily taken aback, stuttering a hesitant agreement. She was still not very familiar with Jiang Yanjing. But surely, once they grew closer, her demeanor would soften. Upon returning to the manor, Zhu Xuan discovered a newfound passion for crafting desserts. Previously indifferent to the art, she found herself increasingly drawn to it for reasons she could not quite fathom. Mrs. Fong, perhaps believing that her academic pursuits were not demanding enough, had inundated her with an array of courses: floral arrangement, baking, tea ceremonies, and aroma appreciation, among others. Every weekend, or during her leisure time, instructors would visit the manor to impart their wisdom. Chapter 41. Mrs. Fong's interest. Zhu Xuan resolved that once she mastered the art of baking, she would share her creations, little cakes, with Jiang Yanjing. Surely, no girl could resist the allure of sweets, she mused. Ding! The keyword "no girl dislikes desserts" triggered a prompt. Please find out Mrs. Fong's favorite dessert and prepare it with your exceptional skills. Zhu Xuan blinked. Just as she pondered this, the task appeared. Should she directly inquire about Mrs. Fong's favorite dessert? After deliberation, she opted to gather some intel. She made her way to the kitchen, where Wang Ma and the chefs were bustling about, preparing dinner. Over the past month, her rapport with Wang Ma had blossomed, and she no longer felt socially anxious around her. "Wang Ma, I have a question," Zhu Xuan said, clad in a comfortable light green long dress, the pure white hem accentuating her freshness. Her long cloud-like black hair cascaded over her shoulders, resembling a graceful lotus. She exuded an ethereal charm, her elegance almost surreal. Wang Ma, upon seeing her, felt an immediate fondness. Zhu Miss had appeared quite out of sorts when she first arrived. Timid and shy, but now she seemed no different from a noble lady raised in affluence. Yet Wang Ma pondered, why did the young master seem so dismissive of Zhu Miss? With a smile, Wang Ma asked, "What would you like to inquire about, Zhu Miss?" Zhu Xuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, "I would like to know Mrs. Fong's favorite dessert." Wang Ma paused, then replied without hesitation, "Zhu Miss, the madam does not enjoy desserts. She hardly eats them at all." Zhu Xuan was taken aback by this revelation, her expression blank and mouth agape. "Ah," Wang Ma nodded, affirming her statement. Disheartened, Zhu Xuan drifted away. Fong Qian, arms crossed on the sofa, observed Zhu Xuan's disheartened demeanor and couldn't help but mock. "What's wrong? Is Shen Yunqing the third star? You seem quite forlorn, even when heading home." Zhu Xuan looked up, bewildered. "Huh? What are you talking about?" She found herself utterly out of sync with Fong Qian, her face etched with confusion. Fong Qian noted that Zhu Xuan had a knack for igniting his irritation, for no one had ever so blatantly disregarded his words. Suddenly, Zhu Xuan realized that Fong Qian might be a reliable source of information. After all, he would surely know what his mother enjoyed. She eagerly scooted closer to Fong Qian, her smile radiant. Fong Qian was taken aback by her sudden proximity, discomfort flickering across his face as he shifted uncomfortably on the sofa. "Zhu Xuan, what are you doing?" Fresh from a bath, Zhu Xuan's face glowed with a rosy hue, exuding an irresistible sweetness that made one yearn to take a bite. Moreover, she carried a unique, refreshing fragrance that enveloped her, making it delightful to be near her. Fong Qian straightened his posture involuntarily. "Do you know what dessert Mrs. Fong likes?" he asked. Upon hearing this question, Fong Qian scoffed. "Zhu Xuan, Are you always scheming to please others? Let me tell you, don't think you can charm my mother into submission. It's absolutely impossible. Zhu Xuan blinked, her confusion deepening. What on earth was Fang Qian talking about? Why was it becoming increasingly difficult to comprehend him? Was this what Xin Yunqing often referred to as nonsensical chatter? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she voiced them aloud. Hearing her articulate those sentiments, Fang Qian felt an overwhelming urge to choke on his own frustration. Utterly embarrassed, with a cold, emotionless expression, he retorted, "Don't waste your efforts. My mother does not like desserts." Zhu Xuan's disappointment deepened. How could everyone say the same thing? Was it truly the case that Mrs. Fang had no fondness for sweets? Zhu Xuan earnestly corrected the system's apparent error. 66. Did you assign me the wrong task? Mrs. Fang does not like desserts. Impossible, the system replied. The character data in the database is infallible. Mrs. Fang enjoys desserts. Zhu Xuan was left in a state of bewilderment. Perhaps she had never witnessed her indulging in sweets in front of others. I suspect, Zhu Xuan mused, that Mrs. Fang, being a strong woman, might secretly purchase desserts for herself. What if she stumbled upon the truth? With this new hypothesis in mind, Zhu Xuan began to explore various desserts online. After perusing numerous reviews and guides, she decided to prepare a yellow soybean flour snow cake with soft cheese for her baking class the following day. The mere sight of it was tantalizingly delectable. Zhu Xuan couldn't help but swallow hard in anticipation. Fang Qian's brow twitched. What peculiar sound had Zhu Xuan just made? Noticing Fang Qian's perplexed expression, Zhu Xuan cheerfully shared the information displayed on her screen with him. For tomorrow's baking class, I plan to make this. Would you like to try some? Fang Qian cast a glance at the plump, white and soft dessert on the screen, internally musing that it bore a striking resemblance to Zhu Xuan in some respects. He couldn't resist mocking her. Is your mind solely consumed with food? Zhu Xuan pursed her lips, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Yet, she masked her feelings and feigned sadness, saying, I merely wish to share my baking results with all of you and showcase my progress to Mrs. Fang. Fang Qian froze, silently scolding Zhu Xuan for her sudden lack of restraint. It seemed she was intent on winning his attention by learning these frivolous skills to become the future Mrs. Fang. Moreover, she had subtly transformed herself, lightening her complexion, enhancing her eyes, and adopting a fragrant allure. Now, realizing that her efforts had not yielded the desired effect, she had switched to a more direct approach. He was resolute in his refusal to yield. After all, the last time he had suffered from alcohol poisoning, Zhu Xuan had shown no concern whatsoever. Suddenly, Fang Qian stood up abruptly from the sofa and left the area. Zhu Xuan looked on in confusion. Choosing to disregard the capricious Fang Qian and focusing instead on mastering her dessert-making skills. Glutinous rice flour, yogurt, cheese, whipped cream, yellow soybean flour. Zhu Xuan counted the ingredients she needed on her fingers at dinner time. As Wang Ma set the table, she remarked to Mrs. Fang, Madam, you look particularly radiant lately. You seem to have regained your youth. That Mrs. Fang touched her face, feeling pleased. Really, my sleep and work have indeed improved significantly. Mr. Fang chimed in. Mo Shuang has been in excellent spirits recently. Mo Shuang was Mrs. Fang's name. Fang Qian lazily lifted his head to regard his mother. Mom, no need to beat around the bush. You genuinely look younger. Zhu Xuan, cradling a bowl of rice, nodded in agreement while stuffing her mouth. That Mrs. Fang's smile was exceptionally bright, illuminating everyone at the table. After a moment of thought, she continued, It seems that ever since Yining gifted me that bouquet, I placed it by my bedside, and I've been sleeping so soundly. My sleep quality has markedly improved. Zhu Xuan froze for a moment, her chopsticks clattering onto the table. That Mr. Fang wholeheartedly agreed. My sleep quality has improved as well. Mrs. Fang's gaze toward Zhu Xuan grew more affectionate as she subtly nudged Fang Qian. Yining has truly been a blessing for our family. Fang Qian's smile faltered, disbelief washing over him at his mother's words. Had she truly just suggested that he introduce Zhu Xuan to his friends? It felt like a public announcement of their relationship, and he could hardly bear it. Zhu Xuan blinked, confused. Song Xinrui, he is that infatuated admirer of the female lead. Always looking for trouble, a boy with chubby cheeks and clad in black-rimmed glasses. Zhu Xuan, slightly displeased, pursed her lips. Why should I take her with me, when I'm not even close with Song Xinrui? Fang Qian protested. Mrs. Fang, with an unwavering tone, remarked, Every year, Shinrue's birthday party invites a multitude of friends. Besides, you all are classmates. She observed that Enine often spent her time alone, without anyone to play with, which was rather pitiable. Fang Qian opened and closed his mouth, struggling to find words. Given Song Shinrue's generous nature, it was indeed highly probable that he would extend invitations to the entire class. Excluding those two impoverished students, it was likely that everyone else would attend. Fang Qian's complexion turned pale as he found himself at a loss for words that Mrs. Fang elegantly continued her dinner, concluding, "Then it's settled." Zhu Xuan displayed a flicker of surprise. "Really? Fang Qian can take me to the birthday party. I promised to prepare a splendid gift for Song." Mrs. Fang, increasingly fond of Zhu Xuan, gently inquired, "Do you still have enough pocket money?" "Enine, would you like me to transfer some funds for your gift?" Startled, Zhu Xuan quickly waved her hands that no need. "I have plenty of money." Apart from her dining expenses, she rarely spent on anything else. The 15,000 she offered for tutoring Shen Yunqing was declined. He insisted on charging according to standard market rates. Thus, they settled on a monthly fee of 10,000 interstellar coins. Shen Yunqing initially did not desire such a sum, but Zhu Xuan had cautioned him that she was a complete novice requiring constant one-on-one guidance. With no choice, he reluctantly accepted. After dinner, Fang Qian deliberately intercepted Zhu Xuan at the stairway of the third floor. Having just finished her meal, she climbed the stairs slowly, ready to retreat to her room. Upon noticing his tall silhouette in the stairwell, she halted, tilting her head in confusion. "Zhu Xuan, I must inform you that you cannot attend Song Shinrue's birthday party." Zhu Xuan felt a pang of disappointment and pouted. Why not? She genuinely wished to partake in the festivities, seeing it as a fine opportunity to integrate into high society, potentially enhancing her social standing. Fang Qian, with an air of impatience, replied, "There's no reason." Zhu Xuan's brows furrowed, appearing naive and slow-witted. Undaunted, she murmured, "But Mrs. Fang wants me to go." Fang Qian incredulously asked, "You dare to leverage my mother against me?" Zhu Xuan shrank back under his gaze, her delicate face betraying a hint of guilt. "Did she?" Fang Qian propped his chin, tilting his head. "Should I inform my mother that your grades are atrocious? You don't grasp elementary, intermediate, or advanced concepts at all." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xuan's anxiety surged. She had not divulged her tutoring arrangement with Shen Yunqing to anyone. "That you're lying." "I do not know." Fang Qian raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Then explain why you were reading the most basic books last time." Zhu Xuan's eyes darted as she clearly pondered her response, "That I just happened to forget a knowledge point and was merely reviewing." Fang Qian watched her fabricate her story in silence, then asked with keen interest, "What is the most crucial rule in mecha operation principles?" Zhu Xuan froze, her exquisite features rendered motionless. Her lips parted slightly, revealing a glimpse of her pearly teeth as they ultimately fell shut, devoid of strength. Fang Qian smirked, as if to say, "I can see through your facade." Zhu Xuan closed her eyes, conceding defeat. The principles of mecha operation were indeed advanced theoretical knowledge. She had studied them just yesterday but had forgotten. Yielding to authority, her lips turned dry and pale. Biting her lower lip, a trace of sorrow flickered in her eyes. "Fine, I want to go with that." She obediently retreated to her room, her steps light as though she feared to disturb the owner of the house. Or perhaps she had never considered herself a part of this residence. Fang Qian stood momentarily stunned, tugging at his still unremoved school uniform tie, feeling inexplicably stifled and restless. Why did Zhu Xuan appear so pitiable just now? Would she really hide under a blanket and cry? He couldn't recall having bullied her. Feeling unsettled, he ascended the stairs. That I in truth. Zhu Xuan promptly dismissed the incident from her mind upon entering her room. Recently, she had discovered a new form of entertainment: reading novels. Chapter 43. Fang Qian's hobby. It all began when she stumbled upon a treasure trove of free novels on the Tomato app, leading to an insatiable obsession. Each day, she would delve into the chapters of a story about a cold, aloof CEO and his sweet, pampered wife running away with a child, and she had recently reached the part where the protagonist, Wan Mianyan, had taken her genius baby far away. The system, observing its host's deep immersion in nostalgic novels, felt utterly powerless. Having just finished an uninspired idle drama, she was now engrossed in an old-fashioned narrative. The system couldn't help but grind its teeth in frustration. "Host, tell me, who recommended these stories to you?" Zhu Xuan blinked in confusion, No one recommended them. I just found them myself. The system's voice grew weary. You're not watching idle dramas anymore? Well, they're not updating tonight. Sitting on her bed, Zhu Xuan stared at a vast illuminated screen in the air, where an electronic novel in the color of parchment was flipping through pages automatically. She scratched her head, genuinely finding it captivating. How about you join me in reading? The system retreated several hundred meters, waving its hands in refusal, leaving behind a digital afterimage. It wouldn't read it itself, but felt compelled to advise its host. You know your brain isn't the sharpest. It's best not to indulge in this sort of thing. You'll only worsen your condition. The system swore it was merely stating facts, devoid of any sarcasm, yet the words were still infuriating to hear. Zhu Xuan puffed up her cheeks, displeased. If you don't want to read, then don't. The next day, Zhu Xuan awoke to the sunlight cascading through her window. Vines of roses climbed the sturdy walls of the estate, and remarkably, they bloomed exclusively before her window. Early in the morning, a vine stealthily reached through the window, parting the heavy velvet curtains slightly. The morning sun filtered through, illuminating her eyelids. Zhu Xuan maintained a remarkably regular routine, never sleeping past 10 at night, so she typically rose before 8 in the morning. After dressing, she donned a violet court gown, the fitted design accentuating her slender waist like a delicate willow swaying in the breeze, that a linen braided cord was wrapped around her waist, while soft Mary Jane shoes adorned her feet, paired with pale pink socks around her elegant ankles. Her silky black hair was braided at the back, intertwined with a light pink ribbon, cascading gracefully over her left shoulder. Zhu Xuan, like a butterfly in bloom, radiated vitality and hope. Her first stop was the garden, where she hadn't conversed with her plant friends in quite some time. Bamboo, how have you been living here lately? You seem to have grown more beautiful. You must be quite happy, indeed. Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled. Life has been quite pleasant recently. Yet her tone soon turned somber, but that Fong Qian is truly difficult to handle. What do you want from young Master Fong? Well, apart from his rather foul mouth, he seems decent enough, and he is undeniably handsome. Oh, my lemon friend has spied on him while he was bathing. He has an 8-pack. His physique is truly commendable. He could easily lift Bamboo with one hand. Zhu Xuan found herself growing impatient, pouting, "You're all right, but he dislikes me immensely. I need to make him like me, da-da, Bamboo, so you think that way? You must win over young Master Fong. He, Bamboo, is more beautiful than any girl I've ever seen. Surely you can do it." Like, I've heard he is fond of mecha models, that a tall hibiscus pondered. Zhu Xuan blinked, finally receiving useful information. She elongated her tone. Mecha models. Yes, he seems eager to visit the 17th star to see real mecha exhibits. All the mechas there are genuine, each having fought in battles assigned a number in the Empire. However, due to the ongoing wars, neither Mrs. Fong nor Mr. Fong permits him to go. Zhu Xuan reclined against the sturdy trunk of a grand banyan tree, her intricate purple skirt cascading elegantly around her. With a playful finger, she poked at her own cheek. Did I end this whimsical moment? She nodded and cheerfully expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. I understand now." She believed that by learning about Fong Qian's preferences, she could cater to them accordingly. However, upon searching with her intelligent device, she soon realized that mech models were far beyond the reach of an average person. The thought of gifting one was swiftly dismissed. Perhaps it's best to set this matter aside for now, she mused. The baking instructor arrived shortly thereafter, escorted by the butler to the Western-style kitchen. Zhu Xuan had already donned a light blue and white checkered apron, adorned with a delicate lace trim. The instructor exuded a gentle and knowledgeable demeanor, her appearance radiating a comforting allure. Upon seeing her, Zhu Xuan's cheeks flushed, and she greeted her teacher with a shy "Hello." The instructor returned the greeting with a warm smile. "Today, let's make soft tofu snowballs with mung bean flour," she suggested. That as she tied on her own apron, she inquired, "Have you decided what you want to create?" "Inin, yes. I came across this recipe on my smart device yesterday, and it looked absolutely delicious," Zhu Xuan replied eagerly. "Very well then. Let us prepare it together today," the instructor affirmed. After 3 hours of dedicated effort, Zhu Xuan triumphantly completed her dessert. The snowballs, with their remarkably thin, glutinous rice skin, offered a soft, subtly sweet texture, generously filled with creamy tofu, that a thick layer of mung bean flour enveloped the entire creation, making it look plump and inviting, emanating warmth and aroma that tantalized the senses. With a sense of pride, Zhu Xuan presented her confection to Mr. and Mrs. Fong in their study. Today, yes, it was a day of rest. They typically began their work later. Mrs. Fong, Mr. Fong, this is a dessert I made. Please do try it, she said, rubbing her hands together in anticipation. She had infused the dessert with her own spiritual energy, ensuring it would be unlike any ordinary treat. Mrs. Fong's eyes sparkled momentarily, though the expression was fleeting. She delicately took a small portion, her movement casual yet graceful. Zhu Xuan observed intently, stifling a giggle behind her hand, that Mr. Fong sampled one as well, although he generally had little fondness for sweets. Today's offering was rather exceptional, prompting him to indulge more than usual to Mrs. Fong. How does it taste? Zhu Xuan inquired eagerly. Resisting the urge to consume more, Mrs. Fong smiled and replied, Inin, you truly have a remarkable talent. Even your Uncle Fong has enjoyed too. Zhu Xuan's smile broadened at the compliment. She quietly exited the study, noting Mrs. Fong's apparent fondness for desserts, a sentiment unbeknownst to the Fong family. With her addition of spiritual energy, this dessert must surely be the finest she had ever created. Ding. Plot progression 1. Mr. and Mrs. Fong's affection skill points 1. That the system has automatically increased the plot progression in accordance with the host's beauty value. Zhu Xuan blinked in surprise at the announcement of skill points. It was her first encounter with such a report that Mrs. Fong has completely succumbed to your charm, it noted, marking a step toward achieving one of the original owner's goals, winning Mrs. Fong's favor. Zhu Xuan squinted with delight, clapping her hands. How wonderful! I truly adore Mrs. Fong. With a mischievous grin, she returned to the baking studio, deciding to contact Jiang Yinjing and invite her to the Fong estate. Her schedule was tightly packed, with the afternoon reserved for studying, so she sought Jiang Yinjing's assistance in her learning. Zhu Xuan prepared some additional desserts to deliver to Fong Qian, despite his previous rudeness. She aimed to win his favor. However, the thought of his indifference dampened her spirits, causing her to dawdle until the treats were nearly cool before handing them to the butler. Could you please deliver this to Fong Qian? She requested of the butler, who readily agreed and proceeded to the 4th floor. Young master, this is a dessert prepared by Miss Zhu, specifically sent for you to sample, the butler announced. Fong Qian regarded the plump morsels with mild curiosity. Miss Zhu spent the entire morning crafting these, and she also sent a portion for Mr. and Mrs. Fong. It is her heartfelt gesture, the butler explained, recalling Zhu Xuan's despondent demeanor from the previous evening. Fong Qian found himself inexplicably accepting the treat, reasoning that he would rather not witness her disappointment should he refuse. Although he held no particular affection for such sticky, chewy foods, today he begrudgingly found the sight of the confection somewhat palatable and took a bite. To his astonishment, the flavor was remarkably delightful, far surpassing that of desserts from specialty shops. While the essence remained sweet, there was an undeniable uniqueness that compelled one to indulge further. Fong Qian's expression grew complex as he stared at the plate of yellow morsels. Realizing Zhu Xuan's culinary skills had improved significantly, if this continued, he feared she might truly discover how to capture his heart through his palate. Abruptly, he pushed the plate away, wary of consuming more. Yet, he underestimated the dessert's allure. Ultimately, he finished all 3 morsels on the plate and even sipped a cup of tea. It had been ages since he had savored such a sweet treat. The most alarming realization was that he found himself wanting more. While today's portion sufficed, he mused that having another helping tomorrow or the day after would bring him great joy. Fong Qian recognized that he had begun to be influenced by Zhu Xuan. In a moment of introspection, he questioned his own existence. Meanwhile, Jiang Yinjing arrived at the Fong estate, punctual as ever, only arriving ahead of time, never late. Zhu Xuan quickly facilitated her entry, dressed in casual, loose clothing and carrying a canvas bag. Jiang Yinjing followed Zhu Xuan to her study. Yinjing, I made some desserts this morning just for you, Zhu Xuan announced, placing the morsels on her desk alongside a plump lacquered teapot. Please rest here. I will join you for studying promptly at 1 o'clock. Jiang Yinjing nodded and offered a simple, thank you. Zhu Xuan, eager to finish distributing the remaining desserts, hurriedly departed. Downstairs, Mrs. Fong, monitoring the estate's live feed, inquired, Inin, have you invited a classmate over to play? Zhu Xuan recognized that Mrs. Fong was referencing Jiang Yinjing. Naturally, she could not disclose the truth of Jiang Yinjing's visit to So. With cheeks puffed, she nodded sheepishly that Mrs. Fong smiled at her, saying it's wonderful that you are making friends. I encourage you to invite them over often. Zhu Xuan beamed, revealing her small, white teeth. The afternoon was spent in diligent study, as Jiang Yinjing and Xin Yunqing shared a similar approach, efficiency-driven with a no-nonsense attitude. Tasks were to be completed within the allotted time. Zhu Xuan finally grasped the principles of mech operation, wishing she had known this sooner. Yinjing, do you think the midterm exam at St. Lizzie is difficult? She asked. Jiang Yinjing paused, contemplating how to provide an objective assessment. That I don't find it difficult, but it may pose a challenge for you. Zhu Xuan sniffled, wiping away non-existent tears. Do you think I can pass the midterm exam this time? As long as you follow my methods, I will ensure you succeed, Jiang Yinjing reassured her. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Zhu Xuan felt tears of joy welling up. Thank you, Yinjing. Jiang Yinjing chuckled softly at her sentimentality. Transfer students are quite endearing. Why must we study operating systems and principles? Zhu Xuan lamented. Mechs are already there. Why delve into their composition? She continued to wail. What is this? What even is a circuit? And why so much math? Advanced mathematics, discrete mathematics, linear algebra, probability theory, complex functions, differential number theory. This is unbearable. Jiang Yinjing simply observed Zhu Xuan's outburst, questioning whether these subjects were truly so difficult. Isn't it just a matter of reviewing them once? Zhu Xuan found herself questioning her existence. Was this the daily life of students at St. Lizzie? It appeared her master had also graduated from there. Jiang Yinjing, firm in her approach, emphasized the intensity of their studies. The mathematics being covered was far more advanced than the elementary and intermediate mathematics Zhu Xuan had previously encountered, leaving her mind spinning. Yet Jiang Yinjing tilted her head, scrutinizing the text. Is this really so challenging? This is merely the foundation for mastering your specialized knowledge. The elite class cultivates well-rounded talents. Chapter 45. Tread on him. Zhu Xuan was in a daze for a considerable time before suddenly inhaling sharply. She felt utterly exhausted and thought to herself, life is exceedingly difficult. She wished to be like bamboo, simply nurtured by her master. I will complete all the assignments you have given me today. And tomorrow I shall come to check your progress, Jiang Yinjing said as she tidied her belongings, preparing to leave the Fong residence. Observing the late hour outside, Zhu Xuan quickly suggested, Yinjing, it's quite late now. Why don't you stay here and sleep with me? Jiang Yinjing coldly shook her head in refusal. Undeterred, Zhu Xuan continued, We've exerted ourselves mentally today. You must be exhausted. Why not stay for dinner? Afterward, I can have Uncle Driver take you home. Strangely enough, as soon as Zhu Xuan finished speaking, it began to rain outside with the sound of thunder resounding loudly. Jiang Yinjing, who initially intended to refuse, fell silent that if she returned now, she would undoubtedly end up drenched. Zhu Xuan eagerly took Jiang Yinjing by the hand and led her downstairs for dinner. Though Jiang Yinjing was typically aloof, she exhibited politeness, greeting each member of the Fong family in turn. Fong Qian glanced at Jiang Yinjing, then regarded Zhu Xuan with a knowing look. Zhu Xuan felt a twinge of apprehension at what he might say, forcing a smile instead. You must be Jiang classmate. Did you enjoy your time at our home today? Mrs. Fong inquired with a smile. Jiang Yinjing nodded, visibly pleased. Then, Jiang classmate, do come and spend time with Enin more often. Zhu Xuan, who had just popped a piece of fruit in her mouth, nodded with her cheeks puffed out at this remark. Jiang classmate is also from the elite A class. She must know Qian as well. Mr. Fong remarked. Fong Qian's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he elongated his tone. Of course, I know Jiang Yinjing. She is exceptionally outstanding at St. Lizzie. So, Jiang classmate is quite remarkable, Mr. and Mrs. Fong exchanged glances. Zhu Xuan's smile froze. That insufferable Fong Qian. What on earth was he trying to imply? Seeing that Fong Qian was about to speak again, Zhu Xuan, in a moment of desperation, stomped on his foot with great force. Concerned about provoking Fong Qian further, she dared not wear her shoes and stealthily slipped them off, stepping on his foot in her socks. Fong Qian found himself momentarily speechless. Caught off guard by her boldness, that he stared at Zhu Xuan in disbelief as she pretended to eat her meal, acting as if nothing had occurred, avoiding eye contact with anyone. Zhu Xuan pressed her foot down harder, even grinding it slightly, signaling a warning. Fong Qian had completely frozen, his chopsticks suspended mid-air. Her small foot could easily be enveloped by one of his hands, and the soft touch of her cotton socks against his shoe felt oddly pleasant. Devoid of any pain, more akin to the fluffy white dumpling from earlier today. Fong Qian found himself vividly imagining the shape of her foot, He couldn't help but wonder why some feet could be so adorably shaped. Zhu Xuan sighed in relief when she noticed Fang Qian no longer intended to speak. Phew, she was terrified. Thankfully, she acted quickly. Otherwise, she would have been exposed in front of Mr. and Mrs. Fang. Slowly, she retracted her foot. Glancing up at Fang Qian, seeing him lost in thought, looking almost foolish, she felt reassured that he wasn't angry. Thus, she continued to blissfully enjoy her meal. Fang Qian's expression darkened slightly. When had Zhu Xuan learned to misbehave so brazenly? Treading on his foot so openly? Just moments ago, she had seemed intent on exchanging glances with him. That it was utterly scandalous. That night, Fang Qian dreamt of Zhu Xuan's feet, picturing them resting on his chest. Cradled in his arms, cherished dearly, he awoke feeling cold, and after taking a shower, found it impossible to fall back asleep, resulting in a gloomy weekend. That in stark contrast, Zhu Xuan was occupied with her studies throughout the weekend. As the ominous midterm examinations loomed ahead, although St. Lizi's academic environment was not overly strict, there were consequences for those who failed. For instance, they could be sent to the desolate star No. 52 for field research for a month, all while maintaining their academic progress. Failing to do so would result in the dreadful consequence of not obtaining a St. Lizi diploma. Most students at St. Lizi hailed from affluent families, and no one wished to go to the desolate star. Yet, no one wanted to miss out on graduation either. Hence, every examination at St. Lizi was regarded with utmost seriousness. That on the morning of the exam, Zhu Xuan felt her calves trembling. For some time now, she had been commuting to school with Fang Qian. Their relationship had improved slightly compared to before, noticing Zhu Xuan's pale complexion and her trembling legs. Fang Qian couldn't help but chuckle softly. It's just a midterm exam. Is it necessary to be this anxious? Pathetic. Heaven knew how much effort he had put in since that dream to appear so nonchalant around Zhu Xuan. Zhu Xuan forced a smile. You're right. How could I compare to you? Fang Qian quipped sarcastically. Realizing that Zhu Xuan was genuinely frightened, he stiffly remarked, Jiang Yinjing will surely help you pass. Zhu Xuan's face fell. But her unease lingered. Fang Qian observed Zhu Xuan closely, noting that after just one night apart, she seemed to have changed again. Could it be that she truly was the one being nurtured by their family? The transformation in Zhu Xuan since her arrival was indeed remarkable. She had slept soundly the night before. Despite her worries about the midterm exam, her concerns had never affected her ability to eat or sleep. Zhu Xuan allowed her thoughts to wander, attempting to ease her tension. She resolved to start learning makeup after the midterm exams. The girls in her class were all adept at makeup, and it indeed made a significant difference in enhancing their appearances. The midterm exam spanned just a single day, covering only key courses, which were notably challenging. The subsequent final exams would encompass all subjects that as the exam approached. Jiang Yinjing calmly advised Zhu Xuan, maintain a balanced mindset and do your best. Zhu Xuan's lips trembled as she nodded, her face pale. Jiang Yinjing paused momentarily, her tone softening. Don't be afraid. I believe in you. Zhu Xuan's eyes widened slightly, resembling round, cat-like pupils. Suddenly, she threw herself into Jiang Yinjing's embrace, rubbing her head against her. Oh, let me absorb some of your scholarly aura. Brain, you must perform well today. Be clever. Jiang Yinjing's hands were forcibly separated, caught in a push-pull motion, her gaze uncertain. Ultimately, she stiffly acquiesced, allowing Zhu Xuan to nuzzle against her chest. Chapter 46. Makeup. Seeing that Jiang Yinjing showed no signs of resistance, Zhu Xuan felt a surge of happiness. She noticed the slightest hint of discomfort in Jiang Yinjing's expression and, after a brief moment, pulled away. So soft that I like it. Yinjing, let us go take the exam together. Jiang Yinjing managed a reluctant hum. The days swiftly passed, consumed by examinations. After completing a midterm exam, Zhu Xuan felt utterly drained. Meanwhile, Fang Qian remained composed and self-satisfied. What else with the long face? Today's questions were so simple, he remarked lazily, reclining against the leather seat of the floating capsule. Zhu Xuan stared down at her fingers, pouting in silence. The disparity between her and the St. Lizi students was stark. They were all top-tier talents, while she was merely a privileged interloper. If I really had to go to the desolate star for research, you'd surely be delighted, right? Zhu Xuan asked weakly. Fang Qian hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, Of course, that would be utterly delightful. Yet, As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized he felt no joy at all. Rather, he felt a sense of agitation. Zhu Xuan's small face crinkled in sadness, appearing genuinely heartbroken. She sniffled, expressing her true feelings. "Ah, but I'm really sad that I don't want to be separated from you. If we part ways, how will I continue to pursue you or complete my tasks?" Fang Qian stood there, stunned that he felt as if he had been struck dumb. Although Zhu Xuan harbored deep feelings for him, she had never been so overtly expressive before. She had always feigned reserve in front of him, but now her true nature was laid bare. The thought of parting was too much for her to bear. Fang Qian's heart raced. He stole a glance at Zhu Xuan and found her sorrowful expression to be genuine, not feigned. His emotions grew tumultuous. She mustn't love him too much, as it would lead nowhere. He replied sternly, "Well, it's unavoidable. After all, you lack the ability to belong at St. Lizzie." Zhu Xuan surprisingly nodded in agreement. "Indeed," Fang Qian remarked, during these days leading up to the release of the results. Zhu Xuan had been so consumed with anxiety that she lost a few pounds. She quietly deduced, "It seems I really must go to the Wasteland Star." The system comforted her. "The results have yet to be announced. So do not be so pessimistic. Last night, unable to resist, I checked the answers. How should I put this? I don't care. Before I go to the Wasteland Star, I must see my master one last time. In a few days, isn't it Song Xinrui's birthday?" The system detected that Ji Shuzhou might attend. Zhu Xuan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Really? That would be wonderful. It is indeed a great opportunity, provided that you can persuade him to take you along." Zhu Xuan clenched her fists, her expression resolute, "That I can no longer afford to be lackadaisical. I must start learning to apply makeup now, so that I can present myself in the most appealing manner to win over Fang Qian." Although she had Xiaoyan to assist her, she was eager to try it herself. After all, no one knows her better than she does. Without further ado, Zhu Xuan sprang from her bed and approached the vanity to begin her work. A massive virtual display screen unfolded before her, showcasing makeup tutorials. Zhu Xuan watched intently, following every instruction given by the beauty blogger. After a day or two of practice, her makeup skills began to show promising results. Zhu Xuan, enraptured, held a delightful rabbit-shaped powder puff, dabbing it on her face with glee. Her skin, already delicate and fair, appeared even more exquisite, transcending the ordinary. Those who beheld her would likely be left speechless for quite some time. Zhu Xuan then applied a touch of dewy blush, its hue reminiscent of the most vibrant peach blossoms in April, tender and full of life. She contemplated using a mascara wand next. The system remarked with a hint of complexity, "Your lashes are already longer than most. Are you sure you need to apply more?" The host's lashes and eyes naturally exude an eyeshadow effect, looking remarkably beautiful without excessive embellishment. Zhu Xuan leaned closer to the mirror, acknowledging the system's wisdom. Consequently, she set the mascara aside and reached for an eyeshadow palette, pondering which color to choose. This shimmering pink looks stunning. Zhu Xuan excitedly brushed the sparkling powder onto her eyelids. The final step was to apply lipstick. Her vanity was adorned with at least 300 different shades of lipstick, each boasting its unique color code. All the cosmetics on her vanity hail from prestigious brands renowned throughout the empire. Initially, she didn't possess such an extensive collection, but after growing closer to Madame Fang, she had taken the liberty of adding many more. This led to Zhu Xuan's vanity becoming a veritable treasure trove. A dream for any girl. Zhu Xuan selected a luscious shade, reminiscent of summer peaches, exuding a delightful fragrance. Upon application, her lips appeared glistening, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss. After perfecting her lipstick, her entire visage was complete. She cradled her face in delight, beaming with joy. Having watched makeup videos from bloggers across various planets, she was astonished by how transformation could render one almost unrecognizable. That IT was truly a marvel. She wished to enhance her own beauty further. Undeniably, Zhu Xuan demonstrated a natural talent for makeup far exceeding her academic prowess. The look she crafted for herself was nothing short of extraordinary. In truth, the makeup did not drastically alter her appearance, but instead accentuated her innate beauty. Yet, even this subtle enhancement was enough to leave an indelible impression. "How do I look?" Zhu Xuan pouted, posing before the mirror. Beautiful, absolutely stunning. She could easily be the belle of St. Lys. Mind you, this was without her full beauty potential realized. Zhu Xuan, somewhat plot-conscious, had dedicated all her efforts to enhancing her allure. With a playful glint in her eyes, she boasted, "I possess a remarkable talent for makeup. You should consider how to persuade Fang Qian to take you to the party instead." Zhu Xuan sighed heavily. "I will find him right away. I will do whatever he asks, as long as he takes me with him." Zhu Xuan rested her chin on her hand, pondering. She dashed to the garden, intending to gather a few flowers. "Does anyone wish to accompany me to Fang Qian's room?" Zhu Xuan sought her friend's opinions thoroughly. Chapter 47. Unlocking affection points. I want to go. I'm tired of lingering in the garden. "Me too." A chorus of eager voices erupted. Zhu Xuan quickly gathered a bouquet from the responding flowers. Then, she removed the silk headband from her hair and tied it into a bow around the flowers. Channeling some of her spiritual energy, she imbued the flowers with a vibrant essence. Soon after, she ascended to the 4th floor. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the knocking, Fang Qian called out, "Who is it?" When he received no answer, he approached the door. His initially impatient expression froze upon seeing Zhu Xuan, who resembled a freshly baked, soft cake, standing at the threshold. His cold demeanor shifted dramatically, akin to a large, dopey dog perched at the door. Fang Qian swallowed hard, staring at Zhu Xuan in silence. What was this? Had she put on makeup? Her face looked so soft and fragrant, and her lips resembled jelly. Moreover, her lashes appeared unusually thick and long today. Most importantly, the beauty was clad in a silk gown, cradling a radiant bouquet of flowers, her face aglow with a smile directed at him. Fang Qian asked dryly, "What are you doing?" His heart raced. Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled, her slightly pouted lips parting just enough to reveal pearly white teeth, releasing a soft, sweet fragrance. "These flowers are for you. May I come in?" Fang Qian stood there in a daze. Unsure of what to do, he awkwardly stepped aside, his clumsy movements appearing quite comical on his tall frame. Zhu Xuan gracefully entered Fang Qian's room, her flowing skirt trailing a delightful scent. The moment she arrived, the entire atmosphere of the room transformed. She placed the bouquet in a vase and repositioned it to catch the sunlight. Stealing a glance at her friends, she whispered, "So, will you all stay here? I'll come back to refresh the water for you." "All right, Juzi, you go ahead." After completing her task, Zhu Xuan turned to face Fang Qian, racking her brain for an excuse. "I noticed the flowers outside were blooming beautifully, so I thought to bring a bouquet for your room." Fang Qian gazed intently at Zhu Xuan, asking, "Why did you suddenly start wearing makeup?" At this, Zhu Xuan cradled her face and took a step closer, inquiring, "I just wanted to learn, do you think it looks nice?" Silence ensued. Zhu Xuan had not anticipated a response from him, in his heart. Fang Qian quietly thought it looked nice. Zhu Xuan's mind raced as she devised a strategy. Logically, after delivering the flowers, she should leave, but her words had yet to be spoken, a troubled expression surfaced on her face. Fang Qian's brow twitched as he spoke without thinking. "What's wrong?" Zhu Xuan gazed at him with a sorrowful look, her voice soft and sweet. "I really want to go out and have fun with you." Fang Qian felt a lump in his throat, unable to utter a word. Previously, he had hesitated to take Zhu Xuan out, fearing she would embarrass him. After all, she was not of noble birth, merely a bumpkin from an orphanage. Her appearance was unremarkable, and she lacked any noteworthy skills. He worried that taking her out would subject him to ridicule. Yet clearly, that was no longer the case. He feared that if he took Zhu Xuan out now, many would envy him. Fang Qian felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Zhu Xuan gazed earnestly at Fang Qian, stating, "I am willing to do anything, as long as I can go out with you." Fang Qian's thoughts grew more complex. Zhu Xuan truly loved him. To stand by his side openly, she was willing to do anything. Fang Qian was not easily moved. Yet today he seemed genuinely touched. He secretly felt a sense of satisfaction. Though his expression remained aloof, he cleared his throat, saying nonchalantly, "It's up to you." Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled. Fang Qian's words were an invitation. She discreetly gave a thumbs up behind her back. Like a flower butterfly, she flitted out of Fang Qian's room. Before leaving, she did not forget to express her gratitude. "Thank you." "Thank you." Fang Qian touched his heart, pondering why she needed to thank him. Was it for granting her the opportunity to approach him? Fang Qian sighed, his demeanor clouded. Zhu Xuan had exceeded his expectations. Ding! Plot points 1. Ding. Main character Fang Qian's affection level at 80. Zhu Xuan descending the staircase, was momentarily stunned. Plot points 1. There exists a sentiment of affection. The system's tone barely conceals its excitement. Fong Qian's favorability rating can indeed be detected. The protagonist's favorability must exceed 80 to be measurable. Zhu Xuan blinked her eyes in a daze. Oh, so this completeness arises from Fong Qian. She let out a couple of silly chuckles, filled with joy. Yet, has Fong Qian's favorability already reached such heights? Dear host, you are unaware that he is exceptionally skilled at self-strategizing. Dreaming every night, he is unafraid of exhausting himself in his dreams. He has successfully wooed himself. Is this time's plot completeness still based on appearance value? Zhu Xuan nodded, affirmatively. The system has credited her. Your appearance value has now achieved an S rating, and there is no need for further enhancement. Zhu Xuan fluttered her lashes twice, pondering. If I were to appear before the master, would he recognize me? I believe he would. Zhu Xuan felt a surge of delight. Let us focus on enhancing my spiritual power next. After the midterm examinations concluded, the weekend also came to an end. On the first day back at school, Zhu Xuan continued to apply her makeup. She cheerfully boarded the hovercraft with Fong Qian to school. Fong Qian cast a few glances her way, then found himself unable to look away. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated Zhu Xuan's fair, powdery face, rendering her almost unrecognizable as a mere human. The shadows of her thick eyelashes cast upon her eye sockets, complemented by her pert nose and plump lips. His heart raced fiercely twice. Recalling the dream from the previous night, an inexplicable warmth enveloped him. Ding! Fong Qian's favorability to the Zhu Xuan had transformed once more. Although she had applied makeup, this time it conveyed an even stronger impression than before. Fong Qian felt she had surpassed everyone he had ever seen in beauty. Zhu Xuan retrieved a box from her bag, presenting it to Fong Qian as if it were a treasure. Fong Qian, this is the coconut milk cake I made this morning that IT can serve as afternoon tea. Fong Qian paused, astonished, and inquired, You made this early in the morning? Zhu Xuan nodded, murmuring softly, Phew. Thankfully I finished before heading to school. Fong Qian's heart fluttered slightly as he slowly accepted the small box. Observing him take it, Zhu Xuan's face broke into a sweet smile. Her delicate hands, as slender as spring bamboo shoots, retreated and rested coyly on her skirt. Ding! Fong Qian's favorability 3, current favorability 85. Chapter 48. Rankings. Fong Qian promptly tucked the box into his bag. The exterior of the box remained warm, exuding a fragrant milky aroma. From now on, there is no need to pretend not to know me at St. Lizzie. Zhu Xuan blinked, somewhat foolishly. Then can I greet you when I see you? Fong Qian nodded. A smile blossomed on Zhu Xuan's face once more, radiating gratitude. Fong Qian felt an unspoken bitterness in his heart. He suddenly realized how excessively he had treated her before, almost missing out on a truly precious sincerity. Zhu Xuan instinctively walked alongside Fong Qian into the school. The disdain and restraint had vanished from his expression. In Elite Class A, the voices of students were quite raucous as a freshly released report card was projected onto the large screen that a crowd surrounded Zhu Xuan's desk, creating a blockade. Her deskmate, Jiang Yinjing, had yet to arrive at school. Zhu Xuan, with her large, curious eyes, approached. What are my classmates doing in front of my desk? Are they looking for me? Fong Qian glanced at the report card displayed on the screen. Sure enough, he found Zhu Xuan's name at the bottom, and he then observed the group gathered around her desk, a flicker of coldness crossing his eyes. The expressions on those faces were unmistakably malicious. Zhu Xuan squeezed her way through with difficulty. Her voice was soft, laced with barely perceptible excitement. So many classmates, so many friends. Are you all looking for me? Is there something I need to address? Zhu Xuan's shoulder-length hair cascaded neatly behind her, accentuating her petite face. She appeared strikingly charming amidst the crowd. Numerous papers were stuck to her desk, and her curiosity compelled her to glance over. Fool, country bumpkin. Indeed, the last in the rankings, haha. With such poor grades, how dare you enter Class A? Just wait to pick up garbage on the wasteland. Stay away from Fong Xiao. Zhu Xuan blinked, her mind momentarily blank. Upon the arrival of the protagonist, the atmosphere around her stilled, as if everyone were awaiting her reaction. Yet, instead of Zhu Xuan bursting into tears from the bullying, the surrounding crowd appeared dumbfounded. Song Xinrui glanced at Zhu Xuan, then fell into a stupor. Oh, beautiful. Is she even more beautiful than Pei Zhixian? When did Zhu Xuan grow into this? The boys and girls nearby were hardly more attractive than him. Zhu Xuan lowered her gaze. A fleeting shadow of hurt flashing in her eyes. Silently, she began to gather the scattered papers. With a sigh, she thought sadly. She truly was last, and it seemed she would indeed have to go to the wasteland. Fong Qian's expression turned frigid as he seized Song Xinrui by the collar and dragged him out of the classroom. The chairs in the classroom clattered loudly as he kicked them aside. The students shrank back in fear, exchanging glances that reflected terror. When had Fong Xiao ever been this furious? Did you instigate this? Song Xinrui, finally recovering from his stupor, failed to answer the question. Instead, he hesitantly asked Fong Qian. Has Zhu Xuan had plastic surgery? Fong Qian's expression darkened, that he replied impatiently, No, she has merely been learning makeup recently. Song Xinrui swallowed hard, realizing he had not perceived any trace of makeup on Zhu Xuan. It appeared so natural. You still haven't answered my question. Fong Qian's tone grew ominous, as if he intended to strip Song Xinrui of his skin. Song Xinrui pouted, I didn't intend for her to back down. I just wanted her to recognize her own identity. Fong Qian narrowed his eyes at him. Song Xinrui explained, a few days ago, she reported it all the way to Ji Chuxuan, causing him to be punished with 3 months of pocket money. I only recently discovered this. Additionally, she targeted Pei Zhixian, that I just wanted to teach her a lesson. Initially, Song Xinrui had intended to take credit for this scheme. However, seeing Zhu Xuan's despondent expression, he felt a pang of unease. Fong Qian's voice turned icy. Are you 3 years old? Engaging in such childish antics. Moreover, she is not nearly as detestable as you presume. Furthermore, last time, Ji Chuxuan provoked her first. How could you blame her? And what did you see that led you to believe she targeted Pei Zhixian? Song Xinrui shrank back, a rare look of regret crossing his chubby face. But Pei Zhixian clearly said, upon hearing something amiss. Fong Qian coldly inquired, What did she say? She said Zhu Xuan looks at her with strange eyes, implying that Zhu Xuan had lied during the last truth or dare. However, there was no concrete evidence to support these claims. Song Xinrui fell silent. Pei Zhixian had not explicitly stated that Zhu Xuan had done anything. Her tone was ambiguous, leaving much to the imagination. Even Song Xinrui, despite his dim-wittedness, realized he had been used as a pawn. He felt like a pitiful, soaked chicken that I'll go apologize to her. Is that all right? Fong Qian nodded in agreement. Dejectedly, Song Xinrui returned to the classroom to AT that moment. Zhu Xuan had already silently cleaned up all the papers. She was slumped over her desk, using her book to shield herself from view, and no one could see the expression on her face. Because the mastermind behind this incident was Song Xinrui, few in the class dared to provoke him. So they pretended not to notice and remained seated. Witnessing this, Song Xinrui felt a twinge of discomfort. He hadn't anticipated Zhu Xuan would react this way, that he thought she might play the victim and let Yen Ge defend her. Yet she did not. She simply cleaned up the mess, shrinking into a small ball, nursing her wounds at her desk. For the first time, Song Xinrui felt less than human. Regretfully, he approached her. Hey, are you all right? Zhu Xuan's fluffy head stirred, revealing her slightly watery eyes. Upon seeing her, Song Xinrui's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly felt like a scoundrel. His voice became hoarse as he managed to say, I'm sorry. Everything that happened today is my fault. Though he was aware that his actions were misguided, he found it difficult to humbly apologize. Zhu Xuan was somewhat taken aback, as she had not anticipated that it was Song Xinrui who had taken the lead. Even more surprising was the fact that Song Xinrui would actually offer her an apology. However, Zhu Xuan was engulfed in sorrow and had no desire to engage with anyone. Suddenly, she recalled the earlier incident when Mrs. Fong had wanted Fong Qian to take her to Song Xinrui's birthday celebration, which had been declined. Perhaps this was an opportune moment. Zhu Xuan slowly lifted her head. Chapter 49, an odd apology her face, previously flushed from embarrassment, now glowed with a damp, rosy hue, reminiscent of rain-kissed peach blossoms, exuding a captivating vulnerability. The breathing beside her abruptly ceased, and the classroom fell into an eerie silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only the faint murmur of a camera shutter broke the stillness. Song Xinrui was struck by her beauty, his breath catching in his throat, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. She looked even more enchanting than before. Zhu Xuan puffed her cheeks, displaying a petulant demeanor, which was only natural. Who would feel joy after such an ordeal? It would be a feat not to scowl if you can grant me a favor. I shall no longer be angry and will forgive you, she stated. Without hesitation, Song Xinrui replied, I promise you. Zhu Xuan raised an eyebrow, sensing that she had not yet specified what that favor was. Realizing he might have been overly eager, Song Xinrui cleared his throat awkwardly and said, What is it? You tell me that isn't your birthday approaching. Song Xinrui paused for a moment before nodding. Indeed, that a smile crept on Zhu Xuan's lips. I would like to attend your birthday party, if that is acceptable. Song Xinrui was astounded by the simplicity of her request and, filled with disbelief, quickly affirmed, Of course, that is no problem. Zhu Xuan sighed with relief. Did Fang Qian mention my birthday to you? Song Xinrui blinked, a rosy blush spreading across his round, cherubic face. Zhu Xuan nodded, I heard about it, and I'm eager to go. Song Xinrui's breath hitched momentarily as he suddenly became sincere in his apology. Zhu Xuan, my behavior today was utterly inexcusable that I hastily assumed I needed to stand up for Ji Chushuan. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xuan let her eyelids droop, weakly nodding in response, merely uttering a subdued "oh." Song Xinrui sensed that she was still upset, and a wave of despair washed over him. That I'll call them over to apologize to you, he offered. Zhu Xuan shook her head, no need. After saying this, she turned away, engrossed in studying a book on advanced theoretical circuit knowledge, her focus unwavering. With a sorrowful expression, Song Xinrui returned to his seat. Fang Qian glared coldly at him, still forlorn. Song Xinrui shivered under Fang Qian's gaze. Yango, I promise to be more cautious in the future and will never provoke her again. Fang Qian remained unresponsive. Song Xinrui, feeling emboldened, whispered, Yango, you don't actually harbor feelings for her, do you? Fang Qian paused momentarily, his eyes turning menacing as he fixed his gaze on Song Xinrui, delivering a sharp blow to his head. Song Xinrui, clutching his head in grievance, felt tears prick at his eyes. Fang Qian's strength was formidable, and the pain was palpable. Fang Qian clarified, I merely find her more agreeable than before. I no longer dislike her. Song Xinrui concurred, noting that Yango held high standards, and few girls could catch his eye. While he acknowledged Zhu Xuan's beauty, he felt she was somewhat naive, leading him to believe Yango would not be interested in her. Yet he found her simplicity endearing. After their conversation, he considered her a genuinely kind girl. If Yango didn't like her, that would simplify matters. When Jiang Yinjing arrived, she immediately noticed her new desk mate's despondence. Upon seeing the grades displayed on the screen, she understood that don't take it too much to heart. This is quite common. After all, students at St. Lise are exceptionally talented. Zhu Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Yinjing noticed the remnants of tears in her eyes and softened her gaze, that it's really not a big deal. Why are you crying? Zhu Xuan pouted, feeling a wave of indignation wash over her as she recounted the events to Jiang Yinjing in detail. The more Jiang Yinjing listened, the colder her expression became, until she finally declared, someone like Song Xinrui, who is only outstanding in terms of gluttony and weight, is not worth your distress. Treat him as the fool he is. Zhu Xuan stared at Jiang Yinjing, admiring her boldness. At that moment, a petite girl with a flushed face approached. Zhu Xuan, I'm sorry for what happened this morning. It was my fault. With this girl's apology, many others began to crowd around. Zhu Xuan, I'm really sorry. I'll do anything if you can forgive me. I'm sorry too. Zhu Xuan, startled and overwhelmed, waved her hands in a panic. Ding. Host, please maintain your persona. Persona reminder. Hypocritical green tea. Overly dramatic. Zhu Xuan's expression quickly shifted. While your apologies are heartfelt, the impact of this incident on me has been quite profound, and I have a request. Her classmates looked at her with eager anticipation. Zhu Xuan hesitated, sensing something amiss, but steeled herself to continue. Each of you must prepare a thoughtful gift of apology for me. Ding. Host, you performed excellently. Reward, 10 points. A smirk crept on Zhu Xuan's lips as excitement rippled through the crowd. Zhu Xuan, can we exchange contact information? Yes, it would help us understand your preferences better. You won't be disappointed with the gifts. Zhu Xuan, bewildered, found herself exchanging contact details with nearly everyone in the class. Fang Qian watched the scene with an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Did you orchestrate this? Song Xinrui protested. I'm innocent. They approached me on their own. Fang Qian's expression darkened momentarily, But Song Xinrui sensed the shift in his demeanor and added, Yango, seeing Zhu Xuan surrounded by classmates apologizing will surely make her happy. Fang Qian's gloom seemed to lift, his expression brightening with clarity. If it pleases Zhu Xuan, then let it be in the afternoon. Fang Qian retrieved a box of coconut milk cake that he opened it, intending to indulge in a couple of pieces. Previously, he had not been fond of sweets, but after tasting Zhu Xuan's creamy dessert, he found himself more receptive to confections. Song Xinrui, drawn by the enticing aroma, leaned in eagerly. Yango, what kind of pastry is this? It smells divine. Fang Qian's lips curled into a subtle smile, the aroma indeed captivating. Resembling Zhu Xuan, soft, sweet, and delicate, coconut milk cake. With his snub-nosed visage, Song Xinrui inhaled deeply. But your coconut milk cake smells amazing. Where did you purchase it? Fang Qian nonchalantly replied, Zhu Xuan made it herself. She insisted on preparing it for me. Song Xinrui's eyes widened. Could I have a taste? It smells extraordinary. Nearby, Ji Chushuan perked up at the mention of the cake. That little troublemaker. Oh, I mean the little maid. Made it? Fang Qian clicked his tongue, but remained unperturbed. She has a name that Ji Chushuan stared at Fang Qian, bewildered, momentarily at a loss for words. Have you changed your ways? Fang Qian pursed his lips, remaining silent. The Ji Chushuan scrutinized him in astonishment, finally ceasing his incessant chatter. Song Xinrui was nearly in tears from longing, gazing hungrily at the soft white squares. Fang Qian divided the cake, handing one piece to Song Xinrui, who instantly popped it into his mouth, his eyes widened in delight. This is delicious. Ji Chushuan hesitated before sampling a piece himself, his expression shifting as he savored the exquisite flavor. The taste was unique, evoking an addictive sensation that was hard to describe. Was it the cake? Or was it Zhu Xuan herself? Chapter 50. The torn love letter aside from Song Xinrui, the other two were not fond of desserts, yet they found themselves indulging. Song Xinrui, in particular, was excessively enthusiastic, consuming nearly all of it. Yango, is there any left? He implored, his eyes pleading. Fang Qian frowned and pushed him away, exasperated that it's gone. How much have you eaten already? Do you still want more? Song Xinrui scratched his head. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, he glanced towards Zhu Xuan's direction, only to find her earnestly leaning beside Jiang Yanjing, attentively listening to her lecture. Her curled eyelashes stood upright, casting a shadow in the sunlight, creating a three-dimensional effect. Suddenly, Song Xinrui's heart began to race. He hastily diverted his gaze, retrieving his communicator to notify the butler, prepare the invitations for the birthday banquet. Although his birthday was still about a week away, this year he could not resist the urge to prepare the invitations in advance. After today's events, he was exceedingly eager to invite Zhu Xuan. Ding ding ding, host host. Zhu Xuan jolted at the system's urgent summons. As it rarely called her with such urgency, she quickly inquired, what is wrong? I am about to assign you your first malevolent task. The groundwork has already been sufficiently laid. Zhu Xuan felt a bit dazed, tilting her head to ask, when did you lay the groundwork for me? She felt she hadn't learned anything at all, that a typical scheming female character is characterized by a prestigious background, stunning beauty, and a foolish mind. You already possess these traits. You are fit to be a scheming female character now. Zhu Xuan's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. Ah, so this is what the groundwork entails. But what about the foolish mind? Zhu Xuan pouted, feeling displeased at so. What is this malevolent task? Ding, a time-limited task has been issued. Stealthily tear up the exquisite love letter in Fang Qian's drawer. Zhu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. How could I possibly do that? That is just too wrong. Don't forget, you are now a scheming female character. What you are doing now doesn't even qualify as malevolent. Previously, when I asked you to confront Pei Zhixian, your performance was simply dismal. Zhu Xuan touched her nose, nodding silently. All right then. She decided to wait until the coast was clear before executing the task. So, how many points do I earn for completing this task? 5. That Zhu Xuan's expression fell, muttering, why is it only this little? I still owe you 200 points. The system remained icy and unyielding, because this task is too simple. Once you complete higher-level tasks, you can repay me then. Zhu Xuan sulked. Fine then. The first class in the afternoon was physical education, and everyone had to change into their sportswear. St. Riss provided each student with a private changing room. Inside the changing room were 2 personalized sets of sportswear, both dry cleaned and sanitized. Zhu Xuan lay on the table, glancing furtively left and right. Jiang Yinjing asked her, "Aren't you going to PE class?" Zhu Xuan tensed up, a flicker of guilt crossing her face. She mumbled, "Yinjing, you go ahead. I want to sit here for a while longer." Jiang Yinjing nodded, packed her things, and left the classroom. Zhu Xuan waited until most people had left. She tiptoed to the door and quietly closed it, taking care to check for anyone passing by outside. Fortunately, there was no one. That Zhu Xuan let out a sigh of relief, as if she had resolved to undertake a significant decision, and walked towards Fong Qian's position. Indeed, she discovered a beautifully crafted love letter in Fong Qian's drawer. The letter's creator had clearly put in great effort, as the bow adorning it seemed to be handmade. In this highly developed interstellar era of the Empire, very few people still wrote by hand. Most used intelligent devices instead. Such a heartfelt love letter must have taken considerable thought to create. Zhu Xuan felt a pang of regret at the thought of tearing it up. The love letter had been stealthily placed during lunchtime while everyone was resting. This afternoon, during PE class, Fong Qian had not returned to the classroom. So he was unaware of the letter's existence that if she tore it up, she probably wouldn't be suspected, right? Feeling somewhat reassured, Zhu Xuan took the letter in hand. Do I really have to tear it up? Zhu Xuan hesitated, her fingers curling slightly. Well, the original owner felt an intense sense of insecurity upon seeing other girls presenting love letters to Fong Qian. Zhu Xuan sighed. There must be many girls delivering letters to him. Right. Well, I have to tear them all up in the future. Seize the opportunity, and you must tear it up. Zhu Xuan's face fell, feeling that this task was even more challenging than studying. Without further ado, she quickly tore the love letter apart and stuffed it into her backpack. She dared not toss it into the trash bin, planning to destroy the evidence later, once she completed the task. The system promptly notified her that the mission was accomplished and points were credited. Zhu Xuan looked at her meager 5 points, sniffling. Truly, money is hard to earn, and it feels dreadful to consume such. After finishing her business, she lazily headed to PE class. After changing into a pure white sports t-shirt and shorts, Zhu Xuan arrived at the gymnasium that today's PE class focused on free activity. After the teacher shared some basketball techniques, students were allowed to practice basketball on their own. Besides basketball, options included table tennis, badminton, tennis, and volleyball. Even in the fast-paced era of the Empire, ball games remained immensely popular, never losing their appeal over time. Zhu Xuan and Jiang Yinjing decided to play badminton together. Zhu Xuan's long, slightly curled hair was tied into a high ponytail, exuding vitality in the sunlight. It shimmered with a hint of flaxen hue. Her skin was radiant, practically glowing. Clad in a t-shirt and shorts, with a white sports wristband adorning her arm, her long, slender legs were strikingly fair and straight. Just standing there effortlessly attracted the attention of the majority. Zhu Xuan played badminton reasonably well, enjoying herself with Jiang Yinjing. Meanwhile, a few boys kept glancing over, seemingly transfixed that it was the elite Class A, which had previously teased Zhu Xuan. Jiang Yinjing noticed their gaze and frowned. Putting down her racket, she approached Zhu Xuan and said, "I'm thirsty. Let us go buy some water." Zhu Xuan blinked, obediently putting her racket away. Though she wasn't particularly thirsty, she wanted to accompany Jiang Yinjing. At the basketball court, Fong Qian, Ji Chuxuan, and Song Xinrui were playing basketball. Zhu Xuan's eyes lit up as she hurried to the campus store to buy a bottle of water. Fong Qian must be sweating profusely from playing basketball. He must be quite thirsty that if she delivered the water now, it would be perfect. Zhu Xuan stifled a giggle. "Yinjing, I think I'll skip badminton and go watch them play basketball instead." Jiang Yinjing's eyes flickered. Having visited Zhu Xuan's home over the weekend, she was aware of Zhu Xuan's connection with Fong Qian. Naturally, she had nothing to say about it now. "All right, you go ahead. I'll play billiards." Zhu Xuan nodded. "Fine." There were spectator seats beside the basketball court. Class A was already highly noticeable. Fong Qian and Ji Chuxuan were well-known figures at St. Riss, two of the most popular boys that as a result. Countless boys and girls flocked to watch them play basketball. However, it was quite crowded. The basketball court at St. Riss was indeed spacious enough to accommodate so many people. Zhu Xuan finally squeezed her way in. She observed her female classmates cheering excitedly. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed towards the basketball court. Fong Qian, Ji Chuxuan, and Song Xinrui were on one team, while their opponents seemed to be students from a higher grade. One side donned pure white sportswear, while the other wore light blue. The supporters for the white team were evidently slightly more numerous than those for the blue team, especially given the presence of two prominent figures. Zhu Xuan edged closer to the front. Suddenly, the system chimed in her ear. Ding! Preparing to trigger a plot. Zhu Xuan jumped at the sound, hastily looking around in a flurry. Where is it? Where is it? Where's the plot? After the system spoke, it pointed towards Pei Zhixian's location. Zhu Xuan then spotted a circle of golden light. Pei Zhixian stood there, radiant with a smile, holding several bottles of water. Clad in an exquisite British-style school uniform, her makeup was flawless. Zhu Xuan sighed softly. Of course, where the female lead is, the plot is bound to be triggered. Ding! Plot triggered successfully. You see Fang Qian playing basketball and naturally wish to deliver water and towels to show your goodwill. However, the female lead is also present. Not only is she delivering water to her foster brother Pei Chu-jin, but she is also providing it to her childhood friends. You are infuriated, internally cursing the female lead. You realize that if she is around, your water will surely go unnoticed. Nevertheless, having bought it, you must wait. Unsurprisingly, Fang Qian didn't even glance at you, directly accepting the water from the female lead without acknowledging your presence at all. Ding! A time-limited task has been issued. Please ensure that Fang Qian accepts your water instead of the female lead S. That Zhu Xuan's face fell, her lips pouting in annoyance. How infuriating! Another task like this. Hey, don't worry. There's a reward. Zhu Xuan gazed sorrowfully at the sky, contemplating the arduous task ahead and the difficulty of earning points. She pursed her lips, standing aside like a timid quail. After a moment of introspection, she revealed a radiant smile, hoping that when she delivered water later, Fang Qian would not embarrass her. Yet, as she pondered, she wondered if she appeared too aloof, resembling a mere automaton waiting to serve water. Ultimately, she decided to join the cheerleading squad and wave her pom-poms. Positioned at the forefront, she shouted, Fang Qian, go for it! Go, white team! Although her voice was somewhat soft and tremulous, she managed to amplify it after a few more attempts. Her more confident shout caught Fang Qian's attention, and he cast a surprised glance in her direction. Their eyes met from a distance, and Zhu Xuan shone brilliantly at that moment, her fair skin, black hair, and red lips making her the focal point amidst her companions, who seemed to fade into the background. The elite Class A team also noticed Zhu Xuan, and the spirited young men were visibly excited at the sight of such beauty among the cheerleaders. It seemed they had forgotten that she was the clumsy student they had previously looked down upon and had just apologized to that very morning. The energy of the elite Class A team surged, and their performance intensified. The Ji Chushuan felt a flutter of anxiety, his heart racing as he passed the ball, exclaiming, Damn, how has Zhu Xuan transformed so dramatically? Song Xinrue averted his gaze to avoid daydreaming on the court, concerned about lowering their team's average, right? I was stunned when I saw her today. No, she looks even more stunning now. Has she just exercised? Her cheeks are rosy, Ji Chushuan recalled vividly. Fang Qian, with a low voice, urged him to focus on the game. After saying this, he couldn't help but look towards Zhu Xuan. Zhu Xuan felt his gaze and smiled gently, her lips parting slightly to reveal a soft whisper. Fang Qian, you can do it. Song Xinrue watched Fang Qian with envy, as the latter's adrenaline surged beyond normal levels, his ears and neck flushed. The cheerleading captain was typically the most beautiful girl, and Zhu Xuan, by chance, had positioned herself at the forefront. The other cheerleaders rallied behind her, echoing her cheers. This sudden attention made Zhu Xuan anxious. Just moments ago, she had been following the crowd. Now, whatever she said, everyone echoed back. Feeling flustered, her voice dwindled. Host, hold on, don't be afraid. They mean no harm. The system encouraged her. Zhu Xuan timidly nodded. All right, I'll continue being the cheerleading captain. The captain of the third-tier team was Pei Zhixian. Once revered as the school beauty of St. Lizzie, her cheerleading squad was substantial, fervently supporting the third-tier elite Class A team. The players of the opposing blue team raised their eyebrows, realizing that the white team, previously at a disadvantage, was now gaining ground. Each player fueled by an almost frenzied determination as the scores began to equalize. Zhu Xuan was increasingly the object of attention, her fingers gripping the water bottle tightly, betraying her nervousness. Why is everyone looking at me? she thought, her cheeks flushed as she whispered to the system that I've never faced such formidable opponents before. Naturally, they are curious. Puffing her cheeks, she tried to ignore the stares surrounding her. Chapter 52, Delivering Water at Last. The match concluded with the white team's victory. The cheerleaders of the second-tier elite class erupted in jubilation. Zhu Xuan found herself enveloped by the enthusiastic girls, their faces beaming with excitement. Are you a student from the second-tier elite class A? I don't think I've seen you before. Do we have such a beautiful junior in our school? Zhu Xuan was taken aback, blinking as her long eyelashes fluttered. Yes, that's me. You are truly gorgeous. May I ask what brand of cosmetics you use? Can you share? Your hair is lovely. How do you care for it? And your diet for weight loss? Could you share your recipes? Your figure is perfect. The deal you really not wear perfume. You smell delightful. Your makeup looks so natural. Did you just apply a light touch? As some girls leaned closer, eager to catch a whiff of Zhu Xuan's fragrance. She instinctively recoiled, her elegant neck arching gracefully. Did I? Zhu Xuan's voice barely registered, uncertain of what to say to, oh dear, everyone, step back. Don't frighten her, wow. She's so adorable. Her face is completely flushed, such a youthful visage. I could just pinch her cheeks. Overwhelmed by their enthusiastic attention, Zhu Xuan felt dizzy. Oh my, everyone is so fervent. The cosmetics I use are by XX brand, but I plan to switch brands tomorrow. My hair is maintained by Master XXX, who visits personally. I don't follow a strict diet. I eat quite a lot. Zhu Xuan swallowed hard, struggling to answer their myriad questions. The surrounding girls exchanged glances, surprised by her earnestness. She was simply too endearing. One outgoing girl couldn't resist pinching Zhu Xuan's cheek, exclaiming, so soft. As the others squirmed with excitement, Zhu Xuan stood dumbfounded, allowing herself to be handled without protest. Oh, precious, like a doll. Oh, how sweet. You need to get closer to see just how long her eyelashes are. I feel like I want to adopt her. I wonder if she has any beautiful clothes. My family is in the fashion business, and I'd love to take her shopping. My family makes shoes. I want to get her a stunning pair of heels. Zhu Xuan could sense the affection directed towards her, feeling both thrilled and bashful as her face transitioned from a deep crimson to a rosy pink. She trembled slightly, unable to move, only able to emit muffled sounds from her nose. Quick, go deliver water to Fang Qiyan. The teams have already shaken hands. Prompted by the system, Zhu Xuan shook off her stupor and turned her gaze toward the field. Sure enough, Fang Qiyan and his team were approaching. Feeling shy, she addressed the group of girls. I'm going to deliver water now. Many girls also held water bottles, an array of options at their disposal. Zhu Xuan struggled to navigate through the enthusiastic crowd. Finally standing prominently, with a simple bottle of water she had randomly picked from the shelf. In contrast, the other girls held elegantly packaged drinks, far more luxurious than her ordinary choice. Zhu Xuan's lips curled into a soft smile, her pouting mouth radiating warmth and affection, akin to an adorable pet providing emotional comfort to its owner. Fang Qian's heart skipped a beat as he awaited her words. Before she could speak, another voice interjected. Brother, Qiyan, Chushuan, Xinrui, would you like some water? I prepared it for all of you. Zhu Xuan paused, turning to see Pei Zhixian, who had just called out, brother. Originally, it was Pei Chujin from the blue team who was playing. She had been focused on the white team and had not paid much attention to the other side. The two cheerleading squads seemed to be divided into two factions. Zhu Xuan and Pei Zhixian were akin to captains, one positioned on the left and the other on the right. Zhu Xuan recalled the system task and hastily attempted to speak. However, with so many eyes upon her, she found it difficult to raise her voice. Fang Qiyan remarked, is there water to drink here? Zhu Xuan stepped forward, offering the water in her hand. The atmosphere around them momentarily froze. It was well known that Pei Zhixian had a good relationship with several young masters, that if she were to give something, no one would dare to approach her foolishly. It would be tantamount to inviting disaster. They would be swiftly dealt with. Zhu Xuan's eyes flickered, her lashes fluttering. It seemed she was unaware that her actions were somewhat provocative. Meanwhile, the system in Zhu Xuan's mind cheered. Wu host, you are magnificent. This is precisely how our wicked female antagonists should behave. We are unthinking, and we shall provoke fiercely. Zhu Xuan pouted, thinking, why is it always unthinking? She took a few steps closer, brushing against Fang Qian's side. She presented the water to his face as if it were a treasure. Drink mine. The bottle cap had already been twisted open in advance. The Ji Chushuan let out a laugh, crossing his arms as he watched the spectacle unfold. Song Xinrui gazed eagerly at the bottle of water. Then back at Zhu Shuan. It was evident that he also wished to drink the water she offered. Fang Qian appeared somewhat uncomfortable, as if he had conjured some notion in his mind. His gaze towards Zhu Shuan deepened. Zhu Shuan inhaled deeply and softly urged, "Go ahead, drink it, it's really good." She had secretly infused a bit of spiritual energy into the water. The taste was not only refreshingly sweet, but also invigorating, swiftly alleviating fatigue. Although the packaging of this water was not as exquisite as others, it contained the finest essence. Pei Zhixin glanced at Zhu Shuan, pausing momentarily upon noticing her sports attire. Since someone had already delivered water to Fang Qian, she decided not to do so herself. Her tone was playful, intending to ease the atmosphere. Zhu Shuan felt elated upon hearing Pei Zhixin's words. How wonderful! She no longer needed to complete the task. The task was a direct success. A radiant smile bloomed on her face, and she could not contain her joy. In Chapter 53, feeling guilty, Fang Qian swiftly took the water from Zhu Shuan's hands. "The cap has been opened for you." A slight smile tugged at Fang Qian's lips as he tilted his head back and gulped down a generous amount of water. It was evident that he was genuinely thirsty. Zhu Shuan watched as his Adam's apple bobbed, droplets of water trickling down his neck. She was instantly moved to tears. "Oh no, my points are secured." "Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the timed task. 50 points. Zhu Shuan's smile grew even brighter. Her eyes crescent-shaped like the soft glow of moonlight. She discreetly flashed a victory sign behind her back. Fang Qian happened to catch a glimpse, and an involuntary faint smile appeared on his lips. A tall boy clad in a blue team uniform approached, taking the water from Pei Zhixin's hands. It was Pei Chujin. Upon seeing this, Pei Zhixin's eyes curved with delight, generously praising, "Brother, you played exceptionally well just now." The tall boy's face broke into a subtle smile. Then he tilted his head slightly toward Fang Qian and his group, acknowledging, "They played quite well today too." Indeed, Zhu Shuan chimed in eagerly. Qian and the others seemed to be performing even better than usual. Pei Chujin cast a glance at Zhu Shuan. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Shuan greeted him. Pei Chujin responded with a cool nod. Zhu Shuan thought, "Wow, he's so aloof." Ji Chushuan, sporting a cheerful smile, accepted the water from Pei Zhixin's hands and casually tossed the bottle to Song Xinrui. Ji Chushuan smiled sweetly, saying, "Thank you, Zhixin." Pei Zhixin shook her head with a smile, indicating that there was no need for thanks between them. Ji Chushuan glanced at the water in Fang Qian's hand, then at his own. The two bottles were from different brands, with a price disparity that was tenfold, but he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. When had Fang Qian ever consumed such inferior water? Zhu Shuan was indeed bold to offer it. It was clear that not only Ji Chushuan, but everyone present had noticed this discrepancy. Everyone except Fang Qian himself. However, they all chose to remain silent. Yet, among them was one peculiar individual. Song Xinrui glanced at the water in his hand and whispered to Zhu Shuan, "In the future, when you bring water for Yang'e, please don't bring this kind." Zhu Shuan was momentarily taken aback, clearly not grasping the situation. She looked up, earnestly asking, "Why?" Song Xinrui hesitated, seemingly trying to formulate a response that wouldn't hurt anyone's pride. "The water you brought is just too lowly. I mean, too cheap. It doesn't suit Yang'e's status." Zhu Shuan was taken aback. She could hardly believe such a ridiculous reason. She had simply grabbed a bottle off the shelf without considering any notions of status. Standing beside Fang Qian, Zhu Shuan naturally overheard their hushed conversation. Fang Qian, realizing this, scrutinized the bottle of water in his hand. Once more, he then took a sip without any visible expression. Outsiders might assume that the brand of water was slightly inferior, seemingly unfit for his stature. Yet he knew that this water was far more enjoyable than what they held that in fact. He found it superior to ordinary water, as if it possessed a unique flavor that belonged solely to Zhu Shuan. Song Xinrui's eyes widened in astonishment, suddenly finding his previous advice quite amusing. Ji Chushuan was also surprised. Their circle of friends was known for their high standards that he hadn't expected Fang Qian to show no disdain whatsoever. Zhu Shuan noticed Fang Qian's actions and felt a warmth in her heart, suddenly perceiving him as slightly kinder. Consequently, she couldn't help but draw closer to him. The cheerleaders nearby exchanged knowing glances. Clearly surprised by the apparent closeness between Zhu Xuan and Feng Xiao, Zhu Xuan smiled shyly at them, her lips pressed together. Physical education class was the last lesson of the day, after which they could return home. They still needed to head to the classroom to gather their belongings. Zhu Xuan followed closely behind Feng Qian, yet she suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Surely, no one knew about that love letter. Right. As Zhu Xuan's anxiety mounted, her gaze began to wander. Her long, thick eyelashes began to tremble. Ji Chuxuan noticed her change in demeanor and instinctively linked it to her guilt. How could he be so certain? Having previously been unfamiliar with Zhu Xuan, he had no way of knowing what her subtle movements signified. Was it fate at play? Ji Chuxuan startled himself with the thought, remaining silent for a while. Yana, it seems a girl delivered a love letter to you during lunch, Song Xinrui remarked while wiping sweat from his brow. Zhu Xuan gasped. Upon hearing this, she nearly stumbled. Her round pupils widened in shock. Her expression frozen in bewilderment as Ji Chuxuan squinted, noting how peculiar Zhu Xuan's reaction was. She was indeed feeling guilty. Feng Qian frowned indifferent. I don't read them. Song Xinrui scratched his head, chuckling. All right then. Zhu Xuan had yet to exhale a sigh of relief when, in the next moment, Song Xinrui exclaimed, then I'll take a look. Zhu Xuan's heart leaped again, but she tried her best to feign nonchalance as she busied herself with her belongings. That, oh, Yana, did you return to the classroom at noon? Why is your love letter missing from your desk? Feng Qian furrowed his brow, impatiently responding, there I said you to Ji Chuxuan, upon hearing this, approached with keen interest. Can a love letter just vanish in a thin air? I saw that group of girls sneakily place the love letter in your drawer. IT must have accidentally fallen on the floor and been picked up by someone cleaning. Zhu Xuan forced a strained smile, suggesting yet another implausible scenario. It's impossible that if something fell from the desk, an alarm would sound. The janitor would never dispose of it without permission. Ji Chuxuan regarded Zhu Xuan with a scrutinizing gaze. Zhu Xuan puffed out her cheeks, opting for silence. The more one spoke, the more one could air. Ji Chuxuan's eyes flickered as he averted his gaze. Why pucker your lips and puff out your cheeks? It's somewhat endearing. Forget about that love letter. Let us head back, Feng Qian remarked, seemingly unconcerned, so the others naturally refrained from commenting. Zhu Xuan promptly agreed, eager to convey her utmost compliance. Feng Qian felt a surge of delight within. Let us go, Zhu Xuan. His voice was languid, laced with a hint of mirth. Oh, I'm coming. Young boys and girls donned pristine white athletic attire, carrying the standardized backpacks issued by the academy, walking in single file beneath the fading glow of the setting sun. The scene was strikingly beautiful, capable of evoking a fluttering of the heart. In Chapter 54. I miss you a bit. Song Shi gazed enviously at the pair, wishing he could take Feng Qian's place. Sun Ge, do you think Zhu Xuan truly only has feelings for Yen Ge? Ji Chuxuan cast a sidelong glance at the two silhouettes, his expression revealing no discernible emotion, yet a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He pondered aloud. Zhu Xuan doesn't seem to genuinely like Feng Qian. It appears she is merely pursuing him. Song Xinrui was momentarily speechless. Does that even make a difference? Just listening to a conversation? Ji Chuxuan, uncertain, chose to remain silent. The revelation of Zhu Xuan's status as the lowest performer at St. Lis reached both Mr. and Mrs. Feng, a matter of no small consequence. St. Lis is the empire's most prestigious institution, nurturing exceptionally talented individuals. The leading figures in military, politics, and business predominantly hail from its halls. Naturally, the elite class A is the pinnacle of excellence, resulting in stringent expectations from the academy. Zhu Xuan's upcoming research assignment on the Wasteland Star was scheduled for early next month. A significant affair that would be communicated to the students' guardians. Upon learning this news, Zhu Xuan's face turned ashen. That I'm doomed, she thought, fearing her carefully crafted persona would crumble, that Mr. and Mrs. Feng likely would not appreciate her perceived foolishness. Feng Qian noted the pallor on Zhu Xuan's face and felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, which intensified to a dull ache. His own complexion paled as he realized just how much he had grown fond of Zhu Xuan. When pain reached a certain threshold, he could no longer suppress his urge to comfort her, assuring her that even if she went to the Wasteland Star, she would not suffer. His parents would ensure she had all the necessary resources. However, Zhu Xuan was not concerned about that. Her anxiety stemmed from her image. That I'm afraid. What if Mrs. Feng and Mr. Feng no longer like me? The mere thought of this possibility brought her head down, revealing a soft swirl of hair. Fong Qian's heart softened, and his tone shifted. "Do you care so much about their opinions?" Zhu Xuan replied in a hushed voice, "Of course, it is very important to me." The significance of maintaining her narrative weighed heavily on her. Fong Qian felt a jolt of realization. Zhu Xuan genuinely seemed to desire his parents' approval, that he awkwardly stated, "Rest assured, no matter how foolish you may be, it won't alter the outcome." His mother was presently quite fond of Zhu Xuan. Knowing this, she would be more inclined to care for her than to harbor displeasure. Zhu Xuan slowly lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears. "Really?" she asked, her tone tinged with disbelief. Fong Qian slowly affirmed her question, and she whimpered softly. Feeling somewhat consoled, he handed her a handkerchief, and as she wiped her tears, her vision cleared. "Thank you," she said, her voice delicate, filled with gratitude and affection. Fong Qian's grip tightened. Ultimately, Zhu Xuan's worries proved to be unfounded. Upon their return, Mr. and Mrs. Fong summoned them into the study. The two entered together, both clad in identical athletic wear, their contrasting physiques charmingly complementing one another, their appearances strikingly well matched. Mrs. Fong paused, a smile breaking across her face, though it faded upon noticing Zhu Xuan's slightly pointed chin and pale complexion. "Ininu?" Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled as she looked up. Mrs. Fong grasped her hand, offering reassurance. "Previously, we were remiss in considering your background and the resources you have received. When we took you in, we should have arranged for you to take a year off to study some foundational knowledge before attending St. Lis." Zhu Xuan, her head bowed as she fiddled with her fingers, felt a surge of guilt. "Inin, if you do not wish to go to the Wasteland Star, we can request an exemption from the school." For her, the decision to go or not was inconsequential. What truly mattered was not disappointing Mr. and Mrs. Fong. The original persona was vehemently opposed to the idea, yet to maintain the image of the obedient daughter. She had no choice but to begrudgingly consent. "I am willing to go to—" Mrs. Fong tenderly ruffled her hair and said, "You will conduct research on the Wasteland Star for a month, and after that, we will bring you back." Zhu Xuan nodded, a hint of joy lighting up her eyes. "Yay, worried about her safety on the Wasteland Star," Mrs. Fong suggested. "Let Fong Qian accompany you." Zhu Xuan was taken aback, her voice hesitant, yet filled with anticipation as she glanced at Fong Qian. Well, that should depend on Fong Xiao Ye's own wishes. That Mrs. Fong's compelling gaze bore into Fong Qian, who, unable to counter her insistence, weakly nodded in agreement. That Mr. Fong observed Fong Qian thoughtfully. He did not appear resistant to the idea. That Mrs. Fong beamed. "See, he is willing to go." Zhu Xuan was deeply touched, her tone exaggeratedly enthusiastic. "Oh, I am so happy. Fong Xiao Yi is truly wonderful." A subtle smile crept onto Fong Qian's lips, amused by her dramatic display. Emerging from the study, Fong Qian maintained a stoic expression as he addressed her. "Zhu Xuan, starting tomorrow, I will take full responsibility for your academic performance. It is my failure that your grades have fallen to the point of being sent to the Wasteland Star." Zhu Xuan blinked in astonishment, her mouth agape, unable to contain her excitement. "This is simply amazing. After I go to the Wasteland Star, I won't have to worry about not having anyone to teach me. Now that Fong Qian is not only going with me, but also planning to tutor me. How could such a fortunate event occur?" The delight in Zhu Xuan's eyes was unmistakable. Later, she returned to her room, clutching her communicator to lament to her friend. "Despite studying diligently for a long time, I still ranked last in the exams. The students at St. Lis are exceptionally formidable. I had been quite eager to learn, but upon seeing their test papers, I felt utterly defeated. Sigh, I'm off to the 52nd star for research. I wonder if there will be any signal there, and if I can send you messages." As she pondered this, she sent a message, her thoughts drifting into slumber, that in her drowsy state, she inadvertently typed, "I miss you a bit," before sinking into a deep sleep, oblivious to everything around her. Chapter 55. I will go too. A tall man sat in the study, wearing casual clothing that faintly hinted at the contours of his muscular frame. The heavy emerald green curtains enveloped the hexagonal glass windows, and the dark cashmere carpet lay silently beneath him. The imposing bookshelf behind him resembled a colossal structure, while a beautifully shaped bamboo plant thrived on the nearby shelf, its vibrant greenery suggesting meticulous care from its owner. That moment, as the man worked, a light screen suddenly appeared before him, flashing with rapidly scrolling messages. Someone had been messaging him persistently, the intervals between each message quite brief. After a while, the sender seemed to tire and finally fell silent. But Ji Shujo glanced at the messages, dismissing them as trivial chatter, until the final line caught his attention. I miss you a bit. It was then that he recalled Zhu Xian, the girl who had previously approached him to complain that he did not consider himself particularly familiar with her, nor did he think such dialogues were fitting between them. He stared at the string of messages she had sent, surprised that he had not deleted her contact. It was quite perplexing. His finger hovered over the delete option, but for reasons unknown, he hesitated and ultimately withdrew his hand. His thoughts were momentarily distracted by her lengthy message about the 52nd Wasteland star, which he happened to be scheduled to visit for research soon, a location with potential for future development. After a brief contemplation, his fingers moved uncontrollably as he typed. The 52nd star? I will also be going there in due time. After replying, he promptly turned off the screen, following the advice of his psychologist. It was getting late, and he needed to rest. The next day, as the sun shone brightly, Zhu Xian's elegantly adorned brows furrowed slightly before gradually relaxing. The deep purple velvet bedspread was adorned with lace and exquisitely elaborate trimmings. A beautifully hand-woven, delicate blanket, whose price was indiscernible, lay softly over her. The bed linens and blanket required changing once a week, and just yesterday, she had slept under a dark green velvet sheet. The eyelashes surrounding Zhu Xian's eyes fluttered gently, and a small tear involuntarily formed at the corner of her eye. The smart brain alerted her to new messages. Zhu Xian yawned and then opened her communicator. Master, I will be going to the 52nd star soon. Zhu Xian's eyes widened in surprise, instantly dispelling her sleepiness. Her master had actually responded to her message. Ever since she had added her master's contact information, she had been the one to initiate conversations daily. While her master had never acknowledged her, how joyous it was that he had replied now. Moreover, most importantly, her master would also be visiting the 52nd star. My goodness, could there be anything more delightful than this? Zhu Xian felt invigorated, smiling at everyone she encountered, spreading her cheerful mood. Shaoli, let me help you with the cleaning. Wang Ma, I'll assist you in washing the cabbage. Butler uncle, I'll help you find the keys. Like a butterfly flitting about, Zhu Xian brought a vibrant energy to the entire Fong family estate. The master and mistress were preoccupied with work from dawn till dusk, leaving little time to spend at home. The only young master preferred to remain in his private quarters on the 4th floor. Thus, the utilization of the entire estate was quite low. Zhu Xian wore a pair of loose white tailored pants, complemented by a flowing light blue knitted jacket. She seemed to carry the essence of a gentle mountain breeze, leaving a profound impression on those who encountered her. One of her favorite places was the garden within the estate, where she could spend the entire day watering plants and fanning her friends, which she relished. Zhu Xian went to replace the flowers in Fong Qian's room, utilizing her recent floral arrangement knowledge. Each vase became a work of art. Daily, she adorned the space with different flowers, which brought her immense joy. Zhu Xian, what time do you go to bed at night? You seem so energetic every day. Today, since there were no morning classes, they could afford to leave for Xinglis a bit later. Zhu Xian replied earnestly at 9 o'clock. Fong Qian, unable to comprehend why anyone would retire so early, thought to himself that they weren't impoverished natives from a barren planet, lacking connection to the planetary network for entertainment. Get up quickly, breakfast will be ready soon. Zhu Xian hummed a tune while pulling back the curtains. The magnificent and radiant sunlight blinded Fong Qian momentarily, making him sulk that he thought to himself. Zhu Xian truly had a knack for exploiting her way in. She now entered his room without even a greeting. Hurry up and get out. Do you want to watch me change? Fong Qian lazily prepared to undress. Zhu Xian froze for a moment, then floated away with an ethereal grace. Fong Qian inhaled deeply, and the crisp, enchanting scent filled his lungs, instantly awakening his previously drowsy eyes. They widened sharp as a wolf's. Sometimes he felt that Zhu Xian possessed a peculiar charm, an extraordinary quality that ordinary individuals lacked. Today, as they headed to Xinglis, Zhu Xian was first to receive gifts of apology from her classmates. A large group of boys, dressed immaculately in Xinglis uniforms, stood in formation before Zhu Xian's desk, each displaying an air of flamboyance, akin to peacocks flaunting themselves in front of their kind. It appeared they had styled their hair and donned cologne for their class today. each selected tie and tasteful diamond pin on their uniforms revealing hints of careful planning. Were it not for their lack of well-rounded figures, Zhu Xuan might have thought herself in a dazzling venue. Sitting in a daze, Zhu Xuan observed as the leading boy revealed a flawless smile. Zhu Xuan, I sincerely apologize for yesterday's incident. This is a carefully prepared gift for you. After speaking, he even bowed towards her. Though it resembled more of a knight inviting a princess to dance than an apology, Zhu Xuan accepted the purple gift box with a cool nod. Immediately after the first boy finished, he was unceremoniously pushed aside by the others, unable to utter another word. The second boy, with his lustrous golden hair, exuded a delightful fragrance, resembling a charming puppy. Zhu Xuan, I'm sorry. This is a carefully prepared gift for you. It was a large blue gift box. Zhu Xuan continued to respond with a frosty nod. The second boy was promptly shoved away by his peers without a moment's hesitation. The third boy, sporting glasses, bore a resemblance to Song Xinrui. Zhu Xuan remained seated, awaiting the lengthy and overly formal apology ceremony to conclude. The pile of gift boxes nearly overwhelmed her petite desk, making her appear like a beautiful doll nestled among exquisite presents. Clearly, she was the most valuable treasure among them. Surrounding her were gasps of admiration, accompanied by the soft clicks of cameras capturing the moment. Zhu Xuan poked her cheek, feeling somewhat exasperated by the mountain of gifts. Ding dong! A crisp notification chimed from her communicator, the exclusive message tone for Xingli's student council. Zhu Xuan paused, quickly retrieving her communicator to check the message. Was Pei Chujin looking for her? Zhu Xuan. Please report to the student council headquarters within 10 minutes to sign documents regarding your trip to the Wasteland Star. Detailed office address. XXXXXXXX. Upon reading this message, Zhu Xuan's expression fell. What? They wanted her to sign the documents for the Wasteland Star already. How outrageous. Zhu Xuan grumbled inwardly at the inhumane demands of Xingli's, pointing fingers in frustration. Yet, her feet hurriedly carried her to the student council headquarters, her steps earnest and swift, following the address in the message. She arrived at her destination, which turned out to be the exclusive office of the student council president, marked by a conspicuously embossed golden plaque. Zhu Xuan's lips twitched as she knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. A clear, refined voice beckoned her inside. Zhu Xuan opened the dark brown wooden door to find Pei Chujin surrounded by stacks of documents, dressed impeccably in formal attire, attending to internal college matters. He appeared less like a student and more like a distinguished board member. Zhu Xuan stood awkwardly in place, yet Pei Chujin seemed disinclined to speak, leaving her to stand there for a full 5 minutes. 3 large question marks hovered above Zhu Xuan's head in confusion. Unable to contain herself, she shifted her feet, hoping to make her presence known. The soft soles of her shoes produced faint sounds against the floor. Her legs, encased in black stockings, swayed slightly, resembling the delicate pink roses blooming on the branches. Pei Chujin's hand, which had paused in its work, inadvertently glanced toward her. Zhu Xuan blinked her wide eyes at him. Pei Chujin tilted his head. Come here. His tone was not that of a peer calling a classmate. Although Zhu Xuan felt perplexed, she obediently approached him. Will you read the documents? Zhu Xuan hesitantly asked. Should be able to, she replied. Pei Chujin nodded, standing up to pull a chair closer for her. He gestured for her to sit. Zhu Xuan, somewhat dazed, took her seat, feeling as though the president had personally arranged the chair for her. Help me verify these documents, and feel free to ask if you have any questions. After issuing this light command, Pei Chujin returned to his work, sitting beside Zhu Xuan. Their proximity was quite close. Whether by design or coincidence, when Pei Chujin moved the chair, it was placed near him. Thus, when Zhu Xuan rested her hand on the table, it brushed against Pei Chujin's arm, despite the considerable size of the desk. Zhu Xuan discreetly shifted her hand away, but contact was inevitable in such a setting, especially with someone as free-spirited as Pei Chujin. Over time, she became immune to it, hardly noticing when they accidentally touched. While checking documents, she found herself dozing off. Why are there so many words on these documents? Ugh, Pei Chujin, did you summon me here to sign papers or to serve as free labor? No, I can't take this anymore. I must resist now. Why should I be doing this? These tasks are not meant for me. Ugh, Pei Chujin truly resembles a nefarious capitalist. Zhu Xuan incessantly murmured in her heart, harboring a fierce resolve. fantasizing about her own courage and audacity to resist authority. However, despite her internal monologue of hundreds of phrases, not a single word escaped her lips. Though Zhu Xuan lacked the courage to speak, she could still express her dissent and dissatisfaction through tangible actions. Thus, she meticulously verified the documents, yet succumbed to slumber. When her head inadvertently knocked against the solid wood desk, Pei Chujin swiftly extended his broad palm to cushion her forehead. Zhu Xuan remained blissfully unaware, spared from awakening in pain, and a potential disaster was averted. Her breathing gradually became steady and elongated. Pei Chujin, too, ceased his work, tilting his head to observe Zhu Xuan. His hand seemed impervious to fatigue as it continued to support her head, intimately brushing against her forehead and delicate strands of hair. Time passed unmeasured until he gently lowered his hand. For a fleeting moment, Zhu Xuan's head rested upon the cluttered desk, only to be lifted and cradled in the private resting area connected to the office. This was Pei Chujin's personal retreat. With utmost care, he placed Zhu Xuan on the bed adorned with gray silk sheets. She found comfort in her slumber, her brow unfurling as she naturally turned over. Emitting a soft sound of contentment, that a chuckle escaped Pei Chujin's lips that he chose not to return to his office, but remained in the resting area, completing his remaining tasks on the virtual screen. He appeared profoundly intrigued by the slumbering figure before him. His long, elegant fingers occasionally entwined her slightly curled hair, only to later poke her gently rounded cheek. After a while, he playfully pinched her nose. Yet he refrained from touching her lips. When Zhu Xuan finally awoke, the afternoon had already arrived, that a faint blush graced her cheeks, and her delicate brows furrowed as she let out a soft hum. She did not awaken naturally. Rather, she was stirred by a twinge of discomfort in her abdomen, that, oh dear, why does my stomach hurt so much? The host, Zhu Xuan, widened her eyes, seemingly awaiting the system's response. Her tangled lashes were distinctly separated. Actually, it seems you have just gotten your period. Zhu Xuan was taken aback, her expression blank as her round pupils widened in shock to "Oh, that's why I felt so unwell." She slowly glanced at the sheets beneath her. System, where exactly am I right now? Zhu Xuan's gaze flickered, her thick lashes quivering with disbelief. Her expression conveyed a desperate plea. Please don't tell me this is Pei Chujin's room. However, reality often falls short of expectations. The system replied matter-of-factly, "Host, you are in the private resting area of Pei Chujin's office." Zhu Xuan's eyes widened in shock, her lips trembling uselessly. This is bad, really bad. She abruptly buried her face in her hands, her soft, tousled hair swaying restlessly. What am I doing waking up like this? A cool, indifferent voice unexpectedly resonated from above. Zhu Xuan halted abruptly, slowly lifting her head as if bracing for doom. Pei Chujin stood there, still clad in his formal attire, regarding her with a puzzled expression. Zhu Xuan felt tears welling up. Oh no, when did Pei Chujin get here? The situation made her lips quiver, and she felt a surge of tears threatening to spill. Pei Chujin noticed her about to cry, his eyelids fluttering in surprise. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached, kneeling beside the bed, his voice low, but tinged with an undercurrent of concern. What's wrong? Zhu Xuan pouted, her soft pink lips trembling. Can you leave? Pei Chujin was taken aback. Zhu Xuan sat helplessly on the bed, speechless, as tears began to fall, landing on her hands and dampening the gray silk sheets. Pei Chujin's gaze deepened momentarily as he fixed his unwavering eyes on her. His tone remained calm, though a subtle tremor could be detected. What exactly is the matter? Zhu Xuan clenched her teeth, refusing to divulge anything. Observing her stubborn silence, Pei Chujin sighed and reluctantly agreed to step away. Zhu Xuan cautiously peeked through her eyelids, and upon confirming the room was clear, she finally dared to rise from the bed. Her movements were awkward as she shielded the back of her skirt with one hand while deftly covering the sheets with the other, ensuring no irregularities were revealed. She had noticed that Pei Chujin's room had a bathroom, but it appeared she lacked a change of clothes. Zhu Xuan stamped her foot in frustration. How peculiar. I usually don't arrive at this time. According to the host's health system report, host, you recently experienced anxiety over your midterm exam results, leading to hormonal imbalances and slight endocrine disruption, along with emotional instability, causing this situation. The health system advised, maintain a regular sleep schedule, eat healthily, and cultivate a good state of mind. Specific measures. XXXXXX. Specific recipes. XXXXXX. Zhu Xuan's mouth fell open in astonishment. Wow, you're so considerate. Our benefits are quite generous, she mused enviously. Meanwhile, Pei Chujin, having just been ushered out, turned and accessed the surveillance footage of the private resting area. His earlier consent to leave had been a calculated move. Zhu Xuan's demeanor hinted at some unspeakable distress. Although he could not remain there, he intended to gather information through other means. Pei Chujin's typically astute expression faltered slightly upon noticing a hint of red peeking through Zhu Xuan's fingers. Such a reaction would astonish anyone who witnessed it, for who could fathom that the astute president of the student council could display such youthful naivety? Quickly regaining his composure, he pondered deeply before dialing the number of a department within the student council. Please send a package of sanitary pads immediately. There was a brief pause on the line before the receiver finally responded. Pei Chujin added, and make sure to choose the highest quality and prepare a fitted school uniform and undergarments. By the way, bring over the recently approved revised version of the school uniform. Silence reigned on the other end for an extended period. Pei Chujin furrowed his brow, preparing to reprimand the staff for their slowness. Suddenly, a quavering voice inquired, President, what are the sizes for the uniform and undergarments? Pei Chujin realized his oversight. He closed his eyes for a moment, recalling the sensation of lifting Zhu Xuan and placing her on the bed. Contemplating her proportions and height. After a moment, he relayed a series of numbers. Once the staff finally comprehended his request, Pei Chujin ended the call. Given the student council's efficiency, the items he requested would undoubtedly reach his desk within 5 minutes. The challenge lay in how to deliver them to Zhu Xuan without revealing the surveillance. However, that seemed impossible. Pei Chujin rubbed his forehead, exhaling slowly, his expression a mix of uncertainty and resolve. Ultimately, he recognized the importance of transparency with Zhu Xuan. Exactly 4 minutes and 55 seconds later, a knock resounded at the door. Coming out, a girl with flaxen hair braided in a plait entered, adorned with the student council's emblem. She cautiously placed 3 bags on Pei Chujin's desk. President, here are the items you requested. Pei Chujin regarded the bags with a nod. The flaxen-haired girl glanced back multiple times as she exited, her eyes filled with shock and curiosity. Once the door was firmly closed, Pei Chujin rose and gathered the bags, making his way to the resting area. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed in Zhu Xuan's ears, startling her heart into a rapid flutter. What is it? I'm coming in. Zhu Xuan's expression turned blank as she stared at the door, her mind racing that no, I can't let you in. How are you going to bathe and change clothes if I don't? Pei Chujin utterly disregarded Zhu Xuan's protests and nonchalantly pushed the door open. Zhu Xuan was in the bathroom, which was devoid of steam, indicating her considerable distress as she stood there, nervously twisting her fingers that a fleeting smile flickered across Pei Chujin's face. Chapter 58. Why has the skirt become longer? He knocked on the door and opened it, declaring, I have something for you. Zhu Xuan took a deep breath and hesitantly approached the door. She gradually opened it just a crack, through which a pair of long, elegant hands with well-defined knuckles extended 3 bags. Zhu Xuan paused momentarily, but without hesitation, accepted the bags. Inside were sanitary napkins, intimate apparel, and a brand-new school uniform. Her eyes widened slightly, the glimmer of moisture in them making her pupils appear rounded. While she stood there in a daze, the door was gently closed again that a cultured and pleasant voice drifted in from outside. Relax and take a warm bath. Following that, a heavy thud echoed as the door was shut firmly. Pei Chujin had exited the private lounge, providing Zhu Xuan with a sense of security. Finally regaining her composure, she was inexplicably aware of her heart racing. Soon, the bathroom filled with steam as she began her shower. After bathing, she donned impeccably fitting attire. Due to the previous tasks assigned by her beauty manual, her clothing choices had always been top-notch, never falling below 5 figures. Her skin had been thoroughly pampered by these luxurious garments. If she were to wear anything coarse, her skin would immediately redden. However, the clothes Pei Chujin had prepared for her seemed equally exquisite. Wearing them felt like a seamless extension of her own skin. Devoid of any discomfort, Zhu Xuan tugged at the hem of her school uniform skirt. Was it merely her imagination, or did the length of this skirt seem to have increased? The knee-high socks also appeared longer, now leaving no hint of her thighs exposed, whereas before they had been partially visible. Zhu Xuan patted the skirt and stepped out. The room was quiet, and her eyes darted around. She hastily contemplated how to dispose of the sheets before Pei Chujin returned. likely under the assumption that she was still in the shower. Just as her hand reached for the sheets, the door swung open again. Zhu Xuan recoiled as if she had touched a hot potato. She closed her eyes, her expression a mixture of guilt and embarrassment. Had Pei Chujin installed surveillance on her? Why was it that every time she intended to do something, she was thwarted? Realization struck her suddenly, and her eyes widened. How could she have forgotten that Pei Chujin had inexplicably delivered those items to her? But how did he know? Surely, it was because there were cameras in the room. Understanding this, Zhu Xuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Her face flushed crimson, and warmth radiated from her nose and ears, resembling a small steam engine. You have surveillance in your lounge. You pervert! Before she could finish her sentence, Pei Chujin shot her a piercing glance, coolly uttering two emotionless words. Leave it. A shiver coursed through Zhu Xuan's body. That I definitely will leave, but I want to take this with me. She stammered, her eyes closed as she pointed at the sheets, her expression one of despair. Pei Chujin's countenance remained impassive, revealing no hint of emotion, that he merely stated, someone will come to clean it up later. Don't worry. Zhu Xuan stood there, fidgeting with her fingers torn. But I feel embarrassed. Pei Chujin fixed her with a razor-sharp gaze, incredulously retorting, do you intend to wash it clean and return it to me? Zhu Xuan found herself momentarily speechless, unable to articulate a response. That had indeed been her thought. Was there anything wrong with that? Pei Chujin shook his head in amusement, leaving everything unspoken. Embarrassed, Zhu Xuan slapped her forehead, realizing how absurdly ridiculous she had been. She had heard that Pei Chujin had a peculiar obsession with cleanliness. He would surely have someone come to dispose of the sheets, rather than wash them to reuse. His silence had been merely to spare her from further embarrassment. Nodding in agreement, Zhu Xuan felt increasingly convinced that this was indeed his perspective. All right, she declared, akin to a whirlwind as she rushed back to the bathroom to gather her soiled clothes. I seem to have forgotten to sign the documents for the trip to Huangxing, she recalled, unwilling to let her primary purpose slip her mind. That insufferable Pei Chujin had wasted her entire morning. Pei Chujin raised an eyebrow, instructing, you should wait in the office. Zhu Xuan complied and discovered a bowl of ginger and red date syrup on the table, still steaming. That tea seemed to have been served recently. She froze in place, realizing it was prepared for her. Plopping down onto the chair, she began to sip the sweet concoction. Pei Chujin soon emerged from the bedroom, locking the door behind him with a click. Zhu Xuan, engrossed in her drink, failed to notice. Delicious, she murmured. Pei Chujin's eyes glimmered with a faint, gentle smile. This was prepared for me? He inquired. Pei Chujin nodded and replied indifferently. It was prepared by the person who delivered your clothes earlier. Oh, Zhu Xuan nodded. Then I should thank her. What about the documents that need signing? Pei Chujin paused, his hand halting as he reached for the documents, suddenly asking, do you wish to go to Huangxing? Zhu Xuan felt indifferent. However, since her master intended to go, she found herself eager to accompany him. Yes. Pei Chujin appeared contemplative, his hand shifting as he reached for the documents. Suddenly, he remarked, I just remembered, there seems to be a missing stamp on the documents. You may need to wait a while longer before signing. Zhu Xuan's expression shifted rapidly, realization dawning upon her that she had made the trip for not today. Her face reflected a whirlwind of emotions, clearly indicating her frustration. Pei Chujin chuckled softly, observing her discomfort. Zhu Xuan, her voice tinged with exasperation, said, if that's the case, I'll take my leave. Pei Chujin merely inclined his head, an expression that suggested, feel free, holding her bags. Zhu Xuan departed, muttering under her breath. Once she left, Pei Chujin returned to the lounge. He lifted the sheets, revealing only a small patch of crimson on the gray fabric. He gazed at the sheets for a long time, his expression inscrutable. Anyone observing him would note the turbulent emotions swirling in his eyes. Pei Chujin did not summon anyone to clean the sheets. After an indeterminate period, he finally took action, slowly and methodically folding the sheets neatly before placing them in his safe. Afterward, he glanced at the half-full bowl of syrup left on the table, pinching the bridge of his nose before finishing the remainder in one swift motion. Chapter 59. Stained clothes. Zhu Xuan emerged with her bags, only to discover her communicator had been inundated with messages. Every single one was from Fang Qiyan, inquiring about her whereabouts. Zhu Xuan felt a twinge of guilt as she observed the notifications flashing on her communicator. She hadn't meant to ignore him, It was simply that Pei Chujin preferred silence during work, prompting her to silence her device. Reluctantly, she replied, "I came to the student council to sign the documents for the trip to Huangxing. But the president suddenly assigned me work, and I dozed off halfway through." Fang Qian, waiting anxiously on the other end, responded, "Come to the north gate immediately." Zhu Xuan ambled toward the north gate, her stomach feeling unsettled. Thus she walked particularly slowly, making Fang Qian wait for a full 30 minutes to be by the time she arrived. The north gate was deserted, save for the distinctively marked floating vehicle belonging to the Fang family. Fang Qian stood there, his expression dark, with his school uniform tie loosened slightly, hanging loosely against his chest. The wind tousled it in an unruly manner, accentuating his towering height, making him appear formidable even next to the floating vehicle. Noticing his displeased countenance stirred a sense of trepidation within Zhu Xin. "I didn't do it on purpose." Fang Qian glanced at the bag in her hand, casually taking it from her. Zhu Xuan, lacking any resistance, surrendered it to him. Upon seeing the school uniform inside, he scrutinized her attire, and for reasons unknown, his expression darkened abruptly. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he spoke with an unsettling calmness that contrasted sharply with his current demeanor. "Why did you change your clothes?" Zhu Xuan sniffled, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Yet evading the truth would likely be even worse, so she timidly confessed, "I got my period, and my clothes got stained. But at present, I am experiencing considerable discomfort in my abdomen. A sensation I cannot quite articulate, and I find myself unable to resist the urge to act somewhat whimsically." Zhu Xuan rests one hand upon her belly, her eyelashes fluttering gently, as a hint of moisture gradually fills her eyes. Fang Qian, whose previously sullen countenance suddenly freezes in place, reveals an expression of bewilderment. The anger he had amassed dissipates effortlessly into a disordered haze, without a thought for the abrupt change in attire. He instinctively places his hand upon Zhu Xuan's abdomen. His dry, warm hand envelopes her delicate, pale one. It is evident that Zhu Xuan is indeed feeling quite unwell. The veins and arteries in her hand are distinctly visible. And upon touch, her skin is chillingly cold, and no wonder her arrival was delayed. The distance from the Student Union building to the North Gate is hardly negligible, even with his brisk pace, which still takes around 8 minutes. Moreover, Zhu Xuan is in a particularly vulnerable state. Her complexion has turned ghostly pale. Fang Qian's temples pulse with frustration, and he mutters an exasperated remark to himself before scooping Zhu Xuan into his arms. Speaking in a languid tone, "Do not walk any longer." The earlier volatility in his demeanor has vanished entirely. Zhu Xuan blinks her eyes, gazing at him with curiosity. Fang Qian remains impassive, hastening his steps. Once aboard the hovercraft, he activates the warm air within, quickly transforming the interior into a cozy haven. Gradually, Zhu Xuan's pallid complexion begins to regain some color. Fang Qian's hand remains steadfastly on her abdomen. And Zhu Xuan finds this comforting, allowing herself to indulge in the sensation that, "Could you rub that spot?" "Yes, right there, oh dear, that's enough there. Now focus on this side," she coos, her tone imbued with an innocent charm. "Could you do it gently? I still want more." Fang Qian finds himself at her beck and call, a bemused sound escaping his throat. Throughout his life, no one has dared to command him in such a manner. Zhu Xuan is undoubtedly the first to do so. She catches the ambiguous sound he just emitted and gazes at him with a hint of trepidation, contemplating whether to request he cease the rubbing. Only to receive a prompt notification. Ding, Fang Qian's favorability level increases by 3, current favorability. 88. Zhu Xuan. System. Oh, I see now. He enjoys being commanded. Speaking of which, where are those gifts I received this morning? A sudden realization strikes her. She has yet to tidy up that pile of chaos. Fang Qian, maintaining a stoic facade, replies, "They were discarded." Zhu Xin, shocked. She raises her voice in disbelief. "Discarded?" Fang Qian nods. "Why?" He retorts impatiently. "What purpose did those worthless items serve?" Zhu Xuan falters momentarily. Those meticulously prepared gifts are hardly worthless trinkets. Noticing her silence, a flicker of regret crosses Fang Qian's mind. "Just kidding, I didn't throw everything away. I kept somebody discarded all the gifts from the boys, but retained those from the girls. Those boys are truly reckless, daring to send Zhu Xuan photos of their muscles, along with bags and clothing, even including invitations to visit their homes. How absurd. Fang Qian's eyes flash with a predatory glint. How dare they? Zhu Xuan hasn't he even seen my muscles? At that moment, he feels an overwhelming sense of cleverness. Relieved he didn't toss everything haphazardly, Zhu Xuan gazes at him with wide eyes, appearing somewhat skeptical. Rest assured, I had someone return the items in advance. Only then does Zhu Xuan believe him. Upon returning home, she is eager to discover what gift she has received today. Indeed, as Fang Qian stated, all the gifts are intact, arranged neatly in her room, though they seem different from this morning. Unable to contain her murmurs of confusion, Zhu Xuan observes. Fang Qian feels a cold sweat trickle down his back, desperately suppressing a guilty expression. Although he did discard the boy's gifts, the overall quantity remained unchanged because he had compensated for the loss himself. Thus, a significant portion of the gifts now belongs to him. While Zhu Xuan excitedly rummages through her gifts, Fang Qian discreetly retrieves a bag of dirty laundry into his own room that he lays her clothes on the bed. The fragrant aroma wafts through the air, intoxicating him upon first touch that he gazes at the delicate pink lace lingerie peeking from the school uniform, his handsome face, along with his neck and ears. Flushed of vivid crimson, embarrassed, he rushes into the bathroom. Chapter 60. A soothing wash before the sound of running water emerges from the bathroom. He seems to forget something and rushes back to retrieve the adorable garments from the bed. His face is burning, and his gaze flits about nervously. After nearly 3 hours in the shower, Fang Qian collapses on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Damn it, how did he soil that garment? He should have stored it away. Even if he had been watching it constantly, he would never have wanted to ruin it. Overwhelmed with frustration, he shields his eyes with one hand. Then no. Fang Qian abruptly rolls over, his expression cold, and heads back to the bathroom to wash the clothes. His hands tremble slightly as he holds the tiny, precious fabric that to stave off temptation. He activates his digital assistant, playing a continuous loop of a calming chant in the bathroom. After rinsing his belongings with clean water, he feels it is insufficient and begins to scrub again, albeit gently, as if fearing he might damage the delicate item. Once completed, he does not hang them out to dry, but instead places them directly into the dryer. While washing, he refrained from using detergent, preserving the original fragrance to minimize the loss that at last he can finally store it away. Fang Qian, his expression devoid of emotion, has never felt so perverse before. When he descends once more, the heat on his face has yet to dissipate, and his gaze remains evasive, utterly unable to meet Zhu Xuan's. She is lost in the joy of receiving her gifts, completely oblivious to him. Fang Qian ponders what gift could have elicited such happiness from her. Perhaps it was one of his own that he subtly probes. What did you receive that has you so delighted? Zhu Xuan, brimming with excitement, replies, many classmates gifted me cosmetics. They all shared their favorites that work wonderfully, and they even instructed me on how to use them for the best effect. Fang Qian feels a twinge of disappointment at her response. Is that all? Do you not have anything else you like? Zhu Xuan tilts her head in contemplation, then responds with a puzzled expression. Why would someone gift me a gaming console when I hardly play games? Fang Qian feels as if the sky has fallen. You don't like it? Zhu Xuan furrows her delicate brows, uncertain of how to express herself. Suddenly, she recalls that in her efforts to bridge the gap with Fang Qian, she had crafted an image of herself as a gaming enthusiast. She lapses into silence, awkwardly changing the subject. They also recommended several beauty influencers, suggesting I would look better with that style of makeup. Zhu Xuan beams nonchalantly. Fang Qian understands now. She simply does not appreciate his gift. Today, Zhu Xuan received a dark invitation adorned with golden lettering, personally delivered by Song Xinrui, that he fidgets awkwardly as he states. This Saturday is my birthday. Can you come with Yingo? A smile spreads across Zhu Xuan's face as she eagerly affirms, of course, I would love to attend. Integrating into the elite circle is also one of her tasks. She nods emphatically yes. I will definitely be there. Song Xinrui's face brightens visibly. Great. Fang Qian listens nearby, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. By the way, I brought you some snacks to apologize for earlier. Song Xinrui adds bashfully, producing a beautifully wrapped box. Zhu Xuan blinks, her interest piqued. She adores snacks. In truth, there are plenty of snacks in the Fang household's refrigerator. She secretly takes some to her room every night. Zhu Xuan eagerly accepts the box, marveling at its charming pink packaging, a clear indication of thoughtful preparation intended for a girl. However, Zhu Shuin's obliviousness prevents her from discerning this. All she knows is that it contains snacks. Without hesitation, she opens the box, revealing an array of treats, some familiar from her time at the Fong residence, while others are new to her. Her delight intensifies as she clings to the snack box. "Thank you." Song Xinrui blushes and shakes his head that if you find them delicious, just let me know. I have plenty more at home. Zhu Xuyin, taken aback, smiles brightly and nods eagerly. "Absolutely." Suddenly, Fong Qian delivers a light tap on Song Xinrui's head, teasingly inquiring, "Does your brother even care that you're indulging in snacks? What is your current weight?" Song Xinrui, feeling aggrieved, rubbed his head and lamented, "My brother has gone to the Third Star for an academic exchange conference and won't be back for a while." Fong Qian squinted his eyes, understanding the situation in his heart. In no wonder, Song Xinrui's parents indulged him immensely, granting him almost any wish. However, his brother was different. He strictly monitored Song Xinrui's diet. Interstellar living was highly advanced, with a plethora of diseases emerging constantly. The ailments arising from obesity were particularly numerous. Thus, Song Xinrui's brother had devised an extensive weight loss and fitness regimen for him. Unfortunately, Song Xinrui was exceedingly lazy, managing to persist for only 3 days. When his brother was present, things were better, as he would supervise him daily. Once his brother left, however, he began to indulge himself, stealing a glance at Zhu Xuyin, who was engrossed in her snacks and oblivious to the conversation about weight. He heaved a sigh of relief that he absolutely could not let his weight be revealed at this moment. Zhu Xuyin held a box of snacks, unable to resist tearing open a chocolate treat. After overhearing their discussion, she curiously remarked, "So, Song Xinrui has a brother." Noticing her curiosity, Fong Qian promptly explained, "Yes, his brother is one of the most esteemed doctors in the empire." "Song Shetian, that I don't know him," Zhu Xuyin replied, her mouth full of chocolate. Nodding in understanding, Fong Qian naturally produced a handkerchief. Zhu Xuyin, with an expression of expectation, leaned into him. Fong Qian paused for a moment, a secretive smile gracing his lips as he gently wiped the corner of her mouth. "Ditto." Then Song Xinrui, "You really should eat fewer snacks and listen to your brother." Song Xinrui's expression crumbled. Was Zhu Xuyin implying he was overweight? He forced a smile and replied, "All right." With Saturday merely 3 days away, Zhu Xuyin was once again plagued by worry. Attending someone else's birthday party necessitated a gift, but she was at a loss for what to give. "Fong Qian, what do you usually give Song Xinrui? The latest holographic gaming pod, the newest intelligent brain, a supercar, or a hovercraft?" he replied. Zhu Xuyin gasped. "Ah, oh my, how much pocket money do you have?" Those items were exorbitantly priced. Standing there, she nervously twisted her fingers. Her monthly allowance was primarily spent on new clothes, leaving her with little left over. Zhu Xuyin felt distressed. She certainly couldn't afford such lavish gifts. Yet, she couldn't present something too ordinary either. "Oh dear, this is quite a dilemma. Could the universe grant me a bit of pocket money? That way, I could buy a more expensive gift," she mused. Fong Qian cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Xuyin. Noticing her troubled expression, he discerned her thoughts. Raising an eyebrow slightly, he suggested, "The coconut milk cake you made last time seemed to please Song Xinrui." Zhu Xuyin paused, contemplating the idea of gifting a dessert that it was feasible, but compared to the gifts others would give, it seemed a tad too simplistic. Ding. The original storyline was triggered. Song Xinrui's birthday. Pei Zhixian had meticulously prepared a handmade gift for him. Moving him to tears, he was so touched that he licked the cake with fervor, almost unable to pull away that a side quest was launched. "Please present Song Xinrui with his most cherished gift." "So what did Pei Zhixian give him? Can I replicate her gift?" Zhu Xuyin inquired. Pei Zhixian provided Song Xinrui with an assistant position for academic research, which had won an award, along with a handcrafted sunflower preserved flower frame. "Oh no, I can't do that. Even if I could, it shouldn't be the same as what she gave him. That it seemed the system had a knack for placing her in uncomfortable situations. System, could you perhaps provide me with some information about Song Xinrui? I don't know much about him, and I'm at a loss for a soul-stirring birthday gift." Song Xinrui hails from a prestigious family within the empire. His father is a renowned businessman, his mother a top researcher at the Biological Sciences Academy, and his brother a leading surgeon and senior researcher. They are all elite individuals. However, there appears to be a disconnect with Song Xinrui. He, too, entered the elite A class through connections, and his academic performance pales in comparison to Fang Qiyin and others. Zhu Xuan exclaimed, "Oh, he is so fortunate. Indeed, he had a harmonious and affluent family, yet he lacked the companionship of loved ones." Contemplating, Zhu Xuan rested her chin on her hand. That it was true. Song Xinrui's parents and brother were perpetually busy, barely spending any time with him throughout the year. Most of his upbringing was under the care of a butler and nanny. This led to his yearning for familial affection, though he rarely expressed it. Zhu Xuan sniffled, empathizing with him. The mere thought of not seeing her master daily brought her to tears. "Oh, how pitiful he is," she sighed. "Not exactly," she corrected herself. "After all, he lacks for nothing," clenching her fists. She declared, "All right, I will certainly present a splendid birthday gift." Zhu Xuan began to ponder the form of her gift. "Oh wait, didn't I remember that Xin Yunqing was also dispatched to the third star for an academic seminar? Could it be?" Indeed, Xin Yunqing was attending the same conference as Song Shutian. Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled, her hands itching with excitement. Moreover, Xin Yunqing was a student under Song Shutian's tutelage. Zhu Xuan's pupils widened slightly. Her previously alluring gaze transformed into one of innocent wonder. "What a coincidence," she exclaimed. "How delightful." Zhu Xuan took out her communicator and messaged Xin Yunqing. They frequently exchanged messages, primarily regarding her academic inquiries. As soon as she sent her message, he responded promptly. "Xin Yunqing, how much longer until your seminar concludes?" "About a week," he replied. "A week." Zhu Xuan's heart sank slightly. A week would certainly not suffice. Song Xinrui's birthday was merely 3 days away. She had hoped to coax Song Shutian back to celebrate with Song Xinrui. However, making such a bold request would likely come off as presumptuous. She needed a reasonable justification and to carefully consider her wording before approaching the matter. After a night of contemplation, she finally conceived an idea for a birthday gift. Sincerity was the ultimate trump card. Crafting a heartfelt gift should be comparable to an extravagant one, right? With determination, Zhu Xuan rolled up her sleeves, ready to bake a grand cake for Song Xinrui. Baking class was a mandatory course she attended every weekend, and her skills had notably improved. Zhu Xuan settled into a vine-woven swing chair, leaning against a cushion while perusing her intelligent brain for inspiration. She aimed to create a uniquely imaginative birthday cake. Surely, Song Xinrui's birthday cakes were exceptional each year. Zhu Xuan rushed to consult Fang Qiyan. With a look of resigned disbelief, he was pulled from his bed. "Zhu Xuan, have you lost your mind?" he exclaimed weakly. Zhu Xuan blinked innocently, channeling a bit of calming energy. "Hurry up and get up. Let's go choose a cake." Before his mind could fully clear, Fang Qiyan asked, "What kind of cake?" "You are Song Xinrui's good friend. You must know his preferences well. That I've decided I want to make him a birthday cake." Fang Qiyan responded, "This birthday gift is refreshingly unique, yet so simple and unadorned that he had initially assumed Zhu Xuan would design a one-of-a-kind 7-star dessert, only to find she merely intended to make a birthday cake. Last year, his birthday cake had 99 layers, each with its unique shape, he lazily remarked. Zhu Xuan gasped, "A 99-layer birthday cake? Even if I worked nonstop for 3 days and nights, I couldn't possibly finish that." She retreated, asking, "So how many days does it typically take to prepare his birthday cake?" Fang Qiyan casually replied, "Probably about a week in advance." "Oh," Zhu Xuan responded, her expression brightening with a hint of amusement. "The birthday cake was prepared at his family's estate. That if you truly have nothing else to offer, I'll take you to his estate the morning of his birthday. You can assist the cake chef in baking." Zhu Xuan's eyes lit up, captivated by the idea. "Really? You would take me there?" Her big eyes gazed eagerly at Fang Qiyan, her enthusiasm genuine. Caught off guard, Fang Qiyan had not expected her to agree so readily, and she appeared quite eager. He couldn't help but facepalm, conceding, "All right, I'll take you there on the morning of his birthday." Wishing Zhu Xuan a day filled with joy beyond her expectations, her little mouth began to express gratitude. Fang Qiyan felt an unexpected twinge of guilt for deceiving a child with intellectual disabilities. Zhu Xuan hummed a tune, waiting outside for Fang Qiyan to join her in selecting a birthday cake. Most of the time, Fang Qiyan merely provided suggestions, while Zhu Xuan made the final choices herself. Ultimately, she resolved to create a simple cake topped with fondant cream depicting a family portrait of 4. Chapter 62, Song Shutian in 2 days. It would be Song Xinrui's birthday, and Zhu Shuain pondered whether to send an email to Shen Yunqing, hoping he could persuade Song Shutian to return briefly to celebrate with his son. When Shen Yunqing received the email in the laboratory, he was momentarily taken aback by its content, that a knowing smile spread across his narrow eyes. Such behavior was quintessentially Zhu Xing, that if her wishes went unfulfilled, she would undoubtedly be disappointed, her little face scrunching in frustration as she poked her fingers on the table, contemplating her strategy. Without hesitation, he knocked on his mentor's office door. "Come in," came a voice, clear and refined. Shen Yunqing entered to find Song Shutian, donned in a crisp white lab coat with a gold-embossed nameplate reading Song Shutian. The sunlight streaming through the window added a touch of warmth to the atmosphere. Upon recognizing Shen Yunqing, a remarkably talented junior, a smile flickered in Song Shutian's eyes as he inquired, "Yunqing, what brings you here?" Shen Yunqing paused, speaking with utmost respect. "Professor Song, my classmate sent me an email." This unusual opening piqued Song Shutian's interest. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yunqing continued, "We are both in elite class 8." This reminded Song Shutian of his younger brother, Song Xinrui, who shared the same class. The classmate hopes you can find time to return for Song Xinrui's birthday. She mentioned that Song Xinrui yearns for his family's company, though he does not voice it to convey the message more clearly. Shen Yunqing directly shared the email with Song Shutian. Song Shutian was momentarily stunned, his clear brows betraying a hint of astonishment. Shen Yunqing instinctively explained for Zhu Shuain, "That's just her nature." Song Shutian's brows arched slightly as he replied in a calm tone, "I understand. Thank you, Yunqing, and please extend my gratitude to your classmate." Shen Yunqing nodded and quietly exited the office, relaying the news to Zhu Shuain, who expressed her gratitude and promised to treat him to something delicious upon his return. Shen Yunqing merely smiled in response that on the day of Song Xinrui's birthday, Zhu Shuain rose early, eagerly urging Fang Qian to take her to the Song residence. Time was of the essence, and the cake needed to be completed. Fang Qian, ever dutiful, complied without complaint, though his outward demeanor suggested reluctance that he personally piloted his hovercraft to the Song family estate, which rivaled the grandeur of the Fang residence, boasting a castle-like structure with an array of entertainment facilities. Song Xinrui was already aware of Zhu Xuan's visit and joyfully awaited her arrival at the Iron Gate. Zhu Xuan, today, he donned a formal white suit, complete with a bow tie and a carefully styled hairstyle, presenting himself as a plump and charming young gentleman. Zhu Xuan, in turn, wore an elegant French vintage long dress, its black woolen fabric extending to her calves, complemented by ivory knee-high socks and retro brown leather shoes. A light gray knitted cardigan adorned her frame, with a delicate bow tie peeking through. Her hair cascaded in soft waves down her back, secured with a bow clip, and her subtle makeup highlighted star-shaped earrings, rendering her an image of gentle grace. Standing beside the tall Fang Qian, the pair formed a striking contrast. Song Xun momentarily held his breath, captivated by Zhu Xuan, oblivious to Fang Qian's presence as he gazed at her without blinking. Fang Qian carried a large black leather case filled with the ingredients for Zhu Xuan's cake. With a soft and melodious voice, Zhu Xuan greeted, "Happy birthday, Song Xinrui." Startled from his reverie, Song Xinrui stammered, Thank you. Let us go. Take me to your home to make the cake." His smile revealed a set of perfectly white teeth. Of course, he said eagerly, stepping forward to take the heavy case from her. Zhu Shuain accepted his help without hesitation. As he hefted the case, he chuckled at its surprisingly light weight. After dropping Zhu Shuain off, Fang Qian returned to the Fang residence, promising to come back later. Song Xinrui was filled with delight, engaging Zhu Shuain in conversation. "If you're making the birthday cake this year, I'll definitely eat a lot. Haha, I only plan to make the top layer." "That is already wonderful. The cake makers have completed 98 layers and are currently decorating." "Sounds great." The more he looked at her, the more he liked her, overwhelmed by her charm. They entered the castle-like villa. Zhu Shuain glanced around. "Aren't your parents home today?" A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Song Xinrui's eyes, but quickly vanished. "They've been busy lately, but they promised to celebrate my birthday later." Zhu Shuain nodded. "Oh, that's fine." She followed Song Xinrui to the baking room, where several pastry chefs, donned in white chef hats, were busily working at a towering cake with 99 layers of weighted decoration with cream and fruits. Zhu Shuain blinked in wonder, watching intently. Song Shinrui cleared his throat. All the materials are here. Just call me if you need anything. After saying this, he settled into a nearby chair, seemingly intent on remaining there. Zhu Xuan, rolling up her sleeves, began her work, baking the cake layers, assembling the cake, and applying the cream, all on her own. Song Shinrui watched intently, completely absorbed, without even glancing at his smart device. The pastry chefs nearby were nearly awestruck by her skills. All right, you should step outside now. The cake's design must remain a secret. Zhu Xuan gently urged him to leave. With a silly laugh, Song Shinrui complied, understanding that Zhu Xuan wished to surprise him. Chapter 63. A family of 4. Zhu Xuan began sculpting figures for the family of 4 Deng. Mrs. Song, Mr. Song, Big Brother Song, and Little Song Shinrui, holding hands. She hummed as she carved, capturing the attention of the pastry chefs who were enchanted by her cuteness. Miss Zhu, are you preparing to sculpt the family of 4? Indeed, we had previously suggested this idea, but young Master Song rejected it, claiming it was childish. Zhu Xuan paused, tilting her head in contemplation. Childish, he must secretly desire it but feels too shy to express it. Zhu Xuan worked diligently from morning until noon, and by the time she and the pastry chefs assembled the cake, it was already nearing evening. The guests invited to the birthday banquet had begun to arrive. Have Song Shinrui's family returned yet? Yes, they have returned and are preparing to surprise him. Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wonderful. Big Brother Song is truly a good person. Not only did he return, but he also brought back Mom and Dad, that I must thank Shen Yinqing profusely when he returns. Zhu Xuan found herself lost in a daydream of abundant rewards. All right, host, you do your best. Hee, thank you. She was so dazed that she forgot to remove her apron, a pale green frill that made her appear even more delicate. Zhu Xu, what are you doing here in an apron? The voice of Ji Chuxian echoed as he approached. This area belonged to the Song family. An ordinary guest would not venture here, that Ji Chuxian and Song Shinrui were childhood friends, which explained his presence in this private area. Zhu Xuan, still slightly dazed, had not found Fong Qian, but instead encountered Ji Chuxian on his way to the restroom. "Oh, I'm here making a cake. Have you seen Fong Qian?" Ji Chuxian, seemingly oblivious to the latter part of the question, inquired, making a cake. Zhu Xuan nodded. This is a birthday gift for Song Shinrui, to Ji Chuxian, with a complex expression, remarked, "It is indeed an extraordinary birthday gift." Zhu Xuan asked him again, "Have you seen Fong Qian?" Ji Chuxian shook his head, indicating that his family and the Fong family were on different paths. Each was on their own. Zhu Xuan glanced at the time displayed on the smart device and sighed softly. Her jelly-like lips slightly pouted, one lip pearl having been bitten to a vivid red. But Ji Chuxian found himself entranced by the sight and couldn't help but ask, "What do you need him for?" Zhu Xuan hoped to have the Song family come to the baking room first. Once the time was right, they could present the cake together. However, she was currently unable to reach the Song family. Fong Qian, being Song Shinrui's childhood friend, should have contact information for his parents. Then she thought of Ji Chusun, that as another childhood friend, he would likely have it as well. Therefore, seeking Ji Chuxian was equally valid. Zhu Xuan immediately broke into a smile, her earlier worries dissipating. "Actually, I could ask you instead." The remark made Ji Chuxian's eyelids twitch that he held his breath, his tone tinged with anticipation. "What is it?" "You must have Song Shinrui's brother or his parents' contact information, right?" Ji Chuxian found the question somewhat perplexing, yet he nodded. After Zhu Xuan expressed a request for assistance, a sense of unarticulated disappointment washed over him that it was once again something related to Song Shinrui. Zhu Xuan's smile widened, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "Could you please contact Brother Song and have him come to the baking room quickly?" Ji Chuxian raised an eyebrow and informed her. "Don't be foolish. He is not at Dixing right now, but he is attending an academic conference at the Third Star." Zhu Xuan huffed in protest, gazing at Ji Chuxian with a look of smugness. Now it was her turn to regard Ji Chuxian as if he were foolish. He wouldn't know, would he? Brother Song has already returned and has been preparing a surprise for Song Shinrui alongside Mrs. Song and Mr. Song. That Ji Chuxian's astonishment was palpable. Just a couple of days ago, Song Shinrui told me his brother wouldn't be back, and that his uncle and aunt couldn't return either. But they are back now. Ji Chuxian looked at Zhu Xuan in disbelief. "You didn't call them back, did you?" Zhu Xuan lifted her chin proudly, her confidence radiating. Ji Chuxian seemed poised to say more. But Zhu Xuan promptly interrupted that, "Oh, let us not dwell on that. Let us focus on the task at hand." That Ji Chushuan took out his communicator to message Song Shutan, conveying Zhu Xuan's request. Before long, the three of them entered the baking room through a side door. Zhu Xuan stood like a primary school student, her legs straight, and together. Ji Chushuan couldn't help but want to laugh. Though he suppressed it, his lips twitching. Zhu Xuan was the type to hold grudges, and she would definitely find a way to retaliate if he mocked her this time. Upon seeing Song Shutan and the Song parents, Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled. She politely greeted them. "Hello, Mr. Song, Mrs. Song, and Brother Song." Ji Chushuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Ahem, Uncle Song, Annie Song, this is my classmate. She came specifically to make a cake for Song Xinrui today." Zhu Xuan nodded. "The reason I called you here is..." Chapter 64. Strange. How are there two? Zhu Xuan quickly raised her hand enthusiastically, exclaiming, "It's me. I called you here." Song Shudan was captivated, his gaze warm as he looked at her. Zhu Xuan began to outline her grand vision. "This year, we're making a 99-layer cake that I hope you can help us present it while singing a birthday song for Song Xinrui." With her hands clasped and resting gently by her ear, she made the proposal with a blissful expression. Her eyes squinted with delight, lips curled upward in a picture of happiness. The Ji Chushuan rubbed his nose, awkwardly nodding. Yes, indeed, Mrs. Song seemed slightly flustered by such an occasion, while Mr. Song appeared genuinely interested, teasingly watching Mrs. Song. Song Shutan paused for a moment. "You must be Zhu, the classmate." Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled. "How does Brother Song know me?" Song Shutan chuckled softly, his bangs falling gently, lending him a touch of warmth. "The emails you sent were shown to me by Shen Yunqing." Zhu Xuan's mouth fell open in surprise. "Oh, I see." Song Shudan formally lifted his head, addressing Zhu Xuan earnestly. "Thank you for caring so much for my brother. As his elder brother, I appreciate it." Zhu Xuan felt a twinge of guilt, knowing this was a task assigned to her by the system. Mr. and Mrs. Song exchanged puzzled glances, still uncertain about what was happening. Consequently, Song Shudan patiently explained the situation to them. Their gazes toward Zhu Xuan instantly shifted, filled with fondness and admiration. "All right, let us go in and take a look at the cake." "Okay." As Ji Chushuan was about to enter, Zhu Xuan blocked his path at the door. The Ji Chushuan raised an eyebrow, arms crossed. "What, can't I go in?" Zhu Xuan nodded. "No." Ji Chushuan replied. "You really just had me help you with something so significant. And now you're turning your back on me?" Zhu Xuan's expression fell, feeling somewhat troubled. She fidgeted with her hands, puffing her cheeks. "This is a surprise for Song Xinrui, that if you can promise not to tell him, I'll let you take a quick peek." The Ji Chushuan silently thought how childish this was. Yet his spoken words were starkly different. How could I possibly tell him? Zhu Xuan's troubled expression gradually faded, and she slightly shifted her stance. She extended a slender, delicate finger. "Just one look." Only one. Ji Chushuan's eyelids flickered, and he muttered an from his throat. Zhu Xuan was treating him like a child. But surprisingly, it felt quite pleasant. After Ji Chushuan expressed his willingness, Zhu Xuan no longer obstructed him. That he then beheld a magnificent cake. That at this point, the cake was fully assembled, each layer covered with a transparent, pristine glass dome. It was evident that great care had gone into designing this year's cake, with each layer boasting a distinct style. The topmost layer was particularly striking, evoking warmth. The family of four stood on a lush green lawn, laughing joyfully, with a grand castle in the background. This was clearly a depiction of the Song family estate rendered in cream. The four figures were unmistakably recognizable as the members of the Song family, their features vividly distinct. It was a wonderfully heartwarming cake. This style of decoration had been around for quite some time, yet Song Xinrui's birthday cakes had never followed this theme. One might say that a cake for an adult would not be designed in this manner. Perhaps they deemed a family portrait cake too juvenile. The Ji Chushuan felt a dry sensation in his throat. Although every layer was a cake, he inexplicably thought the topmost layer would be the most delectable. Reminiscent of the coconut milk cake he had tasted that afternoon, Mrs. Song gazed at the cake, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, while Mr. Song was no better off, his glasses reflecting a mix of emotions. Song Shutan glanced at Zhu Xuan, inquiring, "Did Zhu classmate make this cake?" She hurriedly exclaimed, "The first 98 layers were all crafted by the pastry chefs. Only the top layer is my creation." That a hint of a smile graced the refined and gentle features of Song Shutan. Yes, the birthday gift from my classmate Zhu Shuain is undoubtedly the finest present. Zhu Shuain's eyes sparkled with visible surprise. Does Song Xinrui think that what I gave is the best? Song Shudan nodded slowly, yet resolutely. Zhu Shuain's eyelashes fluttered slightly, the corners of her eyes curving in delight, exuding an atmosphere of joy and exuberance, reminiscent of a languid cat revealing its soft belly for its owner to stroke. Zhu Shuain took hold of Ji Chushuan's hand and made her way to the main venue of the birthday celebration, which was held in the grand hall of the Song family. Meanwhile, Song Shudan called for her parents to assist in bringing out the cake. Suddenly, a force tugged at Zhu Shuain's wrist, pulling her away from Ji Chushuan and toward another person. Her eyes widened in surprise. The originally languid gaze now widened slightly, revealing a hint of allure that a deep voice resonated from above. Zhu Shuain, where did you just run off to? Didn't you say you were coming to find me? Zhu Shuain exhaled in relief upon realizing it was Fang Qiyin. She playfully stuck out her tongue. Well, you didn't reply to my message. I was just chatting with Song Xinrui's family. Fang Qian's previously somber demeanor softened slightly. I came here in my hovercraft. Who would dare to play with their smart brain while flying? Zhu Shuain found herself momentarily speechless. All right, she conceded, not daring to argue further. Ji Chushuan's lashes drooped slightly. His left hand was just pulled forward by the girl. The atmosphere was now imbued with warmth and fragrance. However, he quickly regained his composure, concealing any unusual emotions in his eyes. Just now, she asked me if I had Song Ji's contact information. Zhu Shuain nodded obediently. Fang Qiyin cleared his throat twice, indicating understanding. Hurry up, we need to turn off the lights soon. Zhu Shuain, eager to avoid any delays, immediately informed the two beside her. Fang Qiyin raised an eyebrow. What scheme are you planning this time? Zhu Shuain chuckled softly. It's just turning off the lights that I am the next moment. The resplendent hall was plunged into darkness. The atmosphere instantly became chaotic, with some guests feeling frightened while others were exhilarated. Zhu Shuain's heart skipped a beat as she suddenly realized someone had kissed her. Yet that wasn't the most terrifying part. The most alarming aspect was the sensation of two pairs of lips, one on her mouth and the other on her forehead, both warm and soft. Zhu Shuain stood frozen in shock, her heart racing that a hand firmly encircled her waist, syncing with the rapid beats of her heart. She could hear deep breaths resonating in her ear. The position shifted. One presence was now close to her left ear, while another remained on her forehead. Zhu Shuain's pupils dilated in confusion. Chapter 65. Did you just steal a kiss from me? Today was originally meant to be a birthday celebration, so the sudden darkness was not unexpected. Most guests assumed it was a planned surprise. The birthday boy, Song Xinrui, stood in the center, utterly bewildered. What is happening? A lively tune began to play, a timeless classic of Happy Birthday. A beam of light illuminated the center as the cake cart and its attendants slowly approached. Song Shudan and Mr. Song stood on either side, with Mrs. Song in the middle. Together, they pushed a massive cake around the corner while singing the birthday song, gradually making their way towards Song Xinrui. Song Xinrui's eyes widened in disbelief. He truly questioned whether he was seeing things. He removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, even pinching his cheek. Ouch, that stung a bit. It seemed this was not a dream, but a reality, that as the light returned. Zhu Shuain felt the two sensations vanish simultaneously. Her lips twitched slightly, unsure of how to respond. However, this was clearly not the time for such thoughts. Once she concluded her business, she would demand answers. How infuriating. Host, please maintain your character. Acknowledge that I want to review the footage from when the lights went out. Certainly. Zhu Shuain worked to regain her composure, watching the scene with excitement. Clutching Fang Qian's arm and shaking it like a child, Fang Qian looked at her with a mix of amusement and affection. Xiaorui, today your father, mother, and brother have specially returned to celebrate your birthday. We must also apologize for being too focused on work in the past, which caused us to miss important moments in your life. Mrs. Song spoke gently to Mr. Song, patted Song Xinrui's shoulder, encouraging him to voice any desires he had. Song Shudan smiled. Xiaorui, happy birthday. Song Xinrui, chubby and rosy-cheeked, felt his face flush, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. That moment, Zhu Shuain was hanging on to Fang Qian's arm, feeling somewhat fatigued. She decided to rest against him. Fang Qiyin transitioned from his initial stiffness to a relaxed demeanor, subtly pulling Zhu Shuain closer. Her soft form was incredibly comforting. Before Song Xinrui could begin to cry, Zhu Xuyin decided to theatrically exaggerate her emotions. Woo, I'm so touched. My eyes are about to overflow. This was a new catchphrase she had learned online. Fong Qian's expression darkened, his lips twitching in disbelief. Where did she learn such antics? Song Xinrui sniffed, trying to hold back his tears, his expression awkward. Why are you all back? Didn't you have things to do today? Mrs. Song immediately displayed disapproval. What are you saying, dear? No matter how significant the matter, it cannot surpass your birthday. Isn't that right, Lao Song? Mr. Song nodded in agreement. Zhu Xuyin found herself stifling laughter, realizing Mrs. Song was a hidden comedic talent. Song Shudan continued, Actually, your brother had initially planned to return later to celebrate with you. However, a classmate of yours was particularly concerned about you and sent me an email. Song Xinrui froze at this revelation that a classmate. Which of his peers would think so highly of him? If it were Fong Qian, Ji Chushuan, or Pei Zhixian, his brother wouldn't he have referred to them so formally that so? Who could it be? Song Shutan beckoned Zhu Xuyin with a gentle tone. Zhu classmate, please come over and wish Xiaorui a happy birthday in person. Hearing her name called, Zhu Xuyin joyfully dashed forward like a dog chasing a bone. Fong Qian's temples throbbed as he watched her so easily deceived and so delighted. Zhu Xuyin stood beside Song Shutan, gazing earnestly at Song Xinrui. She enunciated clearly, Happy birthday, Song Xinrui. Before Song Xinrui could respond, she quickly pressed on, Did you like my birthday gift? Her eager eyes revealed just how vital this question was to her. Song Xinrui, originally prepared to express heartfelt gratitude, found his words stuck in his throat. Finally, he managed to utter, Thank you, I really like it. Zhu Xuyin's expression blossomed with delight, leaving onlookers anticipating her next words. Unexpectedly, she pressed further, Is this your favorite birthday gift? Ji Chushuan remained expressionless, having grown accustomed to Zhu Xuyin's unconventional approach. Fong Qian's frustration was palpable. Daha! This is both unexpected and entirely predictable. Song Xinrui felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yes, this is undoubtedly the most unique, beloved, and best birthday gift I have ever received. Zhu Xuyin's eyes sparkled with excitement, her expression teetering between pride and restraint. She quietly retreated to allow the family their space. System, why hasn't the points been credited yet? Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. 300 points. Zhu Xuyin was elated, her joy evident as she danced about. She had never earned such a significant amount of points at once. Over 300. What bliss! As her happiness soared, it seemed even her hair was about to take flight. Fong Qian observed her with a bemused smile. Why are you so thrilled over someone else's birthday? Zhu Xuyin coughed awkwardly. Haha. It's definitely worth being happy about. The atmosphere today was indeed warm and inviting, complemented by her newfound sense of security from the points. The Song family shared heartfelt sentiments, moving the guests and filling the air with warmth. Quickly, make a wish and cut the cake. Song Xinrui closed his eyes and made a wish before commencing to slice the cake, but he only cut through the top layer, which was crafted by Zhu Xuyin. One by one. He distributed pieces to his parents, elder brother, followed by a few childhood friends and close companions. When the cake reached Zhu Xuyin, she waved her hand in apparent embarrassment. Her cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish that I've already eaten quite enough today. Sharing one piece with him will suffice, she said, gesturing toward Fong Qian. Song Xinrui's expression fell, reluctantly acquiescing to her request. Song Shutian paused momentarily, glancing in the direction of Zhu Xuyin and Fong Qian, that he seemed to have realized something, a knowing look flickering across his features. Fong Qian's handsome face flushed slightly, his lips parted as if to speak. Yet no words emerged. Zhu Xueyin's behavior was becoming increasingly outrageous, now insisting on sharing a piece of cake with him. Fong Qian was lost in contemplation, when suddenly Zhu Xueyin leaned in and teasingly asked, Did you just sneak a kiss on me? Though her tone was playful, her face remained expressionless, resembling an emotionless green tea machine. Fong Qian. Instantly, he was engulfed in a deep blush that he opened his mouth. But no words came forth. Zhu Xueyin stuck out her tongue and swiftly changed the subject. I'll only have a bite of the cake, having already indulged in enough treats in the baking room. Where she had devoured scraps and excess cream, including fruit, she genuinely felt unable to eat more. However, not partaking felt inappropriate. Thus, Zhu Xuan took a spoonful of cream. Fang Qian's gaze suddenly grew intense, seizing the opportunity amidst the crowd. He pulled Zhu Xuan to a secluded spot. She found herself pressed against the wall, her eyes widening slightly. Fang Qian offered her no chance to react, sealing her lips with his, clearing away the remnants of cream from the corners of her mouth. Zhu Xuan's feet dangled off the ground, entirely supported by Fang Qian's single arm. She was utterly flustered, her face a deep crimson, breathing rapidly, on the verge of fainting. Fang Qian lingered for at least 5 minutes before withdrawing. After he pulled away, Zhu Xuan's lips parted slightly. Fang Qian's dark eyes bore into her as he wiped the corner of her mouth. Zhu Xuan, reacting instinctively, quickly covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Exclaiming, "I'm so thirsty, so sour." She gazed at Fang Qian in horror, her eyes glistening with tears, fearing that he might have a peculiar eating habit. Yes, he had indeed stolen a kiss. Now, it was brazenly out in the open. Fang Qian laughed heartily, his joy unabashed. Ding. Fang Qian's affection level increased by 2, currently at 90. Da Song Xinrui had a harmless hobby: eating. The Song family spoiled him immensely, thus establishing a farm, orchard, and vegetable garden within their estate. To provide their young master with the finest nutrition, all food must, of course, be homegrown, pure, natural, and pollution-free. Most of the seeds planted in the Song family estate were personally cultivated by Madame Song, who was a life researcher at the Imperial Research Institute. Her expertise extended beyond human life to include flora and fauna as well. The fruits adorning today's cake were freshly picked from the Song family's orchard. The seeds were of exceptional quality, yielding large, sweet fruits. These strawberries, if sold in a supermarket, would fetch 3,000 interstellar coins each, practically worth stealing. Zhu Xuan, you are sweeter and juicier than these strawberries. Zhu Xuan's face flushed like a steam pot, heat radiating from her ears and nose. You pervert. You just snuck kisses on my ear and forehead. Zhu Xuan could no longer care for her image, blurting out her thoughts. Little did she know that upon hearing this, Fang Qian's expression darkened abruptly. He tightened his grip around her waist, veins bulging as if he were restraining something. His dark, unfathomable eyes remained fixed on Zhu Xuan as he spoke, his tone devoid of emotion. "What did you say? Who kissed your forehead?" Zhu Xuan's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly realized how dazed she had become and that she had misspoken. Fang Qian must have meant the lips and ear. Zhu Xuan quickly devised a response, forcing a smile. "Who knows where you kissed? Regardless, you did kiss me, leaving my forehead feeling quite itchy." Zhu Xuan often spoke nonsensically, which is why Fang Qian did not take her words too seriously. He scrutinized her exposed skin, searching for any signs of wrongdoing. After confirming there were no issues, he finally released her. "You better not be lying." After saying this, he pressed his lips against her forehead several times, ensuring complete coverage before feeling satisfied. Zhu Xuan's eyelids twitched. Her instincts warned her that she had narrowly escaped disaster. Thankfully, she was clever enough. Haha. Fang Qian took a bite of the silver fork, which held a piece of strawberry cream cake. The cream melted in his mouth, and the cake was rich and aromatic. Although it appeared similar to any ordinary cake, its taste was unforgettable. Those fortunate enough to sample the top layer of cake wore expressions of astonishment. Madame Song and Mr. Song's eyes narrowed in bliss, as if all their long-standing fatigue had been swept away in that moment, replaced by tranquility. Song Shutian, who had previously appeared indifferent, showed signs of intrigue. The cake was extraordinary. He had assumed it would be merely an ordinary dessert. Even if it differed, he thought it would only be a slight variation in flavor. However, he soon realized it was indeed exceptional, with quality that surged exponentially. Pei Chujin and Pei Zhixian, childhood friends of Song Xinrui, also received a slice of cake. Both were thoroughly impressed by its unique taste. Madame Song, astonished, turned to Zhu Xuan, unable to resist asking, "Which master did you learn baking from, Zhu? Why is your cake so unusual?" Zhu Xuan's cheeks flushed crimson, still recovering from the earlier surprise. She stammered, "It's just the baker that Mrs. Fong hired for me, with just a touch of spiritual energy added." Madame Song nodded, smiling. "Then I shall inquire about her later." That today's birthday celebration also included classmates from Xinglis. Upon witnessing Zhu Xuan, once bullied by them, mingling with the elite, They were all taken aback, whispering among themselves, relieved they had previously apologized and hadn't made any enemies. Xiao Rui, your father and I returned early today to bring you many gifts, Mr. Song called out to Song Xinrui. To which Madame Song nodded with a smile. Let's head outside to the lawn and take a look. That a group made their way from the main banquet hall to the lawn outside. Several large boxes awaited them, with servants arranging all the gifts Song Xinrui received that day into an appealing display. Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled at the sight of so many presents. Wow, so many gifts. Fang Qian felt a tug at his heart. Having grown up in an orphanage where resources were scarce, it was no wonder Zhu Xuan cherished such things. Fang Qian, with a dry tone, asked Zhu Xuan, "When is your birthday?" Zhu Xuan paused, recalling her own birthday, and shared a date with him, revealing it fell in the spring when bamboo shoots sprout. This year had already passed. Fang Qian silently noted the date. Song Xinrui was busy taking photos with his parents and brother on the lawn, while other guests mingled freely. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Xuan hurriedly found a secluded spot to review the recording. After watching it, her pupils widened in shock that no, it couldn't be. Was that Ji Chushuan beside her? Ji Chushuan kissed her. Chapter 67. Eavesdropping. Zhu Xuan stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Dazed, she shook her head repeatedly. This was impossible. It felt like a horror story. She swallowed hard and scrutinized the video once more. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had discovered something. How had she not noticed before? Ji Chushuan was beside Pei Zhixian. He must have been disoriented when the lights went out and confused left from right, that he likely intended to sneak a kiss on Pei Zhixian, but mistakenly kissed her instead. The system had previously mentioned that Ji Chushuan was Pei Zhixian's secret admirer. Zhu Xuan clicked her tongue in realization, never feeling so close to the truth. She consoled herself, vowing to keep this embarrassing incident a secret forever. Little did she know, the host was quite adept at deceiving herself. Zhu Xuan, it's nothing, the system program just glitched. Then it definitely needs some fixing. Haha. The system finds itself in a bit of a sweat, fearing that its malevolent female antagonist intellect may ascend yet another level. Zhu Xuan had just sneaked away to a secluded spot to watch some embarrassing footage, resulting in a lengthy journey back. On her way, she was suddenly engulfed by a cloud of smoke. She instinctively covered her mouth and nose. She detests secondhand smoke. Who could possibly be smoking here? Zhu Xuan's eyes darted and landed upon a familiar tuft of red hair. That red hair looked strikingly familiar. Zhu Xuan approached, eager to discover the identity of the individual. However, the owner of the red hair had already heard her, that he seemed momentarily taken aback before swiftly turning his head. Zhu Xuan caught a glimpse of his face and recognized him as Qi Feiyang, a classmate she had met during a visit to the Fang family. That Qi Feiyang was hidden among a cluster of flowers, and as he emerged, petals cascaded down around him. Upon realizing it was Zhu Xuan, his expression tightened, and he promptly extinguished his cigarette. Qi Feiyang scratched his head, finally managing to stammer an apology. Zhu Xuan shook her head and inquired, "Why aren't you eating cake? Why are you here instead?" A hint of bitter amusement flashed across Qi Feiyang's face. "I've already eaten." The system prompted host continue conversing with him. "A plot point may be detected." Zhu Xuan's gaze flickered momentarily. "How delightful. Points. Are you troubled by something?" Zhu Xuan blinked her large eyes and leaned closer to observe him. Qi Feiyang was suddenly enveloped by a waft of fragrance. Momentarily dazed, he dazedly nodded. Zhu Xuan's pupils widened for a brief instant, resembling a curious feline. "May I listen?" Qi Feiyang gazed at the girl peeking from the flowers, her eyes remarkably clear. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself compelled to comply with all her requests. Of course. "My father wants me to befriend the young master of the Song family, or at least to network with some prominent families during this banquet. But Qi Feiyang's tone shifted, continuing, "He said I'm not as capable as my brother. And if I cannot accomplish something useful for the family, my mother and I will be cast out. My mother just happens to be ill." Qi Feiyang fell silent. Zhu Xuan could roughly guess the situation. Winning favor and making connections was not as simple as it seemed. It could very well lead to internal strife. Zhu Xuan had already conjured an image of a melodramatic tale of a wealthy family in her mind. His father openly brought the son of the mistress home, and astonishingly, this son was even older than the legitimate child, Qi Feiyang. From that point onward, Qi Feiyang's mother fell ill. The system succinctly summarized the situation. Qi Feiyang appeared to be under immense pressure, It was evident that he had made a formal effort to present himself well for the banquet, yet fatigue was unmistakably etched on his features. Dark circles hung beneath his eyes, which had lost their former luster, and he resembled an utterly exhausted dog. Zhu Xuan sighed softly. How pitiable, regrettably. Such matters were beyond her means to assist. She rummaged through her belongings and produced a small glass vial. Here, take this. It's my favorite perfume that it possesses calming properties. You might want to try it on your mother. What she offered was a small fraction of her accumulated spiritual energy, which should be quite effective for Qi Feiyang's mother-s treatment. Qi Feiyang likely did not comprehend the significance of the gift. He merely smiled and sincerely thanked her upon receiving it. Zhu Xuan waited for quite a while, yet no plot point was triggered. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Where are the plot points? She mused. They don't seem to be emerging. Perhaps later. Zhu Xuan responded, Oh, very well then. She flashed a smile and declared, I shall take my leave. Qi Feiyang nodded and advised her, Be cautious on your way back. Avoid the wind and rain corridor. That I just saw Pei Zhixian and Song Shutian heading that way. They appeared to be discussing something. Zhu Xuan's pupils widened for a fleeting moment. She swallowed hard and nodded. All right, thank you for the warning. Ding, host, please proceed to the wind and rain corridor to execute the eavesdropping task. Zhu Xuan thought. As expected, I knew it would come to this. The moment those words escaped Qi Feiyang's lips, she anticipated the system would concoct a scheme. Ugh, how infuriating. Am I merely your beast of burden? Must I comply with your every whim? I'm exhausted. I wish to return and rest at AS, she grumbled to herself. Zhu Xuan made her way toward her destination. The system, overwhelmed, could only listen in silence. What is it like to have a host brimming with inner monologue? Zhu Xuan discovered a massive white column styled after ancient Rome. She leaned against it, the perfect vantage point for her eavesdropping. The column's broadness concealed her entirely. Pei Zhixian was elegantly attired, her light cyan gown both simple and exquisitely refined, complemented by a pair of nude stiletto heels. Her hair was loosely gathered with a carved wooden hairpin, and she adorned a pair of jade earrings. She exuded an ethereal aura, as though stepping out from a painting of misty Jiangnan. Ding. Contrast achieved. The system's malevolent female antagonist task has been upgraded. The female lead is intelligent, elegant, and cold like the snow-capped mountains, while the malevolent female antagonist is vulgar, a garish flower of earthly wealth. The system upgraded from 0866 to a 2-star system. Chapter 68. Only whining Zhu Xuan was taken aback. Momentarily unsure whether she was being praised or ridiculed. Thank you, host. As the system for the malevolent female antagonist department, I have finally leveled up. Your unexpected performance has granted me additional points. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Zhu Xuan thought. What a peculiar system. What a peculiar company. She shook her head, dismissing the system's exuberance echoing in her mind, and focused on eavesdropping. Brother Song seems to have gifted Shinri something he genuinely appreciates. I haven't seen him smile so joyfully in ages, Pei Zhixian remarked, lowering her head with a smile, revealing her long, fair neck, a strand of dark hair cascading down. Song Shutian maintained a polite, yet detached smile. Allow me to thank you on behalf of Shinrui. Your thoughtfulness in preparing a gift is commendable. Pei Zhixian's gaze flickered momentarily before gradually revealing her true intentions, that I've included Shinrui in my proposed research project. His contributions have been invaluable, and this project stands a good chance of winning an award thanks to his assistance. Song Shutian's eyes widened in surprise for an instant. Shinrui actively participating in project research and even winning an award. Pei Zhixian, noticing his astonishment, smiled even more brightly. In truth, Shinrui is quite intelligent and possesses remarkable determination. Pei Zhixian generously praised Song Shinrui. Song Shutian regarded Pei Zhixian with newfound interest. What is the nature of your project? Pei Zhixian could no longer conceal her excitement, explaining that they were researching deeper aspects of neural networks, with the main topic titled XXXXXXX. Zhu Xuan, a novice who had only been studying for 2 months, found their conversation utterly incomprehensible. She scratched her head, her expression a mix of curiosity and confusion. What are you doing here? A cold voice, seemingly wrapped in ice and snow, pierced through the air. Zhu Xuan jumped in surprise, hastily covering her mouth to stifle a scream. How infuriating! It was Pei Chujin again, trying to scare her. Eavesdropping was already nerve-wracking, and now Pei Chu-jin had to add to her fright. Zhu Xuyin silently cursed under her breath. "I am just resting here for a moment," she stammered, swallowing hard and feigning innocence. Pei Chu-jin cast her a fleeting glance, not offering any commentary on her response that he hardly found her story convincing. Zhu Xuyin had been peeking from behind the column, her posture amusingly obvious. Pei Chu-jin had been observing her for quite some time, but he had merely intended to pass through this path back to the venue. But upon spotting her, he decided to investigate. Rather than exerting pressure on Zhu Xuyin, he simply leaned in to peer around the column. Zhu Xuyin secretly patted her chest and slowly turned to face him. "Ugh, I fear that one day, Pei Chu-jin will scare me to death. How is it that he always appears and disappears so mysteriously?" Zhu Xuyin maintained a slight distance from Pei Chu-jin, though not excessively so. Despite the impressive stature of the Roman column, it was not grand enough to conceal two individuals standing side by side. Pei Chu-jin was nearly twice her width at that moment. The two engaged in conversation remained oblivious to the presence of another pair hidden behind the pillar not far away. Pei Zhixian gazed at Song Shutian with an expression of longing. "Now then, could you please take a look at the research project?" she said, "and also check on the results of Xin Rui's diligent efforts. It would be wonderful if I could be selected for the Imperial Research Institute." A fitting smile of happiness graced Pei Zhixian's face as she timidly looked at Song Shutian, seemingly overwhelmed by the honor of having her project reviewed by such a prestigious institution. Yet, there was an additional glimmer in her eyes, one that hinted at a more tantalizing emotion. Song Shutian maintained his perfectly poised smile, unchanged from the moment prior. Zhu Xuyin gasped in astonishment. The system always insisted that she was a machine. Yet the true embodiment of a machine seemed to be Song Shutian, who could possibly maintain the same expression consistently. Surely, one's face would become stiff from such perpetual smiling. How frightening, for the first time. Zhu Xuyin realized that Song Dage was not merely the polite and approachable figure he appeared to be. His character seemed rather intricate. The dialogue between the two appeared to have reached a conclusion. However, Pei Zhixian, having delved so deeply into their conversation, failed to notice a small patch of grass at her feet, leading her to stumble. Zhu Xuyin's eyes widened, a bead of cold sweat forming for her. Fortunately, Song Shutian caught her just before she fell, effortlessly helping Pei Zhixian regain her footing. Startled, Pei Zhixian's eyes glimmered with a touch of vulnerability. "Thank you, Song Dage, for catching me," she said. Song Shutian shook his head, advising her to be more cautious while walking. Pei Zhixian nodded gratefully. "Host, did you see that? You should learn from others and try a fresh approach with your green tea methods," the system suggested. Zhu Xuyin replied, "Every time I call you green tea, you start whining that my ears are nearly callous from it, that it's infuriating. Even when she isn't being green tea, she still loves to whine." The system was clearly biased against her. Were they just discussing research topics? Pei Chu-jin finally spoke up, leaving Zhu Xuyin surprised as she thought he had become mute. "Indeed. So you were eavesdropping?" Zhu Xuyin's face flushed crimson. "I was not." Pei Chu-jin regarded her with a knowing look, making her feel that her defense was feeble. Unable to restrain herself, she bit her lip. She had merely passed by and noticed their conversation, refraining from interrupting until they had concluded. Zhu Xuyin fabricated a half-hearted excuse, hoping Pei Chu-jin would not harbor resentment and seek revenge. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. 100 points. Plot degree 1, that the system has automatically increased the plot degree to the host's spiritual power. Zhu Xuyin's eyes sparkled with delight. She had not anticipated that this incident would enhance her plot degree. It was simply perfect. Pei Chu-jin's unintentional interruption had caused Pei Zhixian's character to falter, thus inadvertently increasing her plot degree. Zhu Xuyin no longer regarded Pei Chu-jin as a frightening nuisance. Instead, she wished he would appear even more frequently. Chapter 69. The feast was delightful. I'll be taking my leave now. Zhu Xuyin completed her task and prepared to slip away. But Pei Chu-jin leisurely followed behind her. Coincidentally, I am also heading back. Zhu Xuyin thought little of it, as the route home was indeed the shortest. Pei Chu-jin walked with an air of effortless ease. Yet if one listened closely, they would realize that each step he took was laden with weight. He merely suppressed it, giving an impression of nonchalance. Zhu Xuyin heard the grass beneath them complain. "Ouch! This person has no idea how heavy he is. Ugh, I just managed to grow taller. In this day and age, do grasses not have lives?" who will take care of this, even if he's handsome. He shouldn't tread so heavily. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhu Xuan felt a wave of empathy wash over her. With reddened eyes, she turned to him. Could you please walk more lightly? Or perhaps take the side corridor instead? Pei Chujin paused, his expression momentarily blank that you've hurt the grass. Haven't you? Can't you see how you've trampled them? Zhu Xuan pointed to the lush greenery. Pei Chujin chuckled in a rather nonsensical manner before stepping onto the adjacent brick pathway. A peculiar remark slipped from his lips. Your cheeks are quite flushed. Was Fang Qian eating heartily? Boom! Zhu Xuan felt her face heat up, stumbling over her words. Why you? Although Pei Chujin wore a smile, there was no trace of mirth in his eyes. Instead, he regarded Zhu Xuan with an air of profound understanding. This gaze, though devoid of discomfort, lingered in a way that was impossible to dismiss. What a weirdo, Zhu Xuan muttered under her breath before hastily departing. Pei Chujin seemed far from ordinary. How frustrating. It seemed she was the only normal one left. Are you sure? The system teased. Zhu Xuan nodded emphatically. Absolutely. Upon returning to the venue, Fang Qian seized her wrist. Where have you been? You took so long. Oh, it's nothing, but I just went for a stroll and ate a bit too much, needed some time to digest, Zhu Xuan replied. Fang Qian scrutinized her from head to toe, finally relaxing when he found no notable changes. Next time, remember to invite me along. Okay, Zhu Xuan responded. Songbo, Song-yi, my brother has arrived and he brought a gift for Xiaorui, Ji Chushuan's voice carried over. He had been quietly on the phone moments before, likely conversing with his brother. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xuan perked up, bouncing over to Ji Chushuan's side, that Mr. Song, Suzhou has arrived. Quickly, let me head to the entrance to greet him. Ji Suzhou, in truth, was only 8 years older than Song Xinrui. When they were younger, the chubby Song Xinrui had often sought him out to play. Thus, Ji Suzhou's arrival to deliver a gift did not seem strange. Most of the attendees at the birthday banquet were young individuals of similar age to Song Xinrui, while the older generation had simply sent their gifts through others that I'll go bring my brother inside, Ji Chushuan said, immediately making his way to the manor entrance. Wait for me, Zhu Xuan exclaimed, breathless as she hurried after him. Why are you here? Ji Chushuan asked, surprise etched on his face that, oh, you hurry along. Don't keep your brother waiting too long. Feeling a bit awkward due to the earlier incident, Zhu Xuan could not bring herself to meet Ji Chushuan's gaze and instead pouted, changing the subject. Ji Chushuan cast her a curious glance but said nothing further. Continuing his search for his brother, a Mr. Song had already given the orders, and the security at the entrance had long since granted access. As Zhu Xuan followed Ji Chushuan partway, she spotted Ji Suzhou, impeccably dressed in formal attire. He appeared to have just returned from work, his hair meticulously styled, and his deep gray suit ironed to perfection without a wrinkle. Holding a finely packaged gift box, it was evident that it was the present he brought. Upon seeing her master, Zhu Xuan dashed towards him like a puppy spotting a bone, her movements even swifter than Ji Chushuan. His own brother, Ji Suzhou, noticed the girl rushing towards him from afar, his brow raising slightly as he easily recognized her as the one who frequently sent him bothersome messages. That Ji Chushuan stared at Zhu Xuan in disbelief, glancing between his brother and himself, ultimately convincing himself that Zhu Xuan was simply a peculiar individual. Master Ji, Zhu Xuan called out, quickly altering her address, that Ji Chushuan's head was filled with dark lines at her familiarity. Zhu Xuan had a knack for making herself at home. The Ji Suzhou naturally extended the gift box to Ji Chushuan, then turned his serious attention to the girl before him. She was petite, barely reaching his chest, requiring him to look down at her. What is it? Zhu Xuan swallowed hard, suppressing the urge to leap into his arms, and simply asked, when are you going to Star 52? Ji Dage, I wish to accompany you. The seasons drift by with an air of indifference, as Ji Suzhou simply states. The time is yet to be determined. Zhu Xuan immediately replies, I will be going at the beginning of next month. Could you possibly accompany me then? Ji Chushuan, who had been eavesdropping nearby, nearly dropped his eyes in astonishment. What on earth was Zhu Xuan up to? Moreover, how could he be unaware that his brother was heading to the 52nd star? Zhu Xuan walked alongside Ji Suzhou, having long since overshadowed Ji Chushuan, the legitimate younger brother. They conversed as they walked, soon arriving at the gathering place of the larger party. Ji Suzhou paused to greet Mr. and Mrs. Song, and then nodded at Song Shutian, along with today's guest of honor, Song Xinrui. He acknowledged only these few individuals, leaving the others unconsidered. His overwhelming presence rendered any objections to his behavior moot. Mr. Song promptly responded with a smile. What brings you here, Shujo? Ji Shujo first wished Song Shinrui a happy birthday before addressing Mr. Song's inquiry. I hear that Aunt Song and Dr. Song have returned today. The doctor in question referred to Song Shutian. Chapter 70. Take me along aside from Song Shinrui. Every member of the Song family possessed keen insight. How could they not discern the underlying meaning in Ji Shujo's words? Was the elder Mr. Ji's health failing again? Ji Shujo nodded, requesting that Aunt Song and Dr. Song accompany him to pay a visit. Mrs. Song's expression shifted to one of concern, and she readily agreed. Of course, Song Shutian nodded as well, immediately dispatching someone to fetch his medical kit. The elder Mr. Ji was the grandfather of both Ji Chuxian and Ji Shujo, the former head of the Ji family. Zhu Shuain recalled the formidable elder vividly and promptly inquired, has grandfather been experiencing chest pains again? Fang Qian, Ji Chuxian, Pei Chujin, and Pei Zhixian all exchanged incredulous glances at Zhu Shuain. Grandfather? Well, if one were to press the matter. Referring to him as grandfather didn't seem entirely inappropriate. Yet, how did Zhu Shuain know about the elder Ji's ailment? Ji Shujo's deep-set eyes slowly turned toward Zhu Shuain, filled with an icy scrutiny. Zhu Shuain opened her mouth, her exaggerated gesture of regret causing her to cover her mouth with her hand. She would have been better off not making that motion, as it only heightened suspicions. Fortunately, her voice had been soft enough that only those in close proximity had heard. Fang Qian swiftly pulled Zhu Shuain aside, whispering, How do you know about the elder Ji's condition? And you called him grandfather in such a gentle tone. Zhu Shuain's gaze darted around, and she remained silent for a moment. Song Shinrui sliced the last piece of cake from the tray and offered it to Ji Shujo. Brother Ji, take this cake with you. It's quite delicious. Ji Shujo's scrutiny was interrupted as he smiled at Song Shinrui and accepted the cake. Thank you. Zhu Shuain's heart raced at the sight of Ji Shujo holding the cake. Her cheeks flushed and her eyelashes fluttering. Would the host praise her once he tasted the cake? Filled with delight, she gazed intently at Ji Shujo. Fang Qian, observing her demeanor, felt an inexplicable annoyance. His tone darkened. You seem quite enamored with Ji Shujo. Your eyes are glued to him. Zhu Shuain was taken aback by his tone. Her heart fluttered, and she forced a sheepish laugh. Haha, not at all. Fang Qian fell silent. His dismissive response was worse than saying nothing at all, that an unshakable sense of unease gripped Fang Qian. Zhu Shuain wiped away non-existent sweat from her forehead. Meanwhile, Ji Shujo had already begun to leave with Mrs. Song and Dr. Song. Seeing this, Zhu Shuain hurried to follow. Fang Qian quickly seized her collar, pulling her back. Why are you following them? They're going to see a patient. Oh, I care about Grandfather Ji too. Fang Qian's eyes narrowed as he inquired, Did you know Ji Shujo before? Zhu Shuain felt a twinge of guilt. No, not at all. He just helped me deal with Ji Chuxian last time, and I was grateful. Accompanying Zhu Shuain toward the Ji family home was Pei Zhixian, who also seemed eager to join Ji Shujo. Shujo, take me along too, that I want to see Grandfather Ji. Pei Zhixian's face showed genuine concern. Her eyes filled with sincerity. Ji Shujo paused, recalling that his grandfather seemed to take a liking to her, and he eventually nodded. A hint of excitement colored Pei Zhixian's refined features. Oh, and me. I want to go too. Ji Chuxian turned to find Zhu Shuain bouncing after him. Eager to catch up, he couldn't help but hiss in frustration. Why couldn't she discern the gravity of the situation and stop causing a disturbance? He sensed that his brother's patience was wearing thin. Brother Ji, take me along. Zhu Shuain's large, glistening eyes implored Ji Shujo. Her pleading expression, nearly spilling over to Ji Chuxian, was acutely aware of his brother's unpredictable temperament, which had grown increasingly volatile of late, that he quickly advised Zhu Shuain, Don't cause trouble. Just go back with Fang Qian. Zhu Shuain ignored him, shoving his face away with her hand. But Ji Chuxian. Pei Zhixian's expression darkened slightly. Her voice serious. Miss Zhu, this is a critical moment concerning the elder's health. Please refrain from causing a disturbance. Zhu Shuain shook her head. I'm not causing trouble. That in her youth, she had grown up in the Ji family estate, spending her days with Grandfather Ji, who relished tea and chess in the bamboo grove. Back then, her inability to control her spiritual energy had transformed the grove into a place overflowing with vitality, which had greatly benefited Grandfather Ji's health. Even after being taken away by her current master, she frequently returned to the estate, as Ji Chuxian and her master visited for dinner once a week. Song Shetian lowered his gaze, his expression calm, that he recalled the unusual cake and smiled gently. Let us bring Miss Zhu along. Perhaps she has some insight. Unknowingly or not, Pei Zhixin remarked, it seems Miss Zhu did not perform well in the recent exams at St. Lizi's. She is about to head to the 52nd star. The implication was clear. Zhu Xuan was incapable of offering any meaningful assistance. Song Shetian paused, a bemused expression crossing his face as he looked at Zhu Xuan. Though his eyes held no disdain, that Mrs. Song contemplated briefly, casting a subtle glance at Pei Zhixin. Zhu Xuan felt a sting at the comment, her cheeks flushing. Her cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish. Oh, how embarrassing. Surely my master won't think less of me for being foolish. Although she had already informed him of her shortcomings, that Ji Shujo's gaze dropped, his tone devoid of emotion as he quietly stated, take her along. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. The Ji Chuxian jolted, realizing his brother was summoning him, that he was still caught up in the recent warmth of that gentle gesture. Ji Chushuan's expression soured slightly as he shook off the lingering feelings and brought Zhu Xuan along. Pei Zhixin stood momentarily stunned, quickly concealing her displeasure. Her gaze toward Zhu Xuan darkened further. Zhu Xuan, feeling apprehensive, chose to ignore it and move closer to Ji Chuxian. She turned to Fang Qiyin and said, can you wait for me at the Ji family home and take me back later? Fang Qiyin found himself nearly laughing in exasperation. How dare Zhu Xuan keep him waiting? Yet a flicker of delight danced within him, for Zhu Xuan had not forgotten him. After all, she had afforded him a role of considerable importance. With a scowl etched upon his face, Fang Qiyin took the helm of the hovercraft, biding his time at the entrance of the Ji family's ancestral home, but he felt as though he had become Zhu Xuan's obedient dog, summoned at her whim and bound in a relentless, unyielding manner. Chapter 71. A visit to relatives. The group hurriedly arrived at the Ji family estate, their expressions betraying a sense of urgency. The situation was critical, and their strides were long and determined. Zhu Xuan quickened her pace, navigating the familiar pathways with ease. That Ji Chushuan, initially concerned that she might lose her way, contemplated slowing down to wait for her, only to realize that she was intimately acquainted with the surroundings. His anticipation had proven unnecessary, that a flicker of surprise crossed Ji Chushuan's mind, but he deemed it not the moment to inquire further. Suppressing his astonishment, the residence of Ji Chushuan and Ji Shujo was styled in a Western architectural design, in stark contrast to the traditional Chinese structure of the Ji family ancestral home. The estate featured quaint bridges, flowing waters, landscaped gardens, rockeries, courtyards, and majestic buildings, all exuding the grandeur and intricate elegance of traditional Chinese aesthetics, a testament to power and status. The ancestral home sprawled over an expansive area, resembling a colossal entity slumbering through the ages. Its location was arguably the most coveted in the entire empire, where every inch was of paramount value. Having not visited for several months, Zhu Xuan felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. She hastened her steps towards the main residence where the elder patriarch resided. The bedroom and study were interconnected, with a wooden archway leading to a platform below, which opened into a marble-paved courtyard adorned with lush bamboo groves. Vibrant and breathtaking, evoking a sense of awe. Returning to this place felt akin to returning home for Zhu Xuan, her eyes shimmering with excitement. She rushed over to embrace a bamboo stalk as thick as a person's arm, exclaiming, "Wow, I'm home. Oh, how I've missed you all. Uncle, aunt, second uncle, third aunt, little aunt." Inside the bedroom, the elderly patriarch lay pale and frail upon the bed, attended by Mrs. Song and Song Shutian, the most esteemed physicians in the empire, whose expertise inspired confidence. Hidden amidst the bamboo, Zhu Xuan absorbed the essence of her surroundings, channeling her spiritual energy. "Oh, I hope Grandpa Ji recovers swiftly," she mused. The system stared in astonishment at its host, momentarily blinded by her radiance. Today, she appeared exceptionally extraordinary, almost divine. The elder Ji gradually awakened, his expression shifting from pain to one of tranquility. Ji Shujo, watching from the side, raised an eyebrow in silent inquiry at Mrs. Song and Song Shutian, who were equally stunned by the sudden turn of events. "Grandpa, do you feel better now?" Ji Shujo asked, his tone laced with concern. "Indeed, I feel quite energetic now," the elder replied. Song Shutian, having completed a thorough examination, affirmed, "Grandpa Ji, there are no major issues now. All indicators are normal. The Ji Shujo fell silent for a moment. But Grandpa, you were in pain just a moment ago. What changed? The elder Ji gently patted his chest. I cannot say that I appreciate your efforts in coming here. His words were directed at Mrs. Song and Song Shutian. Grandpa, what are you saying? Nothing is more important than your health, Mrs. Song responded with a smile. Father, you truly frightened us, exclaimed a beautiful woman standing nearby, dabbing her tears. The man beside her wore a worried expression. They were the elder's second daughter and son-in-law. The greetings from the daughter and son-in-law were followed by those from the son and daughter-in-law. Grandpa, it's such a relief to see you well, exclaimed Pei Zhixian and Ji Chushuan, who stood behind, their faces lighting up with joy. Zhixian, what brings you here? The elder Ji inquired with a smile. Pei Zhixian's cheeks flushed as she earnestly replied that she had come out of concern for his health. Surrounded by family, nearly all of Ji's children had set aside their work to care for the elder patriarch. Pei Zhixian had been a close friend of Ji's second daughter, Ji Yuman, often visiting the Ji family during her childhood. Earning the elder's fondness, with whispers of a potential union between their families lingering in the air. The elder Ji felt a wave of familiarity wash over him, prompting another question. Shujo, did you truly not bring the bamboo? Ji Shujo paused, his gaze darkening, before he slowly shook his head. The elder sighed. I had a feeling today was the day you would bring it. Hence my repeated inquiries. The family understood the fondness shared between the elder and Ji Shujo for bamboo. Recalling how a particular bamboo had been taken from the ancestral home, with Ji Shujo bringing it back weekly to show the elder its growth, that moment. A cheerful voice echoed from outside. Grandpa's sweet, melodic tone rang out, piercing through the room. Zhu Xuan, having arrived, attempted to squeeze her way through the throng surrounding the elder's bed, her little face scrunching up in determination as she nudged left and right, softly whimpering to get through. However, she hesitated to make too much noise. Feeling timid among the familiar, yet intimidating faces, the Ji Chushuan's expression darkened as he stepped outside to hush Zhu Xuan, for the Ji family was known for its strict decorum. No loud disturbances allowed in the sick room. Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled as she seized Ji Chushuan's hand, eager to be led inside. Please take me to see Grandpa. Ji Chushuan, caught off guard by her grasp, felt a jolt of warmth course through him, momentarily lost in the sensation of holding her soft hand. The elder Ji, unusually unperturbed, turned his head with curiosity. Who is calling me? Ji Shujo wore a bemused expression as he glanced back. The subtlety of his amusement was lost on most, who could not decipher whether his smile was genuine or merely superficial. That a little girl brought here to see you, Ji Shujo explained, that moment. Zhu Xuan finally squeezed her way into the room, joyfully rushing to stand beside Ji Shujo, nearly snuggling into his embrace. Grandpa, are you feeling better now? She asked excitedly. Chapter 72. Will you dare again? Upon seeing the little girl, Elder Ji felt an instant fondness swell within him. He instinctively relaxed his imposing aura and replied earnestly, I feel quite at ease now. The girl's crescent moon-like eyes sparkled with delight. You are... Zhu Xuan quickly clutched Ji Shujo's arm. He brought me here. Ji Shujo, exasperated, clarified, she is a classmate of Chushuan. And how did you? Ji Shujo raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes glinting with amusement, seemingly eager to hear Zhu Xuan's explanation. Zhu Xuan, fidgeting with Ji Shujo's sleeve, confessed, I simply wanted to see you. Although her reasoning seemed dubious, Elder Ji chose not to press the matter further, offering her a gentle smile instead. Zhu Xuan responded with a broad grin, revealing her pearly whites, her joy palpable. Perhaps her innocent gaze was so pure that no one questioned her intentions. Dear classmate, it would be best not to lean too close to Brother Ji. He prefers his personal space. Pei Zhixian kindly advised, concern etched on her face. Indeed, my brother is rather particular about that, echoed another young woman of similar age to Zhu Xuan, who could not help but chime in, dressed elegantly. She exuded the air of a well-bred heiress. Ji Yuman, Ji Chushuan's cousin, Ji Chushuan nodded, preparing to gently pull Zhu Xuan away. Da-da. Thank you for your concern, Zhu Xuan replied, glancing up at Ji Shujo's expression. He wore an inscrutable countenance, leaving her uncertain whether he was pleased or displeased. Zhu Xuan shuffled her feet, slightly shifting away, though the movement was hardly noticeable. Pei Zhixian, Ji Yuman, Ji Chushuan. Was she doing this on purpose? At the beginning of the season, 3 dark lines fell upon Ji Chushuan's head. Zhu Xuan was undoubtedly his nemesis. Before Ji Chushuan's brother succumbed to madness, he had pulled Zhu Xuan out and placed her beside him. His emotions were relatively stable, and remaining by his side felt considerably safer. Zhu Xuan's plump lips could not help but pout, displaying a rather unhappy demeanor. Ji Chushian remarked, rescuing her from peril, and yet she remains ungrateful. Now she gives him the cold shoulder. When his brother deals with her, she shall learn to appreciate my efforts that he had yet to witness anyone daring enough to approach his brother so closely. Ji Shuzhou's gaze drifted lazily to Ji Chushian, his expression inscrutable that Ji Chushian inexplicably shivered. Song Shutian printed an electronic list detailing specific dosages of medication. Grandfather Ji, you have been overexerting yourself lately. You must relax more. This is the prescription I have prepared for you. The steward attending to the elder promptly accepted the list, expressing gratitude to Song Shutian with a brief thank you to Ji Shuzhou, also nodded in acknowledgement. His eyes brimming with appreciation that we shall not disturb you any further. Xiao Rui is still waiting for us at home for dinner. Mrs. Song, poised and graceful, rose to bid farewell to the Ji family. Qingshu, please see Mrs. Song and Shutian off. Yes, that Ji Qingshu, the third son of Elder Ji, complied. With Song Shutian and the others departed, Zhu Xuan was also about to take her leave. Her eyes darted as her fingertips coalesced into a shimmering, verdant energy. Quietly, she directed this energy towards the vase at the elder's bedside. The classical flowers within the vase instantly radiated vitality. As long as the elder rested here, his body would receive daily nourishment, easing his heart ailment for a considerable time. Upon completing her task, Zhu Xuan anticipated being sent away. She had no intention of leaving voluntarily. She would wait for her master to dismiss her. Enough now. Everyone step outside. Do not disturb grandfather's rest. The Ji Shuzhou lowered his gaze, his long lashes obscuring his eyes, rendering his emotions indiscernible. That he the head of the Ji family. His word was law, and no one dared to contradict him. Thus, the entire family exited in unison. Ji Chushian hastily pulled Zhu Xuan along. You were quite bold just now, daring to approach my brother so closely. Zhu Xuan blinked, thinking she merely returned to her original position. It was not audacity. Yet, I feel he does not seem to dislike it as much. Ji Chushian gasped. What are you, some sort of anomaly? You do not understand. My brother truly detests it. Previously, a woman attempted to get close using underhanded tactics and was promptly expelled from the first star. Zhu Xuan. She appeared to have been startled, prompting Ji Chushian to smirk, taking leisurely strides as he awaited her to display an endearing expression. Zhu Xuan opened her mouth, revealing a frightened look. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she nervously chuckled. Haha, it's nothing. I did not employ any underhanded tactics. To Ji Chushian, seeing her genuinely frightened, suppressed a laugh and teasingly asked, will you dare to be so bold next time? Zhu Xuan fell silent for a moment, silently affirming, of course, I will dare again. After all, it is expulsion, not elimination. Let us go. My brother will likely converse with grandfather for a while. That I will escort you home first. Zhu Xuan rubbed her fingers together, saying, Fang Qian should still be waiting for me outside. That Ji Chushian paused, questioning, you left him waiting outside alone for so long? Zhu Xuan nodded. The Ji Chushian sighed. He truly is an enigma. Fang Qian leaned against the white wall, idly browsing through his smart device, exuding an air of languor without a hint of impatience, resembling a lazily groomed cat. Zhu Xuan dashed over, lifting her fair face. Let us go home. Fang Qian trembled slightly at the words go home, feeling a surge of warmth and a tinge of sweetness within him. Yet it was not unpleasing. Consequently, he straightened up, his tall figure casting a large shadow. You finished so soon. Were you in such a rush? Fang Qian could not resist teasing her. Zhu Xuan's lips curled into a smile as she nodded. Grandfather Ji is already well. Fang Qian acknowledged with a nod, secretly admiring Song Shutian and Mrs. Song for their exceptional expertise. The two walked home together. The night in the Empire was alive with flickering neon lights, the city pulsating with a technological ambience, emanating a sense of vibrant energy. Zhu Xuan pulled back the curtains and leaned against the window, gazing down at the bustling metropolis. The Empire was dotted with countless towering buildings, many of which were strikingly magnificent. However, the most captivating was the skyscraper that soared towards the heavens. Chapter 73. Eavesdropping. Zhu Xuan could not help but gasp in awe. In the darkness, it resembled a grand lighthouse, although she had seen it during the day on her way to school. This was her first encounter with its night view. Which one is the tallest building? Fang Qian glanced down and replied, that is the Ji family's building. Zhu Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. That is, it's owned by the master. How impressive! Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she cupped her slightly pudgy face, exclaiming, Jigu is truly remarkable. Fang Qian smirked, not bothering to refute her, for Zhu Xuan spoke the truth. And which building belongs to your family? Zhu Xuan inquired further. Fang Qian perked up, declaring, do you see that massive structure? It is not your family, but our family. Oh, all right. Our family. Is that acceptable? Fang Qian fell silent, his handsome face flushing with embarrassment. Zhu Xuan, with wide, curious eyes, soon spotted it. A building resembling a Roman column, towering high, yet slightly shorter than the Ji family skyscraper. Whispering to herself, she mused, so Mr. Fang and Mrs. Fang work here every day. The following day at school, Zhu Xuan markedly noticed a shift in her classmates' attitudes towards her. Their gazes were now filled with admiration and affection, a complete 180-degree turn from their previous disdainful scrutiny. Zhu Xuan felt a surge of joy within. Though she maintained an outwardly modest demeanor, exuding an air of innocent fragility, internally, she harbored resentment towards past grievances, yet she feigned a magnanimous disposition, embodying the persona most familiar to her original self. A delicate flower in public, yet capable of biting back in private, an embodiment of duplicity and sensitivity. Zhu Xuan approached Fang Qian, clutching her books. Yinjing, I've taken up too much of your study time recently. Fang Qian has offered to teach me, that I'm heading over there now. Her voice held an underlying excitement. Jiang Yinjing's fair fingers trembled slightly as she slowly lifted her gaze, that if he finds you lacking and is dissatisfied, remember to come back to me. I won't judge you. Zhu Xuan's lashes drooped slightly, her expression a touch glum as she replied, Okay, I understand. Jiang Yinjing, observing her demeanor, could not help but chuckle, gently ruffling her hair. I think you are quite adorable. Zhu Xuan's eyes brightened, and a radiant smile adorned her cherubic face, leaving Jiang Yinjing momentarily dazzled. That was the first time Jiang Yinjing had openly praised her. Zhu Xuan floated away in a daze. Ji Chuxian and Song Xinrui, seated near Fang Qian, exchanged curious glances, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Fang Qian cleared his throat twice, but remained silent as Zhu Xuan approached. A refreshing fragrance enveloped the area, purifying the space that had been dominated by boys. Song Xinrui appeared the most delighted, a rosy blush illuminating his face. Zhu Xuan, why did you suddenly sit here? Zhu Xuan took a few gulps of water before responding. Fang Qian is supervising my studies, so I came over. Fang Qian wore a disgruntled expression. Her grades are atrocious. If she fails the next exam, she might be sent to the wasteland for research, and she won't even have a place to cry. Zhu Xuan discreetly stuck out her tongue. She certainly wouldn't cry. After all, her master would also be heading to the wasteland, which was an unparalleled opportunity. Song Xinrui, wearing a dejected expression, grumbled in frustration. Couldn't we spend a little money to bring Zhu Xuan back? The wasteland, with its dust and chaos, is no place for a beautiful girl like her. Zhu Xuan hurriedly waved her hands, shaking her head vigorously. No, it would be quite fine to go. The three exchanged skeptical glances, and Zhu Xuan, realizing she was on the verge of breaking character, dramatically covered her mouth. Her lashes fluttered as she cast a coy glance at Fang Qian, her delicate fingers pointed at him. After all, he will be going with me. Surely, that would be acceptable, wouldn't it? To have the opportunity to be alone with someone like Fang Qian, a young master of his stature, the original owner must be absolutely elated. How could she possibly care about going to the Desolate Star? After Zhu Xuan found her way through a myriad of excuses, the atmosphere grew even more somber. Fang Qian's ears flushed slightly as he lowered his head, seemingly preoccupied with something. Ji Chuxian, on the other hand, averted his gaze and busied himself with his intelligent device. Appearing indifferent, Song Xinrui exhibited the most overt reaction, his eyes reddening as he turned away to vent his frustration through a game. Zhu Xuan blinked in confusion. How peculiar they all are. Nevertheless, as long as they maintain their personas, everything is fine. Fang Xiao, someone is looking for you, Zhu Xuan remarked, Her curiosity piqued as she observed two girls clad in St. Lizzie uniforms standing at the entrance of class. A point one bore a resemblance to Fang Qian, while the other seemed to be her companion. Upon spotting the girl beside Fang Qian, they froze momentarily. Fang Qian rose and stepped outside. Zhu Xuyin, her eyes wide with intrigue, stealthily followed to eavesdrop that a hint of distress crossed her face. Ah, this may not be appropriate. It's not as if she hasn't done it before. Zhu Xuyin thought to herself, always being assigned such unsavory tasks. Yet, she found herself ineffectively tidying up and dashing out. Ji Chuxuan, noticing her small antics, couldn't help but chime in. That's Fang Qian's cousin, Fang Xiqing. The implication was clear. Was Zhu Xuin's suspicion correct? Suddenly enlightened, Zhu Xuyin realized, oh, that explains the similarity. However, the insidious system still urged her to go out and take a look. Frustrated, Zhu Xuyin rushed out, her steps eager. Ji Chuxuan remarked, so much love. He lowered his gaze, appearing somewhat contemplative. Why was there no one who adored him in such a manner? Zhu Xuyin, slightly bent at the knees, stealthily concealed herself in the loft to eavesdrop. Qian, today your grandparents want you to come home for dinner. All right, I understand. The dinner is at 7. Fang Qian acknowledged and prepared to leave when a gentle voice called out to him. Qian, I've made some desserts recently, and I specially brought you a portion. Xiao Qing and Grandma both said it's delicious. Zhu Xuyin peered out from the wooden window, intrigued by the girl beside Fang Qian's cousin. Who is she? She is the adopted daughter of the Fang family, the granddaughter of Grandpa Fang's comrade. Due to her comrade's family being small in number, only leaving a girl without anyone to care for her. Grandpa Fang took her in when she was quite young, making her a sister figure to Fang Qian. Chapter 74. No, Fang Qian furrowed his brow, but ultimately accepted it, saying, thank you, but you needn't bring them in the future. I'm not particularly fond of them. After saying this, he departed. Zhu Xuyin initially intended to leave as well, but was suddenly captivated by a remark. Xiao Chou, I really placed a love letter in Qian's drawer, but it inexplicably vanished later. Fang Xiqing wore an expression of self-reproach, mingled with a hint of confusion. She clearly could not comprehend how something so innocuous could simply disappear. Xiao Chou, with a flicker of curiosity in her eyes, gently reassured her. It's all right, Xiqing, that it's better that he doesn't know. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Xiqing agreed that this was indeed the best course of action, especially since Qian was now engaged, previously indifferent to this matter. She found herself instinctively siding with Xiao Chou, especially after learning of Xiao Chou's feelings for Qian and hearing Grandma's repeated mentions of it. Delivering the love letter had always felt wrong. And now that it was gone, it seemed like the best outcome. With this realization, Fang Xiqing's face broke into a relieved smile. Zhu Xuyin's expression turned blank as she poked her own cheek with a finger. Suddenly, a revelation struck her. Wasn't it her that had torn up the love letter? Indeed. Supporting her face, Zhu Xuyin felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the mortification of having her actions caught in the act. She dared not linger any longer and fled in a panic. The host was beyond saving. Upon her return, Zhu Xuyin remained restless, biting her finger in anxiety. What if they discovered she was the one who had torn the love letter? Fang Qian might not care to check the surveillance, but they might. Zhu Xuyin drifted to her seat, her mind elsewhere. Fang Qian raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued as he regarded Zhu Xuyin with amusement. Where did you just go? Zhu Xuyin quickly straightened, placing her hands on her skirt. That I just went to the restroom. Fang Qian wore an expression laden with meaning, suppressing a chuckle of delight. He placed the dessert box on the table. The moment Song Xinrui heard the commotion, he immediately turned around, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the dessert box. Wow, this isn't made by Zhu Xuyin again, is it? What a treat. Song Xinrui opened the box and eagerly grabbed a piece of cake to taste. However, he soon realized something was amiss. This doesn't seem to be made by Zhu Xuyin, although it does taste quite good. Fang Qian raised an eyebrow. I never claimed it was made by Zhu Xuyin. This was prepared by a sister of mine. Upon hearing this, Song Xinrui's disappointment was palpable. That I don't like sweets. You can finish it. He promptly choked on his words. That I in the afternoon, Zhu Xuyin remarked. We need to head back quickly. There's a dinner party tonight. She blinked in surprise, exclaiming, Can I go too? Fang Qian suddenly turned around, a look of triumph on his face. Did you eavesdrop this morning? Zhu Xuyin's face flushed crimson, akin to a cat caught in the act of mischief. I. she stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Fang Qian found her adorably flustered and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! He teasingly prodded. Were you hiding in the loft to eavesdrop? Zhu Xuan turned away, refusing to listen. Fang Qian chuckled softly, a hint of affection in his demeanor. Fang Qian's favorability 1, that current total favorability 91. Zhu Xuan paused, blurting out, what is this? Number 1. What does it mean? Ding. System upgrade complete. Ding. Potential plot has occurred. Ding. Plot has changed. As Zhu Xuan listened to the voices in her mind, she felt a sense of confusion. So, what does number 1 truly signify? According to higher level instructions, your task has changed again. You need to collect the favorability of specified individuals to complete the task. Zhu Xuan's mind was flooded with question marks. The specified individual is none other than Fang Qian, right? A potential plot has occurred. The specified individual will be indicated by the system later. So does that mean I no longer have to pursue Fang Qian? Zhu Xuan leaned back tiredly in her genuine leather chair, feeling utterly bewildered that no, this segment of the plot isn't finished yet. You should focus on completing your tasks. The plot is in progress. The system's voice sounded increasingly nervous, hinting at its fragility. Zhu Xuan sensed something was amiss. How peculiar. Are they saying the plot has changed, yet she still has tasks to fulfill? How infuriating. What does the alteration of the plot have to do with her? This wretchedly lowly working existence. Zhu Xuan paid no heed to the plot's changes. Her only concern was whether she still had work to do. The system couldn't help but shrink back slightly, suddenly realizing that having a host who was somewhat oblivious wasn't necessarily a bad thing, as it meant she wouldn't confront it with sharp wit at this moment. The Fang residence. Inin, I instructed Xiaoye to iron a dress for you in your room. Go change into it. Mrs. Fang seemed to have been waiting for their return. The moment Zhu Xuan walked in, she was warmly beckoned to change her clothes. All right. Zhu Xuan obediently responded and returned to her room to change her clothes. Indeed, a dress hung in her chamber. This particular garment was a rich olive green, exuding a retro and elegant charm. The bodice featured a fitted strapless design, complemented by delicate white spaghetti straps adorned with tiny, lustrous pearls that the waist. A belt of the same hue accentuated her silhouette. The skirt flared in an A-line shape, with the hem embellished by white lace trim. The fabric of this dress was evidently exquisite, suggesting it was handcrafted and custom-made, likely elevating its price to another level. Zhu Xuan let out a few excited exclamations before dashing off to change. Mrs. Fang was truly enthusiastic about dressing her in ladylike attire. Her wardrobe was predominantly filled with an array of elegant long dresses. Although the designs varied, the styles remained remarkably similar. The hues ranged from vibrant to subtle. And today's selection was decidedly understated. She possessed almost no short skirts, save for her school uniform, which now reached her knees. After Zhu Xuan emerged in her new outfit, she cheerfully applied some makeup. Xiaoye, a particularly skilled maid, came to her room to style her hair into a soft, round bun, leaving a few wisps to frame her face. She then adorned her ears with 0.5-carat diamond studs. Zhu Xuan appeared ethereal, as if she had transcended the mortal realm. Chapter 75. The Fang family mansion. Xiaoli gasped in awe, staring blankly at the reflection in the mirror. It was only when Zhu Xuan puffed her cheeks and began absent-mindedly playing with her lipstick that Xiaoli snapped back to reality. With a mix of amusement and disbelief, Xiaoli observed Miss Zhu, who resembled an innocent child, overflowing with curiosity about everything. Her exploratory gestures were endearingly genuine, devoid of any pretense, though Xiaoli was still a young woman. Her heart softened at the sight. She found herself yearning to be a mother, wishing to nurture Zhu Xin, that if she were to bear a child like her, she would shower her with love, teach her arithmetic, guide her in writing, and purchase various beautiful dresses and dolls, spending each day playing house together. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Xiaoli couldn't help but break into a silly grin. Zhu Xuan, catching sight of Xiaoli in the mirror, curiously inquired, Xiaoli, what brings you such joy? Xiaoli's smile abruptly faded as she cleared her throat, awkwardly redirecting the conversation. Miss Zhu, the Fang family mansion has many more rules than the Fang family estate. You must be cautious when you visit. That it would be unfortunate to be caught and reprimanded. Zhu Xuan nodded eagerly, responding like a chick pecking at grains. All right, thank you. Xiaoli, did I understand, miss? Let us head down. Madam should be ready by now. Zhu Xuan agreed with a nod, slinging a chic white handbag over her shoulder as she descended the stairs. When she arrived downstairs, Mrs. Fong was still preparing. Zhu Shuyin approached Fong Qian, standing beside him. He momentarily caught his breath, remaining still. Zhu Shuyin had already become quite adept on her own, much to the system's satisfaction. After approximately 5 minutes, Mrs. Fong descended the staircase, radiating elegance and sophistication, embodying the quintessential appearance of a noble woman. In her daily life, she dressed in a manner befitting a strong woman, favoring tailored and minimalist outfits. Zhu Shuyin's eyes sparkled, and her flattery instinct kicked in. "Wow, Mrs. Fong, you look stunning." That Mrs. Fong's eyes crinkled with delight as she playfully pinched Zhu Shuyin's nose, sincerely complimenting. "You are the most beautiful one in Yin." Zhu Shuyin beamed with joy, her smile illuminating the room. The hovercraft sped swiftly, arriving at the Fong family mansion in just 20 minutes. The mansion itself was a classical manor, its castle-like structure grand and imposing, exuding a sense of history while remaining fully functional for its inhabitants. They appeared as the epitome of elegance, embodying the essence of old-world aristocracy. Why the sudden visit to the Fong family mansion for dinner? Zhu Shuyin secretly asked the system. The Fong family was indeed a large clan, and the branches of the family naturally gathered together. Furthermore, in 2 months, they would celebrate the octogenarian birthday of the family patriarch, making today an opportune moment to discuss arrangements to— "Oh, I see," Zhu Shuyin acknowledged. Upon her arrival, she was met with countless curious gazes, as everyone was eager to glimpse the future mistress of the Fong household. Previously, Zhu Shuyin had been viewed as somewhat of a joke, an unrefined country girl lacking any noble education, deemed unworthy of the family stature. Yet her appearance captivated the onlookers, a beautiful and demure young woman. While such characteristics were common, her particular blend of beauty was rare, almost unprecedented. Each smile and gesture seemed to enchant those present, rendering any subsequent admiration for others rather mundane. The legitimate heirs of the Fong family exchanged astonished glances, clearly taken aback. However, they quickly regained their composure. "What does it matter if she is beautiful? She is still a simpleton," they muttered, recalling the rumors of her being the last in her class at St. Risca, soon to be dispatched to an outlying planet for research. Such academic shortcomings and lack of credentials disqualified her from being the future mistress of the Fong family. The superstition surrounding astrological compatibility could easily be manipulated, and with a few missteps, her position could be easily undermined. Zhu Shuyin, oblivious to the judgments being cast upon her, marveled at the opulent castle, unaware of the multiple metaphorical deaths she had suffered in the minds of others. Mrs. Fong, with pride evident on her face, brought Zhu Shuyin forth, clearly satisfied with her prospective daughter-in-law. The elderly patriarch, now 80, appeared visibly fatigued, his health seemingly declining. In contrast, the grandmother beside him exuded youthfulness. This grandmother was not Fong Qian's biological grandmother, but rather the wife their grandfather married later. Aside from Fong Qian, all children in the family were born of this grandmother. Nonetheless, Fong Qian's father was the most distinguished among them, making him the heir apparent. Fong Qian, too, was exceptionally talented, and it was expected that he would inherit the family legacy. The patriarch, with a penetrating gaze, instructed Mr. Fong to bring Zhu Shuyin closer. As they approached, Zhu Shuyin's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she greeted. "Hello, grandfather." "Hello, grandmother," her voice sweet and melodic. Her charm instantly endeared her to the elderly couple. The patriarch gazed into her eyes, finding them purer than any treasure. Inexplicably bringing him peace, he sighed contentedly, patting her shoulder as he remarked, "Good child." Zhu Shuyin beamed, her smile radiating innocence. Fong Qian couldn't help but chuckle, realizing he needed to keep a close watch on Zhu Shuyin to prevent her from being misled. After the meal, Fong Qian was summoned to his grandfather's study for a discussion, while Zhu Shuyin happily strolled through the garden. She had indulged in a hearty meal, her stomach round and satisfied. "Qian, you are a remarkable young man, that I recall when your grandfather brought little Zhu back. You must have had your reservations," the patriarch noted. Fong Qian rubbed his nose, reflecting on the initial reluctance he felt, now replaced with gratitude. Had it not been for his grandfather bringing Zhu Shuyin into their home, he would likely have never crossed paths with her, leading to a life devoid of excitement. Just the thought of such an existence made his heart ache. Your relationship will eventually be yours to navigate, but little Zhu must always remain within the family. The implication was clear. Marriage was inevitable, merely a formality, treating Zhu Xuan as the family's talisman. Outside, he could play as he pleased, free from scrutiny. Fang Qian frowned, disliking this arrangement. His immediate concern was not relief, but rather worry for Zhu Xuan's feelings. She adored him, and the thought of him being with someone else left her heartbroken, clutching her doll and weeping. Chapter 76. A bribe of gifts. Fang Qian felt uneasy merely imagining such a scenario, and the unease grew with every passing thought that he lowered his gaze, concealing his true emotions. Meanwhile, Zhu Xuan settled onto a swing in the garden, feeling drowsy when a voice startled her awake. "Did you tear up a love letter?" Zhu Xuan jolted upright, shaking off her lethargy and straightening her posture. She opened her eyes to see who was speaking. It was the person she had eavesdropped on earlier. Xiaqiu did a flicker of guilt cross Zhu Xuan's face as she feigned ignorance. Retorting, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Fang Xiqing, known for her straightforward and fiery temper, was irked by Zhu Xuan's evasive response. She scoffed derisively. "What are you pretending for? I have the surveillance footage. You can't deny it." Although she felt that her impulsive act of writing a love letter was rather rash, the secretive behavior of Zhu Xuan, who refused to admit her actions, only intensified her fury. Startled, Zhu Xuan instinctively shrank back, her heart racing as she recalled the surveillance footage. Panic surged within her. This was disastrous. A fleeting glimmer of fear flickered in her eyes. What should I do? Absolutely refused to admit anything. With newfound resolve, Zhu Xuan's gaze grew firm, her posture straightening defiantly. "That I didn't tear it up. This surveillance video must have been fabricated by you." Yet as she continued to argue, her voice dwindled, weakening under the pressure of the situation. It was utterly absurd. "Host, do not forget that you are the malevolent supporting character. You must embody the green tea beast, the white lotus." Caught in the middle, Zhu Xuan endured reprimands from both sides. For a moment, she appeared utterly dazed, sitting there speechless, her exquisitely beautiful face devoid of expression, gazing pitifully at Fang Xiqing as if she had suffered an immense injustice. Fang Xiqing's nostrils flared with anger. She hadn't even spoken yet this person was acting as if she had been severely bullied. Truly a despicable green tea beat, Zhu Xuan sniffled, her face contorting into an expression of utmost innocence. "I swear I didn't take it, that if you don't believe me, then so be it." With that, she hurriedly attempted to leave, her feet urging her to flee, that if only she could run fast enough to escape blame. Fang Xiqing, unable to contain herself, grasped Zhu Xuan's belt, pulling her back with wide-eyed shock. Unprepared, Zhu Xuan stumbled directly into Fang Xiqing's embrace. The delightful fragrance enveloping her momentarily left Fang Xiqing stunned. Zhu Xuan, resting against the soft form, felt an unexpected wave of comfort and instinctively leaned in closer. Fang Xiqing was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush rising on her exquisitely featured face. "How long are you going to lean on me?" Zhu Xuan shivered slightly, slowly rising to her feet. Fang Xiqing, tall at 1.75 meters, reminded Zhu Xuan of Mrs. Fang, who also exuded formidable presence. Fang Xiqing's striking phoenix eyes bore an air of authority as she looked down at Zhu Xuan, her tone dripping with scorn that I barely exerted any strength. "You truly are quite the actress that I asked this how you ensnare Fang Qian." Zhu Xuan sighed softly, cradling her face in her hands, expressing her deep frustration. "Oh, if only I could truly captivate him." Fang Xiqing, Xiaqiu, coming here to find someone, just in time to overhear Fang Qian. Zhu Xuan stuck out her tongue and quickly corrected herself. "I really didn't mean to fall into your arms. Your sudden movement startled me." Fang Xiqing's previously serious expression seemed to freeze momentarily. After a brief pause, cracks of amusement began to show. She clenched her fists tightly, knuckles cracking as she grit her teeth. "Then I'll say it again. Do not act like a green tea beat in front of me." Zhu Xuan appeared startled by her tone, her delicate neck instinctively arching back. Tears welled in her beautiful eyes, a picture of pitiful fragility. "Will please don't be so fierce." Fang Xiqing, "It's over." Zhu Xuan didn't hear a word I said. "Oh my host, it seems you possess a natural talent for this." Zhu Xuan gleefully thought to herself. "This is just like the green tea little wife of the president I started following recently." The system fell silent, retracting its previous statement about the detrimental effects of such thoughts. Every situation has its dualities. One must not view them in a singular light. Huh. Well done. You're performing admirably. The little voice in Zhu Shuin's heart swelled with pride. Fang Xiqing was somewhat unable to bear Zhu Shuin's tears. She pulled out a handkerchief from her pocket. Xiaqiu, with an unsmiling face, looked at Zhu Shuin. It seems we haven't wronged you much, have we? Zhu Shuin hurriedly nodded, her voice trembling. Yes, it's my own problem. It's not your fault. The system gasped in disbelief, utterly defeated. Even it wanted to argue against her. Xiaqiu wore an expression of rare blankness, unsure how to react. Zhu Shuin wiped her tears and clung tightly to Fang Xiqing's arm, nuzzling against her. That I'm so sorry, sister. Please don't be mad at me. Fang Xiqing. The person still standing there had actually left a while ago. Original plot. The protagonist's vile actions were discovered by Fang Xiqing and Xiaqiu, leaving her in a state of panic. Fearing they would inform Fang Qian, jeopardizing her position, Zhu Shuin gasped in shock, nearly forgetting this possibility. She patted her chest, relieved to have been reminded by the system. Phew, that terrified me. These two sisters are so beautiful. They must be good people. Surely they wouldn't expose me. With tears glistening in her eyes, Zhu Shuin prepared to bribe them with something nice. She hesitantly pulled a piece of bamboo leaf from her pocket. Here, this is for you. It can be used as a bookmark. Fang Xiqing paused, about to express her disdain for needing a bamboo leaf when her family had plenty, but upon touching the leaf, words escaped her that it was truly exquisite. Moreover, it was clear that it had been lovingly crafted into a specimen bookmark. Upon touching it, a wave of pure, refreshing energy enveloped her, bringing immense comfort. Fang Xiqing fell silent, reluctantly accepting the bamboo leaf. Zhu Shuin peeked at Xiaqiu, pulling out another piece. This one is for you too. It matches with Sister Fang's. Chapter 77. Eating. After all, she had torn up someone's love letter, which was quite shameful. Xiaqiu, with a cold expression, refused to take it. Zhu Shuin glanced helplessly at Fang Xiqing. Fang Xiqing, suppressing her emotions, placed the bamboo leaf into Xiaqiu's palm. Xiaqiu hesitated but ultimately accepted it. Though it appeared cheap, it felt invaluable upon touch. Zhu Shuin breathed a sigh of relief as she successfully gifted her offerings. Surely, they wouldn't expose her now. Fang Qian stood at a distance, momentarily unsure whether to laugh or be angry. Zhu Shuin always surprised him with her unpredictable antics. Her strange behavior often warmed the heart in unexpected ways. After presenting her gifts, Zhu Shuin wore a serious expression, earnestly stating, I truly did not tear up the love letter. You must believe me. Fang Xiqing. So the gift you just gave was a bribe? She questioned. You didn't mention it when you offered. Only after they accepted? Xiaqiu, isn't that just absurdly shameless? How did you cultivate such thick skin? Fang Qian gazed upward, pondering what to do about his clueless wife, after a moment of silence. His eyes narrowed. Love letter, the memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. Receiving a love letter one afternoon, only for it to mysteriously vanish. The time. He and T thought much of it, but now it seemed more complicated. Zhu Shuin's behavior that day had also been rather peculiar. Fang Qian stepped out from the shadows, inquiring, What love letter? Zhu Shuin was instantly terrified, her face draining of color. This was it. How had Fang Qian overheard? She bit her fingers anxiously, praying she wouldn't slip up. Fang Xiqing shot a glance at the little green tea beetish, a smirk playing at her lips. She had deliberately fixed her gaze on Zhu Shuin as she spoke. Zhu Shuin's pallor deepened, forcing a friendly smile that appeared more like a grimace, a desperate attempt not to cry. Fang Xiqing suddenly found herself at a loss for words, reluctantly shutting her mouth. After all, this matter was Xiaqiu's own business. Perhaps she should refrain from interjecting. Moreover, Zhu Shuin always gave her the impression that she was being bullied. Xiaqiu inhaled deeply and said, Qian, that love letter was written by me. I intended to express my feelings, but it seems you didn't notice. Fang Qian's expression stiffened, anxiety creeping into his gaze as he looked at Zhu Shuin, who appeared utterly lost, oblivious to the unfolding situation. It seemed she had no awareness of what was happening around her. Fang Qian let out a breath of relief, redirecting his gaze that he knew Xiaqiu harbored feelings for him, and his grandmother had even tried to play matchmaker. However, he did not share those feelings and had maintained distance for many years, believing Xiaqiu would eventually take the hint. Little did he know that after Zhu Shuin's arrival, she had sent him a love letter. Just as Fang Qian prepared to reject her, Xiaoqiu hurriedly interrupted. Qian, I'm doing this simply to avoid future regrets. You don't need to say anything else, that I am immensely grateful that you did not come across that letter. When Xiaoqiu uttered these words, her tone was steeped in desolation. Fang Qian, with a frozen expression, chose to remain silent. Let us consider this matter closed. Without waiting for Fang Qian to respond, Xiaoqiu hastily interjected. Fang Qian visibly exhaled in relief and nodded. After all, Xiaoqiu is the granddaughter of his grandfather's comrade-in-arms. Having grown up alongside them, it is best not to let their relationship become too strained. This state of affairs is, for now, the most appropriate. However, it seems that maintaining some distance in the future may be necessary. Upon hearing that the turmoil surrounding the love letter had not mentioned her even once, Zhu Xuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, a secret delight stirring within her. Haha, I haven't been caught. Yet, Fang Qian pulled her to a secluded spot and asked, so, was it truly you who tore up that love letter? Zhu Xuan exclaimed, I did not. Please do not speak carelessly. That a hint of a smile crept onto Fang Qian's lips as he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, you should think carefully before you speak. My smart brain just received a video file. Zhu Xuan was drenched in sweat, her eyelashes fluttering, her gaze evasive and unable to meet his. This was disastrous, that if they were to investigate her involvement, calling the police would mean her ruin. Zhu Xuan was now too frightened to lie. Fang Qian maintained his posture, leaning in to speak softly by her ear, showing no intention of moving away. Zhu Xuan felt her heart racing, fear gripping her. She swallowed hard and, trembling, managed to say, it's just that I didn't want you to read someone else's love letter. Ding. Character Fang Qian's favorability 5. Cumulative favorability 96. The next moment, a soft, moist sensation brushed against her earlobe. Zhu Xuan's eyes widened in shock, her expression one of utter bewilderment. She could not comprehend what was happening. Her earlobe felt both itchy and painful. As if grazed by something sharp, that a soft gasp escaped her throat and tears welled in her eyes. Her legs trembled uncontrollably. Ouch, it hurts, it's so itchy. Fang Qian paused momentarily before slowly moving away from her ear. The darkness of his pupils deepened. Zhu Xuan, in a state of terror, covered her ears. This strange person, Fang Qian, actually intended to nibble on her ear. Fang Qian's expression darkened. His defenses shattered. He had evolved to the point where he could discern her thoughts merely by observing her expression. To avoid marring the atmosphere, he reached out and covered her eyes. Zhu Xuan, struggling to push him away, found her other hand firmly grasped by his. Then, a kiss landed on her forehead. After that, he pressed another kiss on her cheek. Zhu Xuan was left utterly stunned. System, what is he doing? In broad daylight, I am genuinely infuriated. How infuriating! Ding. Character Fang Qian's favorability 1, cumulative favorability 97. The system appeared weary. Host, your days of bliss have arrived. Fang Qian is kissing you. His favorability has reached a depth of profound affection. He is nearly your devoted servant. Once you reach a favorability score of 100, your conquest will be successful. Zhu Xuan paid no heed to the irrelevant chatter. Terrified, she wondered if he could refrain from nibbling on her. Why did it feel like he wanted to devour her? He kissed her, but why must he bite her? Well, you could always push him away. Chapter 78. Yacht Galad. The moment Fang Qian was about to kiss her lips, Zhu Xuan pushed him away. Zhu Xuan muttered, it's so itchy. Fang Qian's expression darkened, the pleasant atmosphere shattered by her words. Zhu Xuan's face flushed slightly as she pressed her hand against her cheeks to cool down. Fang Qian's expression softened somewhat, relieved that she still blushed, indicating her shyness that he took Zhu Xuan's hand, guiding her back. From now on, we shall go to school together. You must confide in me about anything. Maintain a distance from other boys, understand? Zhu Xuan blinked in surprise, taken aback by Fang Qian's sudden change in demeanor. No, he simply had developed feelings for her. Zhu Xuan scratched her head, feeling elated. Did you hear that? Fang Qian tightened his grip on Zhu Xuan's hand. She began to grimace, prompting Fang Qian to immediately ease his hold. Oh, I heard that a secret joy blossomed in Fang Qian's heart as he tousled Zhu Xuan's hair. I will accompany you, and I'll help improve your grades. Do not be afraid. After a brief pause, Fang Qian spoke gently. Zhu Xuan looked up in astonishment, her eyes pure and doe-like. Why has Fang Qian suddenly become so kind? Although he had been quite amiable for some time, today represented a significant change. I can feel it. Zhu Xuan momentarily found it hard to adapt to such enthusiasm. The system remarked, touching its nose, "It would be peculiar if he were not fond of you, given how charming you are." Zhu Xuan obediently allowed herself to be led back to the castle by Fang Qian, that he walked lightly, radiant and lively, as if he had finally obtained the most precious treasure. The annual yacht gala is a hallmark of St. Lizzie Academy. The purpose of this gala is primarily to celebrate the anniversary of the institution's founding. This year marks the 300th anniversary of St. Lizzie Academy, a momentous occasion. Thus, the yacht gala is more extravagant than in previous years. The main event of the yacht gala is a 10-day, 10-night celebration for the entire school. The venue is a massive yacht belonging to St. Lizzie Academy, which costs hundreds of billions of interstellar coins and can accommodate nearly 100,000 guests. The yacht features various luxurious ballrooms, audiovisual rooms, gaming halls, grand theaters, and 7-star restaurants. Each student is provided with exquisitely lavish accommodations that is an elite educational institution. St. Lizzie naturally boasts dormitories. However, those who choose to stay in dorms are generally the offspring of other interstellar nobles. While only impoverished students specially recruited by the Empire opt for dormitory life. Most students have villas on the Imperial Star, making it highly unlikely for them to choose dormitory accommodation. Thus, the gala provides single rooms, shared rooms, and premium suites, allowing these young masters and ladies to experience the pleasures of staying on the yacht. Zhu Xuan, as a new student this year, naturally received an invitation to the yacht gala. The black envelope embossed with gold is both simple and elegant. Inside, the card is a luxurious shade of velvet purple, also adorned with gold embossing, and the invitation information is written in cursive. The bottom of the card bears the official seal of the St. Lizzie Student Council, verifying the legitimacy and authority of the invitation. The yacht gala is not solely for current students. Esteemed alumni who have already graduated are also invited to join the festivities for a few days. However, the decision to attend ultimately lies with them. Perhaps they might encounter some of the Empire's elite individuals they have never had the chance to meet. After all, a significant percentage of those in high positions within the Empire graduated from St. Lizzie. Zhu Xuan placed the invitation on the table, tilting her head as she asked, "Is the yacht gala enjoyable?" Fang Qian busily assigned tasks to Zhu Xuan that it's quite nice. You can enjoy 10 days of breathtaking ocean views. Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled. She had never seen the sea before. Seizing this opportunity, she could finally take a look. However, the location is not on the Imperial Star. It is situated on Water Blue Star, not far from the Earth Star. Zhu Xuan listened intently, appearing utterly captivated. Water Blue Star is composed of 70 water, presenting a mesmerizing interplay of light blue and deep blue hues. It is the planet within the Empire series of planets best suited for enjoying seaside splendor. So, have you already been there for a year? Fang Qian had entered St. Lizzie last year and had already completed a year of studies there, while she had joined midway. Much of it depended on money. Fang Qian nodded in affirmation. Explanation: Water Blue Star has countless oceans, each with diverse landscapes that we only visited one of them last year. Song Xinrui approached with excitement, saying, "Zhu Xuan, there will be a dance at the gala. May I invite you to dance?" Zhu Xuan paused for a moment before breaking into a bright smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. Of course. As long as you don't mind that I can't dance. Song Xinrui's heart leaped with joy. A hint of color blooming on his cheeks. How could he possibly mind? He was delighted. Fang Qian abruptly slammed his pen down, creating a loud noise that startled those nearby. The surrounding classmates instinctively moved away from Fang Qian. They could not bear the consequences of provoking him. Fang Qian fixed a piercing gaze on Song Xinrui, saying, "Who did you just say you wanted to dance with?" Song Xinrui keenly sensed something amiss. He glanced at Zhu Xuan and then at Fang Qian. With a heavy heart, he muttered, "You guys." Fang Qian raised an eyebrow, offering him an affirmative response. Song Xinrui's expression turned despondent, extinguishing the excitement he had moments before. He then rushed over to find Ji Chushuan, only to discover Ji Chushuan appeared utterly disinterested, seemingly oblivious to the conversation taking place. Song Xinrui swallowed hard and messaged his brother to vent his frustrations. After all, he needed someone to share the burden of his sorrow. His first love had withered before it even began, although he had known from the outset that this relationship was flawed. It still left him heartbroken. Song Shutan wore a woeful expression, exuding an aura of melancholy that could be felt from a great distance. Zhu Xuan, shaking her head earnestly, asked, "Why can't the two of us dance?" "It won't hurt anything." Fang Qian couldn't help but chuckle at her serious inquiry. With a smirk, he pinched her cheek playfully and said through gritted teeth, "Zhu Xuan, you are my fiancée. How can you dance with another man?" Zhu Xuan puffed her cheeks, belatedly realizing the impropriety of her actions. She silently vowed to remember this rule. If one becomes someone's fiancée, dancing with other boys is off limits. The system, with a touch of whimsy. Remarked on the host's adorableness. Chapter 79. Falling in love seeing Zhu Xuan lost in thought again, Fang Qian couldn't resist playfully biting her cheek, much like one would an apple. Instantly, Zhu Xuan snapped back to reality. Covering her face with tears in her eyes, looking both startled and fearful. "Why does he keep biting me?" she wondered, feeling as though he intended to consume her whole, that I was speaking, and you zoned out. "Repeat what I just said." Fang Qian's tone was somewhat frosty. Zhu Xuan sniffled and tearfully replied, "As your fiancée, I can't dance with other boys." Fang Qian's expression softened, and he tenderly caressed her cheek. "Next time, bite a little softer." Zhu Xuan felt a mix of indignation and reluctance, questioning why biting was necessary. She pouted, refusing, no biting. Fang Qian's eyes crinkled with delight, his demeanor brightening. "All right, then let us kiss." Zhu Xuan, puffing her cheeks, thought that a kiss was certainly preferable to a bite. Meanwhile, Song Xinrue had been eavesdropping on their exchange, and upon hearing it all, his heart shattered. The yacht gala was set to take place in 3 days, granting the students ample time to prepare their outfits and the necessary luggage for the event. The girls were in a frenzy to secure haute couture dresses, as the most anticipated aspect of the yacht society was the opportunity for a partner dance. At the ball, one could dance with anyone they desired, and unless there were compelling reasons, refusal was not an option. Ding, a time-sensitive mission has been issued. The host must obtain Master Carrier's most proud work before the yacht gala commences. Zhu Xuan blinked in surprise and asked, "Master Carrier?" Indeed, Master Carrier was the most prestigious designer in the entire empire. Any creation that emerged from his hands was sold for exorbitant prices, and his apprentices also enjoyed fame within the empire. The Carrier brand epitomized fashion and luxury, with noble young ladies taking pride in wearing his creations, often competing fiercely for the opportunity. Zhu Xuan rested her chin on her hand, pondering just how exquisite could that dress be. How much would the one I desire cost? She needed to gauge the size of her wallet to avoid being deterred by its price point: 52,000,000 interstellar coins. Zhu Xuan unexpectedly fell backward, landing on the plush luxury bed. Her long hair cascading over the sheets, entwined with the sky-blue goose-down comforter. "Is it really that expensive?" she murmured in disbelief. She began to pout. "How could I possibly afford that?" The system responded. "That is precisely why it is designated as a mission." Zhu Xuan sniffled, feeling despondent. "I fear I won't be able to complete this task that I end the original narrative Pei Zhixian with the help of several male leads." Acquired this coveted dress and made a stunning appearance at the yacht gala. She danced with multiple male leads, deepening their infatuation with her. She became the universally recognized belle of St. Rhys, a dream girl for many boys, even attracting the attention of the imperial prince, who pursued her fervently for a time. Consequently, she became a regular guest at the imperial afternoon tea, earning the envy of countless girls in the empire. Her breathtaking photos circulated on social media, catching the eye of Master Carrier, who subsequently invited Pei Zhixian to be the permanent spokesperson for his clothing brand. The Carrier gowns, which were nearly unattainable for others, became something she could select at will. Zhu Xuan's mouth fell agape in astonishment. "Wow." She shook her head, wiping away non-existent drool from the corner of her mouth. "How on earth can I acquire that dress?" After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, "Perhaps I could ask my master for assistance, that he has plenty of money and should be able to lend me some." Zhu Xuan poked her cheek with a finger, reasoning that 52 million interstellar coins would be a trivial amount for her master. "Are you really prepared to ask for such a sum?" "It's not a small amount," the system remarked. Zhu Xuan sighed, propping her lotus-like arms on the bed. "But I genuinely can't think of any other way. For him, this amount is hardly significant." All she wanted was for her master to buy her something. What was wrong with that? Zhu Xuan activated the intelligent holographic screen, and her assistant began searching for the dress named Falling in Love. The system had just informed her that this dress was indeed called Falling in Love.as. She filled in the search bar with keywords. A dazzling gown filled the entire screen, shining even more brilliantly than the stars outside. Zhu Xuan found herself momentarily entranced. The sheer splendor of the gown, adorned with pearls and diamonds, was beyond her imagination. No wonder it was so exorbitant. Below the image, there was a detailed description of the dress, including its cost and materials. Fabric: it utilized the finest silk and velvet, alongside hand-stitched light tulle. Color: the overall hue was a luxurious sapphire blue, with accents of aquamarine and pale white. Cut: the dress featured a fitted design that perfectly conformed to the wearer's shape, accentuating their curves. Design: countless crystals and diamonds adorned the gown, glimmering under the lights with a radiant brilliance, complemented by intricate sequin embroidery and lace detailing. Zhu Xuan gasped in awe, realizing that every detail had been meticulously crafted by Carrier's own team. She could hardly fathom how long it took to create such a masterpiece. Holding her face in admiration for a moment longer, she then closed the screen. How did Pei Zhixian manage to acquire this dress? If only she had thought of this approach first, the gown could have been hers. Zhu Xuan felt she had stumbled upon a crucial insight and eagerly exclaimed, "I'm so clever. I've bypassed the need for original thought and can simply replicate the heroine's success." Now, it was time to act. Why does the host constantly neglect to focus on essential matters? The system mused, secretly adding a riddle to its database for the host's amusement. Pei Chujin happened to be friends with one of Carrier's close disciples. By leveraging this connection, they could move closer to acquiring the gown. To ensure Pei Zhixian received Falling in Love, Fang Qian, Ji Chushuan, Song Xinrui, and other childhood friends mobilized their networks to reach out to Carrier. Eventually, after seeing Pei Zhixian's photo, Carrier willingly gifted her the dress. Chapter 80. Oh dear. After absorbing all this information, Zhu Xuan pointed her finger in frustration, her eyelids drooping with annoyance. That, oh dear, my first step is a failure. Pei Chujin isn't my brother. Why would he help me? Why not simply call him brother? He might just agree to assist you, the system suggested. Zhu Xuan stared at the system in disbelief. Her voice laced with incredulity. 66. Do you need a factory reset? How could you even suggest such a ridiculous idea? I'm afraid if I call out to him, Pei Chujin might just throw me out. The system, ever the patient companion, refrained from arguing with the host. You are simply too naive, it thought, recognizing her lack of understanding. Well, I suppose I should ask my master first, Zhu Xuan decided. Regardless of her desires, the master would undoubtedly acquiesce to her requests. Moreover, it seems that he is the wealthiest individual in the entire empire. Therefore, Zhu Xuan, feeling too lethargic to engage in convoluted thoughts, opted for the most straightforward and blunt approach. She rolled over on the bed, her fair calves swaying gently. The girl's skin, as pure as snow, resembled an exquisitely precious pearl resting on the dark velvet of the bed. She sent a photo of herself, enraptured by love, to Ji Shujo. Following that, she recorded a voice message expressing her longing for a particular dress. Could you possibly buy it for me? She implored. Subsequently, she bombarded him with an array of emoticons, all depicting her cuteness and playful antics. These were the adorable stickers she had pilfered while chatting with others. The Ji Shujo's communicator buzzed incessantly with messages, a rarity for him, as no one had reached out in such a manner for quite some time. It was almost a matter of life and death. His gaze deepened momentarily, and he almost immediately discerned the identity of the sender. He activated his smart device to receive the messages. And indeed, it was Zhu Xing. Ji Shujo squinted at the two voice messages, his expression indifferent that a cigar dangled precariously from his hand, which hung over the back of the chair, nearly burned to its end. Finally, he casually tapped on the voice message box. A sweet, gentle voice, akin to a playful whimper, resonated in the spacious study. That I really want this dress. Could you buy it for me? Ji Shujo scoffed softly. How could she still have that little lilt in her tone? In matters like this, she did not turn to her fiancé for assistance, but rather sought help from someone she hardly knew. Ji Shujo gazed at the assortment of charming emoticons, feeling a peculiar novelty. Hardly anyone would send him such things, except for Zhu Xuan, this girl he was not particularly familiar with. How strange, or perhaps she was blissfully unaware of her own recklessness. Did Mrs. Fong and Mr. Fong know of her lack of self-respect? Oh, perhaps it was Fong Chi-yin who ought to be informed that if she were any more audacious, she might as well relinquish her title as the fiancée of the Fong family. Ji Shujo initially had no intention of responding, yet, inexplicably, he sent a question mark. Curiosity compelled him to see how Zhu Xuan would reply. Zhu Xuan immediately noticed the question mark, her eyes sparkling like those of the most loyal dog awaiting its master. She excitedly shook her system that I knew it. The master loves me the most. He has already agreed to buy it for me. How did you deduce that he agreed? He just sent me a question mark. Which surely means he is inquiring about the price, that I will send him the price right away. With that line of thinking, how could you possibly succeed? Zhu Xuan rubbed her small hands together. Brimming with excitement, she huffed and puffed, preparing to send Ji Shujo the price. The system felt its intelligence insulted, three thick, dark lines appearing above its head. Host, if you do not wish to be regarded as a lunatic by him, I strongly advise against that course of action. Zhu Xuan's nose reddened, but I already sent it. My fingers were too quick. This system is now dizzy. Please do not disturb. Zhu Xuan looked somewhat guilty at the now motionless system, which had become an indistinguishable mass. She poked at her own fingers, wanting to speak but unsure of what to say. Her mouth opened and closed, ultimately settling into a tight-lipped silence. Never mind, perhaps it was best to let the system rest for a while. It was evident that it was quite fatigued. Zhu Xuan clasped her hands together under her chin, her eyes sparkling as she awaited her master's reply. Meanwhile, Ji Shujo gazed inscrutably at the string of numbers that had just appeared. Immediately following was a message. This dress costs 52,000 interstellar coins. That Ji Shujo's fingers flew over the screen, sending a message. I was asking why you want me to buy this dress for you, not how much it costs. Zhu Xuan read the message, scratching her head. Without a hint of hesitation, she replied, because you are my closest person. After sending that message, she immediately regretted it. How foolish of her to utter such words, Her master did not even know her. He must think she was talking nonsense. Why had she impulsively sent the price? She felt embarrassed in hindsight. She often forgot that her master did not know who she was. Whenever she desired something she could not obtain, she would instinctively message him. Zhu Xuan thumped her head lightly. Hesitantly, she added a follow-up. Actually, I was wondering if you could lend me some money? I intend to buy it myself. I did not mean to ask you to buy it for me. Ji Shujo continued staring at the retracted message. His smart device had a feature that allowed even retracted messages to appear in the chat box. He stood frozen for a long while. Often, the words spoken unintentionally reveal one's truest thoughts. Thus, when Zhu Xuan referred to him as her closest person, she indeed harbored that sentiment. But why? Ji Shujo found himself not repulsed by those words. Rather, they stirred something within him. After a long silence, he glanced at her subsequent message about borrowing money and inexplicably felt a twinge of discomfort. Why couldn't she be a little more endearing? He replied, if you need a dress and money, perhaps you should consult your family or friends. After sending that, he chose to ignore the messages. Having uttered such an unfeeling response, Ji Shujo could not help but search for the dress. Carrier's latest creation, a gown fervently sought after by countless girls across the empire. If not for its exorbitant price, surely there would be even more eager admirers. Ji Shujo's fingers unconsciously bookmarked the dress before he expressionlessly turned off the lights and prepared for rest. This evening had stirred too many emotions. Chapter 81. The Fiancé. Upon seeing this message, Zhu Xuan rolled around on her bed, transforming into a screeching chick. I knew I should have listened to you. The system sprang back to life, exuberantly declaring, I told you so. Zhu Xuan began nibbling on her handkerchief, sobbing softly. She resolved to find an opportunity to apologize to her master. Zhu Xuan silently redirected her thoughts back to their original track. Perhaps tomorrow she would inquire with Fong Chi-yin about any possible means to acquire it. With a heavy heart, Zhu Xuan lay down to sleep. The next day, she appeared listless. Fong Chi-yin regarded her with surprise, asking, "What's wrong? You seem so downcast." Zhu Xuan had always been cheerful, rarely troubled by anything. She sniffed, her eyelids lifting slightly. I want a dress." Fong Qian chuckled, raising an eyebrow. His tone playful, he remarked, "It's just a dress. Why let it weigh you down so?" Zhu Xuan poked at her fingers, an expression of distress on her face. Puffing her cheeks, she spoke in a coy tone, "But this dress is very expensive." Fang Qian smiled, ruffling her hair. The delicate, silky texture of her hair delighted him. He softly replied, "It's not expensive." He would gladly present her with all the exquisite things in the world, fearing not that she might find it excessive, but rather that she might refuse. Zhu Xuan blinked, puffing her cheeks. Her expression turned serious. "But it really is very expensive. You haven't even asked me how much it costs." Fang Qian pinched her nose. Unconcerned. "Even if it is expensive, I will buy it for you." The purpose of his earnings was to bring joy to Zhu Xin, that if money could not be spent on what truly mattered, what was its very existence? All his wealth was destined to be spent on her, on beautiful dresses, sparkling jewels, and whatever delectable treats she desired. Zhu Xuan broke into a silly grin, suddenly feeling that Fang Qian was exceptionally kind to her. In that moment, everything he had done, even the time she had found him irritating, transformed into something charming. "Actually, this dress is quite difficult to obtain," Zhu Xuan finally stated, brushing her nose. Fang Qian's interest piqued. "Is it hard to acquire? Whose creation is it?" "Carrier's." Fang Qian paused, recalling that Pei Zhixian had mentioned wanting to obtain that very dress a few days prior. Zhu Xuan's expression turned anxious, her little face scrunching up, evoking a pang in the heart of anyone who gazed upon her. Oh no, the female lead has already claimed it. Host, unleash your inner scheming antagonist and snatch that dress from the female lead. The system's voice brimmed with excitement, akin to a little devil with horns, fervently circling in Zhu Xuan's mind. Zhu Xuan clenched her fists, her expression serious. "Yes, I will. But I want this dress too." Zhu Xuan forced a tear from her eye, gazing at Fang Qian with a pitiful expression. "You are my fiancé. You'll help me get it, right?" Zhu Xuan spoke in a tone reminiscent of a teasing child, her large eyes blinking incessantly, as if attempting to blink her way into the hearts of those around her. Fang Qian, momentarily taken aback, could only chuckle as he gently tapped her on the head. "Silly girl, what on earth are you thinking? I never said I wouldn't help you acquire that dress." Zhu Xuan appeared dazed, her expression a blank canvas. She hesitated, her lips trembling, but didn't Pei Zhixian already mention it to you beforehand? "What she desires has nothing to do with me." Fang Qian replied, his expression growing increasingly perplexed, as if bewildered by Zhu Xuan's inquiry. Zhu Xuan smiled brightly, nodding enthusiastically. Yes, Fang Qian was easily swayed by Zhu Xuan's emotions that he rubbed his nose, turning away with a mischievous grin. Appearing utterly delighted at that moment, Song Xinrui, brimming with excitement, exclaimed to Zhu Xin, "Zhu Xin, are you eager to get your hands on the latest creation from Carrier?" While busy with her tasks, Zhu Xuan responded, "Yes. Haha, that would be wonderful." She looked up, puzzled. "Why are you so elated?" Song Xinrui's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he replied, I just think you would look absolutely stunning in Carrier's garments. That IT would surely be a visual feast." "Thank you." Zhu Xuan beamed with joy. Though she made an effort to maintain a semblance of modesty, her excitement slightly exaggerated. Finding her adorable, Song Xinrui reassured her, "Rest assured, I've got this covered that I will definitely help you secure that dress." He couldn't help but imagine how beautiful Zhu Xuan would look in it. Zhu Xuan cautiously inquired, "Did Pei Zhixian also mention wanting that dress?" Song Xinrui looked perplexed, questioning the relevance of Pei Zhixian. However, since Zhu Xuan brought it up, he decided to check for any updates in their group chat. That as he perused the messages, he indeed stumbled upon a similar inquiry from Pei Zhixian 2 days prior, asking if anyone could assist her in obtaining that dress. An awkward silence enveloped Song Xinrui. He had completely missed that message. That IT was not uncommon for him to overlook messages in the group. "Oh well, I suppose I'll just pretend I didn't see it," he thought, casually placing his phone on the table. Zhu Xuan, with her big eyes fixed on him, prompted, "Did she really send that message?" Song Xinrui replied nonchalantly, "She did, but I didn't notice it." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xuan's expression turned triumphant. "So that means I mentioned it first." Song Xinrui nodded, of course. Zhu Xuan's smile revealed her pearly white teeth, while Song Xinrui felt a flush creep to his cheeks as he turned away. Initiating the grand plan for the dress, that he hurriedly messaged his brother. "Hey, can you help me get Carrier's latest collection? It's the one called Falling in Love." Meanwhile, Song Shutian had returned to the third star, where an academic conference was still underway. That as an invited guest, he was required to stay until the final day. After the conference, he would continue his research at the third star's research base. meaning his visits home would be infrequent. Upon receiving his brother's message, he paused in contemplation that a dress. He mused, bewildered. Soon after, he received a series of images from Song Shinrui showcasing the coveted dress. As he perused the images, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. Little Rue seems to have a crush, he pondered, trying to win someone's favor with a gift. With a mix of amusement and curiosity, he asked, "Who is this gift for?" Chapter 82. The little follower Song Shinrui hesitantly replied, "You know her, it's Zhu Xuan." Song Shetian narrowed his eyes. It was her. Ever since his last return to the third star, he had seldom heard that name. Yet upon hearing it now, memories of a sweetly smiling girl flooded back, that a soft smile graced Song Shutian's features. The grand yacht gala was approaching, and Zhu Xuan had expressed her desire for that dress. "Brother, please help me," Song Shinrui pleaded, employing his most endearing tone. Song Shutian glanced at the dress, noting that many had already reserved it, making it a challenging task. "That I'll do my best," he responded. Song Shinrui's spirits lifted, and he stole a glance at Zhu Xuan, who was anxiously biting her nails over her coursework. Fang Qian had adopted a stern teaching style, pushing Zhu Xuan to her limits in a discreet manner. Song Shinrui messaged her, "If you need help, feel free to ask me." Zhu Xuan replied, "Thanks, but Fang Qian told me to think for 15 minutes first, and if I still can't figure it out, then I should ask him. No worries. You can ask me in secret." "He won't know," Song Shinrui encouraged. Zhu Xuan puffed her cheeks, her demeanor turning serious. "What are you doing?" They both jumped slightly, startled. "Don't look at your phone while studying." Fang Qian had assigned Zhu Xuan her tasks and was now engrossed in falling in love. The designer of the dress was notoriously difficult to contact, with a powerful family background and remarkable talent. It was nearly impossible to procure his favored creations without a mutual affinity. This dress was indeed exceptional. Fang Qian pondered, beginning to investigate Carrier's interests and acquaintances. To her surprise, she uncovered some intriguing information. Fang Xiqing was set to graduate from St. Lise next year and was a standout student in the 4th-level design program, having consistently ranked first since her admission. Coincidentally, Carrier was also an alumnus of St. Lise's Design Academy and was known to occasionally mentor gifted students. Without hesitation, Fang Qian reached out to Fang Xiqing. The response was as anticipated. Fang Xiqing was indeed one of Carrier's prized disciples, and the youngest among them. "Can you contact your teacher?" Fang Qian inquired. "What is this about?" Fang Xiqing was not particularly surprised that Fang Qian had discovered her identity. Few things escaped his keen investigation skills. "Can you help me obtain the dress falling in love?" Fang Qian asked directly. Fang Xiqing fell silent. "You're not thinking of giving it to that little green tea girl, are you?" Her straightforward nature led her to voice her thoughts without hesitation. "You wouldn't be giving it to that little green tea girl, would you?" Fang Qian was momentarily taken aback by her response, but could not help but smile, his dark brows arching upward in amusement. It was abundantly clear who the little green tea referred to. He glanced at Zhu Xuan, who was concentrating intently on her studies, her face flushed with exertion. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch her forehead. Noting its warmth, Zhu Xuan shot him an annoyed glance, swatting his hand away. "Stop it," she huffed, returning her focus to the problem at hand, her expression as serious as if it were a life-or-death situation. Fang Qian chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Yes," he replied to Fang Xiqing. That a profound silence enveloped their conversation. She glanced at the bamboo leaf bookmark nestled within her notebook, letting out a heavy sigh. "It's not that I don't want to help. But a few days ago, my senior sister already promised a friend to help her acquire that dress." Fang Qian paused, momentarily stunned. "Someone beat me to it. And no worries, just inform your teacher and let him decide." With the conversation reaching this point, Fang Xiqing had no grounds for dissent. The bookmark gifted by the little green tea girl was quite useful, and her spirits had been high lately due to a surge of inspiration and productivity. The design she created garnered her teacher's praise. Moreover, she felt the little green tea girl was the most suitable recipient for the falling in love dress. Fang Qian put away his communicator and rested his chin on his hand. Watching Zhu Xuan, who was still struggling to solve her problems, still haven't figured it out. Ding! The plot point of diligent studying was triggered. The original character had intended to focus on her studies, but found herself overwhelmed by the brilliance of her peers. Both male and female, as anticipated, she soon grew frustrated. Why should she toil away in her studies when she was destined to become Mrs. Fang in the future? Yet she couldn't openly slack off, thus, The original character embarked on a quest to gather a following of admirers. Zhu Xuan blinked, her mouth agape. But you didn't say that before. Didn't you promise to focus on self-improvement? The original character's desired enhancement was solely superficial, disregarding any intrinsic excellence. Furthermore, she had little patience for endeavors that yielded no immediate results. Zhu Xuan felt 3 black lines appear on her forehead, caught in a perplexing silence. A month really considered a long time. Then what do you mean by a little follower? The original protagonist, unwilling to complete her assignments, leveraged her wealth and influence to seek out 2 commoners at St. Risk to act as her subordinates. Their task was to do her homework and, when necessary, impersonate her during examinations. In return, she would pay them a monthly stipend. Thus, the notorious trio of villainous girls was formed, wreaking havoc within the aristocratic school, bullying the weak while cowering before the strong, committing innumerable misdeeds and becoming universally detested. Zhu Xuan, with a glimmer of delight in her heart, eagerly inquired, "Is it really possible to do this?" The system chuckled coldly in response. "Of course not. You cannot conduct yourself in such a manner. But this plot point is crucial. Without subordinates, how could our treacherous female antagonist maintain her title?" Zhu Xuan hesitated, acknowledging the logic but not comprehending it entirely. "Where am I to find my subordinates?" "One is in Class F, and the other in Class E." Although both were specially recruited, their lofty ideals led them to spurn flattery, resulting in disdain from the aristocratic class. Consequently, they were punished by being assigned to the lowest tiers. Chapter 83. Strange. Zhu Xuan found herself perplexed. "You said they would not wish to associate with a villainous character like me. How could they possibly become my subordinates?" The previous act of defiance had plunged her future into darkness, steering her away from her desired field of study. Even a fool would know how to choose wisely. Moreover, they were merely ordinary individuals, harboring their own aspirations and families to support. Zhu Xuan tilted her head thoughtfully, conceding that the system's reasoning held merit. "All right, when shall I seek them out?" "The sooner the better," came the reply. Zhu Xuan nodded emphatically, puffing her cheeks in agreement. "Bang. What are you daydreaming about?" Zhu Xuan, with tears brimming in her eyes, cradled her head, casting a glum glance at Fang Qian, that he had just given her a chestnut pastry. And now, witnessing her wish to weep yet holding back, he felt a pang of sympathy that don't space out. He murmured, his voice slightly hoarse as he ruffled her hair. Zhu Xuan nodded through her tears, yet within her heart, she silently vowed to seek out her subordinates, and no more doing homework by herself. Fang Qian was indeed a natural-born protagonist. The esoteric knowledge found in textbooks seemed utterly simple to him. Present, he exhibited exceptional patience towards Zhu Xuan, jotting down notes while mumbling to himself. As his words weighed heavily on her, her gaze dropped lower. "Zhu Xuan, are you trying to drive me to madness?" She recoiled, feigning innocence. This material genuinely gave her a headache. Presently, they were tackling theoretical questions. Should she be required to perform practical tasks? She would surely be doomed. Zhu Xuan bit her lip, her rose petal-like lips glistening with dew. Fang Qian's gaze deepened momentarily before he averted his eyes, advising, "First, memorize the knowledge." Zhu Xuan nodded pitifully. Once you grasp the fundamentals, "I will guide you through practical exercises." She nodded again. "All right, if you're tired from studying, let's take a break." Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously. Fang Qian, bemused, tousled her hair. Zhu Xuan swiftly fled the sorrowful confines of elite Class A, determined to seek her subordinates. As she walked through the corridors of levels below, Zhu Xuan observed her surroundings, murmuring to herself. The sound of her black shoes tapping against the white-tiled floor echoed softly, each step akin to treading on someone's heart. Her jet-black hair cascaded down her back, fluttering gracefully in the breeze like a dark-tailed butterfly. With autumn approaching, the school uniform had transformed from the earlier thin silk blouse to a thicker, black British-style coat, and the skirt had also been reinforced. Her gray knee-high socks had been upgraded to a thicker version, swaying slightly as she walked. Zhu Xuan strolled through the lower corridor, the emblem of elite Class A on her left breast glimmering brightly. Many students peered out from classroom windows to catch a glimpse of her. She made a concerted effort to ignore the gazes directed her way, quickening her pace until she finally located Classes E and F on the second level. With a joyful lift of her foot, she stepped inside, but upon seeing the multitude of students, A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes, and her steps slowed, revealing her trepidation. There are so many people in this class. Clenching her fist, she stealthily bent down to a student seated near the entrance. Could you please call Gu Ziqing for me? The bespectacled boy at the door lifted his head, only to be met with an astonishingly beautiful face, so exquisite it resembled a delicate doll displayed in a glass case. No, perhaps it was even more lifelike than a mere doll. Dazed, he managed to utter a soft okay before awkwardly calling out for Gu Ziqing. His classmates shot him envious glances, wishing they had claimed a front-row seat. Zhu Xuan crossed her arms before her, waiting for her subordinate, that a slightly pale girl approached, clad in the same St. Rhys uniform, though lacking the luster of her peers. Her hairstyle was merely a simple, neat ponytail devoid of any adornments, save for a plain brown hair tie. Upon noticing Zhu Xuan's request, Gu Ziqing's eyes flickered with caution as she slowed her pace. Zhu Xuan, radiating elegance, wore a crystal hairpin worth several thousand intergalactic coins. Her demeanor and appearance screamed aristocracy, leaving Gu Ziqing to wonder what business a noble lady could possibly have with someone of her status. Surely, it was merely a fleeting whim for amusement. Gu Ziqing's gaze dropped, and a hint of pain flickered in her eyes. Zhu Xuan offered a friendly smile to her future subordinate and extended her hand to pull her outside. Students in class whispered among themselves, speculating about what Gu Ziqing had been summoned for. Could it be that Gu Ziqing has offended someone of great consequence again? She clearly does not belong to the lower class. You have no idea how expensive that necklace around her neck is. A new release from the Casson family, and only 5 exist across the entire empire. Looks like Gu Ziqing is in for a rough time now. She struts around with such arrogance, yet here she is, stuck in class having angered such a powerful figure. She may soon find herself expelled. Zhu Xuan successfully called Gu Ziqing, and using the same method, she summoned Zhang Maoan from Class F. That the 3 girls stood together. Exchanging bewildered glances, that Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan regarded Zhu Xuan with confusion. Clearing her throat, Zhu Xuan stated her purpose. I would like your assistance, that Gu Ziqing. Zhang Maoan. The 2 girls exchanged looks, as though failing to comprehend Zhu Xuan's unusual request. I am struggling with the knowledge we've been studying lately. Could you help me with my homework? Oh no, host, you need to be more assertive, more forceful. You are the villainous female supporting character now, the system exclaimed, exasperated. Zhu Xuan stepped back, her gaze drifting. She steeled herself, reiterating, I am not asking you. You must help me. To Gu Ziqing lowered her gaze, agreeing first. After all, resistance would only lead to endless humiliation. It was better to comply from the outset. Moreover, this request aligned with her own interests. Chapter 84. Let us discuss compensation first. At least this does not involve anything unrelated to academics or foolish tasks. Observing her classmates agreeing, Zhang Maoan hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Zhu Xuan beamed at the enthusiasm of her newfound subordinates, revealing her pearly white teeth in delight. How shall we keep in touch? Zhang Maoan inquired. You can add me, Zhu Xuan replied, summoning her smart device. The trio exchanged contact information, and seeing her subordinates take the initiative to seek out tasks thrilled Zhu Xuan even more, causing her tone to soften involuntarily. All right, I will pay you both your monthly wages up front, Zhu Xuan declared, taking her device and transferring funds to the 2 to Gu Ziqing. Zhang Maoan. Was this some new form of entertainment for the wealthy? Zhu Xuan raised her chin, clearing her throat, and proclaimed, Follow me, and I promise you will enjoy the finest luxuries. The Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan exchanged glances at the sudden influx of funds in their accounts. Recognizing that their monthly allowances barely amounted to half of this sum, she must be a foolish heiress who showers money indiscriminately. Zhu Xuan continued, I will transmit the homework assignments to you. She sent the assignments to both girls that I need to submit them by tomorrow, so you must complete them tonight. The Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan gazed at the assignment materials displayed on the virtual light screen, their eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. The tasks and resources of the elite class were significantly more challenging than those of the ordinary classes, offering a wealth of diverse knowledge that if they wished to enhance their abilities. Obtaining the learning materials from elite class would undoubtedly be the best choice. However, these materials had now been delivered right to their doorstep. Even the 2 girls, who had grown somewhat numb to the rules of St. Lizzie, couldn't help but display a blush of exhilaration on their faces. Zhu Xuan, puzzled, scratched her head. How could they be so delighted about doing homework? This must be the disparity between individuals, she mused. Zhu Xuan, the gap between humans and bamboo. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of reclaiming your followers, 100 points. Plot degree 1. Now please ensure that you meet the daily standard by commanding your followers at least 3 times. Zhu Xuan's eyes lit up. System, this plot degree, I want to invest it in my spiritual power. Okay, that as soon as the system's words were uttered, Zhu Xuan distinctly felt a surge of spiritual energy within her. She joyfully returned to the classroom. Once you possess a prestigious family background, indulgence becomes a form of blessing. Whenever you notice any girl attempting to approach Fang Qiyan, you would take your 2 little followers along to teach them a lesson. Should anyone dare to steal your limelight, you would instruct your followers to discreetly sabotage them. Thus, you have secretly orchestrated numerous petty schemes against the female protagonist, Zhu Xuan. Oh, for instance, during the upcoming yacht gala. When the school had only arranged a B classroom for you, you frantically seized the protagonist's S classroom. Zhu Xuan shrank her neck and awkwardly inquired, "How did you manage to snatch it?" You deliberately had your followers bribe a group of delinquents to corner the protagonist in an alley and threaten her. Ultimately, through unscrupulous means, you obtained the S classroom, drawing the attention of the male protagonists. They exposed your actions, resulting in a major demerit for you, and you nearly faced expulsion. Not only did you fail to secure the S classroom, but you also came perilously close to being expelled. Zhu Xuan's expression morphed into one of panic. No, what would I do if I were expelled? Therefore, you devised your own plan to acquire the S classroom. Zhu Xuan swallowed hard and asked, "Who is responsible for arranging the room assignments?" Student Council President, Pei Chujin. Zhu Xuan's eyes widened in shock, nearly causing her to faint. Pei Chujin. How could it be the female protagonist's brother again? Zhu Xuan sniffed, feeling an overwhelming sense of pity for herself. She grew despondent, desperately in need of some delicious comfort food. Consequently, she messaged Gu Ziqing and Zhang Moen. "I want some yogurt. Can one of you go buy it for me?" Received. Zhu Xuan stared at the formal response. Momentarily dazed, before long, a bottle of yogurt, freshly retrieved from the refrigerator, was placed before her. Ding! You have completed one task of sending your followers. Zhu Xuan's eyes gleamed as she promptly commanded Zhang Moen to run an errand for her as well. She requested a fruit platter. 2 tasks were effortlessly accomplished. Song Xinrui gazed at Zhu Xuan in astonishment. "Who is that girl? How did she just come over to deliver something to you?" Fang Qiyan perked up, clearly intrigued. Zhu Xuan, feeling quite pleased, exclaimed, She started but found herself unable to continue. Would it be inappropriate to talk about her followers? It might seem as though she was about to engage in some nefarious deeds. Zhu Xuan touched her nose and quietly rephrased, "They are my new friends I recently met." They must really like me, being so enthusiastic. Zhu Xuan awkwardly added. Song Xinrui grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. And remarked they truly have good taste. Zhu Xuan. However, if you ever crave something to eat, feel free to tell me directly. Song Xinrui quickly glanced at Fang Qiyan before blurting out, "You came to my house for my birthday party last time. You know my family's fruits are all organic, and the plants at home are personally cultivated by experts. The plant experts are my mom and brother students. We even have milk. My family owns a farm. You can have whatever you desire." Song Xinrui rambled on excitedly. Zhu Xuan's eyes sparkled as she recalled her experience eating strawberries at Song Xinrui's house. She couldn't help but salivate at the memory. In that box of snacks Song Xinrui had given her, she devoured it all while binge-watching a drama that night. "Yum, that sounds wonderful. I want fruits and that snack box you gave me last time." Seeing Zhu Xuan so fond of his snacks made Song Xinrui's heart soar with joy. He immediately messaged the butler to prepare fruits, milk, and some treats. Fang Qiyan wrapped his arm around Zhu Xuan's shoulders, resting his chin atop her head. The delightful aroma and softness of her hair enveloped him, though we could also establish a farm at our place that if you desire, we could even develop an orchard. Zhu Xuan stuck out her tongue, thinking that Song Xinrui's family was already sufficient. Swimming class. This afternoon featured a dedicated swimming lesson. The sports facilities at St. Lizzie were exceptionally advanced and comprehensive. The swimming pool maintained a constant temperature, and the water was changed almost daily, ensuring freshness for each class. Chapter 85. Swimming class. Naturally, the swimming class for elite class, a warranted no elaboration. Specialized pool management personnel were engaged to maintain the water and care for the pool. The instructors were also swimming coaches from the national team, guaranteeing each student access to the best and most personalized teaching arrangements. Zhu Xuan had never swum before, making this a completely novel experience for her. Thus, she was particularly excited. St. Lizzie provided each student with suitable swimsuits, swim caps, and goggles. Zhu Xuan summoned her followers, Gu Ziqing and Zhang Mowen, who happened to be free at the moment. She brought them along, hoping to create better opportunities to complete her third task of commanding them. More importantly, Zhu Xuan had no close female classmates in elite class. She needed to quickly gather two friends to ensure that swimming wouldn't be dull. Wait, I'm heading to swimming class. You two come over in your swimsuits to join me. Received. Zhu Xuan cheerfully made her way to her designated changing room to don her swimsuit. The swimsuit was exquisitely designed in a conservative, noble style. Not at all like a revealing bikini, it featured a light purple top paired with a purple and white checkered skirt. Wearing it gave Zhu Xuan an adorable appearance, yet her figure was undeniably alluring, resembling an innocent, naive beauty. Her exposed skin was so pale it seemed to glow, setting her apart from others. The Gu Ziqing and Zhang Mowen also had their own swimsuits. The elite class A suits were purple, while the ordinary class suits were assigned based on rank. For instance, their outfits were a light green. The moment Gu Ziqing and Zhang Mowen laid eyes on Zhu Xuan, they fell into an unusual silence. Zhu Xuan blinked, feeling a bit flustered. Truly, she was too cute. Just watching her from a distance made it seem as though one could smell the fragrance emanating from her, like a round pearl. She seemed destined to be cradled in someone else's palm and kissed. You both can swim, right? Yes, we had swimming lessons in the first level where we learned the breaststroke. That's good. Zhu Xuan led the two of them to the swimming hall for elite class A. Since the boys' and girls' changing rooms were separate, Zhu Xuan made her way there alone. Otherwise, Fang Qian would certainly have stuck close to her. Inside the swimming hall, as soon as Zhu Xuan appeared, she became the center of attention. Fang Qian's expression darkened, and striding over, he positioned himself protectively behind Zhu Xuan. With a fierce glare, he thought, after this, I need to discuss with Pei Chujin about making swimsuits longer. What kind of swimsuit is this? With so much skin exposed on her legs. Zhu Xuan glanced at the array of muscular physiques before her. I'll order you a longer swimsuit later. Zhu Xuan, but everyone is wearing swimsuits like this. Fang Qian was unperturbed, wearing a fierce expression. I really don't understand how Pei Chujin became the student council president when he can't even design a proper swimsuit that I want to vote for him in the next election. You all shouldn't either. Zhu Xuan, Ji Chuxian, Song Xinrui, Zhang Mowen, Gu Ziqing. Who would have thought Fang Xiao was such a Fang Xiao? Fang Qian, that a somewhat gloomy voice interjected. His tone was chilling and distinctly displeased that it was Pei Chujin himself. Fang Qian was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised to encounter Pei Chujin here. However, it was for the best, as he could avoid using his smart brain to convey his demands. With Pei Chujin present, he could clarify matters directly. That I'm not criticizing you, but their financial shortfall at St. Lizzie. They can't even produce a decent swimsuit. Pei Chujin, with a look of exasperation, rubbed his forehead, that he seemed utterly disinclined to engage in conversation with the irritable Fang Qian, as it would only make him appear foolish. Pei Chujin even took a step back, distancing himself from Fang Qian. Ji Chuxian, who had been stifling laughter, remarked upon Pei Chujin's arrival. This time, I side with Fang Qian. I also believe this swimsuit is rather unappealing. The swimsuits and sportswear at St. Lizzie should align more closely with the school uniform. Your last approval of the revamped school uniform was quite commendable. Pei Chujin paused for a moment, discreetly glancing at Zhu Xuan. Zhu Xuan appeared rather daft, her face devoid of any particularly expressive emotion. Clad in a purple swimsuit, she resembled a delightful, sweet purple glutinous rice ball, prompting an irresistible urge to take a bite out of her exposed skin. Pei Chujin contemplated that indeed, the style of the swimsuits ought to be revised. Hey, Pei Gu, what are you doing here? This class our swimming lesson. Song Xinrui inquired, pinpointing the crux of the matter. Pei Chujin nodded slightly, explaining, this lesson is for the swimming coach to select members for the school swimming team to teach you. A circle of people gathered around upon hearing this. Pei Chujin was, after all, the dreamboat of the majority of St. Lizzie's female students. The aloof, fastidious student council president, that a mere glance from him could leave one breathless. He seemed to have been born to reside on a pedestal, akin to a high and unattainable flower. The thought of having any connection with him was a profoundly novel sensation. True to his reputation for handling grand occasions, Pei Chujin interacted with the throng as though it were no different from ordinary conversation. The new regulations assigned each participant a personal coach. Naturally, those with exceptional skills would not require a coach. To maintain logical consistency, boys would train together, and girls would do likewise. Pei Chujin clearly conveyed the new requirements. The elite students of Class A were invigorated. Those selected for the school swimming team were the CR de la CRME. The opportunity to exchange insights and techniques with them was undoubtedly a delight for all, and perhaps they might even be paired with their idols. Fang Qiyan and his companions had no objections. The presence of a coach made no difference to them. After all, they had already received swimming education at home during their childhood. Their current swimming proficiency was on par with that of any instructor. If they wished to join the school swimming team, it was merely a matter of speaking up. However, Fang Qiyan was somewhat dissatisfied with the last part of the statement regarding the grouping of boys and girls. Teaching his fiancée to swim seemed entirely reasonable to him, yet Pei Chujin insisted on implementing such peculiar arrangements. Fang Qiyan found himself at a loss for words that he decided to let it go, as it would be unwise to openly disregard the rules at school. Once he returned home, he would have ample time to teach Zhu Xuan how to swim. As the class bell rang, a line of swimming team members stood within the swimming hall. Chapter 86. CP Vibes. Pei Chujin observed like a successful behind-the-scenes figure, standing aside. Zhu Xuan felt an inkling of curiosity about who her assigned coach would be. Wait, isn't that Pei Zhixian at the front? Indeed, the female protagonist was also on the swimming team. Ding, triggering the swimming plot point. The original host, consumed by jealousy over the female protagonist's swimming talent, harbored immense envy and anger at the fact that she was exceptional in every regard. Thus, she concocted a rather malicious scheme. She wanted to ascertain the female protagonist's skill level and urged her to swim in the deep end. However, this was an effortless task for the female protagonist. Yet, it was evident that many were enamored with the female protagonist, eager for her to teach them how to swim. After an exhausting session, the female protagonist was fatigued that if she were to showcase her skills in the deep end, it would significantly increase the likelihood of cramping, raising the risk of danger. To prolong the situation, the original host instructed her two lackeys to block the path to the deep end. Just as the original host predicted, the female protagonist indeed cramped while swimming in the deep end. However, her intention to make the female protagonist suffer soon came to naught, for there were always several male protagonists guarding her, who immediately rescued her upon sensing danger. The original host's incitement was overheard by the female protagonist's admirers, who promptly informed the male protagonists. Consequently, the original host was thrown into the deep end, gulping down water until she was finally fished out, appearing utterly disheveled. Her two lackeys also endured a rough time. The plot transmission concluded, and a time-limited task was issued. Please complete the assigned plot point and lead the female protagonist into the deep end. Zhu Xuan exclaimed, "Oh no, not this kind of task again. How infuriating." This task felt rather malicious. Zhu Xuan's lips trembled, hesitant to respond for quite a while. Listening intently to the plot was one thing, but now being asked to act was entirely different. 66. Can you guarantee there won't be any other issues with this? Rest assured, according to the plot, the female protagonist will only choke on a few mouthfuls of water at most. You can simply watch from the sidelines that if anyone really accuses you, just deny it vehemently, that I trust Fang Qiyan will surely protect you. With such a series of assurances, Zhu Xuan finally dared to accept the task. She clenched her fist, her expression resolute as she replied, "All right." When it came time for assignments, whether due to the plot's design or Zhu Xuan's good fortune, Pei Zhixian indeed became her personal coach. Zhu Xuan's gaze flickered, shyly avoiding direct eye contact, her cheeks flushed with nervousness. However, to onlookers, it appeared otherwise. They assumed Zhu Xuan was simply overly excited to receive guidance from Pei Zhixian. The surrounding classmates erupted in a chorus of exclamations. "Ah, the two goddesses are finally in the same frame. Ah, I'm dying from the cuteness." Previously, the two had shared a moment at the opening ceremony, and now they were close again. "Ah, isn't this just feeding us water melody CP sugar?" The sight of two stunning beauties together was undeniably a visual treat. Point one was from the previous year's admiration, and the other was the current crush. Sigh, beauty is truly captivating. Only someone like Pei Xiaohua can teach a beauty like Yining how to swim. Those obnoxious boys should stay far away. Absolutely agree. Host, how do those classmates even associate you with Pei Zhixian? Zhu Xuan looked skyward, her gaze unfocused. I don't care. You're supposed to be rivals. Zhu Xuan discreetly observed Pei Zhixian's expression. Noticing her smile seemed somewhat forced, her lips curving in a barely perceptible manner. Their encounters were always exceptionally awkward. She pointed to two girls standing nearby. You might need to teach us three. Pei Zhixian cast a glance at their green swimsuits, her eyes briefly flashing with disdain and contempt. Her tone emotionless. She replied, let us all go together. Jiu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan were astute enough to catch the subtlety in her demeanor. Their hearts raced. It seemed that the typically radiant school beauty did not treat everyone with equal regard. Pei Zhixian's instruction was notably direct and efficient. She first taught Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan, as they possessed a bit more foundation than Zhu Xuan, making it easier to instruct them. Once they were nearly proficient, the three would then focus on teaching Zhu Xuan. Zhu Xuan, bubbling with joy in the water, found herself unmonitored for the moment. She clutched a transparent blue swimming ring, floating about. Yet, many eyes were upon her, scrutinizing her from afar. Though they dared not approach, they had formed a substantial circle around her. Zhu Xuan felt dazed, diving underwater to hold her breath for a moment before resurfacing. Each time, she could barely last 3 seconds. Pei Zhixian instructed her to practice holding her breath first, when she managed 30 rounds. It was finally her turn. The three of them surrounded her, ready to teach. Pei Zhixian's gaze was stern. How's your breath holding coming along? Zhu Xuan sniffled, weakly replying, it's okay. Pei Zhixian chose not to inquire further, preparing to teach her other skills. Without any foundational knowledge, you won't learn swimming in a short time. Zhu Xuan poked her cheek, appearing both weak and unassuming. Pei Zhixian ignored her, launching into her assertive teaching. Wow, you're amazing, Pei Zhixian replied. Thank you. How long have you been learning? Not long. Oh my, you're incredible. Zhu Xuan genuinely praised her while subtly laying the groundwork for her request. Could you possibly swim to the deep end for me to see? Your skills are truly remarkable. Zhu Xuan, swallowing hard, found it exceedingly difficult to utter this phrase. Pei Zhixian offered a fleeting smile, her brows and eyes radiating an air of pride and confidence. Of course. She replied, and let me show you that being a wealthy heiress is not as simple as it seems. She whispered this closely into Zhu Xuan's ear, her breath barely escaping her lips, almost brushing against Zhu Xuan's ear. Zhu Xuan's gaze wandered, her legs growing weak. All right. Chapter 87. Why am I the one cramping? Pei Zhixian's lips twitched slightly, and she said nothing more, with a graceful flourish. She dove into the deep end, seemingly intent on showcasing her prowess to Zhu Xuan, aiming to highlight the vast chasm between their abilities. Zhu Xuan's heart raced uncontrollably. Goodness, the protagonist would surely cramp up any moment now. An overwhelming concern gripped her, prompting her to take a few steps forward, following in Pei Zhixian's wake. Yet at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Before Pei Zhixian could cramp, it was Zhu Xuan who succumbed first. In utter disbelief, Zhu Xuan's eyes widened as she stared incredulously at her own body. What? I'm cramping. The area ahead of her was precisely where the deep water began. Her legs gave way, and she slid directly into the depths. Witnessing this unfolding calamity left the system speechless, unable to utter a word. Damn it, host. Wasn't it supposed to be the heroine who entered? How did you end up in there? Zhu Xuan, I don't know. It just suddenly happened. Don't worry. Help is on the way. Hurry. It was then that Zhu Xuan truly understood the agony of a cramp. Her calf muscles contracted painfully, rendering her unable to move. Is this what they mean by karma for evildoers? The system was utterly exasperated. Even at such a critical moment, the host's mind seemed to wander. Host, maybe you should stop speaking for now and conserve your mental energy. If I had known this would happen, I would never have done anything bad again. The system anxiously surveyed the surroundings, noting that many had begun to notice the commotion. Help, coach, someone's drowning. Hurry. Zhu Xuan seems to be cramping. She's over in the deep end. The girl's deep end was a considerable distance from the boys. Given the vastness of the pool, everyone was far apart, making it difficult for immediate assistance to reach her. However, those on the shore had a better vantage point. With a resounding splash, a tremendous sound erupted in the crystalline blue waters of the pool. That it was none other than the student council president. He had been standing at the edge, perfectly positioned to see the deep end. With a few powerful strides, he bolted towards the girls' section. Without a moment's hesitation, he shed his black jacket and shoes and leapt into the water, swimming vigorously towards Zhu Xuan. Zhu Xuan caught a glimpse of a muscular figure approaching. She recognized it was someone skilled in swimming and eagerly extended her hand. Wah, finally someone is here! Relief washed over her as she felt she could finally afford to pass out. Pei Chujin swiftly wrapped his arms around Zhu Xuan's waist, propelling her towards the shore. Once there, he laid her on a mat, his expression dark and focused as he cleared her airways, tilting her chin to ensure airflow. That he then began chest compressions and artificial respiration. All the students gathered around, their eyes filled with concern. Upon learning that Zhu Xuan was drowning, Fang Qian's eyes turned red, his face as pale as a ghost as he rushed over. Yet upon witnessing Pei Chujin performing CPR, he clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. His knuckles turned white as he fought against the urge to intervene, knowing that every second counted in this dire situation. Fang Qian's eyes stung with dryness and pain as he watched. Ji Chushuan stood nearby, expressionless, grappling with an indescribable feeling. As if a precious gem had been tarnished, it was likely that he would feel the same if he witnessed Fang Qian kissing Zhu Xuan. Ji Chushuan averted his gaze to avoid revealing his turmoil. Song Xinrui looked on, her expression a mix of heartache and disappointment. Damn it, Pei Chujin, how fortunate you are! Pei Chujin's focus remained solely on Zhu Xuan, disregarding everything else around him. After several tense moments, Zhu Xuan suddenly expelled a mouthful of water and began coughing violently. She had awakened at last. Once her breathing steadied, Fang Qian could no longer contain himself. He shoved Pei Chujin aside and gathered Zhu Xuan into his arms. Zhu Xuan felt the heat radiating from him. Trembling slightly, the next moment, she was lifted away from the swimming pool. With a despondent expression, Zhu Xuan lamented her misfortune. Why am I so unlucky? How was I to know? You nearly caught me off guard. Zhu Xuan sulkily closed her eyes, her lips pursed in discontent. She had expected the protagonist to be the one cramping up, not herself. The system couldn't help but chuckle at this turn of events. Really, host, are you here just to amuse us? Zhu Xuan's mouth formed a pout. Resembling a child on the verge of tears, after the system had its fill of laughter, it ceased its teasing. However, host, you have accomplished what you set out to do. This unforeseen incident is beyond our control. This statement brought Zhu Xuan a modicum of comfort, and she nodded in agreement. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the time-limited task. 100 points. Plot degree 1. That the plot degree has been added to your spiritual power, due to the threat to your personal safety during the task. This system has granted a bonus point 200 points. 1 medicinal pill. Zhu Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. What is the purpose of that pill? It is a universal medicinal pill. It can serve any function you desire. Zhu Xuan realized she had stumbled upon an incredibly rare treasure. Fang Qian rushed her to a private lounge, and by this time, she had regained her clarity of mind. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her face appeared somewhat pale. Fang Qian felt as though he had been reborn, slowly regaining his composure. Chapter 88. He suddenly grasped Zhu Xuan's chin, confirming her breathing and body temperature before finally exhaling in relief. Zhu Xuan exhaled softly. Why did you suddenly go to the deep end? Fang Qian asked, his voice dry and tinged with fear. That I just wanted to take a look, Zhu Xuan replied, too embarrassed to admit she had attempted something foolish. From this day forward, you are to learn swimming every day, aiming to master basic survival skills within a week. Fang Qian's eyes glinted with a deeply concealed madness, filled with an obsessive intensity. Even now, his body trembled slightly. Zhu Xuan dared not utter a word, nodding like a quail. Okay. Fang Qian retrieved a towel and wiped Zhu Xuan's mouth. She tilted her face up obediently, after a moment. Fang Qian increased the pressure of his wipe, nearly chafing her lips. Sensing something was amiss, Zhu Xuan instinctively recoiled. Yet, Fang Qian tossed the towel aside and replaced it with his own lips. That he continued until her lips were slightly swollen. Go wash up and change. Fang Qian's voice bore a hint of hoarseness as he addressed Zhu Shuyin. Startled, Zhu Shuyin paused her whimpering and hurried off to take a shower. The solitary bathroom was fully equipped with everything she could need. After indulging in a hot bath, her strength was finally restored. She realized that there was no need to attend the remaining classes for the day. Fang Qian took it upon himself to escort Zhu Shuyin back to his home, where he proceeded to instruct her in swimming. This time, however, her private coach was none other than Fang Qian himself. Zhu Shuyin had never before visited the Fang family swimming pool, and now she found it to be even more extravagant than that of St. Riss. As Fang Qian donned his swimwear, he guided her through warm-up exercises and taught her the art of swimming. Zhu Shuyin, naturally, played the role of the eager student and immersed herself in the lessons. For 3 consecutive days, she did not set foot in St. Riss, perplexed by Fang Qian's unexpected behavior, as he seemed to have completely abandoned his studies. Zhu Shuyin tapped on her virtual screen, requesting her friends to assist her with her classes, reminding them not to forget to take notes for her to review later, and asking them to complete any assigned homework. She diligently completed tasks for the 3 days, and it appeared her friends were quite excited, as it took some time for them to respond. Received, received. On that afternoon, Fang Qian invited Fang Xiqing over to the Fang residence. Zhu Shuyin, with a sweet orange-flavored lollipop nestled in her mouth, held the white paper-wrapped candy tightly in her palm. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Fang Xiqing, greeting her with exaggerated enthusiasm. Xiqing Jie, hello. 3 black lines appeared on Fang Xiqing's forehead as she observed Zhu Xuyin's exuberance, reminiscent of a cat encountering mint. The enthusiasm was overwhelming. It was as if she were about to leap into her arms. Fang Xiqing awkwardly returned the greeting. Hello. Zhu Xuyin's lips curled into a broad smile. In her heart, Fang Xiqing mused, how foolish. She seems a bit naive. She had never encountered anyone around her who indulged in lollipops quite like this. Fang Qian held Zhu Xuyin's hand while using his other hand to carry her bag. Fang Xiqing discreetly averted her gaze, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the scene before her. How overly affectionate they were. Previously, she could never have imagined such a sight involving Fang Qian. That as they walked, he conversed with Zhu Shuyin. My sister happens to know Carrier. We can discuss the dress together. Zhu Shuyin froze momentarily. Not only was she not falling in love, but she nearly forgot that Fang Qian had connections with Carrier. Her chances now seemed significantly greater. Once she realized this, her gaze towards Fang Xiqing transformed, sparkling with hope. She began to praise her incessantly. Wow. Xiqing Jie, you are so impressive. You must be incredibly talented. I admire you so much. Fang Xiqing felt exasperated, thinking, great, I've been subjected to this again. She raised a hand to shield her face from Zhu Xuyin's enthusiastic advances, effectively blocking her exquisitely beautiful visage from view. Zhu Shuyin let out a soft, muffled sound of discontent. Fang Xiqing's lips curled into a faint smile. That I've already conveyed your wishes to him. She said that my teacher mentioned that this dress must find a fated person. Whether you have the fortune to obtain it ultimately depends on you. Zhu Shuyin nodded thoughtfully. That a true master indeed. She mused that it appeared that the acquisition of the dress transcended mere monetary means and was instead reliant on finding the right person. However, this also raised concerns about her chances of obtaining the dress. After all, the female protagonist had her own opportunities, and Zhu Shuyin would likely be overshadowed in her presence. That if it were purely based on wealth, she might have had a fighting chance. Zhu Shuyin's brows furrowed in contemplation as she let out a small sigh. Fang Qian, finding her endearing, pinched her cheek. What are you sighing about? Zhu Shuyin pouted. I feel like obtaining this dress is going to be impossible, that I surely can't compete with the other contenders, that they'll look far better than I do in it. Boo! Fang Qian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, while Fang Xiqing was equally speechless. Fang Xiqing studied Zhu Shuyin intently, genuinely puzzled. Was she being self-deprecating, or was she truly disheartened? Moreover, this was an outrageous display of green tea behavior. Did Zhu Shuyin not realize how she appeared? Was she seeking compliments from them? Fang Xiqing cast a questioning glance towards Fang Qian. Hoping for guidance, he returned her a familiar expression, indicating that she was not merely fishing for compliments, but genuinely troubled. Fang Xiqing rubbed her nose, exasperated by the abundance of such personalities she seemed to encounter. She could hardly find words to express her disbelief, that a faint sense of despair hung in the air. Don't worry. You will definitely get that dress, that I assure you on my honor. Fang Xiqing offered a somewhat awkward consolation, as she could no longer bear Zhu Xuan's incessant lamentations. Zhu Xuan's fair complexion glistened with two shimmering tears as she gazed at Fang Xiqing. An idea forming in her mind. Fang Xiqing's lips twitched, and she averted her gaze. "You are one of Carrier's students, aren't you?" Zhu Xuan asserted with great conviction. Fang Xiqing did not deny this. Instantly, Zhu Xuan's spirits lifted. Believing her chances of obtaining the dress had significantly increased. After all, in the original story, Pei Zhixian received the dress, and her friend Pei Chujin had been of great assistance, with a gleeful exclamation. Zhu Xuan leaped into Fang Xiqing's arms, considering her to be your savior. Chapter 89. Teacher Carrier, with the other hand, she casually tossed a piece of candy to Fang Qian, that he caught the orange candy with an inscrutable expression. Observing the candy in his palm, his gaze deepened. The orange spherical candy was encased in a translucent layer of sugar, a consequence of saliva. Fang Qian glanced at Zhu Xuan, knowing she would likely forget about the candy later, and without a second thought, popped it into his mouth. The sweet flavor exploded in his mouth, causing him to momentarily lose focus before he savagely savored the candied, so sweet. Meanwhile, Fang Xiqing found herself enveloped in Zhu Xuan's embrace. Uncertain of where to place her hands, "Xiqing Jie, my life and fortune rest entirely in your hands. Boo, I feel so lucky to know you. You smell wonderful and feel so soft." Zhu Xuan instinctively buried her face in the softest part of Fang Xiqing. Fang Xiqing's face flushed crimson, and she gritted her teeth, yet she still did not push Zhu Xuan away. Eventually, Fang Qian could no longer bear the sight and pulled Zhu Xuan away. Given Fang Xiqing's personality, he feared she would retaliate by delivering a playful slap to Zhu Xuan's head, and he would be the one left feeling sorry for her. That as Fang Xiqing breathed a sigh of relief. She also felt a lingering sense of longing. That evening, Zhu Xuan was taken to meet Carrier. With only one day remaining until the yacht gala, she needed to expedite her efforts to secure the dress. Carrier's residence was situated in a coastal area, where the villas prioritized privacy. The high-tech security measures were exceedingly stringent. Without an acquaintance, Zhu Xuan would have never discovered the villa's entrance. That Carrier's home was uniquely designed, presenting a refreshing style that captivated the eye. The space was filled with design sketches and life-size mannequins, along with an array of luxurious fabrics. Aware that guests were expected, Carrier had been waiting in the living room for some time. Upon entering, Zhu Xuan spotted him sitting by the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. To her surprise, Carrier was a remarkably young man, which took her aback. She had envisioned an elderly gentleman with gray hair. Fang Qian subtly urged Zhu Xuan to greet him. Gritting her teeth and clenching her fists, she hurriedly approached him. "Carrier, teacher, hello." Zhu Xuan managed to form a sweet, obedient smile. Upon seeing her, Carrier's blue eyes widened in astonishment. That is a mixed-race individual with 12% Western ancestry. His irises boasted an exceptionally pure shade of blue. His hair was a golden hue with natural curls, and his facial features were strikingly three-dimensional, resembling a perfectly proportioned model. Carrier's expression held an intense fascination, although this sentiment was deeply concealed, making it difficult for others to perceive. Zhu Xuan felt puzzled by Carrier's lack of response. Was it possible that her voice was too soft? She conceded that her volume was indeed somewhat diminished. Blushing, she raised her voice slightly. "Carrier, teacher, hello." A radiant smile graced Carrier's lips as he slowly scanned Zhu Xuan's visage with his gaze. After a brief moment, his lips parted slightly. "Hello." Fang Qian inexplicably felt a sense of discomfort from Carrier's gaze. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared entirely normal. That he gently pulled Zhu Xuan a little further back, while he himself took a step forward, blocking most of Carrier's line of sight. Carrier immediately averted his gaze with a faint expression, as though he had encountered something exceedingly mundane. His tone was indifferent. "I heard from Xiaoqing that you all came here to fall in love as well." Both Fang Qian and Zhu Xuan nodded in unison. Just then, 3 more guests arrived at Carrier's residence. These were evidently also visitors: Carrier's second apprentice, Pei Zhixian, and Pei Chujin. Lastly, his eldest apprentice arrived, accompanied by a girl adorned in lavish attire. Zhu Xuan was momentarily speechless. Not expecting yet another competitor to join the fray, it seemed that today, Carrier intended to determine who among these contenders would prevail. Only then could one truly embark upon the journey of falling in love. Fang Qian squeezed her hand reassuringly, urging her not to worry. Zhu Xuan nodded in response. The other two contenders for the dress wore expressions of astonishment as well. They had assumed themselves to be the most exceptional, only to discover two additional rivals. Upon seeing Zhu Xuan, Pei Chujin's gaze flickered momentarily. Casting a glance at the dress, she realized the situation was already decided, that a flash of disdain crossed her eyes, as if she were looking at a persistent rat. Why must she always oppose her? Pei Zhixian suppressed her dissatisfaction, vowing to find a way to exploit Zhu Xuan's weaknesses upon returning. Fortunately, she already had some leads. Once her investigation reached a conclusion, she would not believe that Zhu Xuan could maintain her standing in high society. Carrier scanned the assembled guests with a smile, announcing, "Now that everyone is here, let us begin trying on the dresses." Zhu Xuan took a deep breath, her eyes fixed on Carrier without blinking. This dress was priced at 52,000 interstellar coins. Despite this, she still had thousands of orders pending. Carrier chuckled lightly, yet there was no trace of arrogance in his demeanor. He was merely stating a fact that I originally intended for you all to try on the samples and see who fits best. This method is indeed the most effective. Zhu Xuan discreetly observed Pei Zhixian and the other girl, noting that the three of them appeared to be of similar height and figure, that a sense of secret delight welled up within her. Her own beauty was at its zenith. She felt as though she looked slightly better than the rest. Zhu Xuan modestly pressed her lips together, thinking that had the timing been different, she would have certainly covered her mouth and laughed quietly. However, she felt that her heart was already set on the person she most desired to give her affection to. The moment Carrier uttered this phrase, the room fell silent. Zhu Xuan distinctly sensed an increase in the scrutiny directed at her. She nervously glanced around. Carrier smiled at her. Fang Xiqing leaned back on the sofa with her arms crossed. Without a doubt, she knew who it was. Chapter 90. An unexpected turn of events from the demeanor and expressions of her teacher just moments ago. She had already sensed the peculiar regard in which Zhu Xuan was held. The girl brought by the eldest apprentice was becoming increasingly impatient. She shot a glance at Zhu Xuan, her tone laced with frustration and reluctance. Is this dress merely about appearances? Carrier raised an eyebrow, urging her to continue ditto. And what does this young lady think? I believe that personal temperament, as well as height and figure, also contribute to the allure of this dress. Carrier nodded with a smile. You are not mistaken that he suddenly shifted the conversation, adding, however, in my view, she is indeed the most suitable candidate for this dress. After uttering this, Carrier turned his gaze toward Zhu Xuan, slowly continuing. After all, the name of the dress is falling in love. It should be bestowed upon the one who can truly evoke that sentiment in others. Fang Qian's expression gradually darkened, his demeanor turning icy as he glared at Carrier, pushing Zhu Xuan further behind him. Zhu Xuan winced at his action. The girl who had voiced her dissent was, in fact, a precious princess of the empire. She could not comprehend why the designer would not sell the dress to her, especially when she was the one of the highest status among them. Following the previous remarks, her anger escalated. After all, no one wishes to have their allure compared unfavorably to another. Pei Zhixian fixed her gaze on Zhu Xuan with a blank expression. After several occurrences, it was hard for her not to feel that Zhu Xuan was deliberately opposing her. Zhu Xuan also glanced at Pei Zhixian, her heart skipping a beat, and then sheepishly averted her gaze, pouting and looking around. Miss Zhu, would you like to try on this dress? Carrier's eyes seemed to focus solely on Zhu Xuan. She pointed to herself in exaggerated surprise, her tone filled with disbelief. Me? Carrier nodded with utmost certainty. Zhu Xuan's eyelashes fluttered, revealing her shyness as she hurried off to the fitting room. The servants at Carrier's home ushered Falling in Love into the dressing room. Several maids assisted Zhu Xuan in changing her attire. This gown was exceedingly grand, making it difficult for one person to wear it alone. While Zhu Xuan changed, Carrier received a phone call. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted dramatically, and he excused himself to take the call. When he returned, his demeanor was rigid, a stark contrast to his earlier composure that a rare hint of distress and helplessness flickered across his face. Fang Xiqing observed her teacher in surprise. He seldom displayed such emotions. Something must have occurred that had slipped from his grasp. Zhu Xuan spent approximately 20 minutes changing, emerging with a dazed expression, her pupils unfocused. The maids were exceedingly enthusiastic, not only assisting her with the dress, but also styling her hair and applying her makeup. She had been touched and pinched by them numerous times. Zhu Xuan pouted, a look of suppressed grievance on her face. As she stepped out of the fitting room, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The maids who had helped her change leaned against each other, their faces enraptured. Miss Zhu is simply too beautiful. I knew she would look like this once she emerged. Fortunately, we had the foresight to prepare her makeup. Oh my eyes have been cleansed. Miss Zhu is such a goddess. I secretly pinched her several times, and she didn't even resist. She is truly so soft, so bouncy, and her shape is exquisite. Carrier's expression was one of utter astonishment that he no longer concealed his genuine thoughts. I have found the most suitable candidate for this dress. Carrier's other two apprentices wore expressions of stunned disbelief. Only Fang Xiqing's eyes reflected the certainty of her earlier thoughts. The princess wore a bitter smile, finally understanding why she could not obtain this dress. Pei Chujin slowly shifted her gaze away. This moment, a thought suddenly emerged in her mind. When Zhu Xuan attended the yacht gala, she would undoubtedly be assigned an S-level room. However, their relationship did not seem particularly amicable. Thus, what if she deliberately arranged for her an A-level room instead? After all, given Zhu Xuan's qualifications, she was not deserving of an S-level accommodation. With this thought, Pei Chujin resolved to act on it. Pei Zhixian's gaze was frosty, lost in her own thoughts. Zhu Xuan, barefoot and without shoes, struggled to navigate the voluminous hem of her gown as she made her way to Fang Qian. Fang Qian's body seemed to tremble slightly, his gaze fixed on Zhu Xuan. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, Zhu Xuan turned and leaned against Fang Xiqing. Fang Xiqing was taken aback, momentarily overwhelmed by a fragrant aura. Fang Qian's expression turned dark. He initially thought it was directed at him. Zhu Xuan puffed out her cheeks, noticing the silence enveloping the group. Thus, she took it upon herself to break the silence. Master Carrier, may I? The affection in Carrier's heart had reached a boiling point that he treated her with the tenderness reserved for fragile treasures. This dress was tailor-made for you. Zhu Xuan, feeling both flattered and taken aback, inadvertently began to stammer. Wow, really? I'm so honored. Fang Xiqing thought to herself, if only she could refrain from speaking. Fang Qian mused, how did I not notice how adorable my wife is when she stammers? Yet a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Carrier's eyes. Zhu Xuan, feeling anxious, inquired, what is wrong, master? Carrier sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. This dress is one I must give to you. Zhu Xuan stood frozen in place, feeling somewhat at a loss. However, a friend had just called, requesting that she reserve the dress for him. Carrier hesitated for a moment before continuing, I owe this friend a significant favor. Everyone then understood. It seemed that the dress was to be earmarked for that particular friend, that a fleeting smile of relief flickered in Pei Zhixian's eyes, that if she could not possess the dress, then neither should the other two. This was the best outcome. Much of the psychological burden that had weighed on Pei Zhixian dissipated. Zhu Xuan's full lips quivered slightly, unable to suppress her impending tears that a glimmer of concern flashed in Fang Qian's eyes. His tone was earnest and sincere. Master Carrier, might I beseech your friend? We are willing to pay any price. Chapter 91. Tea Conversations. Carrier cast a complex glance at Fang Qian that he had already groaned and pleaded over the phone, nearly resorting to calling him daddy. Yet it still did not procure the dress. Could a mere boy like Fang Qian possess greater influence than him? Carrier sighed, I have already implored on numerous occasions. Fang Qian remained somewhat reluctant. It was evident to any discerning observer that Zhu Xuan was the perfect fit for the dress, that if you were to send him a photo, would he not agree? Fang Qian bit his lip, resolute in his decision to have Carrier take a picture of Zhu Xuan at that moment to send to the so-called friend, but he had previously vowed never to allow such a thing to occur. Yet compared to seeing Zhu Xuan cry over this matter, it seemed a minor sacrifice that at most he would only endure a couple of days of seething jealousy. Carrier was taken aback. He had not anticipated Fang Qian would suggest such a thing. He explained with a wry smile, I haven't even informed him that the dress has been tried on by someone else, that if he were to find out, he would likely demand I create an identical one. He is quite particular about cleanliness. Upon hearing this, nearly everyone abandoned their interest in the dress. Zhu Xuan's heart sank, feeling utterly desolate. She reluctantly headed to the changing room, sorrowfully removing the dress that in her heart. She lamented to the system, oh, I was so close to getting this dress. How could there be an unexpected turn of events? How infuriating! Zhu Xuan's frustration escalated into pure resentment. Nevertheless, The system had just detected that Carrier's friend seemed to be. Zhu Xuan blinked her large eyes at him, her tone filled with confusion. Who is it? It's Ji Shujo. Zhu Xuan was momentarily stunned. How could my master desire this dress? You mean to say that my master intends to prepare this dress specifically for me? Excitement surged within her. There was a possibility, but had he not previously refused her so sternly? Could it be that he had a split personality? Zhu Xuan's spirits plummeted, her head hanging low. Last time, her master had explicitly instructed her to seek Fong Qian's assistance. How could he possibly take the initiative to help her now? Tears welled up in her eyes. Her voice trembled as she asked. Then who was he giving the dress to? The system could not ascertain this. Zhu Xuan could no longer hold back and began to sob softly. Do not worry. This situation is considered an exception. If you do not acquire the dress, the system will not deem the task a failure. Zhu Xuan felt a slight relief in her heart. However, the thought of her master giving the dress she adored to someone else still caused her considerable distress. She bit her trembling lips, struggling to stifle her cries that on her way back. Zhu Xuan leaned melancholically against the glass window, completely losing interest in conversation. Song Xinrui sent her a message, crying JPG. Zhu Xuan, I am so sorry my brother arrived too late. Carrier has already given the dress to Ji Shujo. Zhu Xuan's gaze flickered, and she casually replied to the message. Fong Qian swallowed hard. That it was at this moment that he spoke up. The friend Carrier mentioned is very likely. Zhu Xuan's eyelids fluttered. She already knew who it was. Fong Qian took a deep breath. It is Ji Shuchun's older brother, Ji Shujo that I end the empire. He could only think of this one person, capable of eliciting such an expression from the extremely proud master Carrier. Zhu Xuan's hands trembled, rendered speechless, that if we approach Ji Shuchun, perhaps he can persuade his brother to change his mind. Zhu Xuan let out a small sigh. Grasping Fong Qian's hand, that I think your suggestion is very reasonable. Fong Qian paused momentarily, then smiled that I will contact him right away. Zhu Xuan nodded. Yes. Now, I can only hope that Ji Shuchun can persuade my master. Zhu Xuan anxiously intertwined her fingers. Waiting restlessly, the Ji Shuchun appeared on the screen. He seemed to be at home. Zhu Xuan leaned closer to Fong Qian, intently observing the manor where he had lived since childhood. Ji Shuchun seemed taken aback. Zhu Xuan found it amusing. Did I ask there's something you need? Ji Shuchun, could you ask your brother if he has any desire for the falling in love dress? Ji Shuchun looked somewhat perplexed. Zhu Xuan really wants that dress, but it seems Carrier has promised it to your brother. That Ji Shuchun's expression turned incredulous. How can that be? My brother would never want a dress. He doesn't even have a partner. Just ask him first. Zhu Xuan feigned a pitiful look, puffing out her cheeks and nodding earnestly. The Ji Shuchun hesitated, awkwardly averting his gaze, but he eventually agreed. Upon returning home, Zhu Xuan puffed up her cheeks in anger. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her master refused to buy her the dress, and instead intended to take it from her to give to someone else. After enduring for a while, she realized she simply could not tolerate it. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she began bombarding Ji Shujo with messages. However, she dared not be too harsh. She could only express her sorrow in a roundabout way. With a tone that was both playful and sarcastic, that I heard you bought falling in love? Peeking JPG. Could it be that someone asked Brother G to buy a dress? Curious cat JPG dada. It seems I am not fortunate enough. I spoke too late. She whimpered softly JPG. Who is Brother G buying it for? She must look stunning in it. Starry-eyed, I want to see the beauty. Woo-woo as Zhu Xuan poured her heart out in messages. Her fingers flying across the keyboard to Ji Shujo, on the other side, felt an overwhelming wave of frustration. The muscles in his forehead twitched. He scanned through the messages from Ji Shuchuan, Carrier, and Song Shutian, almost all concerning this dress. A surge of darkness welled in Ji Shujo's eyes. The next moment, he did something he could hardly comprehend himself. He initiated a video call with Zhu Xuan. Zhu Xuan was lying on her bed when she received the call. Startled, she instinctively tapped the answer button. That Ji Shujo's expressionless face appeared on the screen. Yet he quickly found himself at a loss for words, for he beheld Zhu Xuan's current state. Her face was red from crying, tears clinging to her lashes, and her lips bore the marks of her own teeth, of vivid crimson. The delicate imprints of her teeth were precisely aligned, and her thick, long eyelashes were dampened, forming clumps. She looked exceptionally pitiful, as if she had just encountered a deeply distressing ordeal. Chapter 92. The title is challenging, however. Upon seeing Ji Shujo, her eyes widened in surprise. The once upturned corners of her eyes became round and innocent. Her lashes fanning out in surprise that a few strands of her soft, black hair were damp from tears, sticking to her face and leaving red marks. She simply stared blankly at the screen. Ji Shujo swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that she was genuinely hiding in her room, quietly weeping. Zhu Xuan hurriedly wiped her tears, leaving her hands wet. She instinctively concealed her hands behind her back, surreptitiously wiping them on her nightgown. Ji Shujo spoke hoarsely. You. Zhu Xuan's previously defiant spirit had significantly diminished. Just looking at her master instilled an involuntary urge to comply. She pouted, her tone laden with grievance. I was just being irrational earlier. I hope you can overlook my previous nonsense, that if you wish to give it to someone else, then so be it. Yet, despite her words, she stubbornly refrained from ending the call, lowering her head while subtly glancing up to gauge her master's expression. A soft chuckle escaped Ji Shujo's throat, an inexplicable feeling of joy enveloping him. Zhu Xuan's simple gesture managed to bring him delight, that Ji Shujo's voice was tinged with amusement. Come to my house tomorrow. Zhu Xuan froze, her head rising in astonishment. Ji Shujo's piercing gaze swept around her surroundings. The girl's room was decorated in an extraordinarily warm and opulent manner.